Chapter 1. The Novice Apartment. Welcome to the Apocalypse Apartment. This apartment serves as a novice facility, accommodating 80 new players on the first day of gameplay, along with a random allocation of 80 survival stones. On the 8th day of gameplay, 20 veteran players will be introduced, accompanied by a random distribution of 20 survival stones. This apartment will self-destruct on the 11th day of gameplay. Players without survival stones at that time will perish alongside the apartment. Conversely, players possessing survival stones will embark on their official journey within the Apocalypse Apartment. Players may exchange survival stones for survival points within the apartment. Survival points can be utilized to purchase supplies, abilities, items, and all manner of desired possessions. The rules for this novice apartment are as follows. 1. All players will be randomly assigned to initial apartments, with varying rent amounts based on the luxury level of the apartment. 2. Midnight is the designated time for rent payment. Failure to pay on time grants the apartment administrator the authority to eliminate the player. 3. Players may request to terminate or transfer their lease from the apartment administrator. 4. The apartment administrator may establish additional rules, which residents are expected to adhere to. 5. Survival stones can be exchanged for a substantial amount of in-game currency, although this currency will only be valid within this novice apartment. 6. Players are encouraged to explore other methods of acquiring in-game currency. And now, the novice assessment begins. Welcome new players to enter. New players are being randomly assigned to apartments. New players are granted a single opportunity for free talent awakening. New players are undergoing talent awakening. Ding! Talent awakening completed. Wishing all novices an enjoyable gaming experience. Enjoyable gaming? Is this a game? Hiss. Jiang Ye abruptly pinched his arm, wincing at the sharp pain. So, this is a real game? Then does the term destruction and elimination signify actual death? But why? He had just been fervently writing in an examination hall. How could he suddenly find himself here? Moreover, the voice in his mind had just indicated that his talent awakening was successful, hadn't it? But why? When Jiang Ye summoned the player panel, he found a simple display stating, Jiang Ye, level 0, physical strength 0.6, energy 0.8, combat power 0.5, survival points 0, talent awakening failed. So, what kind of rubbish game is this? Talent awakening can fail? Is it not possible to reawaken after a failure? Are the bugs in the game to be borne by him as a player? Isn't this bullying the honest? As Jiang Ye felt the absurdity of the situation, he soon discovered a apartment chat group. To the right, a third of the chat group displayed a member list 8080. On the left, various chat messages popped up continuously. What shocked him was, all 80 members were his classmates. In fact, half of them had just taken the same exam with him. The other half were students from the second class in another examination room. At that moment, the messages from his classmates in the chat group echoed their astonishment. What the hell? Ken Yutin, Teo Laikun, Gao Chang, Lusin. This member list is all classmates. What's going on? Have we all been collectively kidnapped? Impossible to be a kidnapping. This data panel and chat group appeared directly in our minds. Which kidnapper could achieve such a feat? So are we classmates from the exam hall who have collectively crossed over? No. There are also students from the second class here. What the hell? Exciting. I was a bit scared, but seeing familiar classmates suddenly made me less afraid. What the hell? Exciting. I just conjured a fireball with my bare hands. What the hell? Exciting. I just casually threw a wind blade. What the hell? Exciting. I just urinated 3 zhang high in the wind. Damn. Lu Shen is still the wild one. But has Lu Shen already set off to explore the apartment? Where did the wind come from? Can you boys be a bit more civilized? There are girls in the group. Oh, so sorry, little fairy. Next time if Lu Shen acts up in public again, you go sprinkle some urine on him to wake him up. Get lost. Indeed, familiar classmates, familiar antics. However, from the messages of his classmates, it seemed they had all awakened their talents. Some could conjure fireballs, others could throw wind blades. These must all be talents. Yet no one mentioned having a failed talent awakening. So, among these 80 people, was he the only unfortunate soul whose awakening had failed? Isn't this forcibly putting him in hell mode? Although, according to the earlier prompt, this novice apartment has a total of 100 players, and 100 survival stones will be allocated simultaneously. But the rules also indicated survival stones are not merely for preventing elimination. More importantly, they hold purchasing power within the Apocalypse Apartment. This implies that such precious items are certainly insufficient. The more, the better. Even if these 80 classmates unite in camaraderie, deciding to share one survival stone each to ensure everyone's survival. Yet the apartment also indicated that 20 veteran players will be introduced on the 8th day. Who knows how powerful and merciless these veteran players are? Facing novices, it would be difficult for them to share survival stones amicably. It is even possible that they might ruthlessly plunder the survival stones from novice players. They might even directly slaughter novice players. Thus, the first 8 days without veteran players are evidently an opportunity for novice players to develop. Yet under such circumstances, he possesses no talent. This is absurd. He might just die in this novice apartment. Feeling anxious, Jiang Ye lost interest in participating in the group chat any further. He switched back to the player panel, frantically tapping on the talent section while cursing in his heart. Awakening failed. Awakening failed. If awakening fails, then let me reawaken. What kind of rubbish bug is this? Do you believe I won't give a bad review and report it? He was merely venting his emotions. Yet unexpectedly, amidst this barrage of curses, a new prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected player talent awakening failure. Now arranging for reawakening of talent. Congratulations, you have awakened the compensatory talent. Infinite clones X. What the? It actually reawakened a talent. So does this mean that the tactic of giving a bad review and reporting truly holds some weight? Doge, but what is this X level? Aren't talent levels typically graded as A, B, C, or SSS? Jiang Ye hurriedly summoned the player panel again to examine his talent. Infinite Clones X, Effect 1, generates 1 clone daily. Effect 2, at a certain cost, generates 1 clone. Effect 3, at every midnight of the game, you may choose a clone for fusion. Huh? This? What is at a certain cost in Effect 2 specifically referred to? And what is the level of the clone? It seems rather unclear. Feeling anxious, Jiang Ye quickly generated his clone for the day. Ding! Congratulations, you have generated a clone. As the prompt sound rang out, a peculiar sensation emerged within Jiang Ye. It felt as though, all of a sudden, he possessed 2 perspectives. Within both perspectives, he could see a version of himself. In other words, 2 of him had appeared in this apartment. Soon, he adapted to this mystical state, directing most of his consciousness to the clone. He then controlled the clone to summon the clone's player panel. Upon the appearance of this clone panel, he was left utterly astonished. Chapter 2. The First Clone. Jiang Ye, level 0, physical strength 1.2, energy 2.4, combat power 5.5, survival points 0. Talent. Affinity for gold element C, Effect 1, has a probability of comprehending gold-based skills. Effect 2. The cost of releasing gold-based skills is halved, while their power is doubled. Skill. Golden Light Technique D. Releases a beam of golden light, dealing physical strength 1, energy 1.5 points of gold-based damage to the target. What the? Jiang Ye was stunned to discover his clone actually came equipped with its own talent. As for the skill Golden Light Technique, it was automatically comprehended through the talent affinity for gold element. The classmates in the group who conjured fireballs and wind blades also acquired their elemental skills through their respective affinity talents. Of course, there were a few who, despite having talent, failed to comprehend any skills and were anxiously seeking advice from others. At this moment, Jiang Ye seriously suspected each of his clones possessed their own talent. If this were true, then this level talent would indeed be an unparalleled existence. Even talents of the SSS grade might pale in comparison, because theoretically, as long as he generated enough clones, there would also be a probability of manifesting SS-level talents. Theoretically, under extreme conditions, if he generated an absurd number of clones, he could potentially possess all SS-level talents. Oh my goodness, this is truly remarkable. However, Jiang Ye quickly regained his composure, for he realized that while the ability to create infinite clones is indeed formidable, in the present moment, with only a single clone, his strength was not particularly impressive. In fact, one could argue that at this juncture, he was at his weakest point throughout his future life. His original self was nothing more than a mere combat level of 0.5. Meanwhile, the clone, possessing a grade talent, had merely grasped a grade skill, which was hardly impressive. With such limited strength, it was entirely conceivable that a stroke of bad luck could lead to his untimely demise on the very first day. Thus, he had two options: to either bide his time and endure while weak, or to devise a means of rapid growth. However, the stipulation of paying rent for his apartment clearly left him no choice but to venture out and earn the necessary funds. After all, according to the rules, failure to pay the rent by midnight would result in annihilation at the hands of the apartment administrator. Yet, as Jiang Ye gazed at his luxurious apartment, comparable to a five-star hotel presidential suite, he felt his head spin and his spine chill. For the previous notification seemed to suggest that the rent for different types of apartments varied significantly. Hastily, he turned to the methods shared by his classmates in the chat group to check the rent. He dashed to the door, pressing his palm against it. Instantly, his apartment information materialized. Apartment area, 250.88. Apartment rent, 125,440 day. This string of numbers rendered Jiang Ye utterly stunned. In the group, he had seen that most others shared rents in the range of dozens to hundreds per day, with slightly higher amounts only reaching a few thousand. Yet here he was, facing a staggering rent of 125,000 per day. How could this be? He must terminate the lease. But would the process of terminating the lease truly be so straightforward? Jiang Ye glanced back at the chat group. He discovered that his classmates were gradually calming down, overcoming the initial fear of their unfamiliar surroundings. After all, high school seniors were no longer children. Some even expressed, "Damn, had I known we would be transported to this hellhole, I would have spent my weekend joyfully exploring instead of being a fool writing 7 damn papers at home. Crap, I woke up at 4 in the morning to copy homework, and it feels utterly pointless. All thanks to Wang Jie. If only you had been more resolute in refusing to lend me your notes. Su Yuan. Is it my fault? Ah, just kidding. Don't take it to heart, Wang Jie. Honestly, I think being transported here isn't so bad. You'll never have to suffer through late-night study sessions or anxiety over exams again. I truly don't wish to return to the grind of senior year. Exactly. No matter how tough it is here, it can't possibly be worse than senior year. Wait, aren't you all concerned about your parents? They must be worried sick about our sudden disappearance. What's there to worry about? Perhaps our parents are also participating in the novice assessment in other starter apartments. Who knows? Once we clear the levels and reach the so-called apocalyptic apartment, we might reunite with them. Precisely. Didn't Teacher Young always say there's no need to overly worry about the distant future? Facing the present courageously is the answer to life. Right? Given our current situation, we can only confront it head-on. All right, can we refrain from addressing each other as teacher? There are no teachers here. Our mission is no longer about studying, but about clearing this novice apartment. Indeed, our long-term goal is to survive until the 11th day while possessing a survival stone. And the immediate priority is to find a way to earn today's rent. Earning rent and searching for a survival stone should be able to proceed simultaneously. Has anyone ventured outside their apartment? Is it dangerous out there? I opened the door and took a look. The hallway resembled that of a hotel apartment, but the lighting was dim and eerie, so I quickly shut the door and didn't dare to go out. This one, do we ultimately need to go out to earn rent? If we can't pay, we'll be annihilated tonight. It's unfortunate we were scattered across different apartments. It would be so much better if we were together. There's strength in numbers, and exploring the apartments wouldn't feel so daunting. Just as the classmates engaged in a flurry of discussion, one student suddenly stepped forward to take charge. Gao Chang. Classmates, I have deliberated for quite some time and have finally decided to share some good news with you all. I, Gao Chang, awakened in grade talent, affinity for lightning elements, during the talent awakening phase. Moreover, I believe I possess considerable insight, having initially grasped the grade skill lightning bolt and the grade skill thunder flash. Additionally, my physical abilities and energy have both surpassed 5 points, with my combat power reaching an impressive 48. Chapter 3 Upgrade Announcement. Upon the utterance of these words, all the students were rendered speechless. The entire chat group fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a flurry of explosive messages. What the hell? An S-rank talent? 2 skills comprehended from the outset? Is this even real? Gao Chang? No. Brother Chang, Master Chang. Are you genuinely not just boasting? A combat power of 48. That S 10 times my own power. This is utterly ridiculous. With this S-rank talent and 48 combat power, should he not be the strongest among our group of 80? Master Chang is incredible. to hold back such monumental news until now. Master Chang, please take me along. I only have an E-rank talent and have yet to comprehend any skills. I can't possibly survive on my own. Brother Chang, Master Chang, do you still remember those nights we stayed up playing games? We promised not to forget each other in times of wealth and prosperity. Various attempts to ingratiate themselves and seek favors echoed throughout the chat. Watching this unfold, Jiang Ye felt a surge of warmth. Perhaps he should also seek to align himself with someone influential. Yet, upon reflection, he decided against it. Most of those seeking connections were individuals who were already well-liked or had a good rapport with Gao Chang. In contrast, Jiang Ye was somewhat inconspicuous within the class. He was reclusive, disinterested in gaming, had average grades, no particular hobbies, and preferred not to trouble others. He was rather solitary, always attending school and returning home alone. If he were to approach Gao Chang now, it was highly likely he would be ignored. However, the situation had changed. The value among classmates might no longer be determined by academic excellence, family background, or social connections, but rather by one's combat power. Jiang Ye's doppelganger possessed a C-rank talent and D-rank skills, along with a combat power of 5.5. Perhaps he was slightly stronger than some of the more sociable classmates. Nevertheless, he suspected he would not excel too greatly. There were undoubtedly many with higher combat power than his. Lost in thought, the illustrious Gao Chang finally spoke up again in the chat. Gao Chang, everyone, please remain calm. The sudden revelation of my talent and combat power is intended to rally us together to overcome the challenges of this novice apartment. To be honest, I have already left my apartment and found the apartment administrator on the first floor. There haven't been any dangers along the way. If you trust me, I believe we should gather at the apartment administrator's office on the first floor. What does everyone think? Upon hearing this, the other students were taken aback once more. Quickly, someone replied, "Of course. My rent is a staggering 600. I was just about to find the apartment administrator to terminate my lease. I agree with the gathering. If we are together, we can look out for one another in case of danger. But I'm still a bit scared to leave the apartment. What should I do?" At this moment, Gao Chang responded again. In truth, the corridor outside the apartment is merely dimly lit. There is really no danger. If everyone exits the apartment and heads towards the direction of the red light in the corridor, we will find an elevator. Then we can take the elevator directly to the first floor, where we will quickly locate the front desk of the apartment administrator. Moreover, the first floor has some special facilities that everyone can explore. As this news spread, the students were instantly filled with excitement. Is this for real? What facilities are there? Can they help us enhance our physical abilities or comprehend skills? Can we earn rent money? I want to quickly make some money to pay my rent. Otherwise, I'm feeling so anxious. However, Gao Chang did not address the students' inquiries. After a while, a classmate suddenly chimed in, "It's true. Brother Chang is deceiving us. I've already reached the first floor and joined up with him. Moreover, Brother Chang showed me his player panel. His S-rank talent and 48 combat power are authentic." With this revelation, more classmates quickly affirmed, "I've also successfully joined up. It really was just a matter of taking the elevator. There was no danger at all." Soon, 3 more classmates reported that they had met up with Gao Chang. The rest of the students were now eager to act. "Wow, that was fast. No way. I need to get moving too. Okay, I'm heading out of the apartment now. Brother Chang, wait for me. Wait for me. I'm on my way too. I've already left the apartment. There's genuinely no danger in the corridor. Everyone, be aware that there seems to be no signal in the elevator. So we can't use the chat group. But don't panic. The elevator descends quickly and is completely safe." Thus, nearly all the students took action, preparing to follow Gao Chang's instructions and head to the first floor for a gathering. Jiang Ye's doppelganger stood at the entrance of his luxurious apartment while his main body lounged comfortably on the sofa. He felt a twinge of hesitation. Should he meet up with Gao Chang? Ultimately, whether he chose to gather with others or act independently, he still needed to leave the apartment. Especially regarding the issue of terminating his lease, it was an urgent matter. Therefore, he had to visit the apartment administrator on the first floor. Considering the situation in the chat, if only 1 or 2 students had successfully gathered, it might have been a setup. However, as the subsequent students continued to join up successfully, it was likely that there truly was no danger. Moreover, the others were all heading there as their main bodies, while he was using a doppelganger. This meant he effectively had an extra life. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Ye's desire to meet up on the first floor grew stronger. After all, they were familiar classmates. Even in this new environment, while human nature might gradually reveal its darker aspects, it was unlikely that they would turn malevolent right from the start. With this in mind, Jiang Ye's doppelganger fetched a kitchen knife from the apartment. Gripping the knife in one hand and cautiously opening the apartment door with the other, he found himself in a dimly lit corridor that appeared quite lengthy. He peered left and right, noticing that approximately every 3 meters, there was a door corresponding to each apartment room, each adorned with a specific number. Jiang Ye glanced at the number on his own door, which read 2025. This likely indicated the 20th floor. Room 25.it seemed that the apartment building was quite tall. Having confirmed that there was indeed no danger, Jiang Ye carefully stepped out of his room. After checking both sides, he noticed that the red light was indeed visible to the right, indicating the direction of the elevator, as per Gao Chang's instructions. Jiang Ye's doppelganger tightened his grip on the knife and cautiously made his way towards the red light. Meanwhile, his main body, comfortably reclining on the sofa in the apartment, continued to monitor the chat messages while pondering. This apartment appeared to have at least 20 floors, with seemingly numerous rooms on each floor. With only 80 novice players among them, what about all the extra apartment rooms? Were they vacant, or did they house some other beings? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the doppelganger arrived at the elevator glowing with red light. As he waited for the elevator, a notification suddenly rang in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Wang Lingling for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 1. Reward: Black Iron Chest 1. Chapter 4: The Essence of Unity reached level 1. What the hell? How did she manage that? Jiang Ye, who was lounging on the sofa, sprang up in surprise and hurriedly checked the chat group. As expected, the entire chat exploded with activity. What? Wang Lingling from Class 2. She leveled up to 1. I heard it. I just stepped out of the elevator and was startled by the announcement. Wait, how did Wang Lingling level up? Did she fight monsters? Does that mean there's danger in the apartment? Am I the only one curious about what's inside the black iron chest that Wang Lingling received as a reward? Wang Lingling, please come out and share with everyone. How did you level up? Wang Lingling, we're all classmates. We should share important information. I bet she won share. Being the first to reach level 1 comes with an announcement and a reward, so the first to reach level 2 will surely have one too. As long as Wang Lingling keeps this secret, she might maintain her lead and keep raking in rewards. Wang Lingling, don't be so naive. With so many classmates around, we'll inevitably discover the secret to leveling up. When that happens, Brother Chang with his S-rank talent will definitely outpace you. If you deliberately hide the secret, don't blame him for leaving you out later. Exactly, Brother Chang, please say something. I suggest that Brother Chang steps up and encourages Wang Lingling to share her leveling secret. I doubt she'd dare to hide it then. In an instant, the once esteemed Wang Lingling, who had leveled up first but remained silent in the group, seemed to have become a target of collective animosity. The chat messages clearly indicated that nearly all the classmates eagerly sought to level up themselves. They wished to leverage Gao Chang's influence to compel Wang Lingling to divulge her secrets to leveling up. Meanwhile, Gao Chang himself appeared to be just as eager to level up. Thus, he quickly followed the crowd's sentiment and tagged Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling, where are you? Why don't you join us on the first floor? I believe that since we were all transported here together, it's a stroke of fate, and we should unite to increase our chances of survival. Before long, other classmates chimed in. Exactly. Don't forget the announcement mentioned that veteran players would enter the apartment. If we novice players don't band together, how will we compete against the veterans? Yes, Wang Lingling, don't be selfish. It's better to share the crucial information. Indeed. If I were to possess any crucial information, I would undoubtedly take the initiative to share it with everyone. This moral coercion is quite the spectacle. Jiang Ye, observing the unfolding drama, harbored hopes that Wang Lingling would reveal the secrets of her advancement. After all, ascending in level should yield certain advantages. In such a unique environment, each additional ounce of strength might translate to a greater hope of survival. Hence, these classmates, disregarding camaraderie, resorted to moral coercion, driven by an intense desire to grow stronger. Thus, under the collective urging of nearly all the students, the usually reticent Wang Lingling finally spoke up. However, her first message was simply, Wang Lingling, level 1, physical ability, 6, 8, energy, 8.4, combat power, 68. Survival points. 0. Talent. Dark element affinity. S. Skills. Shadow clone. A. Summon undead. B. Black cyclone. B. Is this Wang Lingling's player panel? All the students, including Jiang Ye, stared blankly at the message from Wang Lingling. Her panel is extraordinarily opulent, isn't it? Despite sharing an S-level talent, she has mastered 1 A-level skill and 2 B-level skills. Moreover, both Shadow Clone and Summon Undead appear to be quite formidable. Even more astonishing is her combat power, which stands at an impressive 68. That's a full 20 points higher than Gao Chang, who also possesses an S-level talent. In the chat group, silence reigned, a deathly hush enveloping the atmosphere. Wang Lingling swiftly followed up with another message. The comprehension of skills should be related to the level of talent and the insight of my fellow classmates. The higher the insight, the more skills one can comprehend, and the higher the skill levels will be. However, the skill levels acquired through comprehension should not exceed one's own talent level. May I inquire if any of my classmates possess talents exceeding S-level? Talent surpassing S-level? Jiang Ye's X-level talent should fit that description. However, his talent is growth-oriented in his currently weak state. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to flaunt it in the group chat. Thus, no one responded. Wang Lingling continued. All right, it seems that among our group of 80, I should be the strongest. Now, while you request that I share the secrets of leveling up, I too have a condition. Although you all have repeatedly stated that we are a collective and should unite and assist one another, I am well aware that there will always be some individuals with ulterior motives who do not wish to unite and assist everyone. Thus, the information I possess is not meant for those who lack solidarity. My proposition is, as Gao Chang from Class 1 suggested, those willing to unite and assist should gather on the first floor. Then, I will publicly disclose the secrets of leveling up at the gathering point on the first floor. In other words, those lone wolves who do not come to gather will forfeit their right to learn my secrets. Upon hearing this, several students quickly echoed, I agree. There's nothing wrong with unity and assistance. I am already on the first floor. When will you arrive, Wang Lingling? So that's what Ling meant. Sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. I also apologize to Ling. I didn't expect you to be so magnanimous. With Ling and Chang leading us, the students from classes 1 and 2 will surely navigate this novice apartment successfully. Indeed, when the veteran players arrive, we absolutely cannot afford to lose to them. Clearly, after Wang Lingling showcased her player panel, the students' attitudes towards her shifted. They even expressed a level of respect greater than that previously directed at Gao Chang. However, Jiang Ye pondered Wang Lingling's statements. Harboring some suspicions, indeed, while waiting for the elevator, he noticed Wang Lingling's latest message. Wang Lingling, everyone, do not rush to flatter me. I have yet to finish speaking. What I mean by unity and assistance is that all of us should gather together, sharing information and resources, and act collectively. I will guide you in leveling up, helping you earn rent, ensuring that each member of the team survives to clear this novice apartment. However, I also hope that all who join the team will harbor no secrets. Thus, my proposal is that once we gather, everyone will actively display their player panels within the team. Furthermore, any actions taken will need to be reported to both Gao Chang and myself. And any rewards garnered during these actions should be shared collectively. This statement certainly bore the implications of ulterior motives. Previously, the students had vocally advocated for unity, merely expressing that as classmates they could harness greater strength in numbers. However, Wang Lingling's call for unity and assistance clearly aimed for an organized and disciplined, almost militaristic management of everyone. She likely feared that someone might awaken a powerful talent and deliberately conceal it. Thus, she wished to keep all classmates' situations under her control. Following this declaration, the other students' reactions were indeed less enthusiastic than before. Yet, it wasn't long before someone responded. That's not a problem. As long as Ling and Chang are willing to lead me, I will certainly follow your guidance. Displaying player panels is a given. I have no objections, but once an organization is formed, will we avoid assigning particularly dangerous tasks to those with weaker abilities? Gao Chang. Of course not. Our organization will be called the Unity and Assistance Group, with the sole purpose of fostering better unity and assistance, so let us not overthink it. Now, Ling has arrived on the first floor to meet us, and all those gathered on the first floor have agreed to Ling's proposal. If anyone wishes to join the team, hurry over to gather. If there are any lone wolves wishing to act independently, don't expect to invoke our camaraderie to compel the Unity and Assistance Group to come to your aid when danger arises. Such statements placed pressure on those wishing to remain free-spirited lone wolves. Meanwhile, those yet to gather increasingly leaned towards joining the team. Finally, Jiang Ye's clone reached the elevator. With a chime, the elevator doors opened. Chapter 5 Encountering Classmates inside the opened elevator was a square, column-like spaced IT appeared no different from a standard elevator, except for the dim lighting, which emitted a faint red glow. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye ultimately stepped into the elevator. He was, of course, reluctant to join any Unity and Assistance Group and be subject to someone else's control. After all, once such an organization is formed, the ultimate beneficiaries will invariably be the leaders, while ordinary members will inevitably become mere pawns. In critical situations, those with weaker abilities might very well be sacrificed as cannon fodder. Jiang Ye's nature was already one of reticence, so he naturally wished to covertly operate as a lone wolf. However, it was easy to surmise. Once Wang Lingling and Gao Chang explicitly proposed the establishment of the Unity and Assistance Group, those determined to remain independent would likely face exclusion and targeting by the collective. Clearly, only the stronger suited to act as lone wolves. Those lacking strength might find their circumstances far worse than if they had joined a team. Jiang Ye currently fell into the category of the weak. Furthermore, given the nature of his talent, joining a team could serve as a means of self-preservation in the early stages. After all, he was unlike others. He could generate an additional clone each day, and becoming part of a team would only involve one clone. His main body and other clones would remain free. Others joining the team would likely face restrictions on their growth. However, as long as he survived, his strength would steadily increase each day. Moreover, as the saying goes, the great hide among the ordinary. If he didn't join the team, he could easily attract the attention of Wang Lingling and Gao Chang. Yet, if the C-level talent clone joined the team, he would likely be perceived as average, unremarkable. Thus, Wang Lingling and Gao Chang would be less inclined to notice him. Consequently, the likelihood of him navigating the initial days within the team unscathed appeared quite promising. Therefore, by the time the elevator reached the first floor, Jiang Ye had made his decision. However, he felt puzzled. Logically, at this juncture, many students should be riding the elevator down to gather on the first floor. Yet the apartment corridor seemed to feature only this singular red-lit elevator. Curiously, throughout his elevator journey, he encountered no one. The elevator did not stop at any floor from the 20th to the 1st. This apartment's elevator likely harbored some peculiarities. Nevertheless, the ride itself had been uneventful. Just as Jiang Ye stepped out of the elevator, a voice exclaimed, "What the hell? What the hell? Jiang Ye, you nearly scared me to death." It was Lu Shen, the mathematics representative from Class 1, known as Lu God. He was the type to excel in science and mathematics, scoring full marks, yet faltering in language and English. Clearly startled by Jiang Ye's sudden appearance, he patted his chest and exhaled. "Phew, I just stepped out of the elevator, and how did you follow right behind me? I thought I was seeing ghosts." As he spoke, he turned back to the elevator. "This elevator seems genuinely problematic. There's only this one, yet we emerged without encountering one another." Just then, the elevator doors opened again. This time, Ruowan from Class 2 stepped out. With her fair skin, round face, and large eyes, she embodied a blend of gentleness and cuteness. Although not in the same class, she clearly recognized the prominent figure, Lu Shen. As soon as she exited the elevator, her eyes lit up with surprise as she called out, "Lu God, what are you doing here by the elevator? Are you waiting for someone?" Lu Shen, being quite familiar, immediately clarified, "I'm not waiting for anyone. I just stepped out of the elevator, and we happened to arrive simultaneously. I suspect there might be an issue with this elevator." Upon hearing this, Ruowan instinctively shrank her neck and hurried to hide behind him, displaying a hint of apprehension. It was at this moment that she noticed Jiang Ye, paused for a moment, then spoke up, "You are the one from Class 1. Clearly, she did not recognize Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye introduced himself. "I'm Jiang Ye. Right, Jiang Ye." Ruowan feigned recognition to mask her embarrassment at not knowing him. Jiang Ye was indifferent. He preferred to remain inconspicuous, wishing that no one paid him any mind. Lu Shen, having no success in investigating the elevator, shrugged and remarked, "Well, if there's a problem, there's a problem. As long as it's not dangerous. That's what matters. By the way, how about you two? What are your talents and combat abilities?" Ruowan, evidently possessing considerable talent, promptly responded, I awakened a B-grade talent, affinity with space elements, and subsequently comprehended the initial passive skill. Personal space. Upon hearing this, both Lu Xun and Jiang Ye were taken aback. After all, some classmates had previously revealed their talents in the chat group. Most of the elemental affinities were related to metals, water, fire, earth, and so forth, with wind, lightning, and ice being exceedingly rare. Wang Lingling's dark attribute talent was even more uncommon. Some scholars speculated that among elemental affinities, there might even be light attributes. Yet, no one had anticipated the existence of such a unique attribute as space. And by Ruowan possessed the talent of affinity with space elements. Although it was merely a B-grade talent, it was likely rarer and stronger than the average elemental B-grade talents. By Ruowan herself was quite pleased with her rare talent. However, akin to how scholars often lament about their exam performances, she deliberately feigned distress, lamenting, "This talent doesn't seem that impressive. My skill, personal space, can only store items and lacks any offensive capability." Lu Xun quickly reassured her. While personal space may lack offensive power, it's incredibly convenient for everyday use. Moreover, this is just the initial skill. You might comprehend even stronger space-based skills in the future. For instance, skills like spatial teleportation or spatial blades mentioned in novels. Especially spatial blades, which can literally tear apart space. Perhaps they can ignore all forms of defense. As Lu Xun spoke, he became somewhat animated. His gaze toward Bai Ruowan reflected both envy and complexity. Deep down, Bai Ruowan felt a tinge of pride, yet she continued to feign distress, saying, "Alas, comprehending skills I see that's simple. Enough about me. What talent did you awaken, Lu Xun?" Lu Xun shook his head, feigning sorrow. "Alas, I am truly unfortunate. I awakened merely a C-grade talent, affinity with fire elements." Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Lu Xun to possess a C-grade talent, just like his own avatar. However, it was understandable that among classmates, those with C-grade talents would likely be the most numerous, belonging to the mediocrity tier. That moment, Bai Ruowan looked at Lu Xun with an unmistakable hint of regret. Yet soon, Lu Xun added, "However, perhaps my comprehension ability is decent. Although my talent is only C-grade, I have initially comprehended a C-grade skill, Rain of Fire, and a D-grade skill, Explosive Fireball." This revelation astonished both Bai Ruowan and Jiang Ye. After all, based on information shared in the group, most students typically comprehended skills that were 1 or 2 levels lower than their talent level. There were even students who possessed talents without comprehending any skills, including the prominent figures Gao Chang and Wang Lingling, who, despite awakening S-grade talents, had not comprehended any corresponding S-grade skills. Yet here was Lu Xun, with only a C-grade talent, simultaneously comprehending both a C-grade and a D-grade skill. This suggested that Lu Xun's comprehension ability was exceptionally high. If he could elevate his talent level later, he could potentially achieve remarkable accomplishments. Moreover, judging solely by skills, Lu Xun's initial skill levels could rival those of B-grade and even A-grade talent holders. Upon realizing this, Bai Ruowan could no longer afford to underestimate Lu Xun and praised, "Lu Xun, you truly live up to your name. Your comprehension ability is undoubtedly superior to that of the average person. It's just uncertain whether you'll have the opportunity to elevate your talent level in the future." Lu Xun wore a face of lament. "That's why I say I'm unfortunate. Despite my decent comprehension ability, my talent level is lacking. Enough about me. Jiang Ye, what about you? What talent did you awaken?" Jiang Ye maintained his usual aloof demeanor, rarely speaking unless approached. When asked, he replied without much emotion, "I awakened a C-grade talent, affinity with metal elements, and initially comprehended a D-grade skill, Golden Light Technique." Lu Xun confirmed. "Only one D-grade skill, Golden Light Technique?" Jiang Ye nodded. Lu Xun further mused, "It seems that generally, C-grade talents awaken D-grade or E-grade skills." As he spoke, he seemed concerned that Jiang Ye might misinterpret his words and added, "I didn't mean to imply that your C-grade talent isn't good. I'm just analyzing the usual circumstances." Clearly, with Jiang Ye's ordinary C-grade talent as a comparison, Lu Xun felt increasingly that his comprehension ability was extraordinary, surpassing that of the average person. It was just unfortunate that he had only awakened a C-grade talent. If he had awakened an S-grade talent, he might have directly comprehended an S-grade skill. At that time, he could probably overshadow even Gao Chang and Wang Lingling. Such a pity, Lu Xun felt a deep sense of unfulfillment and helplessness. Meanwhile, while Jiang Ye's avatar conversed with Lu Xun and Bai Ruowan, Jiang Ye's real body was not idle. He did not continue lounging on the sofa but quickly inspected his 250 square meter apartment. The purpose of this inspection was to check for any surveillance cameras, concerned that the apartment manager might discover his avatar's existence. However, he unexpectedly found no cameras but did discover a dim bronze treasure chest reflected in the glass of the luxurious cloakroom. Chapter 6. The bronze treasure chest. When Jiang Ye first spotted it, he initially thought it was simply an antique brass box and was about to overlook it. However, he suddenly felt that the bronze texture of the box clashed entirely with the style of the lavish cloakroom, prompting him to return for another look. Upon retrieving it, he was astonished to find that it was indeed a bronze treasure chest. It was worth noting that Wang Lingling's first reward for reaching level 1 was merely a black iron chest. Yet Jiang Ye had discovered a bronze treasure chest within his own apartment. His first instinct was to suspect some kind of trap. However, after a careful inspection, he found no hidden dangers. He then grabbed a drying rack and cautiously hid behind the kitchen island dining table before daring to attempt to open the treasure chest from a distance. With a tinkling sound, the chest opened without any danger. Inside lay a black mask. Lacking any investigative skills, Jiang Ye could not discern the specific effects of the mask. Meanwhile, his avatar had already accompanied Lu Xun and Bai Ruowan to the gathering spot on the first floor. The entirety of the apartment's first floor did not feature any individual rooms for accommodation. Instead, resembling a hotel lobby, it boasted a vast hall. The students gathering on the first floor were currently congregated in this hall. Near the entrance of the hall, there was a front desk manned by a middle-aged man with a rather indifferent expression, seemingly the rumored apartment manager. A large group of students, led by Wang Lingling and Gao Chang, was presently negotiating something with the manager at the front desk. When Jiang Ye and the others arrived in the hall, they were unable to approach the front desk directly and were intercepted by Yu from Class 2. Yu claimed to be a recorder assigned by Wang Lingling, specifically tasked with documenting the player panels and apartment numbers of the new members joining the mutual assistance group. Liu Shan, being a top student in his senior year with good rapport, agreed to have his data recorded and then proactively inquired of Yu, "Can we view the records of this mutual assistance group?" Yu readily affirmed, "Yes, you can." Lingjie and Changgu made it clear that our mutual assistance group is established for sharing information and resources. Therefore, this record is essentially public. Everyone can view it. Perhaps due to the impressive panel data displayed by Lu Xun and by Ruowan, Yu was quite enthusiastic in his explanation. "I have already recorded the player panels of over 30 classmates, with the majority possessing C-grade and D-grade talents, probably more than 20 in total. Among these 20, several have not comprehended any skills. As for E-grade and F-grade talents, there are 3 individuals who have not comprehended any skills, essentially rendering them useless. In contrast, your situation, Lu Xun and Jiang Ye, is quite good. You both have comprehended decent skills. Especially you, Lu Xun, having comprehended a C-grade skill, you can definitely be regarded as the top among C-grade talent holders. In the early stages, you should even be stronger than some B-grade talent holders. Among our mutual assistance team of over 30 people, you should rank within the top 5. It was evident that Yu held Lu Xun in high esteem. However, Jiang Ye felt somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Lu Xun to rank in the top 5. Given this situation, his C-grade talent and D-grade skill might also place him in the upper middle tier. Lu Xun was equally astonished. Upon examining the record book, he discovered that among the 30-plus entries, there was only one individual with an A-grade talent. Moreover, that individual had only comprehended one C-grade skill. Among those with B-level talents, excluding Bai Ruowan, there are a total of 5 individuals. However, 4 of them have only comprehended D-level skills, while only one has attained a C-level skill. If we were to rank solely by the level of skills, Lu Xun could indeed secure a position within the top 5. In light of this, Lu Xun's earlier feelings of melancholy regarding his awakening of a C-level talent dissipated significantly. What if his talent is mediocre? His comprehension surpasses that of others, allowing him to excel nonetheless. However, Lu Xun quickly lamented, upon closer inspection, the situation of our mutual assistance group seems quite dire. With veteran players appearing in 8 days, will we be able to cope? Yu also felt a wave of melancholy. Alas, let's discuss the matters of 8 days hence when we reach that point. Moreover, our mutual assistance group currently consists of just over 30 members. Perhaps amongst those who join later, there will be some with considerable strength. At that moment, while Yu and Lu Xun were conversing, Jiang Ye discreetly skimmed through the record book. Among the 30-odd students, most possessed elemental or enhancement-type talents. Elemental talents pertain to affinities with elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, allowing them to comprehend corresponding skills. Enhancement-type talents predominantly include attributes like physical enhancement and energy enhancement. However, there was also one student with visual enhancement who simultaneously comprehended a reconnaissance skill. A student with auditory enhancement had not grasped any skills, while another with sound enhancement had learned a soundwave skill. Additionally, martial arts mastery should also fall under enhancement-type talents, having comprehended a skill called Fervent Strike. Among these, the most peculiar enhancement talent belonged to Xiao Yudi, who possessed comprehension enhancement. Jiang Ye was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that even comprehension could be enhanced. It made him wonder what talents might arise from his clone on subsequent days. However, it was curious that Xiao Yudi, despite his enhanced comprehension, had not learned any skills. Perhaps he had a wealth of comprehension but lacked other talents. If Xiao Yudi were to possess additional talents, he might just soar to great heights. Yet, many situations remained unclear, and no one knew if others could still acquire additional talents or if their existing talents could be elevated further. Regardless, after examining the record book, Lu Shen felt a surge of confidence. Yu Ziyu regarded him with ample respect and inquired, "By the way, Lu Shen, have you discovered a black iron treasure chest in your apartment?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye perked up his ears. Lu Shen was taken aback. "What do you mean? There are treasure chests in the apartment? I didn't see any. What the hell? Why hasn't anyone mentioned this in the chat group? I'm going back to look right now." "Hey, Lu Shen, don't get too excited." Yu Ziyu chuckled helplessly and quickly clarified, "Not every apartment has a treasure chest. Among our current group of over 30, only Su Ruowan from Class 1 has discovered a black iron treasure chest in her apartment. Inside, there was a red fruit, which she feared might be poisonous and thus did not dare to consume. After bringing it to the mutual assistance group, Chen Yuqin used a reconnaissance skill to determine that it was a spiritual fruit that increases energy. Our sisters Ling and Chang were quite generous, showing no intent to monopolize Su Ruowan's fruit. Subsequently, Su Ruowan ate the fruit, and her energy attribute increased by 0.5 points. Other students have also gone back to search, but they found no treasure chests in their apartments. Thus, Chang speculated that the probability of treasure chests appearing is rather low. However, each floor of the apartment has many rooms, and we new players occupy 80 of those rooms. So, it's possible that scattered treasure chests may appear in other apartment rooms. Upon hearing this, Lu Shen immediately thought, but the other apartment rooms might also harbor dangers, right? Could it be that Wang Lingling's leveling up involves battling monsters in other apartments? Yu Ziyu shook his head. Actually, Ling hasn't disclosed her leveling secret yet. She said she would explain everything once everyone has gathered. However, from what I gather, it doesn't seem to involve exploring apartment rooms for monster battles. Moreover, she seems unable to level up to level 2 in the short term. She's also curious about the situation in other apartment rooms, which is why she is currently negotiating with the apartment administrator. If it is confirmed that there are no dangers, Ling should arrange for someone to specifically explore the apartment rooms for more treasure chests. At this point, Jiang Ye, who had been quite silent, suddenly spoke up. "Are the items hidden within those treasure chests all useful? Could there be concealed dangers within them?" Yu Ziyu, upon hearing this, scrutinized Jiang Ye and retorted with a question. "Why? Did you also discover a treasure chest in your apartment?" Jiang Ye quickly shook his head. "No, I merely feel that the apartment we were transported to should inherently carry risks, yet thus far, we seem to have encountered none." Lu Shen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the earlier prompts clearly indicated Doomsday Apartment. I thought that with Doomsday in the title, there would be numerous dangers, akin to a biohazard crisis. Yet, we have not encountered any dangers thus far." Bai Ruowan innocently remarked, "But this is just a novice apartment. It's quite normal for there to be no dangers here, right?" Yu Ziyu also agreed. "Exactly, and we're not entirely without risks. Didn't the previous prompt also mention that failing to pay rent could lead to annihilation?" At this point, he turned to Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ye, your room number is 2025. That S on the 20th floor. Right?" Jiang Ye nodded. "Yes. Then your room is the highest one recorded among us. How much is your daily rent?" Jiang Ye paused for a moment before revealing, "The rent is over 125,000. Upon hearing this figure, Yu Ziyu, Bai Ruowan, and Lu Shen were collectively dumbfounded. Bai Ruowan exclaimed in shock, So expensive? I thought the rent of a few thousand in our group was already exorbitant. How could yours be over 10 times that? You must withdraw from the lease, Jiang Ye nodded. However, before he could speak, Yuziu's expression turned grave. Given your situation, it seems that withdrawing from the lease won't be straightforward. Chapter 7. A massive inheritance earlier. Some students had already inquired with the apartment administrator about the process for lease withdrawal. The rules here stipulate that withdrawing in the morning incurs a 50 penalty fee. Withdrawing in the afternoon incurs an 80 penalty fee. After 10 p.m., the withdrawal channel closes, requiring a full 100 rent payment. Given your exorbitant rent, accumulating half the amount, 60,000, as a penalty fee by morning seems nearly impossible, and if it drags into the afternoon, your 80 penalty fee would soar to 100,000. Your rent alone surpasses the combined rent of the other 79 members. Yuziu appeared conflicted, wanting to say more but hesitating. Both Lu Shan and Bai Ruowan sensed the unspoken implication in his words. Jiang Ye's predicament could very well lead to his annihilation on the first day due to his inability to pay rent. Bai Ruowan, being compassionate, instinctively thought to say, with so many people in the mutual assistance group, we should be able to help Jiang Ye gather enough for the withdrawal penalty, right? However, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. While her heart was soft, she understood clearly that in such an environment, one cannot afford to be overly altruistic. After all, the penalties of 60,000 and 100,000 are no trifling amounts. Yuziu also pointed out that Jiang Ye's rent exceeds the combined total of the other 79 members. To assist Jiang Ye in this situation would likely require a significant sacrifice from all members. But why should they? They are merely classmates, not Jiang Ye's parents. The mutual assistance group is meant for support, not charity. Moreover, Jiang Ye's talent and skills are not critical, and he is not particularly well-liked. Bai Ruowan was familiar with the students from classes 1 and 2 but could not recall Jiang Ye. Thus, in this context, it was unlikely anyone would agree to collectively assist him. Consequently, Bai Ruowan chose to remain silent, pretending not to understand Yuziu's unfinished sentence. Liu Shan shared a similar mindset. He felt it was not that he was unwilling to help, but rather, Jiang Ye's rent was simply outrageous. Hearing Yuziu's words, Jiang Ye felt a slight panic, fearing he might not survive the first day due to his inability to pay rent. Yet, his clone managed to maintain a calm demeanor. After contemplating for a moment, the clone proposed an idea. I recall the earlier prompts mentioned that survival stones can be exchanged for game currency. If I can find a survival stone, I should be able to exchange it for a substantial amount of game currency, potentially covering my exorbitant rent. This was indeed a promising line of thought. However, Yuziu furrowed his brow. But the previous prompt also stated that there are 100 players and 100 survival stones. Those without survival stones at the end of the game will also face annihilation. If you exchange a survival stone for game currency, someone will be annihilated at the conclusion of the game. Jiang Ye calmly countered. But if I were to be annihilated today due to my inability to pay rent, wouldn't that effectively create an additional survival stone? If I cannot even survive the first day, why should I worry about the end of the game? This reasoning held merit. Yuziu hesitated but decided not to dwell on it. Regardless, we haven't found a single survival stone yet. Your idea will only be viable if we manage to locate one on the first day. It is true that Jiang Ye has subtly sensed that even if the mutual aid group manages to find a survival stone on the very first day, it is highly unlikely that they would exchange it for game currency to help him pay his rent. Therefore, he must devise a solution on his own. At this moment, the original Jiang Ye, remaining in the apartment room, ultimately donned the black mask upon his face. Initially, he intended to merely survive for a day, but now the issue of rent loomed over him like a razor-sharp blade, compelling him to take risks for survival. Fortunately, once the black mask was placed upon his face, he encountered no danger. Instead, a warm current surged through him, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of newfound strength. With a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, Jiang Ye swiftly checked his data panel. Jiang Ye, level 0, physical ability 1.6, energy 2.8, combat power 3.5, survival points 0, talent infinite cloning X. What? The talent of infinite cloning had not provided him with enhancements in attributes or combat power. Hence, it must be the black mask that granted him an increase of 1 point in physical ability and 2 points in energy. This attribute directly surpassed that of his first clone. However, in terms of combat power, it still lagged behind that of the first clone. Thus, it could be inferred that talents and skills also influence combat power. His original form possessed mere attributes but lacked usable skills, resulting in persistently low combat power. Yet beyond the enhancement of attributes, it seemed the mask possessed additional effects. As Jiang Ye calmed his thoughts, he felt as though he had not merely grown stronger, but also lost his hair. He hurried to the bathroom to glance at the mirror. To his astonishment, he encountered a stranger, a bald uncle. Startled, Jiang Ye nearly believed some sinister force was at play. However, he quickly realized that it was not a malevolent trick, but rather the disguise effect brought about by the mask. When he removed the mask, the bald uncle in the mirror transformed back into his own handsome visage. Donning the mask once more resulted in the return of the bald appearance. After repeating this process, Jiang Ye was astonished to discover that the disguise effect of the mask exceeded his wildest expectations. Typically, the human skin masks found in martial arts novels merely alter one's facial appearance. Yet this disguise mask could even change hairstyle and body shape. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. With this newfound ability, Jiang Ye's mind began to race. Initially, he had worried. If both his original form and clones ventured out of the apartment, what if someone discovered two Jiang Yes? Wouldn't his secret of cloning be compromised? But now, armed with this disguise mask, it would be much easier for his original self to explore outside. However, with 80 new players being high school seniors, if they stumbled upon a bald uncle, it could instantly spark attention and speculation. While he remained caught in this dilemma, Jiang Ye suddenly froze in realization. He had just noticed that the bald uncle in the mirror had vanished. Raising a hand to touch his face, he then discovered he was invisible. Only when he removed the mask did he reveal himself again. When he donned the mask, his reflection disappeared once more. Incredible. Thus, the black mask, in addition to its disguise capability, surprisingly also possessed an invisibility effect. Therefore, its overall attributes amounted to Physical Ability 1, Energy 2, Effect 1, Disguise, Effect 2, Invisibility. This was merely a bronze-grade item. How astonishingly powerful it was! In comparison, Ruowan's fruit from the black iron chest, which only increased energy by 0.5, seemed utterly disappointing. However, as Jiang Ye reflected, he realized that such a comparison was unjust. Ruowan's attribute gain was likely a permanent enhancement. Others could not seize it. Conversely, while the mask provided greater attribute boosts, it could indeed be stolen by others. Moreover, it was crucial to note that it was obtained from a bronze chest. Viewed in this light, the items within bronze chests offered substantial benefits to the current novice players. If Jiang Ye could continue to uncover bronze chests, his hopes of surviving the first day would significantly increase. Yet, finding bronze chests was no easy feat. At this moment, Jiang Ye calmed himself and suddenly pondered. Perhaps the bronze chests were a form of compensation for the exorbitant rent he faced. Otherwise, players assigned to luxurious apartments would surely not survive the first day. If he analyzed it from this perspective, could he conclude that the more luxurious the apartment, the higher the probability of encountering bronze chests? Thus, if he wished to acquire more bronze chests, he should focus on the opulent apartments on the top floors? Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's original self was engrossed in strategizing about the bronze chests in his apartment room, while his clone, alongside Shen and by Ruowan, had joined the mutual aid group at the front desk of the lobby. Upon officially joining the mutual aid group, they quickly shared some basic information about the apartment. This primarily included the special facilities mentioned by Gao Chang during his call for everyone to gather on the first floor. These special facilities were divided into two categories, those for earning money and those for spending it. The money-making facilities were of utmost concern to the students, as they represented their means of paying rent. There were 4 primary service bases: errand running, tutoring, cleaning, and personalized services. The first 3 were quite self-explanatory. Errand running functioned similarly to a delivery person, responsible not only for delivering meals but also for parcels. Tutoring involved providing lessons to residents with children, albeit with potentially unique content. Wink with a frown. Cleaning was straightforward, offering home cleaning services. As for personalized services, residents could request various private services, such as haircuts, massages, or pet care. This last category was particularly nuanced, with some male students jokingly speculating about the possibility of more unique services. This led to various eye rolls from their female counterparts. Additionally, within the 4 money-making models, there was a special stipulation. When providing these 4 types of services, players were restricted to the floor of their own apartment. For example, if Zhang San resided on the 8th floor, he could only offer services to those living on the 2nd to 8th floors. If Li Si lived on the 18th floor, he could serve residents from the 2nd to the 18th floors. Furthermore, the higher the floor of the resident being served, the more service fees could be earned. At this moment, Jiang Ye's advantage of living on the 20th floor became apparent. He could cater to residents from the 2nd to the 20th floors, naturally earning money at a faster rate. However, some academically inclined peers had already analyzed that Jiang Ye, despite working tirelessly throughout the day, would likely still be unable to pay his rent. While it was true that higher floors facilitated quicker earnings, the overall cost efficiency remained absurdly low. Earning 2,000 to 3,000 game coins in a day would already be his limit. 12,000 was utterly unattainable. Even the 10,000 penalty for breaking the lease was still beyond his reach. His only hope lay in exchanging survival stones for game coins. Yet, at this stage, the students had no leads on survival stones. Thus, Jiang Ye was highly likely to perish on the first day. However, the attitude of his peers towards him had become somewhat nuanced. Although Jiang Ye was unlikely to survive, his tireless efforts could still earn him 2,000 to 3,000 game coins. This hefty sum could cover several others' rent for 10 days. Consequently, the other students actively comforted him, painting optimistic scenarios involving survival stones. They encouraged him not to abandon hope for survival and to focus on working hard to earn money first. Perhaps in the course of his diligent labor, he might fortuitously discover a survival stone. Figures like Gao Chang, who were revered leaders, even took the time to reassure him. I believe that heaven will surely favor every diligent individual. Who knows? Perhaps a survival stone is lying in wait for you to discover while you labor away. Listening to this, Jiang Ye felt a mix of amusement and skepticism. However, deep down, he had not completely relinquished hope. After all, if his assumptions were correct, higher floors indeed increased the probability of encountering bronze chests. Chapter 8. The secret of leveling up beyond this. The advantages of higher floors were also reflected in the apartment's consumption facilities. Similar to the 4 service bases in the work model, the consumption model also had 4 facilities. Training room, a place to enhance personal combat power through professional training, including attribute enhancement and skill comprehension. Challenge room, a venue for battling ferocious beasts to hone combat awareness. Wink with a frown. Duel room, accessible to users residing on the 20th floor or higher, allowing them to compete against other novice apartment players, with victors winning the game currency wagered by the losers. The 4th consumption facility was the apartment mall. The apartment mall was subdivided into low-end mall and high-end mall. The low-end mall primarily provided ordinary consumables such as food, shopping, and entertainment, which also exist in the real world. Meanwhile, the high-end mall restricted access to users residing on the 20th floor and above. However, merely entering required a ticket costing 1,000 game coins. Based on the analysis of academically gifted students, it was highly probable that the high-end mall would directly sell treasure chests or treasure chest items. Clearly, under this consumption model, the privileges of residents on the 20th floor and above were further highlighted. The gazes of Jiang Ye's peers toward him grew increasingly complex. Wang Lingling, a bespectacled girl exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of Shiho Mayano from Detective Conan, adjusted her glasses and stated with clarity, "The entire setup of the apartment facilities evidently guides players to reside on higher floors. Because higher floors yield faster earnings, along with access to more upscale consumption, it is more conducive to players' growth. However, from my analysis, players would likely need to accumulate resources over the first few days to have a chance of moving to higher floors. Otherwise, like Jiang Ye, who resides on a high floor from day one, it would be exceedingly difficult to pay rent." Speaking thus, she turned her gaze specifically towards Jiang Ye, calmly reassuring him. "However, Jiang Ye, you needn't worry. The very purpose of our mutual aid group is to ensure that everyone survives. If we find the survival stone on our first day, and you genuinely cannot afford the rent, I am willing to exchange it for game currency to cover your rent for that day." Wang Lingling spoke with unwavering conviction, her demeanor earnest, leaving the entire mutual aid group somewhat perplexed. Some students privately mused, is she really going to waste a survival stone just to pay Jiang Ye's rent? If someone truly finds a survival stone, wouldn't Jiang Ye be getting it for free? That's simply unfair. Jiang Ye keenly sensed the unusual glances directed at him. Wang Lingling noticed this too, and promptly added, "However, our mutual aid group is not a charitable organization. Helping you with your rent is merely to ensure your survival. Yet, I hope you will endeavor to repay that amount later. Furthermore, if our mutual aid group consists of 80 members, and we only manage to gather 79 survival stones, the one left without a stone will inevitably be you. I trust you can comprehend this. Naturally, if an opportunity arises to seize a survival stone from veteran players, we shall assist you. After all, the core intention of our mutual aid group is to ensure all students can survive. And we shall not easily forsake you. Wang Lingling spoke with sincerity. However, Jiang Ye, inherently indifferent, remained unmoved, instead perceiving this classmate from the second class as a master of rhetoric. On one hand, she had placated him, the ultimate laborer, allowing him to focus on working diligently to amass a substantial fortune on the first day. On the other, she had effectively garnered the support of many. Her words were not solely directed at him, but primarily aimed at the members of the mutual aid group. These 18-year-old students, inexperienced in the ways of the world, would likely be deeply touched by her speech. Coupled with the psychology of admiration, their loyalty would only deepen, compelling them to obediently follow her lead. Gao Chang likely sensed that Wang Lingling's standing within the mutual aid group far surpassed his own, and thus hastily inquired, "Are there any other students, apart from Jiang Ye, facing pressure regarding rent?" Ruowan, is your rent of over 2,000 manageable? Ruowan, a top student with an independent disposition, disliked troubling others. After a moment's thought, she stubbornly replied, "If I act swiftly, I should be fine." Gao Chang nodded. "Indeed, we must act promptly. It serves no purpose for us all to linger here waiting for everyone to gather. I propose we split up and take action now. You shall remain here to welcome any new members joining our mutual aid group. The rest of you can immediately set out to earn game currency." This suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from the students. Yes, we can no longer afford to dawdle. We must earn money swiftly. Although I can easily earn my rent today, I wish to save more, enhancing my capabilities through the consumption model. Me too. I haven't even grasped my skills yet. I can hardly wait to experience the training room. Sigh. I used to think studying was tough, but now I realize money is what truly matters. Earn money. Earn money. However, one student promptly raised a concern. But what about the secret of leveling up? Sister Lingling has yet to mention it? At this moment, Wang Lingling decided to reveal the information without reservation, proactively stating, "After leaving our respective apartments, everyone headed towards the corridor illuminated by red light, eventually locating the red light elevator. Has anyone attempted to explore in the opposite direction of the red light?" This question was posed. Shen immediately responded, "I ventured in that direction. However, the further I went, the darker it became. Eventually, I could see nothing at all, not even the doors or numbers of the apartments. Fearing hidden dangers, I quickly turned back. Soon, other students echoed him. I also walked a bit but found it too dark and promptly retreated. Could it be that Sister Lingling encountered danger while exploring that direction and then leveled up by defeating monsters? Sister Lingling, how strong were the monsters you faced? For those of us with low combat power, it seems unlikely we could hope to level up at this time." Wang Lingling's expression turned serious as she quickly explained, "Indeed, I leveled up while exploring that direction. However, I truly have no understanding of what transpired. Like Lu Shun, I walked a short distance but found it too dark to proceed further. Unlike him, I possessed an A-grade skill called Shadow Clone. Thus, I dispatched my Shadow Clone to continue exploring that direction. I lack a perspective from my clone, so I am unaware of its experiences. When I suddenly received the notification of leveling up, I was quite astonished. However, the heavy toll came shortly after my upgrade when my Shadow Clone perished. I will likely have to wait until tomorrow to use that skill again." As she spoke, a hint of pain flickered across Wang Lingling's expression. Originally, her Shadow Clone was meant to serve as a powerful ally. Yet it had perished in the process of exploring the corridor. She felt that neither the upgrade nor the rewards from the black iron treasure chest could compensate for this loss. Gao Chang pondered briefly before curiously asking, "I wonder, what was your Shadow Clone's combat power?" Wang Lingling bit her lip and replied solemnly, conservatively estimating it had close to 20 combat power. Hiss! Upon hearing this, the students gasped in astonishment. They had not expected that Wang Lingling's mere clone was already 4 to 5 times stronger than them. The key point was that this clone had ultimately perished. Had they continued to delve deeper into that corridor, they likely would have had no hope of leveling up and would have met their demise instead. Moreover, It seemed virtually impossible for Wang Lingling to continue leveling up to level 2 now. Lu Xian, too, felt a chill of fear. Wow! Fortunately, I sensed something amiss and turned back in time. Otherwise, I might have met my end. However, almost immediately after he expressed his sentiments, a piercing scream erupted among the students. Ding ding, what are you shouting about? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Exactly, ding ding. What S with the sudden exclamation? The students turned their attention to Ding Ding from the second class, who appeared pale and terrified. You all? Quickly look at the chat group. The chat group? I didn't notice any astonishing messages. No, it's not a message. It's the member list. Hurry and look at the member list. The previous 8080 has now changed to 7880. What? What does this mean? 2 people have gone offline. Offline? How could one go offline? I haven't seen anywhere to exit the game. Are you stupid? Going offline likely means they are dead. So just now, 2 of our classmates are gone. No, it can't be. People are gone? It's Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan from the second class. They must have explored in the opposite direction of the corridor's red light and were devoured by some monster. Hiss, please stop talking. I'm getting scared. Thank goodness we formed a mutual aid group. Otherwise, if I saw the member list decrease alone, I would have been too terrified to step outside. But what if we encounter danger while running errands to earn rent? Upon hearing this, the once enthusiastic students now felt a surge of anxiety. Just as Gao Chang and Wang Lingling attempted to calm everyone, Jiang Ye's mood turned somber. In fact, upon learning that Wang Lingling had leveled up, a thought had flashed through his mind. He suspected that Wang Lingling might have achieved her level through killing. Although he knew Wang Lingling had not taken any lives, Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan might have perished at the hands of a fellow student. After all, those who had not gathered might also speculate that Wang Lingling had leveled up through murder. With such thoughts, there was potential for corresponding actions. Yet, this remained merely Jiang Ye's conjecture, that moment. A slightly plump girl among the classmates suddenly choked back tears, exclaiming, Fan Yuhang might have met with an accident while exploring the corridor, but Chen Yuan is my best friend. She is particularly timid, and I truly find it hard to imagine her exploring the corridor like Sister Lingling or Lu Shan. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately grew serious, analyzing. Indeed, as long as one does not venture deep into the corridor, there should be no danger. Chen Yuan, being a timid girl, is unlikely to have actively explored the depths of the corridor. Therefore, it stands to reason that she should not have fallen victim to the dangers lurking within. Wang Lingling's mind raced and she swiftly interjected. Are you suggesting that she was murdered? Lu Shan nodded. Not just her. Fan Yuhang likely met the same fate. They nearly vanished from the member list simultaneously. Thus, I speculate they may have encountered one or more fellow students while heading down to gather. Given that they were all classmates, they would have been completely unguarded, and then, Lu Shan's words trailed off. Yet the implication was already all too clear. Many students displayed expressions of fear and disbelief. Those classmates who found it hard to believe immediately retorted, Impossible. We are all classmates, and we haven't even killed a chicken before. How could we suddenly resort to murder? Exactly, and to kill 2 at once. This speculation is far too malicious. I also believe that the 2 of them must have been killed by other monsters in the apartment while they were out together. Many classmates were unable to accept the notion that one of their own had begun to take lives. Lu Shan wore an expression of exasperation. Don't you usually keep up with the news? Haven't you heard about high school students committing murder or even burying their victims alive? And it's not just high school students. Even middle schoolers and elementary school kids have committed murder. In a large world, there are all kinds of creatures. Such occurrences already exist in reality, and in this apocalyptic apartment, the issues will only be magnified. You all are so naive. To label my reasonable speculation as malicious is simply. Lu Shan was truly at a loss for words. However, Wang Lingling suddenly pressed down on him and then turned to the classmates to reassure them. Lu Shan's analysis holds some truth, but your thoughts are also quite normal. However, as the saying goes, we should harbor no ill intent, but also remain vigilant against others. I hope that none of our mutual aid group will include those who would actively take lives. At the same time, I urge everyone to keep a watchful eye on your fellow classmates, lest you be harmed by someone you trust. I believe that if any of you do indeed suffer malicious attacks from classmates, you should immediately leave the perpetrator's information in the chat group. That way, even in the face of misfortune, our mutual aid group can help you seek retribution. Wang Lingling's words were thoughtful and successfully endeared her to many. Seeing this, Gao Chang attempted to assert his presence again, suggesting that he and Wang Lingling should investigate the cause of Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan's death. If they could find the bodies of the two, perhaps they could discern whether they had been killed by a classmate or a monster. However, Wang Lingling calmly shook her head. We can only reach the floor where our apartment is located. And if Chen Yuan and Fan Yuhang died on a higher floor, we would have no chance of finding their bodies. Therefore, instead of wasting time searching for bodies to investigate the cause of death, it would be more prudent for all of you to pay attention while working on each floor. If anyone happens to discover the bodies of the two during their work, we can analyze the cause of death then. This statement clearly made more sense. Gao Chang's expression faltered momentarily. He had just wanted to suggest that Jiang Ye could investigate the higher floors, but Wang Lingling seemed to read his thoughts and added, Jiang Ye could indeed look into the cause of death for those two. But his time spent earning money would create greater value. Moreover, we have already wasted a lot of time. Everyone should act quickly and prioritize paying today's rent. This was indeed the crux of the matter, and the classmates nodded in agreement. Only Gao Chang harbored dissatisfaction towards Wang Lingling, who consistently overshadowed him, especially since she was a girl. He was the one who had initially proposed gathering the classmates. Yet now Wang Lingling seemed to take the lead in every matter. The atmosphere between these two top-tier strongholds was distinctly subtle. However, Jiang Ye was completely unfazed. At that moment, his doppelganger finally had the chance to take action. Among the 4 major service stations, he chose the cleaning job, as it was the only position that could maximize his advantage of being on a higher floor. First and foremost, he dismissed the tutoring job entirely. After all, in this apocalyptic apartment, it was unlikely that anyone would still be learning subjects like languages and math. Thus, the content of the tutoring might be completely unpredictable, and he certainly didn't want to take that risk. Secondly, the special service jobs also had too much uncertainty. Lastly, the errand-running tasks were too fragmented, with each job being a solitary task. While receiving higher-paying errands from higher floors was indeed a possibility, he would also end up with low-paying tasks from lower floors, wasting time. Moreover, errand-running typically only delivered to the doorstep, preventing entry into the higher-floor apartments. Jiang Ye was eager to enter the luxurious apartments in search of bronze treasure chests. Therefore, the cleaning job, which allowed him access to the apartment interiors, not only provided higher earnings but also offered opportunities to find treasure chests, aligning perfectly with his desires. Of course, the cleaning work might also carry its own risks. But ultimately, he had to choose one of the 4 jobs to earn money. The other classmates predominantly opted for errand-running positions, still haunted by the shadow of the 2 deceased classmates. They subconsciously hesitated to engage too closely with other residents of the apartment, making the more limited and seemingly safer task of delivering to doorsteps more appealing. Soon enough, the classmates hurriedly received their work badges from the 4 major service stations and set off with great enthusiasm. Jiang Ye quickly examined the work badge and discovered that each type of job had specific employee levels. For instance, for errand runners, completing a certain number of deliveries would elevate their employee level. The higher the level, the higher the pay per task. Additionally, positive and negative reviews would also impact the elevation of employee levels. Furthermore, the employee levels for the 4 types of work were calculated separately. This meant that the classmates would be better off choosing one job and sticking with it. By continuously accumulating experience and enhancing their employee levels, they would ultimately be able to earn money more quickly. It felt somewhat akin to deepening expertise in a particular field to garner promotions and raises. With this in mind, Jiang Ye, who had limitless doppelgangers, possessed a tremendous advantage in earning money through work. While others could only earn money through one job, he could organize a team of doppelgangers to maximize their efforts. Moreover, as time went on and the number of doppelgangers increased, the speed at which he earned money would undoubtedly skyrocket. However, the thought of 2 classmates already having lost their lives, compounded by the exorbitant rent, filled Jiang Ye with unease. He was incredibly eager to quickly obtain a second or even 3rd doppelganger. Yet, he was uncertain about the specific price he would have to pay to generate these doppelgangers. Chapter 10. The disappearing package. If only he could quickly find the survival stone. That item would undoubtedly be immensely valuable and might even be used to increase the number of his doppelgangers. However, that item would likely not be easy to find, Jiang Ye suspected, since there was a distinction between levels above and below the 20th floor in both the work and consumption modes, that the precious survival stone would most likely be distributed on floors above the 20th. At this moment, Jiang Ye felt a bit overly eager. He instinctively reached for a cleaning task on a higher floor. For example, the cleaning task on the 20th floor would earn him a staggering 800 game coins. The high earnings and the greater opportunities to find treasure chests and survival stones were undeniably enticing. However, just as the work badge prompted him with, "Are you sure you want to accept this task?" Jiang Ye ultimately regained his composure. He was also an 18-year-old high school senior, but having lost his mother at a young age, and with his father working long hours, he had been raised in various relatives' homes. The experience of living under others' roofs had made him more sensitive than his peers. Rather than express himself at length, he preferred to observe the patterns of various situations. He might not be the most intelligent person, but he had developed a set of principles. Often, beneath the visible allure of temptation, there lay hidden risks. A task on the 20th floor not only promised high earnings, but also beckoned with bronze treasure chests and survival stones. Thus, it was highly likely that its level of danger far exceeded that of the lower floors. Yet, would he abandon this opportunity to take on a safer task on a lower floor? If he failed to earn enough rent on his first day, he would still meet the same grim fate. In that moment, Jiang Ye found himself in a quandary. Given his current abilities, accepting the task on the 20th floor would essentially be tantamount to courting death. But if he didn't take that risk, he wouldn't be able to pay the rent either, leading to the same outcome. How should he decide? If only he could enhance his strength a bit before taking on the 20th floor task. Perhaps he could first accept tasks on the lower floors while searching for treasure chests to build his strength before returning to the 20th floor. However, that would be far too time-consuming. Tasks that allowed entry into the apartment rooms typically took several hours to complete. Additionally, the probability of finding treasure chests in lower-floor apartments was quite low. They would most likely yield only the most basic black iron treasure chests, which wouldn't be of much help. Was there no way to rapidly and efficiently enhance his strength? Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Shan, holding his errand-running badge, approached him and initiated conversation. "What's wrong? Jiang Ye? Why aren't you hurrying to complete your task?" As he spoke, he leaned in to glance at Jiang Ye's badge and remarked appreciatively, "Given your unique circumstances, cleaning would indeed allow you to earn money more swiftly." He assumed Jiang Ye felt uncomfortable and sought to comfort him. "This apocalyptic apartment is essentially like a game. We are all just workers now, and no one will ridicule those who clean. We are all here to earn money. There's nothing to be ashamed of." Jiang Ye nodded in gratitude and explained, "It's not that I disdain this job. I'm just concerned about the unknown dangers it might entail." Lu Shan understood this, as everyone was apprehensive in this strange and eerie environment. Fortunately, they were all familiar classmates. Otherwise, if surrounded by strangers, their fears would likely be magnified. Lu Shan, quick-witted, promptly suggested, "Actually, considering your situation, aside from working, there is another option. In the consumption mode, there's the battle room. The lowest level battle mode only requires 100 to participate. If you win against players from other apartments, not only do you get your 100 back, but you also win the opponent's money. This is also a very viable way to earn money. If I met the conditions to use the battle room, I would have loved to give it a try." Jiang Ye had indeed considered the prospect of earning money through the battle room. However, Lu Shan made it sound so simple, as if winning was a guaranteed way to make money. However, this method of making money is, in fact, rather slow and unstable. Given his limited abilities, the likelihood of triumphing against other competitors in the apartment is genuinely low. Lu Shan seemed to perceive his concerns and proceeded to elaborate. "You needn't worry excessively. If my assumptions are correct, it appears that all of humanity has been transported to one doomsday apartment after another in our apartment. You were initially assigned to the 20th floor. Your capabilities, among the 80 individuals here, are actually somewhat above average. The players assigned to the 20th floor in other apartments were likely chosen at random as well, and their initial abilities may not surpass yours. There's a chance they could even possess only a D-grade talent, lacking in skill comprehension. Considering our apartment circumstances, this probability is quite significant. If fortune favors you when matching against other players, securing a victory shouldn't be overly challenging." It must be acknowledged that Lu Shan's analysis held merit. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ye had opened a bronze treasure chest in his apartment on the 20th floor. If this factor were taken into account, it stands to reason that players on the 20th floor in other apartments likely opened bronze treasure chests as well. Even if their initial talents were not particularly strong, those players could enhance their abilities through the treasure chests. The mask Jiang Ye acquired from his bronze chest was evidently more supportive in nature. Moreover, it was currently in use by his main body. Given this, the odds of his avatar succeeding against the players from other apartments on the 20th floor were genuinely slim, and the speed of earning money was rather average. Unless he could utterly dominate every opponent, it would be a struggle to increase his earning rate. While he was lost in his thoughts, both men were abruptly startled by the cacophony emanating from the direction of the courier service base station. Lu Shun intended to investigate, but Jiang Ye suddenly urged him, "Look at the chat group." Upon glancing, Lu Shun instinctively gasped, tightening his grip on the package in his hand. This reaction was prompted by a message in the chat group from Ding Ding of Class 2, who lamented that the package he was responsible for delivering had gone missing. The consequence of this loss was dire. He had to either recover the package or compensate for its value before midnight today. The package was worth over 8,000. Such a price was far beyond Ding Ding's means. He promptly broke down in tears at the courier service base station. Reading this news, Lu Shun furrowed his brow intensely, soon noticing another classmate's inquiry in the chat group. How can a package go missing? Was it stolen? Surely there's a way to retrieve it. However, the distraught Ding Ding was too consumed by his sorrow to respond to his classmates' questions. Not long after, another message appeared. Gao Chang, damn, my package is missing too. The revelation left all the classmates who had chosen to deliver packages utterly astonished. Gao Chang was one of the top contenders among their peers. How could his package also have vanished? Fortunately, Gao Chang maintained a more stable demeanor than Ding Ding. He quickly continued to message in the chat group. All classmates who opted for delivery, do not take your packages into the elevator. My package disappeared in the elevator. I have no idea what kind of bizarre entity snatched it away. I fumbled around in the elevator for ages, clueless on how to retrieve my package. At this rate, I doubt I can recover it. Compensation seems inevitable. Thankfully, my package is only worth a little over 1,000, so I can manage the compensation. Ding Ding, was your package also lost in the elevator? Ding Ding Chapter 11. Frantic thoughts thus, it was confirmed that the elevator indeed posed a problem. Ding Ding quickly responded in the chat group, indeed. My package also vanished in the elevator, and I have no idea how it suddenly disappeared. I searched high and low, yet I couldn't even identify what stole my package. This shocking news led the classmates to draw a swift conclusion. So, those of us who chose delivery cannot use the elevator, or else our packages will mysteriously vanish. Goodness, I'm glad I haven't entered the elevator yet. But wait, I just took the elevator for my first delivery, and my package didn't go missing, did it? It must be a matter of probability. It's not a guarantee. I feel we can't risk that probability. Otherwise, we might end up like Ding Ding, losing valuable packages that we simply cannot afford to compensate. Gao Chang, it's not just about being unable to afford it. When I lost my package, I received a warning that if a level 1 delivery person loses 3 packages, their account will be suspended. What? Suspended? Does that mean we can no longer do delivery work? So this delivery job can only be done via stairs. Stairs? You expect me to carry a package to the 12th floor using the stairs? It's just the 12th floor. Consider whether it's more exhausting to struggle to deliver the package safely or to risk the elevator, where a single stroke of bad luck could lead to losing it and incurring substantial compensation. Moreover, I suspect that the higher the floor, the more valuable the package, and the compensation amount will be higher. So, we must choose to climb the stairs. Otherwise, gambling with the elevator means we won't earn today's rent. But climbing stairs, while manageable for 1 or 2 trips, how many must I ascend to earn enough for rent? It feels utterly exhausting. Looking at it this way, I think I might as well choose a cleaning job. Wouldn't that be less strenuous? Come on. We've already identified the pitfalls of delivery work. We just need to avoid the elevator. As for cleaning, I'm sure there are pitfalls we haven't discovered, and one misstep could even pose a life-threatening danger. You're absolutely right. I suggest everyone stick to delivery. It may be tiring, but at least it won't be dangerous. Sigh. Fine. I'll go climb the stairs to deliver the package. Goodness, this package I picked up is so heavy. Climbing to the 8th floor is going to be a real struggle. Having learned about the risks of delivery work, the students opting for this job swiftly decided against using the elevator and instead began the arduous ascent up the stairs. Meanwhile, those who had chosen cleaning or other tasks grew increasingly anxious. After all, if delivery work has its pitfalls, other jobs likely harbor their own dangers. If it were merely a matter of compensation, that would be manageable. The real fear lay in the possibility of life-threatening risks. Thus, although the chat group buzzed with complaints about the arduous stair climbing, more and more classmates opted to deliver packages via the stairs. Lu Shun, having perused the chat group, felt fortunate that he had not yet taken the elevator for deliveries. He breathed a sigh of relief and remarked to Jiang Ye, "Climbing stairs will significantly hinder our efficiency. I must act quickly, or else I won't earn enough for today's rent." Jiang Ye? He intended to offer Jiang Ye some advice, but given the high rewards, there were inevitably high risks. Such counsel was indeed difficult to provide. To his surprise, Jiang Ye suddenly put away his cleaning worker badge and declared, "I'll simply climb the stairs to deliver instead." Upon hearing this, Lu Shun couldn't help but furrow his brow. After all, in his view, climbing the stairs for deliveries represented a low-risk, low-reward option. If Jiang Ye relied on this method, the speed of earning would be excruciatingly slow. It would be a sheer waste of his initial allocation to the 20th floor. Lu Shun wished to dissuade him, but upon seeing Jiang Ye's resolute demeanor, he refrained from saying much more. Deep down, he felt quite disappointed in Jiang Ye. He instinctively believed that with such a disposition, Jiang Ye had little prospect for the future and would likely not survive the day. He couldn't be bothered to expend much thought on someone destined to fail, so he merely shook his head slightly and focused on his own delivery tasks. Jiang Ye, however, remained unfazed by Lu Shun's perception of him. He headed directly to the courier service base station and obtained a delivery worker badge. After briefly familiarizing himself with the delivery task rules, he accepted a delivery job to the 8th floor. Presently, deliveries were carried out without the elevator. Instead, he would take the stairs. Interestingly, the apartment featured only one elevator, yet the students never encountered one another within it. Meanwhile, the stairwells numbered 12, arranged in a row, forming 12 safety doors on the first floor. Jiang Ye selected one of these doors and commenced his ascent. Remarkably, during this climbing process, he did not encounter any fellow delivery students. It seemed that both the elevator and the stairs in this apartment had their own peculiarities. As Jiang Ye contemplated this, he quietly ascended to the 6th floor. His delivery task target was the 8th floor, but he suddenly paused in the stairwell on the 6th floor, appearing breathless, as though he could climb no further. Yet, in truth, his dark eyes were discreetly surveying his surroundings. He confirmed that the stairwell was devoid of surveillance and other students. At this moment, Jiang Ye, who had just been panting heavily, suddenly became composed, directing his gaze toward the package he had received for his delivery task. The package resembled the typical cardboard boxes used for deliveries. Sealed with transparent tape, one side bore a white shipping label, indicating the recipient's apartment room number and an order number. Beyond that, there was no additional useful information. After meticulously inspecting the package, Jiang Ye's expression grew serious as he unsheathed the kitchen knife he used for self-defense and sliced open the transparent tape sealing the box. Thus, this package, originally destined for the 8th floor, was opened without authorization. This was, in fact, the true motive behind his choice to undertake the delivery task. Upon learning of Ding Ding and Gao Chang's missing packages, the idea of stealing a package had taken root in his mind, for it was known that a missing package necessitated compensation for its value. In other words, the package itself held worth. The cost of losing a package is merely compensation. Moreover, it is not an immediate reimbursement. Rather, it can be settled before midnight, providing a buffer period. Thus, the notion of Jiang Ye stealing packages becomes entirely feasible. He simply needs to report the package as lost and pay the compensation before the stroke of midnight. Generally, students refrain from such theft due to the high compensation fees for lost packages. If they were to misplace a single package, they might find themselves financially incapacitated. However, Jiang Ye's situation is markedly different. He is already in debt to the apartment for 125,000. Owing a few thousand more in compensation seems inconsequential. Another reason his peers hesitate to steal packages is the uncertainty surrounding their contents. If the items within are of no use, they would be left with an unwarranted debt. Jiang Ye harbors similar concerns. Ultimately, he is driven to this audacious gamble by the exorbitant rent he faces. As he prepares to open the package, his hands tremble with anxiety, fearing the possibility of discovering dangerous items or useless trinkets. Yet, this trembling also stems from a rush of excitement. Should he unearth an item that enhances his strength, his subsequent actions would undoubtedly be bolstered by newfound confidence. Thus, amidst a blend of tension and exhilaration, his trembling hands finally tore open the cardboard box. Chapter 12. Poison Blade Blood Dagger. Beep. Detection indicates that your assigned package number 10086 has been unlawfully opened. Your badge has been automatically reported as lost. Please retrieve the package and complete the delivery before midnight. or you will incur a compensation fee for the lost package, 12,600. Failure to pay the compensation before midnight will result in a deduction of 1 survival point. Should your survival points fall below 0, the player will be obliterated. If you lose more than 3 packages, this badge will be deactivated. A series of notifications appeared on Jiang Ye's badge, resonating directly in his mind. The content aligned perfectly with the information shared by Gao Chang and Ding Ding, revealing that the compensation fee amounts to an astonishing 12,000. This sum surpasses the 8,000 that had left Ding Ding in despair by an additional 4,000. Nevertheless, having already accrued a debt of 125,000 for rent, Jiang Ye is hardly fazed by this additional burden. He quickly steadies his emotions and directs his gaze toward the contents of the package. Inside the box lies a palm-sized dark silver sphere, its surface exuding a distinctly technological metallic feel. The sphere is surprisingly heavy in his hand. Additionally, at the bottom of the sphere, there exists a subtle protrusion. Accidentally brushing against it, the sphere automatically emitted a sound. Beep. Would you like to input your fingerprint to bind this product? Startled by the sudden noise, Jiang Ye instinctively glanced around, ensuring no one was watching before he cautiously responded to the sphere. Yes. Beep. Fingerprint input in progress. Beep. Intelligent companion recognizing the owner. Beep. Your life assistant has been generated, initially named Xiaobing. Would you like to personalize the name? Accompanied by the announcement of the life assistant's generation, the high-tech sphere suddenly sprouted a head and limbs. On its slightly smaller round head, a mini display screen appeared, currently showcasing a jubilant emoticon. Simultaneously, the screen emitted a cheerful childlike voice. Master, Master, I am your life assistant, Xiaobing. Would you like to personalize my settings? Hearing the term life assistant, Jiang Ye felt a chill run down his spine. He had taken a considerable risk by stealing the package in hopes of rapidly enhancing his strength. Furthermore, this is a survival apartment, not a vacation resort. He has no leisure to indulge in a life assistant. What he desires is tangible combat power. Instead, he finds himself saddled with a meager 12,000 in debt for this trivial gadget. Jiang Ye's heart sank with disappointment. With no life to speak of, he certainly lacked the inclination to personalize settings for a life assistant. Thus, he bypassed that step and directly inquired, Xiaobing, can you tell me what you can do? I can provide basic household services, such as cleaning and garbage disposal. I can also offer emotional support, including singing, chatting, and telling jokes. By the way, here is my data panel for your review. As Xiaobing spoke, a data panel materialized on the display screen. Xiaobing, level 0, physical ability 1, energetic 1, combat power 2, talent none, skill, exploration E. Upon viewing the data panel, Jiang Ye's heart sank further. This diminutive figure, with such paltry combat power, is utterly incapable of assisting him, cleaning and providing emotional support. This is of no help in his dire situation. However, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly asked Xiaobing, can you go to the service station to collect a work badge and perform cleaning duties? Xiaobing playfully blinked its eyes. Not possible. The cleaning tasks I can undertake are extremely basic and cannot replace cleaning staff. Moreover, as I lack a physical form, I cannot obtain a service badge. Furthermore, I am unable to perform cleaning duties, errands, tutoring, or any specialized services. Jiang Ye felt utterly despondent. Yet, unwilling to give up, he pressed on, surely you possess even a modicum of combat capability? Well, Xiaobing seemed to ponder for a moment before hesitantly responding. Xiaobing has a self-destruct ability capable of instantly eliminating a player with a combat power not exceeding 10. It can also severely injure those with combat power up to 20. However, activating the self-destruct function will result in Xiaobing departing from you forever. Upon hearing this, the little gadget displayed a crying emoticon on its screen. Jiang Ye felt a flicker of solace at this revelation. Regardless, this self-destruct ability could be regarded as a trump card, albeit one that pales in comparison to its exorbitant price of 12,000. Yet, he had no choice. The package had already been opened. Was he to stuff it back inside? Wait, Jiang Ye suddenly asked Xiaobing, do you know if an open package can be repacked and delivered again? Xiaobing's display showed a stunned expression, quickly answering, generally, as long as the contents show no signs of use and the recipient has not rejected the package. It can indeed be repacked for delivery. Signs of use. Jiang Ye looked at Xiaobing and inquired, Can you erase any signs of use? Xiao Bing responded, you can sever ties with me. But as an intelligent robot, I cannot delete signs of use, unless I am returned to the factory for a factory reset. After this exchange, Jiang Ye realized that Xiao Bing was not entirely useless. It seemed to possess a fair amount of knowledge. He casually asked, do you know where your factory is? Xiao Bing appeared confused, displaying a puzzled expression on the screen. The factory, of course, is at the factory. Jiang Ye was at a loss for words. No. What I mean is your factory also an apartment? No, the place of my origin is not called an apartment. It is called a factory. Factories and apartments are different types of buildings. Factories, apartments. So, in this survival game set in an apartment, are there other buildings beyond the apartment? However, these matters are likely beyond Jiang Ye's current reach. Thus, he decided not to dwell on it. After concealing the mini-robot on his person, he returned to the errand service station to collect his second delivery task. Knowing that if the package contents show no signs of use, there was a chance of repacking for delivery, he felt considerably emboldened. Moreover, with the risk of being deactivated after losing more than 3 packages, he chose a delivery to the 18th floor for his second task. Theoretically, a package destined for a higher floor would likely hold greater value. Hopefully, he would uncover something that could dramatically enhance his strength. Otherwise, with his mounting debts, he might not survive the day. Jiang Ye employed the same tactics, cradling the package as he entered the stairwell. This time, he couldn't be bothered to climb all the way to the 6th floor. Instead, he paused at the corner between the 3rd and 4th floors. Before attempting to steal the package, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. At this juncture, he also glanced at the chat group and was met with shocking news. What is going on? Why is there one less person in the group again? It's Kai Daming from Class 1. I recall he accepted a delivery task. What does this mean? Could there be dangers associated with delivery tasks? Could it be that he encountered danger while exploring some other place during the delivery? I don't know. And what about Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan, who went missing previously? We still haven't found their bodies. No one knows how they died. Sigh. I'm getting more and more frightened. What should I do? I want to go home. I miss my parents. Boo-hoo. Please, stop crying. Does crying solve anything? Your parents aren't here. No one will indulge you. Everyone should be cautious while working. Earn enough for rent quickly and enhance your strength. Things should improve afterward. The atmosphere within the chat group was somber and oppressive. Some of the more timid girls had already succumbed to fear and burst into tears. In Jiang Ye's heart, a weightiness lingered, and his resolve to grow stronger intensified. At that moment, his true self donned a disguise, presenting as a bald figure as he retrieved a courier badge from the errand service base. This process undoubtedly attracted the attention of other errand students. However, they dared not stir trouble. Instead, they whispered among themselves in the chat group, refraining from confronting the bald figure directly. Consequently, Jiang Ye, in his guise, successfully acquired the courier badge along with his first errand task. Meanwhile, his avatar adeptly opened the second parcel. This time, the compensation indicated on the badge reached a staggering 26,000. Inside the cardboard box lay a pitch-black dagger. The blade appeared extremely sharp, faintly glimmering with a red hue. A spark ignited in Jiang Ye's mind, prompting him to retrieve the small ice entity concealed on his person and instructed, "Come, Xiao Bing. Utilize your detection technique to examine this dagger." Of course, Master, Xiao Bing promptly replied. Shortly thereafter, the mini display screen revealed the dagger's details. Toxic blade blood dagger, physical power 4, energy 2, toxic attack 10, probability of triggering deadly poison and bleeding effects. Hiss. The effectiveness of this dagger was undoubtedly far superior to the disguise mask obtained from the bronze treasure chest. Not only did it boast greater attributes, but it also came with the added benefit of toxic attacks. Moreover, it had a chance to trigger deadly poison and bleeding effects. Although the specifics of these effects remained unknown, the majority of new players were generally ill-equipped. Tio put it bluntly, aside from a select few classmates with slightly stronger capabilities. The rest were mere novices. With this dagger in hand, Jiang Ye would undoubtedly outshine 99 of his peers. Even entering the battle room, his chances of victory would surpass those of defeat. However, just as he was about to extract the toxic blade blood dagger with joy, a voice unexpectedly emanated from above the stairwell, from the direction of the 4th floor. "Oh, lucky you, you've unearthed a powerful item." Chapter 13. The unconventional lone warrior. This voice startled Jiang Ye. sending a shiver down his spine and causing his heart to skip a beat. Almost instinctively, he gripped the toxic blade blood dagger tightly. A warm sensation surged through his palm and into his body, bestowing upon him an inexplicable sense of strength. It was this very sensation that helped him regain his composure. Upon regaining his senses, Jiang Ye was not only astonished by the unexpected presence of a voice in the stairwell, but, more significantly, he recognized it. Indeed, as he directed his gaze toward the fourth floor, following the sound, he beheld a familiar figure descending. It was Yang Wancha from Class 1. Yang Wancha, slender in build and clad in a black windbreaker, directly called out his name. "It's you, Jiang Ye." As classmates, it was not surprising that he recognized Jiang Ye. However, the truth was that the somewhat reclusive Jiang Ye and Yang Wancha had shared a modicum of camaraderie. Jiang Ye's aloofness stemmed primarily from his low profile, lacking friends, and belonging to that category of individuals whom both teachers and classmates seldom noticed. Yang Wancha also possessed a certain degree of social awkwardness, but his reputation was particularly poor, as many classmates ostracized him. The root of this animosity seemed to trace back to a rumor from their first year of high school, alleging that Yang Wancha had stolen money. Yet, Jiang Ye had not shared a class with Yang Wancha during their first year and was generally uninterested in gossip. Thus, he had only heard vague whispers about the incident, lacking any detailed understanding. Their paths had crossed during their final year when they found themselves in the same class. It was a Friday when Kai Daming's tablet, which he had secretly brought to school, went missing. Without much investigation, Jiang Ye immediately suspected Yang Wancha. Consequently, their classmates pointed fingers at Yang Wancha, dragging his past allegations into the conversation. Yang Wancha adamantly denied the accusation, but no one believed him and insisted on searching his backpack. Jiang Ye, typically uninterested in such matters, had only joined in because the incessant chatter while he was attempting to solve a physics problem was too bothersome. He quickly found Kai Daming's tablet, which had been cleverly concealed within a textbook-like case, forgotten amidst a pile of books. Ultimately, it was revealed to be a misunderstanding, with Kai Daming merely jokingly praising Yang Wancha's new tablet case, showing no intention of apologizing. The other classmates did not believe an apology was necessary either. Yang Wancha, who had remained taciturn, did not demand an apology. However, he did express his gratitude to Jiang Ye in passing. This brief interaction marked the only conversation between the two socially awkward individuals during their senior year. Jiang Ye had not anticipated encountering Yang Wancha in the stairwell at this moment. Moreover, the demeanor of this individual was entirely transformed from his school days. In school, he always hunched over, avoiding eye contact and shrinking away from others. Yet now, he stood tall, exuding confidence, with an aura that even conveyed a hint of intimidation. The tone in which he had just spoken was one of superiority, a stark contrast to his demeanor at school. Jiang Ye could not suppress his suspicion. Had this fellow undergone possession? Or perhaps, had he been reborn? Of course, it was also possible that this recent environment had catalyzed a swift transformation in Yang Wancha's mindset and presence. Regardless of the potential explanations, Jiang Ye had ample reason to suspect that Yang Wancha's strength was likely formidable. Moreover, just a short while ago, Kai Daming, who had been discovered deceased in the chat group, could very well have met his end at Yang Wancha's hands. Another question lingered. Jiang Ye had previously encountered no other classmates in the stairwell. The other students in the chat group had also confirmed that they had not run into anyone else while ascending the stairs for errands. So why was Yang Wancha present here now? Jiang Ye was filled with confusion and wariness, instinctively tightening his grip on the toxic blade blood dagger. This moment, Yang Wancha had already descended to stand merely a meter away from the stair railing. He chuckled oddly and remarked, "I never expected you to dare to open a parcel." As he spoke, he glanced at the dagger in Jiang Ye's hand, noting that its appearance suggested a compensation value in the thousands. He then cast his gaze toward the life assistant robot beside Jiang Ye, expressing his thoughts. With this little gadget added in, you've accumulated a compensation of 30,000, haven't you? Jiang Ye, gripping the dagger, wore a cautious expression and remained silent. Yang Wancha was not the least bit surprised by his reaction. He casually brushed his fingers against the bracelets adorning both wrists. Jiang Ye recognized that these bracelets must be powerful combat equipment, potentially on par with his toxic blade blood dagger. After inspecting the pair of bracelets, Yang Wancha continued, "Actually, I too have considered the benefits of these parcels. However, unlike you, I don't accept orders and open them myself." Instead, I prefer to rob others of their packages. At this juncture, Jiang Ye felt an escalating sense of tension. His mind raced, desperately contemplating whether Xiao Bing's self-destruct capabilities combined with his toxic blade blood dagger could defeat Yang Wancha. Alternatively, should he attempt to appeal to his emotions and seek to join the robbery crew? Or perhaps send a distress message in the chat group? The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Yang Wancha had come specifically to rob parcels. Though Jiang Ye had already opened this one, it could still be snatched away. And then, silence the witnesses. Kai Daming had most likely met his demise in such a manner. Jiang Ye's heart raced, pounding as if all his blood had surged to his scalp. Yet, the following words from Yang Wancha caught him off guard. Yang Wancha chuckled again, then slowly addressed him. Originally, if I had encountered anyone else, the ensuing narrative would have involved murder and theft of parcels. But it happens to be you, Jiang Ye. I have never subscribed to the notion that good deeds are rewarded with good fortune. Furthermore, you, Jiang Ye, aren't necessarily a good person. However, my friend, you should consider yourself fortunate. While good deeds may not guarantee rewards, those who have aided me, Yang Wancha, will undoubtedly be repaid. The final statement was delivered with the cessation of his smile, his tone notably resolute. Jiang Ye belonged to the type of person who instinctively doubted what others said. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself believing this particular assertion. A sense of relief washed over him. Though he did not fully lower his guard, Yang Wancha continued, therefore, I shall neither kill you nor rob you. In fact, I can share some good news with you. Aren't you facing a compensation debt of at least 30,000 for the parcels? There exists a simpler method to resolve this matter. When you reported the parcel lost, you should have received a notification. If the compensation isn't paid by midnight, 1 survival point will be deducted. A negative survival point would lead to erasure. Yet, I know of a straightforward method to acquire survival points. Chapter 14. Until next time, no mercy survival points. Jiang Ye's data panel indicated that his survival points stood at 0. Upon arriving at the apartment, the announcement mentioned that players could exchange survival stones for survival points. These survival points could be redeemed for anything a player desires in the Doomsday apartment after passing the beginner's assessment. The phrase anything carries a significant weight, directly reflecting the rarity of both survival points and survival stones. The prior announcement led many to subconsciously believe that survival points could only be acquired through the exchange of survival stones. However, Yang Wancha's implication was evidently not to trade survival stones for survival points. Jiang Ye, not being naive, quickly grasped the underlying meaning. He regarded Yang Wancha with a cautious gaze, abruptly uttering 2 words, murder. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Wancha's eyes, but he soon raised an eyebrow and replied, Indeed, it is murder. With a cryptic smile, he added, The new players now are akin to little lambs in a greenhouse. They are exceedingly easy to slaughter. Each kill nets 1 survival point. Would you not agree that this method of acquiring survival points is rather straightforward? Yang Wancha's tone was notably relaxed. Yet, Jiang Ye felt a chill run down his spine, not because of Yang Wancha's demeanor, but due to this unsettling premise. The current new players are, for the most part, indeed like little lambs. Nevertheless, the harsh survival conditions will undoubtedly compel them to evolve. As time progresses, the stipulation that one can gain survival points through murder may incite some players to kill indiscriminately. While it may be termed indiscriminate, the motive is ultimately for survival points. Jiang Ye was uncertain how much his classmates would grow in just 10 days. However, the veteran players mentioned in the announcement would likely be far more brutal than he anticipated. Moreover, the deaths of Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan. Jiang Ye suddenly turned to Yang Wancha, hesitantly asking, Did you kill Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan as well? Yet, Yang Wancha remained silent. He merely smiled cheerfully and remarked nonchalantly, Regardless of what others think, I genuinely enjoy this Doomsday apartment game. The individuals I despise the most, when confronted with their own incompetence, wailing in despair, brings me immense satisfaction. And you, Jiang Ye. After saying this, he suddenly turned serious, causing Jiang Ye to hold his breath, his heartbeat slowing. Yang Wancha then continued, You are merely slightly stronger than the person I loathe the most, and my gratitude ends here. Should you happen to encounter me again, you will still meet your demise at my hands. Best of luck. With that, Yang Wancha swiftly moved beside him, pressing down on his stiff shoulder and casually brushed past him. In an instant, he vanished towards the 3rd floor. Jiang Ye remained tense, gazing at the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, only to find that Yang Wancha's figure had already dissipated. He could not afford to relax. For Yang Wancha appeared exceedingly powerful and unervingly abnormal. Additionally, Jiang Ye had once come across a tale of a warrior who, while annihilating an entire clan, discovered a child among them. The warrior, having a modicum of conscience, laid down his weapon, uttering a prayer, and gently wiped the blood from the child's face. He then said, "Heaven bestows mercy on the young. I shall spare your life. But remember, should we meet again, I will not show mercy." The warrior departed, and just as the onlookers believed the child had narrowly escaped, the warrior returned with a smile and said, "Hello. I mentioned I wouldn't hold back if we met again in the blink of an eye." The child's fate was sealed. Jiang Ye now feared that Yang Wancha might mirror the actions of that warrior, claiming he would show no mercy upon their next encounter, only to return and enact his promise. Thus, he hurriedly ascended several flights of stairs, emerging from the stairwell on the 8th floor. Confirming that Yang Wancha had not retraced his steps, he leaned against the wall, releasing a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, his weaker original self, fearing an encounter with Yang Wancha, dared not even enter the stairwell. Consequently, he hastily unwrapped the package he had received at the ground floor, barely checking its contents before swiftly entering the elevator. The bustling lobby on the first floor naturally drew the attention of many. Soon, discussions erupted in the chat group. "Damn, I just saw a bald uncle pick up a work badge at the courier service station. Then he opened his package right there. Bald uncle? But the 80 individuals on our member list are all familiar classmates, so that bald uncle shouldn't be a player, right?" "Exactly. I also believe he isn't a player. Perhaps he is just an apartment resident who happened to receive his own delivery and chose to open it on the spot. Luxurious. That doesn't seem right, from what I gather. Non-player residents in this apartment can't leave their own rooms. Thus, the ones capable of taking courier tasks should be players. But all the players are classmates. There's no bald uncle among them. Could it be that the veteran players mentioned in the announcement entered the apartment early? Or is there possibly a third hidden faction beyond the new and veteran players? That seems overly complicated. Perhaps it's just a classmate in disguise. Since we can now conjure fireballs with our bare hands, it wouldn't be surprising if someone had a disguise tool to alter their appearance." As the classmates deliberated over Jiang Ye's disguised bald figure, another explosive message suddenly ignited the chat group. "Zhu Yuping, help! Yang Wancha is robbing my package." However, this message barely lingered for a second in the chat before it abruptly vanished. Had it not been for the numerous classmates currently monitoring the chat group, it is likely that no one would have noticed. Quickly, some classmates reacted. "Damn, I just saw a message disappear before my eyes. Was that my imagination? It wasn't an illusion. I saw it too. A message just vanished into thin air. But I didn't catch what it said. Ruowan. I saw it clearly. It was Zhu Yuping from Class 1. He said he was being robbed by Yang Wancha. What? Does that mean Yang Wancha is stealing Zhu Yuping's package? But why did that message disappear? Damn, Zhu Yuping is offline from the member list. Wait, is this for real? Does this imply that Zhu Yuping was killed by Yang Wancha? What kind of scum is Yang Wancha? Stealing money back in freshman year was one thing, but now he is not only robbing classmates' packages, but also killing. Wait, I suddenly suspect that the classmate who died while delivering might have also fallen victim to Yang Wancha. Damn, how can someone like this exist among us? Uzu. I must point out to everyone, when Zhu Yuping registered with me, his data panel indicated a B-level talent, possessing C-level skills. He could rank within the top 10 among our mutual aid group members. Upon hearing this, the chat group, which had previously been fervently condemning Yang Wancha, fell silent in an instant, until Luxurious suddenly interjected. According to Zhu Yuping's last words, he mentioned that Yang Wancha was robbing his package, so I wonder, is it possible that Yang Wancha has grown stronger through package theft? And do you all remember that bald figure who opened the package himself? Chapter 15. Some individuals are not to be provoked. Upon hearing this, many classmates began to understand. Oh no. Are you suggesting that those packages contain items that could enhance our strength? So that bald figure is indeed one of our classmates in disguise. He wasn't opening his own package. He was pilfering from others? Damn. So who exactly is that bald figure? Discovering such crucial information and not sharing it. Wait. Even if stealing packages can enhance strength, If one cannot repay the compensation, they won't survive past midnight. Ding Dang is already in debt of over 8,000, making it impossible for him to repay. Thus, Yang Wancha is robbing others' packages without the need to compensate. But how can that bald figure be so audacious? He was opening the packages he was responsible for delivering. Perhaps he intends to enhance his strength before figuring out how to repay his debts. That is an incredibly risky gamble. Should we also follow the bald figure's lead? Open packages to enhance our strength, then devise a plan to repay? That seems far too perilous. The money we earn through hard work today barely covers rent. There's no way we could afford to repay for the packages. Just as the classmates were embroiled in heated discussions, unable to reach a consensus, Gao Chang's voice suddenly emerged in the group. The bald figure's actions are far too reckless. I do not recommend anyone to emulate him. As for Yang Wancha, I believe his actions have already breached the most fundamental moral boundaries of humanity and pose a severe threat to the safety of other classmates. With Gao Chang's statement, the other classmates erupted in outrage, eagerly voicing their opinions. Indeed, Yang Wancha has gone too far. Robbing others' packages is one thing, but murder is utterly unacceptable. I believe we should seek vengeance for Kai Daming and Zhu Yuping. Absolutely. It is entirely possible that Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan were also victims of homicide. I propose we first deal with Yang Wancha. Otherwise, the others will find it impossible to deliver packages with any sense of security. Absolutely. This matter must be handled with utmost seriousness as a warning to others to deter similar behavior. Yang Wancha must be eliminated as a demonstration, lest others seek to emulate his actions. Wang Lingling, could you please voice your thoughts as well? Jiang Ye observed the messages in the chat group, feeling a sense of disbelief. He never anticipated that his classmates would dare to openly discuss murder so soon. Clearly, their adaptation to this new environment exceeded Jiang Ye's expectations. Moreover, amongst the students from both classes, there seemed to be no one taking a stand for Yang Wancha. However, just as he thought this, he came across a message defending Yang Wancha, and the speaker was none other than Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling stated, regarding whether Yang Wancha truly committed murder, we have yet to conduct a thorough investigation. I urge everyone to maintain composure and refrain from inciting emotions. Upon reading this, Jiang Ye was somewhat taken aback. Yet, Wang Lingling continued, Yang Wancha, I am willing to grant you an opportunity to defend yourself. You may clarify why Zhu Yuping died immediately after claiming in the group that you had stolen his package. Additionally, do the deaths of Kai Daming, Chen Yuan, and Fan Yuhang have any connection to you? Yang Wancha. This statement afforded Yang Wancha a considerable amount of respect. Jiang Ye speculated that Wang Lingling was not merely being overly sympathetic. She was genuinely inclined to protect Yang Wancha. It seemed she was uncertain about his abilities. Her request for all members of the mutual aid group to display their player panels indicated her concern that some individuals might possess superior strength yet deliberately conceal it. She sought to understand the circumstances of all her classmates. This girl certainly exhibited a degree of caution in her character. Her current speech was, in fact, a subtle test of Yang Wancha's capabilities. If Yang Wancha defended himself and appeared relatively weak, it would suggest that his strength was inferior to Wang Lingling's, thereby increasing her confidence in dealing with him. Conversely, if he maintained a dominant attitude and completely disregarded the murderous intent of his peers, it would imply that he truly viewed them with disdain. In such a case, his strength would warrant Wang Lingling's wariness. As Jiang Ye pondered this, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Wang Lingling's character was indeed excessively cautious. Therefore, was the data panel she previously revealed in the chat group truly her authentic statistics? Could it be that she possessed a talent surpassing the S-class level, yet deliberately concealed part of her strength? Given her personality, this was indeed a possibility. Furthermore, the information displayed in the chat group consisted solely of text, which could be fabricated. With this in mind, Jiang Ye suddenly felt that certain individuals among the 80 students were far from ordinary. Wang Lingling, Yang Wancha, Gao Chang, and among those other seemingly unremarkable classmates, could there also be hidden masters? The sense of urgency within Jiang Ye to grow stronger intensified. Meanwhile, Yang Wancha had not responded to Wang Lingling's mention. However, a student quickly remarked, "Oh my! I saw Yang Wancha heading to the battle room. His speed is astonishing. When he walks, it seems like he leaves an afterimage. It's akin to the lightness of foot seen in martial arts novels. I noticed he was wearing what appeared to be equipment. He looks entirely different from when he was at school. He resembles a formidable martial arts expert. Indeed." His aura seems even more impressive than that of Changgu and Ling Jie. The key point is, he was able to enter the battle room. This implies that his initial assigned apartment is also above the 20th floor? I recall Jiang Ye also resides on the 20th floor, with a rent exceeding 120,000. No wonder Yang Wancha acted so recklessly and committed murder. He likely could not afford his rent, which drove him to indiscriminately kill. This is a form of societal retribution. If he truly has been robbing other students' packages, he might indeed be able to afford the exorbitant rent and survive today. Not only would he survive today, but he might also become significantly stronger. Perhaps his initial talent is quite remarkable. Damn. Why is it that while I also reside on the 20th floor, Jiang Ye feels like a useless burden, relying on our mutual aid group for support? While Yang Wancha possesses the audacity to become a lone powerhouse, I feel Yang Wancha even has the potential to grow into a tyrant, while Jiang Ye resembles a cannon fodder character that won't survive beyond 2 episodes. Isn't it true? Yang Wancha committed murder. Can that be equated to having courage? Regardless of how inept Jiang Ye may be, he is not killed without cause. Indeed, you are correct. Jiang Ye is a decent person, unremarkable, mediocre, and honest, and such individuals are statistically unlikely to survive today. In contrast, Yang Wancha is decisive and powerful. I believe individuals like him have the potential to continually grow stronger and persist. I think we ought to change our perspective. We should learn from Yang Wancha. Furthermore, when the veteran players arrive, he might just be our strongest asset against them. Isn't it? How did your tone shift so dramatically? Just moments ago, you were advocating for severe consequences for Yang Wancha, and now you speak of learning from him? That's because I witnessed Yang Wancha's strength firsthand on the first floor. I do not exaggerate when I say that if you were to see Yang Wancha in person, you would abandon any foolish thoughts of dealing with him. Instead, you would be filled with reverence, wishing to cling to his coattails. Indeed, after catching a glimpse of Yang Wancha heading to the battle room, my perception of him shifted entirely. I advise those who advocate for dealing with Yang Wancha to be cautious in their words. Remember, trouble often arises from the mouth. There are some individuals you cannot provoke. Damn, who can't I provoke? Is it the Black Society? I refuse to believe that if I say a few words about Yang Wancha in the group, he will teleport here to kill me. He may not be able to kill you now, but he will have ample opportunities in the future. I am a member of the mutual aid group. I am under the protection of Ling Jie and Changgu. Ling Jie should not let her compassion cloud her judgment. Murder demands retribution. Yang Wancha deserves to die. Only then can we other students maintain our unity, as certain students from the first floor spoke. The number of those daring to advocate for dealing with Yang Wancha in the group visibly dwindled by 90. Clearly, they feared genuine retaliation from Yang Wancha. Jiang Ye observed the chat messages, and he felt increasingly enlightened about Yang Wancha's transformation. In this apocalyptic survival apartment, the doctrine of the strong reigning supreme was undeniable. Moral teachings were rendered insignificant in the face of overwhelming strength. Many students had begun to recognize this truth, or perhaps it was an instinct of survival that compelled them to unconsciously adhere to this brutal law of nature. Meanwhile, in the battle room, Yang Wancha gazed at the classmates who once looked down upon him, now fearful of his retaliation, hesitant to speak. Even some students had altered their attitudes toward him upon realizing his strength. Within him brewed a complex mix of exhilaration and irony. It felt as though the pent-up frustration of years was being released at that moment. Yet concurrently, another form of resentment began to rise within him. He understood that this stemmed from his disdain for the ugliness of human nature. It was precisely this loathing that fueled his desire for bloodshed. However, he was unexpectedly taken aback. He never imagined that Jiang Ye had also been assigned an apartment above the 20th floor. No wonder that fellow had resorted to sabotaging the packages he was responsible for delivering. It turned out he could not afford the rent, leading him to a reckless state of despair. Yet, Jiang Ye's initial apartment likely also contained a bronze treasure chest, though he wondered whether that fellow had discovered it. Yang Wancha paid a brief attention to the information indicating Jiang Ye's residence on the 20th floor before shifting his focus away from the chat channel. He proceeded to pay 1,000 game coins and commenced the opponent matching process for the battle mode. It was at this moment that another significant message erupted in the chat channel. Ding ding. Fellow classmates. I have found a solution. I am saved from the over 8,000 compensation debt. Including you, Jiang Ye. You too are saved. I have discovered a method to rapidly acquire a substantial amount of game coins. This news instantly drew the attention of all students, who eagerly inquired about Ding Ding's newfound discovery. Jiang Ye's real body had just returned to the apartment, while his first avatar was ascending the elevator back to the first floor. The avatar spotted Ding Ding, who was ecstatically lingering beside the apartment administrator at the front desk. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Ding Ding's messages continued to flood in. Do you all remember the announcement that stated the apartment administrator could set additional rules? Just a moment ago, feeling utterly hopeless, I mustered the courage to ask the administrator if there was any way out for someone burdened with massive debt. To my surprise, the administrator actually provided me with a solution: loans. And it's not just me. Everyone can apply for loans. The apartment administrator has made it clear that he can issue loans of varying amounts to all students. However, loans require personal attendance for application, and repayment will include interest. So, is there anyone interested in applying for a loan? You can head to the first floor to inquire about your loan limits. Everyone can take a loan to enhance themselves, and once their earning potential increases, they can repay it later. This announcement left all students astonished. To my astonishment, this apartment not only offers various modern lifestyles such as housing, work, and consumption, but it also has an administrator who provides loans. However, my classmates are not easily fooled. Generally speaking, loans are not perceived as a good thing. While it may be said that one should first enhance their earning capacity before striving to repay the loan, the administrator is certainly not engaging in charity. Even terminating a lease incurs a significant penalty, and matters regarding loans are likely not so straightforward. Just as my classmates began inquiring about the loan details, Ding Ding engaged in a profound discussion with the administrator. Soon, the excitement and exhilaration on his face transformed into disappointment and anger. At that moment, Jiang Ye's first avatar happened to stroll by. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, Ding Ding's eyes brightened, and he called out, "Quick, Jiang Ye, come here." Without considering Jiang Ye's willingness, he pulled him over and directed his attention to the administrator. "Administrator, look at him. If he acts as my guarantor, what amount of loan can I apply for?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye furrowed his brow deeply. The middle-aged administrator, with a stern visage and an indifferent expression, appraised Jiang Ye with a detached gaze before replying flatly, "If he agrees to be your guarantor, your loan amount can be increased to 50,000. Gasp. Ding Ding's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a sum? He turned to Jiang Ye, eyes gleaming with eagerness, even swallowing hard before addressing him. "Jiang Ye, please be my guarantor. The 50,000 loan will ultimately be repaid by me. It has nothing to do with you as the guarantor." Jiang Ye rolled his eyes internally, unable to suppress his disdain. How could this possibly have no connection? If being a guarantor had no implications, why would such a role even exist? He chose to disregard Ding Ding and directly posed a question to the administrator. "May I ask what responsibilities a guarantor bears?" The administrator maintained his stoic demeanor, replying matter-of-factly, "It's quite simple. If the borrower fails to repay within the agreed time frame, or, in the unfortunate event of the borrower's demise, the guarantor will be responsible for repaying the debt." As soon as the administrator finished speaking, Ding Ding hurriedly added, "The administrator just told me that if the borrower defaults, they will be eliminated. So, to avoid being eliminated, I will definitely repay on time." "You can rest assured about that, Jiang Ye." His fervent assurance left Jiang Ye speechless. This guy is truly amusing. The administrator's implication was crystal clear. He was concerned that Ding Ding might not live to see the repayment date, hence seeking a guarantor to shoulder the financial burden. Ding Ding seemed utterly oblivious to this, confidently asserting his ability to repay without considering his own mortality. Where does this misplaced confidence come from? Nevertheless, Jiang Ye refrained from directly confronting him. He turned back to the apartment administrator. "Is it mandatory to have a guarantor for this loan?" The administrator shook his head. "No, however, the presence or absence of a guarantor significantly affects the loan amount, repayment period, and interest rates. For instance, if this student Ding Ding does not have a guarantor, he can only borrow 50 and must repay it today." Upon hearing this, Ding Ding's expression soured instantly. With a somewhat stiff tone, he turned to Jiang Ye, explaining, "It's precisely because the disparity in treatment is so vast that I hope you can be my guarantor." Jiang Ye paid him no heed and inquired of the administrator, "If I were to apply for a loan without a guarantor, what would the amount be?" The administrator replied, 50,000. Those two simple words seemed to create a palpable tension in the atmosphere. Ding Ding stared at Jiang Ye in disbelief for quite some time before abruptly turning to the administrator. How is that possible? Why can he borrow 50,000 while I can only borrow 50? The administrator remained expressionless, stating coldly, different individuals, different amounts, I have my own criteria for judgment. Upon hearing this, Ding Ding appeared thoroughly disheartened. His face flushed with humiliation, he begrudgingly asked, then if I were to act as his guarantor, how much could he borrow? The administrator replied. Also 50,000. This indifferent response deepened Ding Ding's sense of humiliation. It suddenly dawned on him. This administrator clearly doubted his ability to survive long enough to repay the loan. The reason for offering him a loan of 50,000 was to prepare for the eventuality that he would die, leaving Jiang Ye, the guarantor, to bear the repayment. This administrator is rather contemptuous. Has he not heard the saying, the river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years? Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Since the administrator holds him in such disdain, he is determined to prove himself. He will become stronger. He will earn 50,000 or even 100,000 to slap this administrator's face. Fueled by fervor, Ding Ding boldly declared to the administrator, all right, perfect, Jiang Ye will act as my guarantor. I'm borrowing this 50,000. His words were directed at the administrator, delivered with a resolute tone, clearly not considering Jiang Ye's own wishes. Jiang Ye was truly at a loss. While the current apartment dwellers are all classmates, he belongs to Class 1 while Ding Ding belongs to Class 2. They are hardly familiar with one another, having exchanged not a single word before being embroiled in this apocalyptic apartment situation. How does this guy possess the audacity to assume Jiang Ye would be his guarantor without hesitation? Without a moment's doubt, Jiang Ye turned to the administrator. No, I never said I would be his guarantor. Upon hearing this, Ding Ding's already humiliated expression stiffened even further. He shot a glare at Jiang Ye, his tone not pleasant. What do you mean? Do you look down on me, thinking I can't repay that 50,000? Jiang Ye was tempted to retort boldly. Indeed, I do look down on you. However, he truly did not wish to engage in a pointless argument with someone so dim-witted, so he rephrased, of course not. I merely believe that as a member of Class 1, and you being from Class 2, it would be more fitting for you to seek a guarantor from your own class, like Wang Lingling. Not only would she be more familiar with you, but crucially, if she acted as your guarantor, the amount you could apply for would undoubtedly be greater. His reasoning was sound, and for a fleeting moment, Ding Ding was genuinely swayed. However, he wasn't entirely lacking in intelligence. He could foresee that Wang Lingling's standing and status would likely lead her to refuse his request for a guarantor without even a second thought. He could almost envision himself approaching Wang Lingling for this favor, only to be dismissed without a shred of courtesy, leaving him utterly humiliated. Yet, he would never admit this, instead hastily asserting, Wang Lingling is busy dealing with Yang Wancha's matters. She wouldn't have time to be my guarantor. Plus, I'm only planning to borrow 50,000, and you're right here. Having you as a guarantor is the most suitable arrangement. Ding Ding's arguments were eloquent, and Jiang Ye began to see through him. This guy was not devoid of intelligence. He was merely someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Realizing this, Jiang Ye lost all desire to uphold any semblance of camaraderie. He coldly replied, his expression indifferent, I apologize. I just lied. I do indeed look down on you, and I genuinely believe you cannot repay the 50,000. To even say something that might offend the administrator. If I were the apartment administrator, you wouldn't even qualify for a loan of 50 here. Chapter 17. Is Yang Wancha dead? This remark was rather ungracious. Ding Ding's face immediately flushed with a mix of red and white, his anger reaching a boiling point, as if he were ready to fight. Yet, at that moment, the most crushing blow came when the administrator coldly chimed in. The 50 you were just offered? Now, he has no access to even that amount. What a profound humiliation. This was an utter disgrace. Ding Ding's face flushed once again, his head almost steaming with rage. Yet, amidst this emotional turmoil, he suddenly realized Jiang Ye's disdain for him was one thing. But why did the administrator withdraw his offer of 50? The implication was clear. Had he offended Jiang Ye, thus increasing his own risk of mortality? Was this an insinuation that Jiang Ye might actually kill him? Ding Ding glared at Jiang Ye in disbelief. After all, Jiang Ye appeared honest and unassuming, speaking little. Yet at this moment, Jiang Ye turned to the administrator, asking, May I inquire if the apartment has established rules regarding criminal acts such as murder or arson? For instance, if I were to commit murder before your eyes, what would be the consequences? As soon as this question was posed, Ding Ding's face drained of color, cold sweat trickling down his back. The administrator remained expressionless, coldly stating, "The apartment's unspoken rules are for you to discover on your own. However, I can tell you this. If you were to commit murder before me, I would not impose any penalties. Even those among your ranks who have committed murder, when they come to me for business, I will treat them no differently." Upon hearing this, Ding Ding's pupils trembled in shock. He instinctively recoiled, quickly sending a message in the chat group, "Help! Help! Is anyone on the first floor able to come to my aid? Jiang Ye is a psychopath. He wants to kill me." This message sparked a heated discussion in the chat group. Wait, Jiang Ye. Is that the same Jiang Ye who initially resided on the 20th floor? What actions did Ding Ding undertake to drive Jiang Ye to the brink of madness? Jiang Ye resides on the 20th floor and lacks the remarkable abilities of Yang Wancha. So it is likely that he will not survive the day. It is quite normal for him to succumb to madness and seek vengeance against society. I recall that Jiang Ye possesses a C-level talent. It is indeed true that an ordinary person cannot save him. As the group buzzed with animated discussions, Jiang Ye took the initiative to clarify in the chat. Ding Ding sought my assistance as a guarantor for his loan, which I firmly declined, leading him to seem to misunderstand the situation. Ding Ding retorted directly, "What nonsense! You even asked the administrator if you could kill someone in front of him. How do you explain that?" Jiang Ye replied, "I merely deduced from the loan matter that communicating with the administrator isn't as perilous as I previously believed. Thus I inquired about additional information. Given that several classmates had recently been killed, I thought it prudent to ask about the rules pertaining to murder." Jiang Ye's explanation was reasonable and coherent. Moreover, if he truly intended to kill Ding Ding, why would he allow Ding Ding time to respond and bother with such explanations? Thus, most classmates perceived this as a mere misunderstanding. However, Ding Ding remained relentless, continuing to voice his accusations in the group. Do not be deceived by Jiang Ye. He is far from the innocent persona he portrays. When he refused to be my guarantor, he mocked me, claiming I did not deserve to live. He is merely trying to wriggle out of this. If I were to die, it would undoubtedly be at Jiang Ye's hands. Ling Jie, you must avenge me, Wang Lingling. After posting this, Ding Ding glanced at Jiang Ye with a renewed sense of righteousness. His gaze seemed to convey, "Should you dare touch even a single hair on my head, Wang Lingling will not spare you." Jiang Ye found Ding Ding's foolishness amusing. With such unwavering certainty, are you not concerned that someone with ill intentions might murder you and frame me for it? Ding Ding's expression faltered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his bravado. "We are all classmates. Do you think everyone is as deranged as you and Yang Wancha? As long as you do not dare to kill me, that is sufficient." Before he finished speaking, he noticed Yu Ziyu, who was responsible for registering members of the mutual aid group, approaching. Ding Ding hastily ran to Yu Ziyu, exclaiming, "You finally arrived. Did Ling Jie send you to protect me?" Yu Ziyu had indeed been inspired by Jiang Ye's comments and thought it wise to seek more information from the administrator. However, upon hearing Ding Ding, he naturally felt the need to mediate. "All right. I have seen the discussions in the chat group. We are all classmates, so let us communicate civilly and avoid needless quarrels. First, Ding Ding, whether Jiang Ye wishes to be your guarantor is entirely his prerogative. Do not harbor expectations regarding this. Secondly, Jiang Ye, as fellow classmates, there is no need for disparaging remarks should you decline to be a guarantor. Furthermore, residing on the 20th floor and burdened with exorbitant rent, do you not feel any sense of urgency? Do you truly intend to rely solely on your classmates for assistance without putting forth any effort yourself? Yang Wancha also lives on the 20th floor and owes a hefty rent. Yet he exudes an aura of strength that instills confidence in his ability to meet his obligations. It is time for you to reflect upon yourself. Despite both of you residing on the 20th floor, how can the disparity be so vast?" Yu Ziyu, who had previously been amiable towards Lu Shun, now spoke with an air of authority, as though he held significant power. Upon witnessing Yu Ziyu address him once while directing multiple remarks at Jiang Ye, Ding Ding could not suppress his glee as he cast a smug glance at Jiang Ye. However, the triumph on his face quickly transformed into shock as he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Yu Ziyu turned his attention to him, his tone tinged with impatience. "What is it now?" Ding Ding gasped. "Quick, look at the chat group. Something has happened. It seems Yang Wancha has died." Upon hearing this, Yu Ziyu and Jiang Ye promptly opened the chat group. where they found a classmate who had previously claimed to have seen Yang Wancha now expressing shock. Damn, help, a monster. How could there be a monster in the battle room? It is not a monster from the battle room. It seems to have come from another battle room, seemingly intent on hunting down Yang Wancha. Exactly. We were clearly nearby, yet the monster is only targeting Yang Wancha and ignoring us. Oh my! Yang Wancha is truly formidable. That creature, with its seemingly impenetrable shell, he actually managed to breach its defenses. Soon, other classmates inquired. What sort of monster is it? Is it in the battle room on the first floor? What does it look like? I have yet to see a monster, Xiao Yudi responded. It resembles a giant cockroach. I have no idea where it came from, but it seems capable of changing size. Wong Chung added. Its antennae can extend and retract, and it has ensnared Yang Wancha. Whoa, what the hell? Yang Wancha's body has been severed in half. My God, that is gruesome. My eyes. Other classmates exclaimed. Is this real? Severed in half? Does that mean Yang Wancha is dead? Xiao Yudi confirmed. He is completely dead. As Jiang Ye and Yuziyu glanced at the chat group, they happened to witness the chilling message proclaiming that he was completely dead. Jiang Ye felt a sense of disbelief. Such a formidable Yang Wancha had perished at the hands of a cockroach? Chapter 18. The Secret of Resurrection. The question remains. Why would the cockroach choose to attack Yang Wancha? As Jiang Ye pondered in shock and confusion, he noticed another message in the group. Wait a minute. You all claim Yang Wancha is dead, but his name is still present in the member list, Xiao Yudi remarked. Oh wow, that is true. What is going on? Could it be that what we saw was not the real Yang Wancha? Could it be similar to Wang Lingling's ability, a form of duplication? Just as all the classmates began to feel something was amiss, Wong Chung's message suddenly appeared. Wow, wow, wow. What the hell? The Yang Wancha who died just now. He actually resurrected. Following that, Xiao Yudi, equally astonished, stammered. I can't believe it. His entire body was severed in half, and he is somehow still alive. Could Yang Wancha be some sort of reincarnator, or a powerful figure who has taken possession of another? How is he so incredible? Wong Chung exclaimed. I can hardly believe it. It's simply astounding. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. A person who died can come back to life. Were it not for the palpable shock conveyed through their messages, the other classmates would have found it hard to accept. Yet, the sincerity of their words left no room for doubt. Soon, other classmates began inquiring. Is this for real? Did you both see Yang Wancha come back to life with your own eyes? How exactly did he resurrect? Did his severed body come back together? And what about the cockroach that attacked Yang Wancha? Did it continue its assault on him? At this moment, the chat group was inundated with messages, indicating that nearly all of the classmates were fixated on the incident involving Yang Wancha. It took quite a while for the two classmates at the scene to respond in the group. Oh my! After resurrecting, Yang Wancha managed to take down that cockroach. The dead giant cockroach left no remains. It simply transformed into a beam of white light. Once the white light dissipated, it revealed a black iron treasure chest. Moreover, a golden light emanated from Yang Wancha. At this juncture, Wang Lingling interjected. That golden light must signify that Yang Wancha has leveled up to level 1. Ding Ding responded. So, are we to understand that Yang Wancha was capable of facing the cockroach monster even when he was at level 0? Lucian added. There are 3 pertinent questions that warrant our investigation. Firstly, why is Yang Wancha so powerful? Secondly, why did the cockroach monster specifically target Yang Wancha? Thirdly, how exactly did Yang Wancha manage to resurrect? Yuan speculated. If this survival game truly allows for resurrection, it would be monumental news for us, by Ruowan remarked. Resurrection must require certain conditions, right? I believe this crucial information should be shared by Yang Wancha with his classmates. Almost all the classmates were swept up in the excitement surrounding the notion of resurrection, eager to pry the secret from Yang Wancha. Amidst this fervor, Lu Shen quickly analyzed. Everyone, remain calm. Resurrection is certainly not something that can be achieved easily. Yang Wancha is extraordinarily unique. It is possible that he possesses a talent even stronger than Ling Jia's, and resurrection may be a distinctive ability of his. For the rest of us, replicating his resurrection ability may prove exceedingly difficult. Although that was stated, many classmates were still reluctant to relent. They persisted in the group, relentlessly questioning and tagging Yang Wancha. Eventually, Yang Wancha, perhaps annoyed by the incessant inquiries, suddenly spoke up in the group. All right. In light of my recent level up and good spirits, I shall address your questions. First and foremost, why did the cockroach monster specifically target me? This is something I am also uncertain about. However, I can speculate two possible reasons. Firstly, I have committed murder. Secondly, I may possess a valuable item that I looted from Kai Ming, which could belong to the cockroach monster. Therefore, if any classmates have also engaged in the act of robbing deliveries or have opened someone else's package, they should be cautious of potential retribution from the rightful owners of those parcels. Upon reading these words, Jiang Ye felt a shiver run down his spine. He realized that Yang Wancha's remarks were directed specifically at him, as he too had tampered with others' deliveries. This implied that he could find himself facing threats at any moment. Jiang Ye's body and mind instantly tensed in a state of vigilance, fearing that some monstrous entity might suddenly emerge to deliver his demise. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Yang Wancha continued, the second question. Why am I stronger than you all? Haha, does my strength require justification? If a reason must be provided, it is simply this. I am willing to kill. Willing to slay monsters, the third question. How did I resurrect? Upon the release of this information, nearly every player in the apartment held their breath, eagerly awaiting Yang Wancha's revelation of his resurrection secret. Fortunately, Yang Wancha did not keep them in suspense for long and swiftly disclosed. It's quite simple because I possess survival points. For my analysis, one survival point equates to one opportunity for resurrection. Now, you must be wondering, why do I have survival points? In the spirit of camaraderie, let me continue to enlighten you. The method to acquire survival points is straightforward. By killing, I killed Shen Yuan and Fan Yuhang, thus earning 2 survival points. I also eliminated Kai Daming and Zhu Yuping, netting another 2 survival points. In total, I have 4 opportunities for resurrection. All right, I have addressed all inquiries. Those who are wise should refrain from tagging me further. Or else, I will ensure that those who tag me vanish from this apartment. Merely reading these words exudes an aura of dominance. However, at this moment, all classmates were fixated on the secret of resurrection. Their minds buzzed as if a new world had been forcibly unveiled before them. The notion that killing could yield survival points, and that survival points equate to resurrection tokens. This is not merely a provocation to commit murder. Is it? At this rate, how many of the 80 classmates would ultimately pass the novice assessment? At this very moment, some students felt elated while others were filled with dread. The elated ones reveled in the simplicity of acquiring resurrection tokens. Just kill someone. The anxious ones foresaw the number of classmates who would inexplicably perish following Yang Wancha's revelation. Regardless of their feelings, the seed of slaughter had been sown in the hearts of all classmates. Moreover, some had already begun contemplating murder. After all, the allure of resurrection was too compelling to resist. Even Jiang Ye found himself unable to dismiss it. However, at this moment, Jiang Ye harbored significant doubts about Yang Wancha's claims. Was Yang Wancha truly resurrected by survival points? His assertions were unsubstantiated. He could very well be lying. There was a distinct possibility that he had employed other means to resurrect and was deliberately fabricating this story to incite his classmates to engage in mutual slaughter for the sake of survival points and opportunities for resurrection. Given Yang Wancha's perverse nature, such a possibility was indeed quite plausible. Just as Jiang Ye pondered this analysis, an icy chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand and seized a wrist that was aimed at him with a swift and forceful grip. He beheld a hand gripping a dagger approximately 10 centimeters long. Ding dang. Grinning with malevolence, seemed to channel all his strength into thrusting the dagger fiercely towards him. Jiang Ye matched Ding Dang's force as he gripped his wrist, his face reddening from the exertion. Amidst their struggle, Yu Ziyu stood frozen in shock, but soon, he realized, Yang Wancha's words had provoked Ding Dang. Thus, Ding Dang sought to kill Jiang Ye in hopes of acquiring survival points and a chance at resurrection. Given their prior altercation, this was the perfect moment for a surprise attack. It wasn't just Ding Dang. Even Yu Ziyu was tempted to secure a chance for his own resurrection. However, his conscience ultimately deterred him from outright murder. Yet, if he were to inadvertently cause a death during the mediation of a conflict, would that not seem reasonable? In that case, the individual mistakenly killed would ideally be Ding Dang, as he was the aggressor and deserved punishment. Nevertheless, Yu Ziyu had ulterior motives. Jiang Ye was already a doomed individual, unlikely to survive this day. On the other hand, Ding Ding might still possess some potential. If one were to evaluate their worth, sacrificing Jiang Ye would be more advantageous. Moreover, at this moment, Ding Ding's blade was aimed at Jiang Ye. Thus, if Yu Ziyu were to approach under the pretense of mediation, it would be simpler to direct the blade toward Jiang Ye. In the blink of an eye, Yu Ziyu formulated his plan. He assumed a stern and authoritative demeanor, directing an angry reprimand at Ding Ding. Ding Ding, what are you doing? Release Jiang Ye this instant. As he spoke, he intended to seize the dagger from Ding Ding's grasp while preparing for the potential of an accidental killing. Chapter 19. The first kill. Yu Ziyu's intervention did not alleviate Jiang Ye's anxiety. Rather, it heightened his tension. In truth, his doppelganger should possess greater strength than Ding Ding. However, Ding Ding had struck first, and Jiang Ye's hurried defense left him in a crouched position with his upper body bent backward, clearly not an optimal stance for exerting force. Thus, his resistance proved more taxing than Ding Ding's. If this standoff continued, he could eventually fend off Ding Ding, but it would require time. The sudden involvement of Yu Ziyu made him exceedingly uneasy. He was uncertain whether Yu Ziyu genuinely intended to assist him or harbored ulterior motives. He could not allow the situation to deteriorate further. Decisive action was imperative. Consequently, before Yu Ziyu could grasp the dagger, Jiang Ye unleashed a fierce shout, not demanding Ding Ding to relent, but rather, golden light technique. With a swift motion, a beam of golden light shot directly towards Ding Ding's menacing visage. Jiang Ye aimed for his forehead, but his aim faltered, and the golden light pierced through Ding Ding's cheek, instantly creating a bloodied hole the size of a grain of rice. Ding Ding screamed in agony. Yet, Jiang Ye's actions did not cease there. Seizing the moment while Ding Ding faltered, he retaliated by thrusting the dagger back at Ding Ding. But that was not the end. He then drew forth his own poisoned blood dagger and plunged it forcefully into Ding Ding. Thud, thud. The dark dagger immediately became slick with crimson. Jiang Ye's inaugural act of murder was far from a swift and clean execution. It was a frenzied series of stabbings, his hand trembling violently with each thrust. Although Yu Ziyu harbored murderous intent, he had never witnessed such a scene. He was momentarily stunned, only snapping back to reality after a considerable pause, exclaiming in shock, "Stop, Jiang Ye, cease this at once. You are going to kill Ding Ding. Ding, you have killed a level 0 player. Congratulations, you have gained 1 survival point." Jiang Ye was jolted back to reality by this notification. With a clatter, the dagger slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Yet, almost instantaneously, he retrieved the poisoned blood dagger, casting a wary and defensive gaze toward Yu Ziyu. Observing Jiang Ye's demeanor, Yu Ziyu dared not approach any closer. The thought of mistakenly killing Jiang Ye dissipated swiftly. After all, in a direct confrontation, he held no confidence in overpowering Jiang Ye. Furthermore, now that Jiang Ye had acquired a survival point, he had secured an opportunity for resurrection. Even if Yu Ziyu were to kill him, Jiang Ye would likely resurrect, much like Yang Wancha, potentially using that chance to exact revenge. Yu Ziyu not only refrained from killing Jiang Ye, but he also found himself somewhat intimidated by him. He took a few steps back before sternly asking, "What? Do you intend to kill me as well?" Just then, within the chat group, someone also noticed, "Oh no. The member list has decreased by 1. Ding Ding from Class 2 is dead. No way. So, did Jiang Ye truly intend to kill him? Could it be that someone else killed Ding Ding and framed Jiang Ye for it? I don't believe Jiang Ye would be the type to kill someone without provocation." As the group debated, Jiang Ye, still fixated on Yu Ziyu, responded, "Just moments ago, after Yang Wancha revealed the secret of resurrection, Ding Ding suddenly launched a surprise attack against me. I acted in self-defense and ended up killing him." This, too, can be corroborated by Yu Ziyu, who was present at the scene. Why Yu Ziyu had, of course, seen Jiang Ye's message. After a moment of contemplation, he chimed in, "Indeed, I was also present. It was Ding Ding who attacked Jiang Ye first." Once this statement was made, the group fell silent for a brief moment. However, it was not long before some classmates expressed their disbelief. But surely, self-defense does not warrant killing someone? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Jiang Ye, can you honestly claim that when you killed Ding Ding in self-defense, you weren't motivated by the desire to obtain a resurrection opportunity through murder? Evidently, the classmates were deeply concerned about survival points. As the conversation progressed, it inevitably shifted back to the topic of survival points. Shen also inquired, "Jiang Ye, did you really acquire survival points?" Did you receive any notification indicating that these points could be used for resurrection? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before replying. I did indeed receive a notification indicating survival points 1, but I cannot confirm whether these points can be used for resurrection. I had intended to say before Ding Ding attacked that Yang Wancha's words may not be entirely truthful. He might be attempting to incite us into mutual slaughter by claiming that the survival points attained through murder can be used for resurrection. As soon as these words were uttered, the likes of Wang Lingling, Lu Shan, and Su Ruowan, all academic prodigies, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that Jiang Ye's argument held considerable merit. The concept of resurrection could hardly be as straightforward as it seemed. It was entirely plausible that this was merely a fabrication spun by Yang Wancha. However, not everyone possessed the intellect of a top scholar. Most of their classmates, intoxicated by the mere notion of resurrection, retorted with veiled sarcasm. Now that you have a survival point, you take advantage of it and still feign innocence, insisting that survival points cannot be used for resurrection. I see this akin to telling a billionaire that he has no interest in money? Exactly. You've already reaped the benefits, yet expect us to starve, right? How is this any different from experts suggesting that we pay for our jobs? In my opinion, if you want to know whether survival points can be used for resurrection, it is quite simple. Just kill Jiang Ye and see if he can come back to life. Jiang Ye found such statements utterly absurd. Clearly, his classmates had not been like this before. It was evident that the information leaked by Yang Wancha had stirred the desires within them, causing their remarks to brim with hostility. Just at that moment, the previously arrogant Yang Wancha, who had insisted others refrain from tagging him, specifically tagged Jiang Ye in the group chat, saying, You accuse me of fabricating information to deceive? Have you considered the consequences of provoking me? Jiang Ye, perfect timing. Since you've opened a package and now possess a survival point, who knows when some monster might come out of nowhere and kill you? Rather than being slain by a monster, why not just hand over that head to me? What do you say, Jiang Ye? Care to do me this favor? Jiang Ye clearly, Yang Wancha was relishing the spectacle. Stirring the pot even further, other classmates echoed his sentiments. What? Jiang Ye opened a package. Doesn't that mean he is also on the monsters hit list? Even if he isn't hunted by monsters, he can't pay his rent anyway. He wouldn't survive today. Therefore, Yang Wancha isn't wrong. Rather than letting Jiang Ye be killed by monsters, why not turn him into our chance for resurrection? Just as public opinion seemed overwhelmingly biased, Wang Lingling stepped forward, exclaiming, Everyone, please calm down. Today, you might kill Jiang Ye for this so-called chance of resurrection, but tomorrow, someone else might use the same justification to kill you. Consider this from another's perspective. What if this situation were to occur to you, and you became the condemned? Do not merely think that you can obtain a chance for resurrection through murder. You should be more vigilant that you could become the tool for someone else to seize their opportunity. Thus, we must not set this precedent. Whether Jiang Ye will be killed by a monster is uncertain, but we absolutely cannot take Jiang Ye's life for such a reason. Not just Jiang Ye, but every member of our mutual aid group is in the same boat. Upon hearing these words, the group fell into a prolonged silence. After a while, a few girls began to respond. Lingling is right. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If we treat Jiang Ye this way today, we might end up with the same fate as him tomorrow. I agree. We are human beings. Higher beings. We cannot devolve into beasts and lose our humanity. I stand with Lingling. Having someone like her watching over us is a stroke of luck for everyone in our mutual aid group. In an instant, Wang Lingling garnered a chorus of support, her reputation soaring once more. However, while they were vocal in their support, no one could truly ascertain what was in their hearts. Jiang Ye, relieved that he was no longer the target of scorn, exhaled a sigh of relief. He swiftly bid farewell to Yuziyu under the pretext of fearing being pursued by monsters. Concurrently, the looming sense of danger from monsters prompted him to promptly accept the cleaning task on the 20th floor. Taking the elevator back to his apartment there, however, he did not immediately commence his cleaning duties. Instead, he returned to his apartment on the 20th floor. Within the apartment, Jiang Ye's main body and his doppelganger shook hands. The single survival point possessed by the doppelganger automatically transferred to the main body. Simultaneously, the main body of Jiang Ye received a prompt. Would you like to consume one survival point to create a new doppelganger? Yes, no? Chapter 20. The second doppelganger indeed. Survival points could also be used to create doppelgangers. As Jiang Ye listened to the prompt, A flicker of elation washed over his eyes. A new doppelganger meant new labor resources. This would exponentially increase his capacity to earn. More importantly, the new doppelganger would also possess new talents. Just as Jiang Ye was about to instinctively choose yes, he suddenly had a thought and decided to hold off on making a decision right away. Instead, he instructed his first doppelganger to retrieve the life assistant Xiao Bing and place it on the coffee table. On that table lay a miniature lantern, no larger than a pinky finger. It appeared to be merely an ordinary pendant. However, in reality, it was something Jiang Ye had recently unwrapped while in his bald-headed form. Moreover, this small pendant had come with a staggering compensation demand of 188,000. When he first heard that amount, Jiang Ye was left dumbfounded. This outrageous compensation was directly higher than his daily rent. He nearly stuffed the small lantern back and sought a way to have it redelivered. However, he knew all too well that a higher compensation indicated that the parcel itself was exceptionally valuable. At that moment, he had Xiao Bing use a detection spell on the miniature lantern. The display screen promptly revealed the information about the lantern. Lucky Lantern, when activated, lasts for 1 hour. Slightly enhances luck attributes. What? Just 2 simple lines, and 188,000 was gone? But, luck attributes. Was this a hidden attribute not displayed on the data panel? If all players possessed a hidden luck attribute, Jiang Ye strongly suspected that Yang Wancha was the owner of an exceptionally high luck value. Wang Lingling and Gao Chang were likely quite fortunate as well as for Jiang Ye's own luck. It was hard to say. If one were to call him lucky, he was the sole individual to experience a failed awakening. If one were to deem him unlucky, he later awakened an extraordinary X-level talent. Therefore, perhaps there exists a fine line between extreme fortune and extreme misfortune. Jiang Ye found himself pondering this, however, considering that luck attributes could potentially influence initial talents. His eyes widened in realization. If he activated the Lucky Lantern while creating a new doppelganger, would the new doppelganger then have an increased probability of possessing a more formidable initial talent? If he could indeed obtain a doppelganger with an SSS-level talent, then spending 188,000 would be worth every penny. Yet, with this thought in mind, Jiang Ye hesitated once more. The effect of the Lucky Lantern was only valid for 1 hour after activation. If he could acquire more survival points and then create multiple doppelgangers in a short span, the effect of the Lucky Lantern would be maximized. Creating just one doppelganger in an hour felt somewhat wasteful. However, to forego creating a doppelganger in order to maximize the luck effect also seemed like a waste. Thus, the dilemma of wanting both options was apparent. Jiang Ye did not deliberate for too long and activated the Lucky Lantern. The miniature lantern indeed emitted a colorful glow. That moment, he chose, yes, ding. Congratulations, you have generated a doppelganger. A flash of white light illuminated his vision, and indeed, another version of himself appeared. However, at that moment, Jiang Ye suddenly felt his mind grow heavy, an overwhelming fatigue sweeping over him. He hurriedly lay back on the sofa, vaguely surmising. It must be due to his energy attribute being insufficient to effortlessly control 3 bodies simultaneously. This indicated that the attributes of his main body were crucial. He needed to either enhance his attributes to enable the control of more doppelgangers or merge his doppelgangers, thus strengthening his main body while reducing the number of doppelgangers. Therefore, his focus should remain on his main body. When the game clock struck midnight, he would need to consider merging doppelgangers to enhance his main body. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Ye immediately checked the data panel of his second doppelganger. Upon doing so, a radiant gleam flickered in his weary eyes. Jiang Ye, level 0, physical power 5, 2, energy 5.2, combat power 46, survival points 0, talent, heaven rewards diligence, S, defect. Your deliberate practice will surely yield results. Skills, absolute focus, A. Combat posture, A. Absolute focus, A. Immerse yourself in a single task with unwavering dedication for 1 minute. Gaining a temporary boost in attributes and comprehension based on your level of concentration. Combat posture, A. Upon entering combat posture, your physical attributes receive a temporary boost. Once you exit combat posture, your combat awareness is enhanced to a certain degree. Good heavens! An S-level talent, and he had comprehended 2 A-level skills. Moreover, both skills could temporarily enhance attributes. Even the absolute focus skill could elevate his comprehension. This meant that the gains Jiang Ye accrued from training rooms would far surpass those of others. Additionally, The combat posture skill would accelerate his growth. Furthermore, the attributes of this doppelganger had all surpassed 5. With the combat power soaring to 46 points, in comparison to Gao Chang's 48 combat power, it was hardly any lesser. However, Gao Chang wielded powerful lightning attribute skills. This doppelganger's development clearly leaned towards close combat. For the time being, it likely wouldn't be able to contend with Gao Chang. But that was all right. Jiang Ye's growth potential would undoubtedly surpass everyone. Certainly, provided he can indeed grow. The effect of the lucky colored lantern lasts for a full hour. Jiang Ye, reluctant to waste it, instructed his first avatar, who was about to undertake cleaning duties, to wear the lantern closely. Additionally, due to concerns about the first avatar being attacked by monsters, he entrusted a disguise mask to the second avatar, who would invisibly follow the first. After a brief hesitation, he also allocated the poisoned blade blood dagger to the second avatar. The life assistant, Xiao Bing, equipped with self-detonation capabilities, remained with the first avatar. Thus, all arrangements were in place. The first avatar was in the light, while the second avatar concealed itself in the shadows as they departed from apartment 2025. As for the original body, it lay exhausted on the apartment sofa. The cleaning order taken by the first avatar was directed towards apartment 2064, requiring movement in the opposite direction of the red light elevator. From a distance, the light in that direction indeed appeared dimmer, evoking a sensation of lurking danger. Jiang Ye did not allow himself to become complacent due to the strength of the second avatar. Every step he took was slow and cautious. The first avatar meticulously discerned the room numbers in the dim light, while the second avatar remained vigilant, observing the changes around them. Upon nearing apartment 2048, the first avatar felt nothing unusual, but the second avatar sharply sensed a chill. The two avatars instantly tensed their nerves. At that moment, a hissing anomaly erupted from the dim corridor, accompanied by gusts of eerie wind. The first avatar tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, only to suddenly feel a cool, slick sensation around his wrist. Startled, he flung his hand, catching a glimpse of a dark shape shooting from his wrist. It appeared to be a slender creature reminiscent of a venomous snake. Its pitch-black form was exceedingly concealed in the dim environment, seemingly vanishing into thin air in an instant. Jiang Ye vaguely sensed his entire right hand beginning to stiffen and tingle, even experiencing a debilitating weakness that made it difficult to hold the kitchen knife. Lacking combat experience and unable to pinpoint the target creature that had ambushed him, he naturally felt a surge of panic. Fortunately, the second avatar still possessed a measure of strength. Without hesitation, he activated the skills Absolute Focus and Combat Stance. In an instant, the second avatar entered a state of complete absorption. Time seemed to stand still in the dim corridor. Thus, in this seemingly frozen space, even the slightest rustle became exceedingly pronounced. Hiss, whoosh, a strange sound. A rush of wind. The second avatar suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and fierce. Raising his hand, he swung the knife, resulting in a splatter. Hiss, hiss. At that moment, the hissing sounded more like a scream. The venomous snake, its tongue flicking, suddenly expelled a noxious slime from its mouth. Both avatars narrowly evaded the attack. The second avatar dared not pause for a moment. Maintaining his state of absorption, he swung the poisoned blade blood dagger once more at the slender creature. Due to the dim lighting, he could not ascertain whether it was indeed a snake. Nonetheless, adhering to the principle of striking at the creature's weak point, he aimed his strike at the creature's vitals. Splatter, splatter, hiss. Jiang Ye had previously trembled noticeably while slaying Ding Ding, yet this time, his dagger strike toward the slender creature exhibited a newfound decisiveness and ferocity. Hiss. After the final sharp hiss, a flash of white light surged forth. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in Jiang Ye's mind. Successfully killed level 1 Shadow Ring Snake. Gained energy value 10. Ding. Your level has risen to level 1. Your physical strength has increased by 1 point. Your energy has increased by 1 point. Concurrently, from the dissipating white light emerged the shape of a black iron treasure chest. Chapter 21. The peculiar cleaning task goodness. Not only did this enhance his level, but it also yielded a black iron treasure chest. The first avatar swiftly retrieved the chest, while the second avatar promptly examined the data panel. Jiang Ye, level 1, 0, 100, physical strength, 6, 2, energy, 6.2, combat power, 54, survival points, 0. Talent, diligence rewarded, S. Skills, absolute focus, A. Combat stance, A. Indeed, his physical strength and energy attributes had each increased by 1 point. His combat power had surged to 54. Such prowess could be considered among the elite within the entire apartment community. Furthermore, according to the notification, he had just slain a level 1 Shadow Ring snake. As a level 0, he had managed to defeat a level 1 creature. One could only conclude that an S-level talent was indeed formidable. Jiang Ye speculated that Yang Wancha's talent must also be at least S-level, perhaps even surpassing it. Of course, it was also possible that he had other opportunities. Jiang Ye quickly composed himself and proceeded to open the recently acquired black iron treasure chest. Inside lay a silver-white ring. As per tradition, it was still the assistant Xiao Bing's responsibility to investigate. Spatial ring, level 1. Contains 1 cubic meter of storage space. Living beings cannot be stored. Goodness, a spatial ring. While not the item Jiang Ye had most eagerly anticipated for enhancing his strength, it nonetheless facilitated greater convenience in his actions. It seemed that Bai Ruowan's personal space was not quite as precious as he had initially thought. However, the spatial ring could be stolen, whereas Bai Ruowan's personal space was not only impervious to theft but likely more expansive. Jiang Ye's 1 cubic meter space could only accommodate a few scattered items. Nevertheless, it would suffice for the initial stage. He swiftly donned the spatial ring on the hand of the first avatar and stored the kitchen knife and Xiao Bing within the space. The right hand of the first avatar still felt somewhat stiff and weak. However, after a few gentle rubs, the situation improved. Thus, while massaging his wrist, which had been tainted by the Shadow Ring snake, he proceeded with heightened caution towards apartment 2064. Yet, in the dim light, Jiang Ye failed to notice that as he gradually moved away, the door to apartment 2048 suddenly swung open. A shadow flickered at the door's edge. And then the door quietly closed once more. Upon reaching apartment 2064, Jiang Ye encountered no further dangers. Having already resolved to attempt the cleaning task, he was determined not to hesitate any longer. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a notification unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Yang Wancha for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 2. Reward, Black Iron Treasure Chest 1. Goodness, Yang Wancha has already reached level 2? His speed is astonishing. Jiang Ye hurriedly opened the chat group, where he saw Xiao Likuan sharing the news. Xiao Likuan. Yang Wancha was not ambushed by monsters again. He must have been engaged in combat with players from other apartments. Soon, many classmates realized, so combat in the battle room can also elevate levels? It must be that Yang Wancha is exceptionally strong, winning against players from other apartments to level up. So now, Yang Wancha should be the strongest among us in the apartment, right? Damn. I want to go to the battle room and see the world. Interact with players from other apartments, but unfortunately, the battle room requires residents of the 20th floor or above to access it. I feel that if Jiang Ye wishes to survive today, he should also head to the battle room and compete against players from other apartments. Otherwise, relying solely on odd jobs, he could never afford the exorbitant rent. Sigh. Some people wish to battle other apartment players but lack the opportunity, while others have the chance yet are too afraid to engage. This world is always like this, just as money tends to flow toward those who already possess it. Sigh. It is indeed a pity. However, having a powerhouse like Yang Wancha in our apartment is a stroke of luck. Jiang Ye noticed that many classmates still harbored hostility towards him, subtly undermining him. He disregarded this, but felt a growing anticipation for utilizing the battle room. If his second avatar were to engage in combat, the odds of victory should be quite high. With these thoughts in mind, the first avatar knocked on the door of apartment 2064. However, curiously, almost simultaneously as the first avatar knocked on the door of 2064. The original Jiang Ye, residing in apartment 2025, also heard the knocking sound. Startled, he whipped his gaze towards the door. What in the world? Could it be that the 2064 apartment and his 2025 were one and the same? Or perhaps, when a door is knocked upon in one apartment, all rooms on the same floor resonate with the sound. Jiang Ye was uncertain, yet the eerie knocking sent chills down his spine. At that moment, the door of apartment 2064 quietly opened. However, no one was seen to have opened the door. The first avatar instantly tensed, a chill running down his spine. Yet soon, he noticed that it was not that no one had opened the door. Instead, The one who had opened it was a life assistant robot similar to Xiao Bing. It was so short that it was nearly imperceptible. Just as Jiang Ye began to relax, he heard the cold, mechanical voice of the life assistant. May I ask if you are the cleaning employee with the ID number 007? Please present your work badge. This life assistant robot appeared to have undergone personalized settings. Its voice lacked the soft and cute quality of Xiao Bing, instead adopting a tone reminiscent of a professional woman, strictly businesslike. Hearing that voice, Jiang Ye instinctively thought of his mathematics teacher, instantly feeling a surge of pressure. He dared not delay and promptly presented his work badge. After confirming the badge, the small robot ushered him into the apartment. As it glided across the floor, it continued in its businesslike tone. The owner is not at home. Your cleaning task will be supervised by me. Jiang Ye felt a growing sense of relief. It was fortunate that no one was present. He harbored a slight social anxiety, also concerned about potential danger from the apartment's residents. However, as he cast his gaze across the living room of the apartment, a sense of unease washed over him. This abode appeared pristine and orderly, hardly resembling a space in need of cleaning. Fortunately, at that moment, the diminutive robot chimed in, stating, "The master prioritizes cleanliness, hence the home is impeccably tidy. Your task is to locate all 10,086 strands of hair that the master has shed. Following that, you must wash, dry, and meticulously apply hair treatment oil to each individual strand before neatly organizing them. Only then will your task be complete." Oh? Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback by the peculiar nature of this assignment. Nonetheless, despite its oddity, the task did not seem overly daunting. Moreover, the domestic assistant robot appeared quite amiable. Thus, he inquired, "Do you possess any specialized tools for hair retrieval?" The information he received from the cleaning service base indicated that all necessary tools were to be provided by the clients. With no need for personal supplies, however, the robot replied, "The master's hair is extraordinarily precious and cannot be cleaned using tools such as vacuum cleaners or sweepers. You must locate it with your eyes and collect it by hand. Exercise utmost caution to avoid damaging even a single strand of the master's hair. Should any hair be mishandled." The robot's display contorted into a fearful expression before continuing, "The master will be exceedingly furious. And your fate will be dire, indeed. Very dire, indeed." Jiang Ye swallowed hard and asked, "Am I able to cancel this cleaning job?" "Yes, you may," the robot affirmed. Just as Jiang Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him, the robot added, "You need only settle a compensation fee of 12,000. Damn it. His entire salary for this job was only 6,000. How could the compensation be 12,000? Jiang Ye pondered, having already accumulated a debt of 350,000. While the saying goes that a multitude of debts does not weigh one down, he certainly could not afford to be utterly reckless. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Where exactly is the master's hair distributed?" "It is scattered throughout the apartment, but the bathroom should contain the most," the robot replied. With a sigh, Jiang Ye decided, "Then let us head to the bathroom first." The first avatar diligently commenced the cleaning task. The second avatar, concealed behind a disguise, refrained from entering apartment 2064. He lingered by the entrance for a moment, ensuring the first avatar was temporarily out of danger before deciding to investigate the combat room on the first floor. However, just as the second avatar took a few steps toward the elevator, a shadow suddenly obstructed his path. Chapter 22. The mysterious shadow. The shadow seemed to have materialized out of thin air. With no prior indication of its presence, at that moment, the second avatar remained cloaked in invisibility. Instantly alert, he was unsure whether this shadow could perceive his concealed form. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice emerged from the shadow. "Are you in need of money?" "What?" Jiang Ye stammered, still uncertain and hesitant to respond. The shadow, noticing his silence, seemed to grow impatient and bluntly stated, "What kind of invisibility trickery do you think can deceive anyone?" "I shall ask you again. Are you in need of money? I can help you acquire a substantial fortune swiftly. It is far quicker and easier than doing cleaning work." What an intriguing offer. Swift and simple. This sounded eerily similar to a scam. Jiang Ye instinctively felt skeptical. However, not knowing the shadow's true nature, he refrained from outright rejection and instead replied, "What exactly do you mean by acquiring money quickly?" "Quite simple." The shadow, appearing as a being clad entirely in black robes, gestured with a hand. tossing a jade token in Jiang Ye's direction. Jiang Ye caught the token, examining it as he listened to the shadow's explanation. Wear this, and the survival points you earn from killing will be stored within this jade pendant. Afterward, come back to the 20th floor to find me. I will purchase this jade pendant at the rate of 100,000 for each survival point. For instance, if you collect 5 survival points, you can exchange this jade pendant for 500,000. This proposition caused Jiang Ye to gasp in astonishment, with a debt of 350,000 hanging over him. Relying solely on labor to repay it was futile. Yet, according to the Shadow's terms, he only needed to eliminate 4 individuals. Not only could he settle his debts, but he would also have some spare change. This truly sounded tempting. Jiang Ye had serious doubts that Yang Wancha's propensity for violence stemmed solely from his capabilities. Perhaps he had struck a deal with this Shadow, however. Jiang Ye's circumstances were different from Yang Wancha's. He could generate avatars with his survival points. Calculating the value, exchanging 1 survival point for 100,000 was undoubtedly unwise. Moreover, he surmised that the true worth of survival points and survival stones far exceeded 100,000. The Shadow, on the surface, appeared to be offering a partnership, yet in reality, it was taking advantage of him. From this perspective, the Shadow could not collect survival points through murder itself, which was why it sought to collaborate with players. After much contemplation, Jiang Ye recognized that he was not one to indiscriminately take lives. It was unlikely that he would kill for mere survival points. However, if he truly could not repay the 350,000 debt, then perhaps engaging in a transaction with this Shadow could serve as a means of survival. Thus, he did not outright refuse but instead inquired, if I keep this jade pendant on my person, will it absorb all the survival points I gain from killing? The Shadow, catching the nuance in Jiang Ye's question, nodded and clarified, if you wish to retain the survival points for yourself, simply leave the jade pendant in your apartment or place it within your spatial equipment. However, I must warn you, any survival points you accrue cannot be utilized within this apartment. If you cannot escape this apartment alive, then any survival points you possess will be rendered meaningless. Clearly, this was a suggestion aimed at persuading Jiang Ye to store his survival points within the jade pendant for a monetary exchange. Jiang Ye remained silent, accepting the jade pendant, and addressed the Shadow. I will give this serious consideration. As he spoke, the Shadow that had previously blocked his path vanished as if it had never existed. Jiang Ye surveyed his surroundings, but the dim lighting obscured his view. After pondering for a moment, he swiftly made his way to the red-lit elevator. Adorning the disguise of a bald individual, he descended to the first floor. Upon entering the first-floor lobby, he noticed several classmates gathered at the front desk, seemingly seeking loans from the administrator. The appearance of Jiang Ye and his bald guise instantly sparked chatter among a few students. Nevertheless, he paid them no mind, directly heading toward the direction of the combat room. The murmurs among the students persisted. Is that bald guy one of our classmates in disguise, or is he a resident of the apartment? I remember Li Wenjie from class 1 has a detection skill. She might be able to figure it out. Li Wenjie has gone running up the stairs. Who knows when she'll return? When she does, let her check the combat room. Perhaps she can see through the bald person's facade. But if the bald guy is a resident and suddenly gets hit with a detection skill, will he go berserk and start killing? Surely not. Even if he did, Yang Wancha is still in the combat room. He shouldn't just stand by and watch. Come on, he wouldn't take the opportunity to seize Li Wenjie's head, would he? We should just mind our own business and avoid provoking others. Sigh, if only I were as powerful as Yang Wancha. I'm planning to take out a loan to try out the training room and see if I can enhance my physical abilities and stamina. I'm hoping to discover a skill. Jiang Ye paid no heed to their chatter. Upon entering the combat room, he was greeted by rows of machines resembling ATMs, 2 rows, each with 10 devices, totaling 20 combat apparatuses. One device near the entrance, closest to the door, was lit with a green light, indicating that Yang Wancha was currently engaged with it. The remaining 19 devices stood vacant. Beside Yang Wancha's machine stood 2 classmates, Xiao Yudi and Wong Chung, who had previously shared updates about Yang Wancha in their group chat. Upon spotting the bald Jiang Ye, the 2 instantly adopted a wary demeanor. Jiang Ye, however, approached confidently and glanced at Yang Wancha's device. In that moment, he understood why Xiao Yudi and Wong Chung were stationed there, as the closed device, akin to an ATM, displayed a screen the size of an A4 paper, showcasing Yang Wancha's combat footage. The scene depicted a combat arena the size of a basketball court, where Yang Wancha was engaged in a match against a nimble young woman. She appeared to be a player from another apartment, likely in her early 20s and resembling a college student. Yet, she held her ground remarkably well against Yang Wancha, suggesting she might be an athlete or have martial arts training. This unexpected scene left Jiang Ye feeling somewhat astonished. He had assumed that with Yang Wancha's prowess, he would dominate the combat room. It appeared that formidable challengers existed among other apartments as well. Fortunately, the outcomes of battles in the combat room only pertained to financial matters. Not life or death. Even in defeat, one merely loses money. It is not a matter of life and death. Thus, this combat chamber essentially resembles a virtual game. Jiang Ye observed for a moment, and seeing that Xiao Yudi and Wong Chung were no longer causing trouble, their previously tense demeanor gradually dissipated, redirecting their focus back to Yang Wancha's battle. As Yang Wancha began to falter, Wong Chung could not help but lament. It seems Yang Wancha has wagered 100,000. Right? If he loses, it would be akin to returning to square one. Xiao Yudi nodded in agreement. There is no remedy. This opponent is far too formidable. This girl likely possesses at least an S-level talent. Moreover, I suspect that the opponent Yang Wancha matched with is related to the amount he wagered. At this time, any opponent capable of betting 100,000 is undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Wong Chung sighed, damn it, I can barely scrape together 100, and Yang Wancha is risking 10 times that. The disparity between people is truly infuriating. Xiao Yudi further reflected. If indeed everyone globally has been transported to these apartments, then those at the very pinnacle of the hierarchy might surpass both Yang Wancha and this girl. After all, with such a vast population, it is inevitable that extraordinary luck will manifest. Wong Chung, astonished, exclaimed, could these extraordinarily lucky individuals possess S-level talents? Ugh, I wish my parents were S-level talent holders. When we reunite, I would instantly become a wealthy heir. Xiao Yudi was rendered speechless, but upon deeper contemplation, he mused that if his parents had truly ascended to become top-tier powerhouses, and if they were alive to reunite, then he could indeed enjoy the perks of being a wealthy heir. It was a rather delightful thought. However, just as they indulged in this line of thinking, a new notification echoed in their minds. Ding! Apartment announcement. 8 individuals have ascended to level 1, activating the apartment level ranking. Chapter 23. Apartment level ranking. Ranking of newbie apartment number 1008, first place. Yang Wancha, level 2, second place. Wang Lingling, level 1, third place. Zhang Jintian, level 1, fourth place. Gao Chang, level 1, fifth place. Ku Jingfei, level 1, sixth place. Lu Shun, level 1, seventh place. Jiang Ye, level 1, eighth place. Ruowan, level 1. The entire ranking board occupied a third space outside the data panel and chat group, displaying a mere 8 players. With its emergence, the chat group erupted in excitement. What the heck? Is this real? 8 people have already reached level 1. Gao Chang, so formidable, only ranks 4th. This ranking must be sorted by upgrade time within the same level. Right. Zhang Jintian and Ku Jingfei, who have kept a low profile and haven't joined the mutual aid group, have surprisingly also reached level 1. What's more, Jiang Ye has also ascended to level 1. Did he level up after defeating Ding Dang? Yuziu. Jiang Ye likely did not level up by defeating Ding Dang, as it is said that a golden light flashes upon leveling up, and he did not experience that. So, Jiang Ye must have been pursued by monsters afterward. He actually survived and reached level 1. In that case, the monsters might not be that strong. Right. Not strong, my foot. I remember Yang Wancha mentioning that Jiang Ye has unwrapped parcels. He must possess powerful items from those packages, which allowed him to turn the tables on the monster and reach level 1. Damn, I want to steal parcels too. I advise against such impulsiveness. Stealing parcels is purely a gamble. Whether one can obtain valuable items is uncertain, but the compensation will undoubtedly be exorbitant. Still, I envy them. Those who have reached level 1 not only possess greater strength but also feature on the ranking board. While we zero-level folks feel utterly insignificant, akin to cannon fodder unworthy of a name in a novel. Absolutely right. I long to level up too. Just like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it feels like working to pay rent is merely the most basic survival need, while leveling up and becoming stronger is the higher aspiration we should pursue. Speaking of which, could those who reached level 1 share their leveling experiences? Perhaps we other students could learn and replicate it. The group instantly ignited a fervent discussion regarding leveling up. However, none of the 8 students shared their experiences. At that moment, the screen of combat chamber device number 1 suddenly displayed the word fail. Xiao Likuan and Wong Chung were jolted back to reality from the chat group, staring in shock at the screen. What? Yang Wancha really lost? 100,000, just like that? I remember the rent for the 20th floor is only 120,000 a day. This is truly outrageous. I sense that Yang Wancha must be feeling quite low after losing 100,000. Should we withdraw to avoid being caught in the crossfire of his anger? Then, let's get out quickly with that. Xiao Likuan and Wong Chung hurriedly exited the combat chamber. Jiang Ye, upon seeing the fail on the screen, felt a flutter of anxiety and left the combat chamber as well. He still yearned to utilize the combat chamber to challenge the other strong players in different apartments. However, using the combat chamber required funds, and at present, he was burdened with debt and devoid of money. Thus, after departing the combat chamber, Jiang Ye made his way to the front desk where the apartment administrator was stationed. A few students still lingered there, visibly anxious and hesitant to speak. Ignoring them, Jiang Ye directly inquired of the administrator, "May I ask how much loan credit I have?" Previously, during his inquiry as the first avatar, the administrator had informed him that his loan limit was 50,000. Now, he had come as the second avatar. The administrator glanced at him expressionlessly and replied, 300,000. Upon hearing this amount, the students present were left dumbfounded and astonished. Their gazes towards Jiang Ye were akin to seeing a ghost. They had begun to surmise from Jiang Ye's loan behavior that this bald man was a disguise of one of their classmates. However, they certainly did not expect this mysterious classmate to secure a loan limit of 300,000. For ordinary students like them, being granted a few hundred in loans was already a cause for celebration. Loan limits exceeding 1,000 were exceedingly rare, and they had never encountered anyone obtaining more than 10,000. Yet, this bald individual had managed to secure a staggering 300,000. This was utterly absurd. They understood that the loan limits were determined by their potential assessed by the administrator. The greater the developmental potential, the higher the loan limit. This meant that this mysterious classmate disguised as a bald man was undoubtedly exceptional. Could he possibly be the unassuming Zhang Jintian or Ku Zhengfei from the ranking board? The students began conjecturing about Jiang Ye. However, after inquiring about the loan interest, Jiang Ye ultimately applied for a loan of 500 and promised to repay 600 before midnight. Just as he received the loan amount and was about to head back to the combat chamber, he noticed the chat group suddenly buzzing with activity. The catalyst was a classmate promoting the strength of players in their newbie apartment, noting that in such a short time, there were already 8 level 1 players. While other students optimistically praised the ranking board's elites, Yang Wancha, who had just lost 100,000, suddenly doused the group in cold water. Just a handful of level 1 players, and you're already getting carried away? Truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. I should be the strongest presence in our apartment. Yet, the players from other apartments that I encounter in the combat chamber are formidable as a cloud. There are countless whose strength is on par with mine, if not stronger. If you all continue to be so optimistic without a hint of urgency, you might truly end up as cannon fodder, unable to pass even the newbie apartment's assessment. If such remarks had come from an ordinary classmate, they might have incited disdain and ridicule. However, when spoken by Yang Wancha, many students immediately felt the pressure. Just as the students transitioned from optimism to despair, Yang Wancha suddenly added, "Through the gambling fights in the combat chamber, I've realized that once your strength increases, earning money becomes quite effortless. One battle could yield a win of 80 or 100,000. Of course, the premise is that you must be able to win. And I just lost 100,000 in one battle." Upon hearing this, the entire class was once again struck with astonishment. They had not even accumulated 100,000 in 10 days of rent, yet Yang Wancha lost that amount in a single match. This was utterly absurd. No matter the environment, those at the pinnacle of the pyramid always seem to leave ordinary individuals far behind, don't they? As the students remained in shock, Yang Wancha continued, 100,000 is merely a loss. If my strength improves, I can easily win it back later. Therefore, I now wish to organize a group of classmates to explore the depths of the 3rd floor S corridor, to see if we can level up as a team. Upon hearing this, the entire class erupted in excitement. Whoa! Team leveling. What a brilliant idea. I've been wanting to level up for ages. Moreover, we're being led by a powerhouse. This is simply fantastic. Damn! Super Brother is amazing. Who would dare to speak ill of him now? I'm Su Kaishian, and I'll be the first to defend him. Super Brother is incredible. I'm putting aside my work right now to seek you out for a team. Clearly, with the emergence of the ranking board, the students' desire to level up surged to unprecedented heights. Upon hearing Yang Wancha speak of forming teams for upgrades, excitement erupted among the students, as they felt they were about to latch onto a golden opportunity. However, Yang Wancha swiftly followed up in the group chat, stating, "Exploring the depths of the corridor, even in a team, there will inevitably be risks. What I require are individuals capable of confronting dangers and battling monsters, not those seeking to cling to success or hinder progress. Therefore, those with a combat power below 20 need not apply. For those with a combat power exceeding 20, gather at the elevator on the 3rd floor within 10 minutes if you wish to upgrade swiftly." This resolute proclamation elicited mixed responses from the students. Many, whose combat power fell short of 20, lamented their fleeting joy, feeling it had all been in vain. Conversely, those who boasted a combat power over 20 were few and far between. They hesitated regarding Yang Wancha's proposal for team upgrades. While the allure of upgrading was undeniable, they recalled Yang Wancha's previous acts of violence. His unpredictable and ferocious demeanor raised concerns. What if he turned against his teammates? Yet, teaming up with the formidable Yang Wancha would significantly diminish the risks of exploring the corridor's depths. This dilemma became the crux of their indecision. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye found himself similarly conflicted. Should he first seek a team to upgrade, enhancing his strength before engaging in battle? Or should he plunge directly into combat to earn money while observing how others fared in their explorations of the corridor? Chapter 24. God of War Rankings. Stubborn bronze Jiang Ye hesitated for but a moment before resolutely heading towards the battle room with the recently acquired 500 from his loan. After all, he currently bore the appearance of a bald uncle. Joining a crowded team for upgrades would undoubtedly prompt a barrage of questions. Even if he shed his disguise and approached as Jiang Ye, it would be ill-advised. He had previously showcased his data panel using his first avatar, which clearly indicated his talent as C-level affinity for gold elements. Should he be required to display his data panel while teaming up? Revealing his S-level, diligence is rewarded. Talent would surely invite unnecessary complications. Thus, it was prudent to avoid the crowd and first ascertain the situation in the battle room. The very moment the second avatar returned to the battle room. The first avatar, located in apartment 2064, finally cleared out the first bathroom of hair. Over 1,000 strands in total. Each wet, long hair inexplicably unsettled him. Following the assistant's guidance, he stored the hair in a vessel resembling a water tank. He then proceeded to the master bedroom's bathroom. It was at this juncture that Jiang Ye was pleasantly surprised to discover a bronze treasure chest sitting brazenly on the master bedroom's bay window. Upon closer inspection, he felt that the bronze chest was utterly out of place in the immaculate ambience of the apartment. A bold idea suddenly struck him, and he walked directly towards the bay window. Simultaneously, he explained to the assistant robot, "I'll start cleaning from the bay window in the master bedroom, shall I?" The assistant robot had no objections. "Go ahead, just ensure that all 10,086 strands of hair are collected, intact and undamaged." Jiang Ye nodded and approached the bay window, reaching out to press down on the bronze treasure chest. At that moment, his body tensed and his mind raced. Yet he feigned nonchalance as he asked, "Do I need to clean what's inside as well?" The assistant robot paused, inquired, "Inside what?" "Underneath the blanket on the bay window. Hair typically doesn't fall beneath the blanket. But if you're concerned, you may check." Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement ignited in Jiang Ye's eyes. This implied that the assistant robot seemed unable to perceive the bronze treasure chest. He was unsure whether this blindness was exclusive to the robot or if it extended to all non-player residents of the apartment. Without delay, Jiang Ye stowed the treasure chest away in his spatial storage. He then resumed the task of cleaning hair, appearing utterly unfazed. Meanwhile, the second avatar, sensing the first avatar's discovery, felt elated. He chose to enter the second battle machine within the battle room. His thoughts wandering, this battle room housed only 20 battle devices. If one day he possessed 20 avatars, could he not monopolize all 20 machines? How delightful that would be, however, given that the novice period lasted a mere 10 days. He deemed it unlikely he could control 20 avatars simultaneously. Jiang Ye composed himself and focused on the second battle machine. This device, resembling an ATM, felt akin to withdrawing money from an ATM. Upon entry, the door closed automatically, providing a decent level of privacy. Simultaneously, a voice verified his status as a tenant on the 20th floor and deducted 100 from his account for using the battle machine. As he sat down, it seemed he inadvertently activated some mechanism. A technologically advanced headset enveloped his head. Subsequently, he felt a wave of disorientation, as if he were entering a dream, and found himself in an entirely new space. The expansive space resembled the lobby of the apartment building. IT was bustling with people of all ages and genders, seemingly all players of the apocalyptic apartment. Above their heads, each bore a black title, Nameless Black Ironed. Notably, the largest crowd gathered in the northern part of the lobby, behind which loomed a massive electronic screen displaying God of War rankings. First place, Zhao Jing, Stubborn Bronze, 100, second place. Zhang Wanhan, Stubborn Bronze, 100, third place. Sha Bo, Stubborn Bronze, 100, fourth place. Li Junqi, Stubborn Bronze, 100, fifth place. Wang Qingjin, Stubborn Bronze, 100, sixth place. Ku Peng, Stubborn Bronze, 92.3. The entire God of War rankings was uniformly filled with Stubborn Bronze. In stark contrast, the players Jiang Ye observed in the first floor lobby were all designated as Nameless Black Iron. It was evident that Nameless Black Iron represented a lower tier than Stubborn Bronze. Those who ascended to the God of War rankings must be the elite among players. The rankings documented 100 names. Stubborn Bronze was the title, while the percentage likely indicated their battle win rate. Jiang Ye scanned the God of War rankings from top to bottom but failed to spot Yang Wancha's name. This indicated that even the formidable Yang Wancha in their apartment did not qualify for the rankings. No wonder he remarked in the group chat that other apartments were teeming with powerful individuals. One could only wonder about the astonishing combat prowess of those who graced the God of War rankings. While Jiang Ye pondered, a fellow bald man beside him unexpectedly struck up a conversation. "Hey there, newcomer to the battle room? Are you here just to see the sights, or do you have plans to engage in battle?" Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, but did not reject the man's overture, responding directly. "I mainly came to explore, as my strength is too feeble to have any confidence in combat. But speaking of which, how does one engage in battle here?" "Oh, it's quite simple." The bald man, encouraged by Jiang Ye's admission of weakness, grew increasingly enthusiastic. "This entire battle room is essentially a virtual space connecting numerous apartments. Akin to games we used to play. The layout here is somewhat similar to the apartment, divided into several levels. New players automatically enter the first floor lobby, where they can gaze upon the God of War rankings and admire the top-tier players we can hardly approach. Ascending to the second floor allows for matchmaking and battles. If you're willing to spend a bit more, you can even observe others in combat.as. For the third floor, one must attain the title of Stubborn Bronze to access it. Thus, we nameless novices are temporarily confined to the first and second floors." Jiang Ye nodded, his gaze sweeping across the lobby. "No wonder all the players here are Nameless Black Iron. This first floor lobby must be filled with newcomers like me. Just starting to use the battle room, right?" The bald man's eyes flickered, a smirk forming in his mind. Of course, there are not just newcomers. There are seasoned players eager to exploit them. However, he kept this thought to himself, merely nodding and reassuring Jiang Ye. "Yes, that's about right." He then comforted Jiang Ye further. "Brother, you mentioned your strength is too weak to seek battles? But truthfully, most newbies entering this first floor lobby possess little power. After all, those who can access the battle room are merely the fortunate ones allocated to apartments above the 20th floor. Many of them awaken talents of D or E rank. Those who manifest C rank talents are already considered quite strong. In this context, our chances of winning against other novices are relatively high. Moreover, the battle room operates in a virtual environment, much like gaming. Even if you lose, it merely costs a bit of money without any life-threatening risks." As he spoke, the bald man leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I arrived a bit earlier and have gathered some intel on the newcomers. If you're interested in trying your hand at battle, I can introduce you to a weaker opponent for a test run." Chapter 25. Brother, guide me. The bald man presented himself as a warm-hearted, affable character. However, Jiang Ye was no fool. His school had conducted lectures on fraud prevention. Naturally, he was not inclined to believe the bald man's dubious claims. Yet, rather than outright rejecting the offer, he feigned curiosity and inquired, "Is the battle room's format not random matchmaking, but rather one where you can choose your opponents?" The bald man chuckled and explained, "Indeed, the battle room features both matchmaking and challenge modes. However, underneath the guise of random matchmaking, the opponents you face are generally of similar strength to your own. In such cases, the probability of winning is a mere 50-50. Thus, with both victories and defeats, it becomes quite challenging to earn a profit, and those with poor luck may even incur losses. Conversely, in challenge mode, one can opt to face a weaker opponent, significantly increasing the chances of winning." Yet, upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a sense of unease. If everyone were to challenge the weak, wouldn't the less skilled players risk financial ruin and shy away from the battle room altogether? The bald man shook his head with a smile. "Of course, it is not so simple. The battle room maintains a fair system. Both parties must consent to a challenge for it to proceed. A strong player may initiate a challenge against a weaker one, but the latter has every right to decline. However, for newcomers like us, we all start as nameless black iron, mere nobodies by mere appearance. It is impossible to discern who is strong and who is weak. Thus, in challenge mode, there is a likelihood of encountering a significant disparity in strength between the two combatants. For the stronger party, this presents an opportunity to seize. My intention is to assist you in capitalizing on such opportunities. The opponent is a girl, lacking in prowess, with a naive disposition, making her particularly easy to deceive. I intentionally feigned weakness to challenge her and triumphed effortlessly. Had she not been aware that she could not defeat me, she would have undoubtedly rejected my challenge." The bald man's reasoning, to some extent, was coherent. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, deliberately adopting a facade of a morally troubled individual, and remarked, "But the girl has not wronged me. Would it not be rather unethical for me to take advantage of her?" Upon hearing this, the bald man appeared taken aback for a moment. He scrutinized Jiang Ye for an extended period, his expression reflecting a hint of doubt. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions, feigning shock as he gazed at Jiang Ye. "No way? My friend, you truly are too naive. When you were first transported to the apartment, did you not hear the notification declaring it to be the Doomsday Apartment? This is the end of days. Do you intend to uphold moral standards and play the saint? The crux of the matter is that if you do not proactively deceive others, they will certainly turn the tables and deceive you. Furthermore, I believe that in a doomsday context, our moral standards should be lowered. Viewed through a lens of diminished ethics, what we do is not deception, but rather a lesson imparted. After all, the battle room will not result in loss of life. If we deceive others, it serves to enlighten them. Looking at it from another perspective, this could even be considered a virtuous act. Of course, if you genuinely feel a pang of conscience, I would not insist. Let us simply regard this as a casual conversation, an opportunity to make a friend. However, since you are able to come to the battle room, it implies that you reside on the 20th floor or higher, and your daily rent likely exceeds 100,000. Does it not? I cannot help but wonder if I will see you, my friend, again tomorrow. Speaking of which, both of us are bald, which could be considered a twist of fate. What a pity." The bald man's tone of regret suggested that Jiang Ye was on the verge of perishing due to an inability to pay rent. Jiang Ye understood that this individual was deliberately trying to provoke him with the rent issue. Much like many scams that masquerade as opportunities for profit, he suspected that the bald man and the girl he mentioned were likely in cahoots. Believing he lacked strength and plotting to swindle him, after contemplating this for a while, Jiang Ye felt a twinge of indecision. According to the bald man's assertions, randomly matched opponents would possess similar strength. Therefore, in the absence of absolute strength and trump cards, it would indeed be challenging to earn money through random matchmaking. Thus, to achieve stable profits in the battle room, challenge mode appeared to be the superior choice. However, the challenge mode allowed opponents to decline. The dilemma lay in how to convince others that one is weak enough to accept a challenge, a predicament faced by all players seeking to capitalize on opportunities. Moreover, those like the bald man, who engage in collusion for deceit, were likely not few in number. Should he confront the bald man directly and then join his scheme of deception? After pondering this for a moment, Jiang Ye suddenly glanced at the God of War rankings and queried the bald man. "But according to your explanation of these two modes, how can the champions on the God of War rankings maintain a 100% win rate? They are so powerful that the weak would undoubtedly refuse their challenges, and the opponents they encounter in random matchmaking should also be quite formidable. Under such circumstances, achieving a perfect win rate seems implausible. Does it not? The answer to this question is quite simple. As the bald man just mentioned, the matchmaking mode pairs players based on their strength. The strength value displayed on a player's data panel is assessed according to their attributes, talents, and skills. The items a player possesses are not factored into this calculation. In other words, two individuals with identical strength values may still see one dominate the other due to possessing superior items. This point becomes evident after observing a few battles. It is also the reason why the champions on the God of War rankings can boast a perfect win rate. However, it is entirely normal for Jiang Ye, who has just arrived at the battle room, to be unaware of this. The bald man, of course, was privy to this secret, but chose not to reveal it. He feigned ignorance and remarked, "Well, it is possible that those strong players have unique advantages. For instance, they might have trained in martial arts, allowing them to maintain a winning streak even against opponents of similar strength. It is only natural that the world of top-tier champions is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals." Normal? Jiang Ye contemplated this for a moment and began to form some suspicions regarding the champions' winning streaks. In fact, after these speculations, he turned to the bald man and suddenly conceived a bold idea. "I mean, in this lobby on the first floor, there are clearly many newcomers. How did this bald fellow manage to discern that he was the one to be taken advantage of among so many novices? Did he find him trustworthy based on his appearance? Or was it a random selection?" It seemed unlikely. With a shift in his thoughts, Jiang Ye took the initiative to address the bald man. "Brother, I just thought about it carefully. Conscience cannot be eaten as a meal. If I do not earn money diligently, I might not even be able to pay today's rent. Brother, please guide me. I will surely remember your kindness." The bald man had been waiting for this very statement. He inwardly chuckled with derision. While maintaining his facade of a good-natured person, he warmly responded, "It is not a matter of guiding. There is no need to be so polite. I simply think that having more friends opens more doors. That being said, you must first tell me your strength so I can determine if you truly can defeat that girl." Jiang Ye nodded and, embodying his innocent and honest bald appearance, replied earnestly, "No problem. My talent is C-grade affinity with gold elements, stamina at 1.2, energy at 2.4, strength at 5.5, and I have mastered a skill called Golden Light Technique." This disclosure flowed seamlessly, exhibiting no signs of deceit. The bald man felt a surge of joy and immediately praised. "No, my friend, your strength is already considered formidable within the entire battle room. How could you have claimed to be weak and afraid to engage in combat? That is quite overly cautious, is it not?" Jiang Ye feigned confusion and continued in his innocent tone. "Is my strength truly impressive? I am unaware. Before the apocalypse, I was merely a slothful otaku, lacking in exercise and having never even killed a chicken. This strength of 5.5, when put to the test, might fall significantly short, perhaps even by half." The bald man, upon hearing this, finally felt a sense of relief. After all, a strength of 5.5 does carry a bit of pressure when deceiving others. If this fellow cannot realize his potential, it suits him perfectly. He then comforted Jiang Ye. "No worries, even if you only perform at half capacity, that strength of 5.5 guarantees your victory. Come, I will take you to find that naive girl. However, you must approach her yourself. After all, I have previously deceived her, and if she sees us together, she will surely refuse your challenge." Jiang Ye nodded, indicating his understanding. Meanwhile, the bald man led Jiang Ye towards the second floor while simultaneously sending a private message to his accomplice. "I have successfully hoodwinked another newcomer. With a strength of 5.5, he seems rather naive and likely lacks any cunning." His companion, noted as Li Ran, promptly replied, "What items does he possess? A player on the 20th floor should have a bronze chest." "Right." The bald man, whose name was Su Jingyao, quickly responded to Li Ran. Just like me, he has a fellow unfortunate soul." The bronze chest yielded a disguise mask. Thus, like me, his outward appearance is that of a bald uncle, leaving his true identity, whether male or female, uncertain. Chapter 26. Unpredictable moves. However, I suspect he is a young girl, as she naively expressed concern over whether deceiving others would be unethical. Su Jingyao merely made a casual remark. To her surprise, Li Ran replied with a hint of wavering. "Would it truly be inappropriate for us to deceive such an innocent girl?" Su Jingyao shot back. "Sister Ran, think it through. The world has changed, moreover. Since she agreed to challenge you, it signifies her willingness to deceive. If she ends up losing money, it is her own greed that led to her downfall. Besides, it is merely the battle room. No one will actually lose their life. Ruowan, you are responsible for pretending to be the innocent and sweet girl, but make sure you don't actually act like one at a critical moment. At this point, Li Ran chose not to respond further. After Su Jingyao, in her bald persona, led Jiang Ye up the stairs to the second floor, she pointed in a direction from the stairwell safety door. Do you see that girl over there in the white school uniform? In a moment, go over and ask her if she would like to accept a challenge. She will definitely ask about your combat power. Don't tell her the truth. Just say it's around 1x or 2x without any skills learned. She will surely fall for it and accept your challenge. By the way, it seems that girl lives in an apartment with her family, and her parents have given her quite a bit of money. When you challenge her, you can afford to wager a bit more. 1,000 or 2,000 won be a problem. Jiang Ye looked terrified. But I don't have 1 or 2,000. I only have 500 in total, and that S borrowed from the apartment manager. After paying 100 for the battle room, I only have 400 left. Hearing this, Su Jingyao felt increasingly assured. After all, a loan limit of only 500 indicated that even the apartment manager didn't think highly of him. Yet, after all that effort, he was only left with 400. Well, 400 wasn't too shabby. Considering it was random matchmaking, he might even lose money. She comforted Jiang Ye a few more times before urging him to finally ran. The hall on the second floor was larger than that on the first. It resembled a cinema, filled with a multitude of seats. When players sat down, an operation panel would automatically appear in their minds, displaying the maps of both the first and second floors, with each player marked by a red dot. At this moment, Jiang Ye realized that in challenge mode, he didn't need to see his opponent in person. Instead, he could directly initiate a challenge to the red on the mental map. Additionally, players could observe ongoing battles, although that required extra payment. Observing a battle in the black iron battle room cost 100, while the bronze battle room charged as much as 1,000. Of course, whether the battle screen would be made public required mutual consent from both parties involved. Only if both agreed to make it public could others observe. Otherwise, if even one party disagreed, no one else could watch. Furthermore, players who ascended the battle god rankings had the right to set their own fees for spectators. Moreover, 10% of the fees generated from spectators would go to the winning party of that battle. This meant that if 100 people watched a battle in the black iron battle room, the winner could earn up to 1,000 just from the audience. Additionally, spectators could even give tips, with only 50% of the tip amount going to the recipient. However, during the newbie apartment period, players likely wouldn't be affluent, so few would be willing to spend money on observing or tipping. Thus, the ordinary battle rooms probably wouldn't attract spectators. In contrast, battle rooms of powerful players on the battle god rankings or popular influencers with fan bases could indeed generate income from viewers. Once Jiang Ye reached the second floor, he didn't rush straight to the girl pointed out by Su Jingyao. Since he was intent on deceiving, he decided to be more professional and not appear too eager. He first found an empty seat and studied the operation panel in his mind. After getting the hang of it, he finally turned his attention to the vast hall on the second floor. After feigning casual interest and glancing around, he made his way towards the school uniform girl indicated by Su Jingyao. At this moment, Li Ran sent a message to Su Jingyao. Are you sure this bald guy is just an innocent sweet girl? His pretense of searching for a challenge target doesn't seem like he's coming directly to me after your guidance. Su Jingyao, hiding in the stairwell to observe, also felt that Jiang Ye's demeanor didn't resemble that of an innocent and simple person. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, perhaps he indeed possesses a talent for deception? Regardless, Sister Ran, there's no need to worry. His loan limit is only 500, and he is currently left with just 400. Upon reading this, Li Ran felt slightly more at ease. She noticed the bald guy approaching her and feigned deep concentration on the operation panel. When he sat down beside her and initiated a conversation, he asked, classmate, which school do you attend? Li Ran pretended to be the innocent girl, momentarily taken aback, then looked at Jiang Ye and obediently nodded. Yes, uncle. Is there something you need? Jiang Ye casually fabricated. My son is about your age. He is also a high school student. He doesn't live in the same newbie apartment as I do, and I'm quite worried about him. This established a persona of a middle-aged man with fatherly love. Li Ran was momentarily stunned, thinking that this bald uncle might not be wearing a disguise and that his original appearance was indeed bald. However, even if his bronze treasure chest yielded other items, it was highly unlikely he would be her opponent. Maintaining her act as the obedient girl, she comforted him. Uncle, don't worry too much. The initial players in the newbie apartment seem to come from specific groups. They might all be from the same class, neighborhood, or even a bus. Your son should be in the same newbie apartment as his classmates, looking after each other, so he should be fine. Jiang Ye sighed again. Looking melancholic, I hope he doesn't end up as unlucky as I am, assigned to the 20th floor, unable to pay the rent. I can't help but wonder if I'll ever have a chance to reunite with my son. At first, Li Ran felt a twinge of sympathy upon hearing this. However, she quickly reminded herself, sympathizing with the weak will only make you weak. What this uncle said might not be true. Even if it were, it was merely his misfortune. He couldn't blame others. She had read a saying in a little green book. When you sympathize with others, you bear their misfortunes. Therefore, the worst thing for a girl is to be soft-hearted and sympathetic. She was destined to be the leading lady and absolutely couldn't let her compassion overflow. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she maintained an outwardly sympathetic demeanor towards Jiang Ye and proactively suggested, Uncle, why don't you challenge me? Both my parents and I live in the same apartment, and with the loan from the apartment manager, I can certainly afford the rent. I want to help you as much as I can. Ah? Jiang Ye appeared hesitant. Well, that might not be such a good idea. It's fine, it's just a challenge. Although I'm quite weak, there's a chance I might even win against you. Li Ran smiled sweetly, as if she were deliberately using a joking tone to warm the heart of the unfamiliar bald uncle. In that moment, she appeared as a pure and kind little angel. Rendering Jiang Ye somewhat bashful, he decided to break from the conventional approach and suddenly expressed, Never mind, little sister, I'll be honest with you. There's actually a deceitful bald brute who said you were particularly weak and easy to fool. Which is why I sought you out, but now I feel that a kind-hearted girl like you shouldn't be deceived. Therefore, let us forget it. I can't take advantage of you. As he spoke, Jiang Ye exhaled slowly, appearing relieved. But this truly left Li Ran at a loss. How could there be such an honest uncle in this day and age? This made her feel a bit embarrassed. However, she quickly thought, this uncle is so foolish. Even if she didn't trick him today, he would surely be deceived by other real bad people in the future, leaving him with nothing. Thus, she must help this uncle, using the harsh reality to teach him about the malice of human nature. Only then would he not continue to be deceived. Yes, this was her way of helping him. After all, she was just too kind-hearted. With these thoughts, her eyes began to glisten with tears. She looked at Jiang Ye with a moved expression and firmly declared, Uncle, you are truly a good person. Good people will surely be rewarded. I must help you. Challenge me, Uncle. I am willingly allowing myself to be deceived by you. Oh no. You are not deceiving me. I genuinely want to help you. Please don't refuse me. Think of your son. With my help, your chances of reuniting with him will be much higher. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye immediately understood. This girl was definitely trying to trap him. She might even be feeling self-righteous, thinking she was teaching him about the treachery of humanity. He chuckled inwardly, but on the surface, he hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Well, since you are so determined to help me, I suppose I won't refuse any longer. Saying this, he quickly initiated a challenge to the girl through the operation panel in his mind. With only 400 to his name, he set the wager at that amount. Once Li Ran chose to accept the challenge, their consciousness suddenly plunged in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ye found himself on an arena the size of a basketball court. Surrounding the arena was a circle of seats, all empty, indicating that there were no spectators. However, in Jiang Ye's apartment's battle room, Xiao Yudi and Wong Chung were stationed outside the number 2 battle machine, specifically arranged by Yang Wancha to observe Jiang Ye's battle for free through the display screen on the machine. Having participated in several battles, Yang Wancha was well acquainted with the scene. While ordinary classmates were still engaged in speculation, he had already come to a firm conclusion. That bald individual was merely a disguise created by someone using a mask. Furthermore, such a mask could only be acquired from a bronze treasure chest, which typically appeared in apartments located on the 20th floor or above. Among the known residents of the 20th floor, only he and Jiang Ye were present. Thus, he instinctively assumed that the bald figure was a guise adopted by Jiang Ye. However, upon further reflection, this notion proved to be erroneous. According to the information revealed in the chat group, when the bald figure appeared on the first floor, Jiang Ye was busy stealthily unpacking a delivery in the stairwell. In fact, Yang Wancha himself served as an alibi for that absence. Therefore, it was highly likely that there was another player residing on the 20th floor of their novice apartment. Was it the low-profile Zhang Jintian or Ku Zhengfei from the rankings? Or perhaps some other classmate who had yet to reach level 1? Yang Wancha was uncertain. However, one thing he was sure of was that players assigned to the 20th floor or higher, despite facing higher rents, encountered far more opportunities. Such players either perished on their first day or rapidly evolved. If he were to see that bald figure again tomorrow, it would indicate that the individual indeed possessed the potential to become a formidable force. Of course, Jiang Ye also had that potential. Yet, compared to Jiang Ye, Yang Wancha found himself more intrigued by the enigmatic bald figure. Thus, he arranged for Xiao Likuan and Wong Chung to guard the combat room and observe the bald figure's battle performance. Meanwhile, Yang Wancha himself proceeded to the 3rd floor, at the exit of the Red Glow elevator, where he awaited classmates eager for a team upgrade. Unfortunately, Zhang Jintian and Ku Zhengfei from the rankings had yet to arrive for the team up. However, Wang Lingling, Gao Chang, Lu Shun, and Su Ruowan were all present. These 4 formidable players from the rankings had come together, forming a mutual assistance group centered around Wang Lingling. Additionally, 7 level 0 players, all members of the same assistance group, joined them as well. Although the plan for a team upgrade had originated from Yang Wancha, during the actual formation of the team, he was the only one not part of the assistance group. With the presence of 4 level 1 strong players, the team members felt little apprehension towards Yang Wancha. Even when Wang Lingling initiated conversation, her words subtly probed into Yang Wancha's secrets, questioning the source of his strength and how he had revived. However, Yang Wancha, known for his eccentric personality, deliberately spoke in a disjointed manner, clearly fabricating information to mislead and brush off Wang Lingling. Gao Chang, with a short temper, nearly confronted Yang Wancha over this. Fortunately, Wang Lingling intervened. Ultimately, the group successfully formed an upgrade team and ventured deeper into the corridor. Meanwhile, other players, engaged in labor to earn money, expressed envy in the group chat towards the upgrade team while keeping a close watch on the rankings to see if they achieved any upgrades. At that moment, Xiao Likuan and Wong Chung felt exhilarated for having latched onto Yang Wancha's coattails. Indeed, in their eyes, being able to assist Yang Wancha was akin to securing a significant advantage. Therefore, the two diligently stood guard outside the combat machine where Jiang Ye was located. As the screen outside the combat machine lit up, both were filled with excitement. Finally, it had commenced. This should be the bald figure's first battle in the combat room, right? However, why was his opponent a delicate-looking girl? Even if he won, it would hardly reflect any true strength, would it? That could be misleading. After all, this seemingly frail girl might possess remarkable abilities. Had you forgotten that Yang Gu lost a fortune to a girl in one of his matches? Wong Chung nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, we really shouldn't judge strength based on gender or appearance. Wang Lingling from our apartment is a perfect example," Xiao Likuan reminded. Besides Wang Lingling, there's also Su Ruowan. 2 out of the 8 on our rankings are girls. Just as they were speaking, they noticed the screen of the combat machine displaying a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Simultaneously, the same countdown echoed in Jiang Ye's mind within the virtual arena. As the countdown concluded, he cheerfully addressed the girl across from him. "Little sister, don't move, uncle will be quick." "All right, uncle." Li Ran nodded in acknowledgement, revealing a peculiar smile. This smile bore a striking resemblance to See Nuo from Detective Chinatown. The sight left Xiao Likuan and Wong Chung utterly bewildered. What in the world was happening? Why did it seem so off? Meanwhile, on the arena, Li Ran thought to herself, "This uncle is truly dense. Even after displaying such a strange smile, he hasn't sensed anything amiss. Sigh, how naive. Such an honest and straightforward uncle. It's hard to have the heart to," Li Ran mused. Yet, as the countdown reached 1, her petite figure surged forward like a drawn sword aimed at Jiang Ye. "What speed!" Xiao Likuan and Wong Chung exclaimed in unison. Indeed, one cannot judge by appearances. This girl is incredibly fast. Her speed and strength must be linked to her physical attributes. Her stats surely aren't low. However, they still couldn't compare to Yang Wancha. In mere moments, Li Ran had closed the distance to Jiang Ye. Simultaneously, her skin transformed into a hard, golden hue. Wong Chung gasped again. What the heck? Is she a golden Barbie? Chapter 28. I want to see your true face. Xiao Likuan, possessing a talent for insight, quickly deduced. This must be a gold-type skill. In this state, the bald figure might struggle to breach her defenses. No, not only is her defense enhanced, but her strength is formidable too. They watched as the girl's fist swung toward the bald figure, seemingly cutting through the air with a fierce wind. Even through the screen, they could feel the overwhelming metallic power that could crush everything. Wong Chung couldn't help but exclaim again, deeply impressed. In this day and age, one truly cannot judge a girl by her appearance. This girl, who looks delicate, is actually so violent. Xiao Likuan continued to theorize. Her gold-type skill is both offensive and defensive. She must be at least a B level. Wang Chung was astonished. Does that mean her talent is at least S level? Xiao Likuan shook his head. That S uncertain. What if she possesses exceptional insight like Lu Shan, with high insight? A B-level talent can master B-level skills. Wang Chung gasped in realization. If her insight is high, she might have more than one skill. Within mere moments, the two exchanged rapid-fire observations and simultaneously witnessed the bald figure skillfully evading a powerful punch from the girl. He moved faster than her. With a swift motion, he caught her wrist effortlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a seamless shoulder throw. A loud thud echoed as the girl's back slammed onto the ground. This scene left Xiao Likuan and Wang Chung dumbfounded. What? In this day and age, not only are girls violent, but men also lack the gentleness to protect them. That shoulder throw. Even the two men watching felt a twinge of pain. However, given the girl's golden defenses, she likely sustained minimal injury. Nevertheless, her expression was a mix of pain and disbelief, especially the look she gave the bald figure as she lay on the ground, as if she had seen a ghost. Yet, in the next moment, that ghostly expression solidified on her face. They watched in shock as the bald figure, after executing the shoulder throw with precision, showed no signs of hesitation. In a swift motion, he drew a black dagger, swiftly slicing open the girl's throat. The deep wound gushed with blood. Following that, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chung were left agape as they saw the words "win" appear on the screen. Then, the screen went dark. The two stared blankly at the screen for a long moment before regaining their senses, unable to believe it. No way? Is it really over just like that? The girl's golden defenses should have been formidable, right? How did the bald figure breach her defense? Or was it that the throat was a vital point, leading to her swift demise? No, it must be that dagger. It should be a powerful tool. Akin to Super Brother's wristband, the bald figure's attributes must surely surpass that of the girl. Hiss. So this bald figure is quite strong. Could he possibly be the low-key Zhang Jintian or Ku Zhengfei? Or another prominent player? Wait, quick, check the rankings. Another player has just leveled up. They saw a new line on the rankings, displaying rank 9. Lu Shun, level 1. Lu Shun from class 1? Could it be him? This guy seems to be a sports specialist and rarely speaks in the group. Damn. It feels like those with real strength are quietly amassing riches while we mere cannon fodder struggle to seek recognition in the group. Damn. It's infuriating. I've decided to be more composed and stop flooding the chat. Meanwhile, in the virtual combat space, in the second-floor hall, at adjacent seats, Li Rant's expression stiffened. Her sparkling eyes shot a furious glare at the bald uncle beside her. The sudden turn of her head, causing her bangs to sweep through the air, seemed to radiate her ire. How could she not be enraged? This uncle was utterly shameless. Even at this moment, he still wore that innocent and honest expression, cheerfully thanking her. Thank you, little sister, for generously gifting Uncle 400. You're truly a good person, and good people will surely be rewarded. Such a naive and innocent tone, such a glaringly similar phrase. Li Ran nearly choked on her own blood and fury. At this moment, she found no need to feign innocence any longer. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Ye was now infused with nothing but resentment and a hint of trepidation. After a brief pause, she coldly deduced, if I am not mistaken, you do not possess a son of my age, nor are you the bald uncle at all. The image of that bald uncle is merely a guise. What, pray tell, is your true identity? Are you male or female? How old are you this year? Jiang Ye chuckled. What is this? Are you seeking revenge against me? That bald companion of yours must also be wearing a disguise. Correct? I was initially curious as to why, amidst so many people in the lobby, she chose to fixate on me at first. I thought it was simply because we both share the baldness. But then it dawned on me, it was indeed because we are both bald. Thus, she must have realized that the item I acquired from the treasure chest in my apartment was a disguise mask. The disguise mask is merely an auxiliary item, providing limited attributes, which inevitably renders my strength inferior to that of other players on the 20th floor. Hence, she approached me to initiate a conversation. Am I right? Li ran, her face taut with anger, remained silent for a moment. Eventually, she managed to utter, "Are you truly a newcomer entering the combat room for the first time?" Jiang Ye replied with a grin, "Of course, moreover, my claim of borrowing 500 is genuine. You may find it hard to believe, but I owe the apartment 350,000. I cannot even guarantee that I will survive today. I am genuinely impoverished. Would you, dear sister, care to show a bit of generosity and assist me further?" To hell with your generosity. Hearing terms like dear sister and generosity from him only served to deepen her annoyance. As she felt he was deliberately mocking her, gritting her teeth, she swiftly deduced, "If I am not mistaken, you must be a male, a social elite who has been working for several years." Naturally, Jiang Ye refrained from disclosing any information regarding his identity. He continued to wear a novice and honest smile. "If you are unwilling to show generosity, then I must rely on my own efforts to earn money." Li Ran remained tight-lipped, but suddenly called out to him, "Wait, I can share some strategies with you for quick money-making." Jiang Ye turned around. At that moment, he stood beside her seat while she remained seated, creating a striking disparity in their stances. With that posture, he smiled at Li Ran. "This case, quick money-making. That sounds rather familiar. Are you, perhaps, a swindler?" Li Ran's face flushed with anger, her ire palpable. "I have already faced the consequences. How could I possibly swindle you again?" "So?" Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. "What do you intend, then?" "I wish to see your true self once you shed your disguise. That is out of the question." With that, Jiang Ye offered her no chance to persist and simply departed from his seat. Chapter 29 Random Matchmaking. The first battle left behind, Li Ran seethed with frustration, wishing to lash out. Shortly thereafter, Su Jingyao, having removed her bald disguise, approached with her true appearance. "So, how did it go, Sister Ran? Did you secure the 400? Initially, her tone was filled with enthusiasm, but as she spoke, she sensed that Li Ran's mood was amiss. The excitement in her voice diminished, replaced by incredulity. "Could it be? Sister Ran, you didn't make a mistake? Or have a change of heart?" Li Ran gritted her teeth. "Neither a mistake nor a change of heart. We were both duped by that bald individual. He was merely pretending to be a fool while he had already discerned that we were in cahoots. He turned the tables and ensnared me instead." Su Jingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that possible? He is stronger than you." Li Ran pursed her lips, too embarrassed to admit that she had almost been defeated in an instant. Merely nodding, "His attributes nearly overwhelmed me. Furthermore, besides the disguise mask, he possesses another bronze-level item." His Su Jingyao found the situation utterly absurd. How could she be so unfortunate? Even when attempting to deceive someone, she ended up entangled with a formidable opponent masquerading as a fool. Was this not the epitome of reverse luck? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. What should we do? Will that formidable opponent hold a grudge against us and seek revenge later? Li Ran remained silent, her thoughts simmering with indignation. After all, she was the one who lost the 400. Why should that scoundrel seek revenge against her? If anyone should be seeking vengeance, it should be her. Yet, despite her frustration, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After a prolonged contemplation, she turned to Su Jingyao with a serious demeanor. "I no longer wish to engage in challenge mode." Su Jingyao was taken aback, quickly urging, "Don't, Sister Ran. It was just one misstep. We cannot allow a single setback to deter us. This mode is the fastest and most stable way to earn money. Otherwise, whether in random matchmaking or random challenges, you could lose your entire fortune in an instant. Sister Ran, please reconsider." However, Li Ran shook her head decisively. "No need to deliberate. I have made my decision. The encounter with that scoundrel made me realize my combat awareness is woefully inadequate. During the fight with him, I didn't even manage to unleash my full potential. I plan to engage in random matchmaking against players of similar strength to enhance my abilities before considering money-making. After all, with such a high loan limit, I can certainly manage the rent." Su Jingyao was left speechless. "Wait, are you serious, sister?" Li Ran offered no response, instead choosing to act on her resolve. She immediately accessed the operation panel in her mind, and selected the random matchmaking combat mode. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye found a secluded seat and decided to give random matchmaking a try as well, he vaguely speculated. Within the random matchmaking mode, both parties would indeed have comparable strengths. However, strength did not equate to power entirely. His combat prowess remained the same whether he possessed the poison blade blood dagger or not. This indicated that external items like equipped tools would not augment the strength displayed on the data panel. Therefore, the random matchmaking mode was not entirely equitable. Players with an abundance of equipment had a higher likelihood of winning in random matches. Additionally, combat awareness seemed to significantly influence a player's true strength. For instance, two players may possess 20 points of strength, but one who has never fought might perform at only a fraction of that, while another who has trained or is a professional soldier would naturally surpass the ordinary individual. This explains why the top 5 on the War God leaderboard boast a 100 win rate. They either wield overwhelmingly powerful items or possessed exceptional combat awareness even before the apocalypse. Or perhaps they possessed both attributes. After all, in this environment, survival no longer relied on power or background but on sheer combat skill. Those adept at fighting had a markedly higher chance of acquiring powerful items, a positive feedback loop. Fortunately, within the random matchmaking mode, Jiang Ye also held a distinct advantage. Previously, he believed that his two skills, absolute focus and combat stance, paled in comparison to others possessing destructive elemental skills. However, his battle against the student revealed to him that these two skills were no less effective than elemental skills. Both skills allowed him to temporarily enhance his attributes during combat. From the recent fight, Jiang Ye personally experienced the benefits of attribute dominance. That student likely possessed more than one gold-type skill and probably had items acquired from the bronze treasure chest. However, she didn't even have a chance to utilize them before being defeated. The reason was simple. Under the effects of absolute focus and combat stance, Jiang Ye's attributes utterly overwhelmed the student. In the realm of absolute attributes, all techniques appear as mere embellishments. Moreover, the effect of combat stance would further enhance Jiang Ye's combat awareness after each battle. This meant that he would grow stronger with every fight. Becoming a powerhouse was merely a matter of time. Under such circumstances, perhaps engaging in random matchmaking against players of similar strength would be the fastest path to growth. Additionally, with the dual advantages of the disguise mask and the poison blade blood dagger, coupled with his continuously improving combat awareness, he felt confident that his chances of winning in random matchmaking remained exceptionally high. Thus, he decided to give it a try. With that thought in mind, Jiang Ye selected random matchmaking on the operation panel in his mind. The stakes in random matchmaking are defined within a set range. For example, if he chooses to wager 800, he may be matched against players with similar strength who are wagering between 100 and 900. Upon completion of the match, the final stake is determined by the player with the lower wager. For instance, if his opponent wagers 200, the final stake for the battle would be 200. Conversely, if his opponent wagers 900, the final stake would be set at 800 based on his wager. Through this mode, at the outset of the battle, one can gauge their opponent's capabilities based on the final stake. After all, players who wager higher are generally more confident in their abilities. Additionally, players wagering within the 100 to 900 range are likely weaker than those wagering between 1000-9000. Of course, this is not absolute. It serves merely as an initial assessment. Jiang Ye wagered 800 because that was all he had. Initially, he thought the final stake would be lower than 800. However, to his surprise, the final stake upon completion of the match turned out to be exactly 800. This indicated that his opponent had either wagered 800 or 900. Was it a deliberate decision to refrain from betting 1000 and instead move to the next betting range? It seems there's a hint of competence here. Jiang Ye, feeling an involuntary sense of caution, suddenly found himself back in the familiar arena space. Opposite him stood a delivery rider clad in a striking yellow uniform. Upon catching sight of him, the rider immediately exclaimed, "Disguise mask?" Those 4 words sent a wave of unease through Jiang Ye. The tone of the rider suggested they were not a novice. They had likely engaged in more than one battle. Jiang Ye chose not to respond. The countdown in his mind, 3, 2, 1, concluded after 3 seconds. Almost instantaneously, the young man in the conspicuous yellow uniform vanished from the arena space. Wong Chung was left momentarily stunned. What just happened? Where did he go? Meanwhile, Xiao Yudi, relying on his innate intuition, swiftly deduced, it's a space-type skill. This delivery guy must have awakened a spatial talent, similar to by Ruowan. Moreover, the spatial skill he has comprehended is offensive in nature, far superior to Ruowan's. His words were rapid, yet before he could finish, he witnessed the yellow figure flash from one end of the basketball court-sized arena to the other, precisely to a position behind the bald-headed opponent. Simultaneously, he wielded a massive axe, aiming a direct strike at the bald head. At that moment, Xiao Likuan couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, this guy hasn't mastered a skill like Space Blade that ignores defenses. Otherwise, the bald-headed man would undoubtedly be doomed. Although he possessed formidable space skills, the giant axe was clearly ill-suited for him. As expected, the powerful bald-headed man merely tilted his head to narrowly evade the attack from behind. It was then that Xiao Likuan suddenly sensed something was amiss. He and Wong Chung had witnessed several of Yang Wancha's battles. They had also observed the bald man's 2 matches. They realized that nearly every combatant they had seen entered the arena armed with equipment or items. Initially, Xiao Likuan had presumed this was because these strong players had shopped at the high-end mall in their apartment, purchasing items with their wealth. However, he was now beginning to doubt this assumption. The delivery guy's skills were evidently better suited for light weaponry to achieve swift victories. Yet, he was wielding a giant axe? Was it simply that this delivery guy was too foolish to grasp basic common sense? Chapter 30. Trading Injury for Life. No. Xiao Likuan suddenly recalled. A classmate had once discovered a black iron treasure chest in their apartment. However, only a handful of students had found such chests among many. Now, having witnessed numerous battles, Xiao Likuan increasingly suspected. Could it be that every apartment on the 20th floor and above contained treasure chests waiting to be opened? Perhaps even chests of a higher tier than black iron chests? If that were indeed the case, players residing on the 20th floor and above, while facing higher rents, would also enjoy superior benefits. Initially, Xiao Likuan thought that most of the players above the 20th floor might not survive the day. Yet, upon reflection, he found himself somewhat envious. Simultaneously, he pondered, did Jiang Ye, who started on the 20th floor, also possess treasure chests in his apartment? Had he simply failed to discover them? Or did he find them but chose not to reveal it? With this thought, Xiao Likuan considered, Ding Ding's demise might not have been in vain. Jiang Ye, starting on the 20th floor, already possessed a C-grade talent, had dismantled packages and opened treasure chests, even leveling up to level 1. His strength had already ranked among the top students in both classes. However, Yuzi had also revealed, Jiang Ye's loan limit was only 50,000. The odds of him surviving today remained daunting. With these thoughts swirling, Xiao Likuan's mind began to race. If Jiang Ye were to fall short by the end of the night, what would happen to his treasure chest items? As these musings occupied his thoughts, the screen displayed the bald-headed man and the delivery rider locked in a stalemate. It was evident that the bald man had high attributes, always managing to dodge the massive axe swung by the delivery rider. Conversely, the rider's teleportation ability prevented the bald man from landing a hit. The back and forth continued, yet neither could strike the other. However, such a stalemate could not persist indefinitely. The combat would inevitably drain their stamina and energy. And neither party's skills could be perpetually unleashed. At this moment, Jiang Ye felt a growing sense of urgency within the arena space. His skills, absolute focus, and combat stance had time limits and lengthy cooldowns. Essentially, he could only use each once per battle. If he could not conclude the fight swiftly, once the skill's effects wore off, his temporarily enhanced attributes would plummet, and his combat awareness would significantly diminish. At that point, he might very well be defeated by the delivery rider. Simultaneously, the delivery rider felt anxious as well. The use of teleportation also drained his energy, and wielding the heavy axe would further deplete his stamina. If he could not secure a quick victory, it would be equally disadvantageous for him. The anxiety and urgency both individuals felt resonated with Xiao Likuan, who watched from the screen. For a moment, he could not discern which participant would emerge victorious. He believed both fighters on the battlefield must have recognized their opponent's predicament. Just then, the bald-headed man made a mistake. As the delivery rider swung his axe once more, the bald man's evasive maneuver was clearly less agile than before. The left side of his shoulder was struck by the massive axe. The wound was deep, and the heavy axe even became lodged in his bone. This scene undoubtedly brought a look of surprise to the delivery rider's face. Yet, in the next moment, just as he was poised to press the attack, the smile froze on his face. Despite appearing fatigued and sluggish, the bald-headed man, injured and pale, now moved with a swiftness that defied all prior sluggishness. He completely disregarded the pain in his left shoulder. In fact, he swiftly turned, tearing at the wound to enlarge it, and his right hand thrust a dagger toward the delivery rider's throat. At that moment, Xiao Likuan realized. The bald-headed man was trading his severe injury for a chance to strike the delivery rider. If the rider reacted quickly and dodged this attack, the severely injured bald man would undoubtedly lose. But if the rider failed to respond in time and allowed the attribute-strong bald man to slice his throat with the dagger, then the bald-headed man would claim victory. It was a high-stakes gamble of trading injury for life. Xiao Likuan held his breath, his eyes wide and unblinking. Ultimately, the outcome revealed. The delivery rider lacked strong combat awareness. He failed to evade the strike. Consequently, the joy of hitting his opponent froze on his face, his pupils dilating momentarily before gradually fading as his throat was slashed. The bald-headed man's attributes were indeed formidable. He nearly severed the delivery rider's head with the dagger. Fortunately, the horrific scene did not linger for long. The screen promptly displayed the word, "Win." Wong Chung was once again left in awe, exclaiming in shock, "Is this bald-headed man really a classmate our age? He seems like someone who's trained. Do you know if any of the 80 students in our 2 classes have trained in martial arts?" Xiao Likuan pondered, "Perhaps Lu Shun. He seems to have practiced taekwondo." Wong Chung, unable to contain his envy, lamented, "Damn. I actually wanted to practice taekwondo or karate as a kid, but my family circumstances were modest, and my parents wanted me to focus on studying. Now, it turns out that excelling in academics is worth nothing. Being good at fighting is the true path." Xiao Likuan shot him a glance, suppressing the urge to scoff. "The key point is, buddy, your studies aren't that impressive either." Meanwhile, as Jiang Ye returned to his seat in the second-floor hall of the virtual space, he instinctively covered his left shoulder. Although the battle was virtual, the pain that pierced deep into his bones felt all too real. Had it not been for combat stance, allowing him to maintain absolute calm, he might have faltered in his actions due to the pain, enabling his opponent to evade that fatal strike. It was indeed a close call. He increasingly recognized the significance of combat awareness. Yet at this moment, he hesitated. Having amassed 1,600, should he continue matching within the 100 to 900 betting range to further hone his combat awareness? Or should he directly challenge the 1,000 to 900 betting range? Just as he wrestled with this dilemma, a familiar announcement sound echoed in his mind. Player Xiao Yudi has issued an announcement in the battle room. "Hello, everyone. I am Xiao Yudi, who portrayed the female lead in Domineering Master, 3 Lifetimes of Misfortune. I will be conducting a random match in 5 minutes. Those wishing to observe my battle can search for Battle Room 151 after 5 minutes. Thank you all for your support. I am immensely grateful." The announcement, aside from the initial system prompt, was indeed voiced by the celebrity Xiao Yudi. Jiang Ye was utterly astonished. How could a player issue an announcement? Around him, others in their seats were also in disbelief, expressing their astonishment. Is this really Xiao Yudi? Wow. I'm a fan of hers, but I've only seen her on television. I've never had the chance to meet her in person. Wow. Is she planning to leverage her star power to gather a massive audience for herself? At that point, 100 spectators could provide her with $1,000. Ridiculous. With Xiao Yudi's fame, a mere 100 spectators is an underestimation. Right? I bet at least 1,000. I suspect it's even more. She has indeed issued an announcement. Upon hearing it, even those who are not her fans might feel inclined to watch her matches. Thus, I estimate that the audience count could potentially exceed 10,000. However, reaching that figure seems somewhat exaggerated, does it not? Given that we are currently in the novice phase, there shouldn't be so many willing to spend 100 just to spectate. Am I the only one curious about how Xiao Yudi made that announcement? It's quite simple. Achieving 3 or 5 consecutive wins in random matchmaking grants a small reward. This ability to release announcements must be a reward for Xiao Yudi's winning streak. Hiss, if that is the case, does it not imply that Xiao Yudi's prowess is formidable? Obviously. If she weren't strong, how could she dare to invite others to watch? After all, the fees generated from spectators only transfer 10% to the victorious side of that match. If she were to lose, it would mean she effectively dressed her opponent in a wedding gown. Wait, does this mean I want to become Xiao Yudi's opponent in that match? Come on. If Xiao Yudi is willing to play this way, her combat strength must be considerable. Moreover, it is highly likely she possesses more than one powerful item. Perhaps she has the potential to ascend the ranks of the War God leaderboard. Wow, Truly, she is my goddess. In the entertainment industry, she was a breath of fresh air, and now in the apocalyptic apartment, she has become a powerhouse. Enough of that. Where in the entertainment industry is there truly a breath of fresh air? Some players began to discuss Xiao Yudi. Jiang Ye only learned through their conversations that there are indeed random rewards for achieving consecutive wins. So, could Yang Wancha's ascension to level 2 be due to the consecutive win rewards? When he achieved 3 consecutive wins, he must have received a reward as well, right? With this thought in mind, he was more inclined to continue battling within the 100 to 900 betting range for 2 more rounds. This way, the probability of achieving consecutive wins should increase. Thus, he placed a bet of 900 and commenced a new random match. He wasn't particularly invested in Xiao Yudi's battle, but the entire second-floor hall was filled with players closely watching, including Li Ran, who had just finished a random match and couldn't help but feel envious upon hearing the announcement, in this day and age, being a star is truly appealing. Even before the apocalypse, earning millions daily was one thing, but now, who would have thought one could still profit handsomely from the star effect in such dire times? Su Jingyao also felt that it was incredibly unfair. She couldn't help but comment sarcastically, I hope Xiao Yudi matches against a strong opponent and loses, then all the audience fees generated from her announcement would end up benefiting her opponent. Li Ran glanced at the players around her and couldn't help but sigh. I suspect many players share your sentiment. Some might even wish to defeat Xiao Yudi in 5 minutes and make a fortune. Su Jingyao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. If you could match against Xiao Yudi and defeat her, then we could rake in a considerable profit. This immense reward far surpasses any schemes we could concoct. However, Li Ran shook her head. With my strength, the odds of winning against an opponent of similar power are already low. Let alone facing Xiao Yudi, she can issue announcements, which means she has achieved at least 3 consecutive wins. Furthermore, she boldly invites everyone to spectate, indicating her great confidence in her abilities. Even if her combat strength is merely comparable to mine, I would undoubtedly be unable to defeat her. Sigh? Su Jingyao listened and let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye effortlessly won his second random match. Unfortunately, as his opponent had only bet 100, he only earned 100. Fortunately, the skill, battle posture, allowed him to gain something from every battle. The more he fought, the more he realized the immense power of the talent called Heaven Rewards Diligence. He strongly suspected that this talent must be the pinnacle among S-level talents. The growth it provided was exceedingly evident. If all goes well, by the next midnight, Jiang Ye should be able to integrate this crucial avatar into his main body, facilitating its growth. With this in mind, he made slight adjustments and promptly initiated a new round of random matchmaking. Chapter 31, 2 New Players. Meanwhile, the first avatar sat in room 2064. Jiang Ye initially thought that the task of finding hair might encounter some issues. To his surprise, the entire process went exceedingly smoothly. After thoroughly searching every room in the apartment, he indeed managed to collect 10,086 strands of hair, all intact. However, there was something peculiar about these hairs. Generally speaking, human hair varies in length. The thickness of the roots and tips also differs. Yet, the hair he organized was not only uniformly thick, but all 10,086 strands were of the same length. When laid out neatly, Jiang Ye felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to overcome his fear and continue inquiring with the life assistant robot about what to do with the hair next, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the direction of the living room. He turned his head to see that the gigantic television in the living room had inexplicably turned on, and what appeared on the screen was a woman in white with long hair, emerging from the television. It was an old horror movie trope, yet Jiang Ye found himself inexplicably entranced. During this period of rapt attention, he noticed that the scene of the woman crawling out of the television was somewhat bizarre, because it seemed to loop endlessly. In the initial scene, the woman emerged from the television. Then the scene shifted, revealing that the world outside the television was also part of the storyline. Thus, the woman continued to crawl out of the television. This time, after she emerged, the scene still depicted the television plot. She kept crawling and crawling. It was as if she had broken through countless television screens. Jiang Ye became somewhat numb to the sight. He was suddenly jolted awake. The latest version of the scene with the woman crawling out of the television seemed a bit different. Wait, hold on. How did the enormous television break? This woman in white, she has crawled out of the television. Jiang Ye felt as though he had been petrified, unable to move. Meanwhile, the woman continued to bend at a 120-degree angle, her long black hair concealing her face. At this angle, she should not be able to see Jiang Ye or her surroundings. She simply moved forward a few steps, and like a zombie, her claw-like fingers reached out into the air, seemingly trying to grasp something. It looked as if she intended to tear through this television world as well. Jiang Ye held his breath, not daring to make a sound. He thought that eventually, this ghostly figure would crawl out and disappear, as if she had never appeared at all. However, after what felt like an eternity of her clawing, she suddenly came to a halt. Then, she slowly straightened her 120-degree bent back, her long black hair cascading behind her, revealing a face covered with a white mask. Only a pair of phoenix eyes, elongated at the corners, were visible. Her gaze swept across the apartment, and she spoke in a delicate, sharp voice. "You have returned." Jiang Ye remained frozen, unable to move, until he heard the life assistant robot refer to this woman in white as master. The woman in white ignored the robot and looked directly at Jiang Ye. "Are you the cleaning service?" Jiang Ye stiffly nodded. "Yes." The woman in white then asked, "How is the cleaning of my hair coming along?" At this moment, Jiang Ye was at a loss for words, but fortunately, the life assistant robot took the initiative to respond. "It has all been collected and soaked in water." The woman in white then noticed the hair in the glass tank. She seemed to scan it with her eyes and confirmed the quantity, praising Jiang Ye. "Not bad." She then continued to instruct, "Next, apply hair oil to these strands and dry them." Jiang Ye felt relieved upon hearing this. However, the woman in white suddenly looked up at the ceiling and said, just in time for dawn, "The sun is quite nice today. Take it to the rooftop to dry in the sunlight." "What? The rooftop? Sunlight?" Jiang Ye suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Tentatively, he asked, "May I ask where the rooftop is?" "Of course, it's on the top floor of the apartment. Don't you know?" The woman in white replied matter-of-factly. Jiang Ye's heart sank again. He tried to negotiate. "But according to the apartment rules, I can only take the elevator up to the 20th floor and do not have the qualification to go to the top floor." However, the woman in white responded nonchalantly, "No worries, there's no need to take the elevator. I can take you directly to the top floor." Jiang Ye paused, his mind racing with curses. Why must he go to the top floor? Who is up there? The key point is, he had opened packages before. Leaving the apartment room meant he could be pursued by monsters at any moment. But after a moment's reflection, danger coexists with opportunity. Perhaps being the first player to ascend to the rooftop, a place where others lack the qualification to go, could yield some rewards. Of course, without the avatar talent, Jiang Ye would never take such a risk. Moreover, the request made by the woman in white left him little room for refusal. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously asked, "Before going to the rooftop, may I return to make some preparations?" The woman in white, with her face concealed by a white mask, was difficult to read in terms of emotion. Yet, her demeanor exuded a cold and commanding presence. Jiang Ye braced himself, expecting her to refuse. Little did she expect, after a brief moment of contemplation, she acquiesced. "I can grant you 10 minutes. Should you exceed this time frame, I shall leave you a poor review. Naturally, if you fail to return at all, this cleaning job will have been in vain. Not only will you receive no payment, but you will also incur additional penalties for breach of contract." Jiang Ye nodded in agreement. "I will return within 10 minutes. With the terms settled, the first avatar departed from apartment 2064. Concerned that even this short distance in the corridor might expose him to pursuit by monsters, he hastily exited the apartment and promptly retrieved a bronze treasure chest from his spatial ring. Opening it on the spot, the lucky lantern was still in his possession, so this opening might yield delightful surprises. However, upon opening the bronze chest, all he found was a blank sheet of paper. Indeed, it was a pristine sheet, devoid of any patterns or text, possessing a remarkably smooth, almost oily texture. Jiang Ye did not feel disheartened. Instead, he immediately brought forth his life assistant robot, Xiao Bing, casting a detection spell. The screen of Xiao Bing displayed the information on the blank paper. Skill scroll, bronze level. Upon tearing it open, there is a considerable probability of comprehending a skill not exceeding one's own talent level, and a smaller probability of yielding nothing. Good heavens, a scroll for skill comprehension. This is a valuable item. Regardless of the circumstances, equipment and items are merely external possessions. Attributes, talents, and skills, however, are truly one's own. Although the data panel reflects enhancements to combat power, It does not confer an advantage during random matchmaking battles. Ultimately, in the Apocalypse apartment game, the combat room comprises only a portion of the experience. The true enhancement of one's abilities is the essence of survival in the Apocalypse apartment. Thus, Jiang Ye was quite pleased with this skill scroll. He contemplated seizing the opportunity to comprehend the skill while the effect of the Lucky Lantern still lingered. However, he then pondered, this skill scroll should ideally be utilized by players with higher talent levels for optimal results. After all, the skills comprehended would not exceed the talent level. Therefore, using it on a C-level talent avatar would be far less effective than employing it on his own X-level talent. Who knows, he might even comprehend an SSS-level skill. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed improbable to achieve an SSS-level skill. The description of the skill, while not explicitly stated, clearly suggested bronze level, which was hard to overlook. If A to bronze level scroll could indeed lead to an SSS-level skill, what would become of the subsequent silver level, gold level? Therefore, the skill level comprehended from this scroll would likely not be exceedingly high. As Jiang Ye continued to hold it, he proceeded toward apartment 2025. Glancing at the chat group, T was at this moment that he discovered the chat group was in an uproar. This time, it had nothing to do with the mysterious bald man or the team upgrading with Yang Wancha. The issue lay within the rankings. Wow, brothers, look at the rankings. Two individuals have suddenly dropped in to take first and second place, pushing Yang Wancha down to third. Wow, I see it too. Two level 3 players. What on earth happened? How did someone silently ascend to level 3? Right? Players who first reached levels 1 and 2 triggered announcements. Why did these two level 3 players appear without any upgrade notifications? Can upgrade announcements be hidden? No way. Don't you find it strange that these two level 3 newcomers have unfamiliar names? Do we have anyone named Huang Qi or Su Xiaoming in our first or second class? I indeed have no recollection of these two classmates. Does anyone here know them? Wow. Brothers, major discovery. Look at the member list. The member list that previously showed 80 people now lists 82. Jiang Ye was equally astonished upon seeing this. Indeed, from 80 to now 82 members. The group chat erupted in chaos. Does this mean that these two level 3 players have suddenly dropped into our apartment? Could they be classmates from our school? No. Even if they are from another class. How did they suddenly arrive in our apartment? Are they perhaps the legendary old players? But the announcement stated that old players would only enter on the 8th day. It's only the first day. How could they have violated the rules and let in old players? Actually, I've always been curious. Aren't we all supposed to be surviving in the apartment at the same time? Why is there a distinction between old and new players? So, old players must be a group that entered the apartment earlier than us. Is it that all players worldwide were introduced in batches, resulting in different entry times? Or perhaps there is a distinction between beta testers and regular players, with old players being the beta testers. Or, to be more sci-fi, could there be other human worlds beyond ours? And the old players are from those other worlds? They entered the apartment survival before us? Honestly, I feel like Yang Wancha resembles an old player. Could he know something? Not necessarily. Just because someone is strong doesn't mean they're an old player. Perhaps they simply possess exceptional talent and adaptability to this environment. Since Huang Qi and Su Xiaoming are listed as members, they should be able to communicate in our group, right? Would either of you care to say something? Huang Qi Su Xiaoming, however, regardless of how the students tag them, these two newcomers remained silent in the group. This silence instilled a sense of unease among the classmates. After all, there is a saying, those not of our kind must have different hearts. Although everyone is human and bears no grievances against each other, there exists a stark contrast between familiar classmates and these two enigmatic newcomers. Such fear and hostility are nearly instinctive. Jiang Ye also felt a tinge of unease regarding the appearance of these two new players. Fortunately, he encountered no mishaps on his way back to apartment 2025. Meanwhile, the second avatar's battle encountered an unexpected turn. The opponent in the third random match was a youth clad in a black robe and wearing a black mask. He was so thoroughly concealed that even his gender was indiscernible. Jiang Ye only deduced he was male because, at the onset of the match, the black-robed youth casually engaged in a tug-of-war with him, displaying no urgency to conclude the battle and even initiating conversation. This match must be one of the 3 or 5 consecutive victories, Jiang Ye thought, suddenly alarmed by the implication. However, he dared not let his guard down during the battle and thus refrained from responding. Naturally, He also held off on using the skills Absolute Focus and Combat Stance. The black-robed figure did not exert his full strength, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as he fought while explaining. In this battle room, there exists a hidden setting known as stopping consecutive wins. When a player is on the verge of achieving 3 or 5 consecutive victories and earning rewards from the battle room, they may encounter someone like me, a specialist in halting such streaks. Of course, you may also interpret me as an old player. I can assure you that, under normal circumstances, you will undoubtedly lose this match. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a chill run down his spine. No way. This stopping consecutive win setting is akin to a casino rigging the odds, designed to prevent players from receiving consecutive win rewards? Why even establish a consecutive win reward in the first place? Is it merely for show? No, this setting merely heightens the difficulty of achieving consecutive wins. Those capable of attaining consecutive victories under such challenging circumstances are the true champions. Jiang Ye had initially believed that securing 3 consecutive victories would be straightforward given his strength. Now, however, he realized that such a speculative mindset was utterly misguided. His psychological pressure surged instantly. Still, he maintained a facade of calm and did not show any signs of fear. After a few rounds of probing, he took the initiative to address the figure in black. You wouldn't be sharing this with me out of boredom, would you? The black-robed individual seemed to chuckle lightly, remarking, You are among the more competent newcomers I have encountered, both in skill and mindset. Chapter 32. The Survival Jade Medallion. Whether his skill was indeed commendable, Jiang Ye could not ascertain. However, he was confident in his mindset. After all, he had his avatars as a safety net. Each avatar served as a form of insurance. Moreover, the battle room posed no real threat to life. Consecutive victories were not worth his internal strife. With this thought, he steadied his mindset and calmly replied to the figure in black. You mentioned that under normal circumstances, I would undoubtedly lose against you. Does that imply that there are indeed non-standard situations? Indeed. The black-robed figure smiled again, even asserting, I can confidently state that over 80 of the players achieving consecutive victories in your current battle room likely did so through non-standard means. This includes many whose combat power is inferior to yours, including those you see among the so-called God of War rankings. Most have achieved consecutive wins through non-standard methods. This revelation jolted Jiang Ye. Thus, it meant that very few players won consecutively based on genuine skill. Even the strong among the God of War rankings were not exempt. In that case, those who secured consecutive victories through standard means must be the true elite among the new players. As he contemplated this, he heard the black-robed figure's tone suddenly grow serious. However, not everyone is qualified to enjoy non-standard methods. Now, let me ask you, have you encountered a mysterious shadow on the 20th floor or above? This inquiry caused Jiang Ye's gaze to shift. The figure cloaked in black seemed to have discerned the answer merely by observing his expression. His serious tone softened slightly as he chuckled. It appears I was not mistaken. You, my young friend, have indeed found yourself in fortunate circumstances. Fortunate? If encountering the shadowy figure qualifies as good luck, then it must be the effect of the lucky lantern. A realization that dawned upon Jiang Ye, however, the enigmatic shadow had bestowed upon him something. As Jiang Ye pondered this, the cloaked figure spoke again. Since you have encountered the peculiar shadow, you must have received a survival jade token. Have you not? Jiang Ye nodded. Is it the token that automatically stores survival points after a kill? The black-clad figure smiled. Precisely, that is the survival jade token. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt increasingly convinced that the so-called unconventional methods of this figure likely referred to rigging matches. The cloaked figure had intentionally lost to him, granting him this crucial 3-win streak. Yet, in return, he must offer something to the black figure as compensation. This was essentially a transaction. The so-called winning streak had become a commodity with a clear price. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ye felt a surge of relief. When the shadow had first offered him the jade token, he had nearly refused it, dismissing the 1 survival point that could only be exchanged for 100. 000 as unworthy. In hindsight, he was grateful he had not declined. However, upon reconsideration, Jiang Ye sensed that this matter was likely not as simple as he had initially believed. The items given to him by the shadow were not merely for him to trade for victories without any additional cost. Drawing from his previous experience of being chased by monsters after stealing a parcel, he had learned to be cautious and directly inquired of the cloaked figure. What exactly is that shadow? If I were to give you the survival jade token, Would I be subject to retaliation from the shadow? Give me the survival jade token? The cloaked figure chuckled lightly. What I seek is not the survival jade token. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye instantly realized he had misunderstood. What the cloaked figure desired was not the token itself, but the survival points contained within it that could be used for transactions. It became evident. Survival points were indeed precious. The initial game announcement had warned him of their value. The shadow had given him the survival jade token to obtain survival points, and this veteran player, willing to assist him in rigging matches, sought these survival points as well. Jiang Ye could not help but wonder. Survival points? How truly valuable are they? I have heard they can be exchanged for anything desired. Yet, as new players, we can still enhance our strength through the chests and parcels in the novice apartment. I can hardly imagine how formidable one could become if using survival points to exchange for powerful items. The cloaked figure, sensing his potential, patiently elaborated. You have misunderstood. The true purpose of survival points lies not in exchanging for powerful items, but rather in survival. Indeed, survival points signify survival. Without them, you cannot endure. And I mean that in the most literal sense. The reason your novice apartment is termed novice is that its survival mode is exceedingly simplistic. You could even say there exists a novice protection period. Once you clear the novice apartment and enter the true apocalyptic apartment, you will understand what apocalypse truly means. First and foremost, the rent for the apocalyptic apartment must be paid with survival points. If you cannot pay, then death awaits. Furthermore, every day at midnight, one survival point will be deducted from each person. Should a festive occasion arise, or if the apocalyptic apartment suddenly announces some event, additional survival points will be deducted. If your survival points fall into the negative, you will face annihilation. Thus, survival points are synonymous with life. Without them, you cannot survive. As for using survival points to exchange for powerful items, that is only for the elite among veteran players. A luxury that newcomers need not contemplate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye finally comprehended why one survival point could generate a clone. It turned out that survival points were indeed this precious. Yet, he also realized, if every day at midnight, one survival point was indeed deducted, then would it suffice for him to have the main body deducted, or would each clone also incur a deduction? If each clone required a deduction, then he would be forced to merge some unnecessary clones. However, contemplating such matters felt somewhat premature. All he needed to grasp was that survival points were indeed invaluable. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye directly inquired, "Then, how many survival points do you intend to charge for this 3-win streak?" The cloaked figure chuckled once more. Although only his voice was audible, it carried an inexplicable eeriness. He introduced in a very formal tone. As I mentioned earlier, the sale of winning streaks is quite common in the battle chamber. Having formed a certain commercial scale, he gestured to the black mask adorning his face. As you can see, this black mask is the emblem of our organization. Here, he pointed to the right eye of the mask, where a diagonal shape was inscribed. The reason for this introduction is to convey that our organization is vast, well-developed, and has established various packages tailored to different customers. For instance, purchasing a 3-win streak outright has one price, while a 5-win package, which includes the 3-win streak, has another price, and a 10-win package, which encompasses both the 3 and 5-win streaks, carries yet another price. In summary, as long as you can afford the survival points, our services will be exemplary. Furthermore, we possess professional contract items to ensure neither party defaults. Good heavens, Jiang Ye had initially believed he was merely engaged in a simple random match for the 3rd round. He had not anticipated encountering not an opponent, but a merchant. He had previously thought that the mechanism for capping winning streaks was generated by the battle chamber. However, it now appeared it could very well be a colossal organization of veteran players, deliberately capping the winning streaks of newcomers while simultaneously providing leniency to those willing to pay. Ostensibly selling winning streaks, they were in fact the ones elevating the probability of victories, all part of the same scheme. This was nothing short of a blatant exploitation of others' fortunes, only to sell it back to them. Such was the purest manifestation of capitalist greed. At this juncture, Jiang Ye decided against using his survival points to purchase a winning streak. Nevertheless, he still asked, "Could you elaborate on the respective prices for buying a 3-win streak, a 5-win streak, and the package deals?" The cloaked figure maintained a serious demeanor. "It's quite simple. Purchasing a 3-win streak outright costs 3 survival points. A 5-win streak costs 5 survival points, while while the 3-win plus 5-win package only requires 4 survival points. This left Jiang Ye perplexed. How could the combined price of 2 matches be cheaper than purchasing them separately? The cloaked figure seemed to sense his confusion and clarified. The package operates as follows. If you purchase during the 3-win streak, we will handle your 3-win and 5-win streaks. We can deliver the 3-win streak immediately. However, for the 5-win streak, you must first complete the 4th match, after which we will match you. Should you fail the 4th match, the responsibility lies with you, and we will no longer provide the 5-win delivery. In other words, the package is cheaper because a portion of the risk must be borne by the customer. Good heavens, with this explanation, Jiang Ye understood it equated to some individuals purchasing a 2-match package, yet only enjoying the benefits of the 3-win streak. Regardless, the package was undeniably far more advantageous than purchasing separately, akin to the irresistible discounts offered by many stores for membership cards. Jiang Ye felt that if he were to buy a winning streak, he would most likely opt for the package. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the pricing was not particularly favorable. Setting aside the use of survival points to generate clones, simply considering his transaction with the shadow, 1 survival point could fetch 100,000. Thus, the cost of 3 survival points for a 3-win streak amounted to 300,000. This substantial sum undoubtedly surpassed the rewards offered by the battle chamber for achieving a 3-win streak. Therefore, this winning streak was being sold at an exorbitant price. It was utterly unjustifiable. Yet, before he could voice his concerns regarding the high cost, the cloaked figure seemed to read his thoughts and began to market aggressively. You must understand that the value of a 3-win streak extends beyond the rewards bestowed by the battle chamber. More importantly, it serves as the foundation for the 5-win and 10-win streaks. Without this foundation, you will be relegated to the status of an inconsequential player. You may even find yourself forever excluded from the Battle God rankings. You must realize that there exists an energy field surrounding individuals. Once you lose your spirit and let that energy dissipate, a single defeat could signify a lifetime of failure. Conversely, if you resolutely commit to winning this time, you may just gamble on a lifetime of glory. Good heavens, such eloquence! This cloaked figure must surely be the gold medal salesperson of their organization. Chapter 33. Clone Fusion. This rhetoric genuinely made Jiang Ye feel as though, if he were to lose this time, he would deflate like a balloon, embarking on a downhill trajectory for the rest of his life, ultimately becoming an ordinary person among the masses, achieving nothing of significance. The crux of the matter was that he had read in many fantasy novels of the existence of an undefeated path. In other words, the protagonist traversed life without tasting defeat, ultimately reaching the pinnacle, which was deemed a fulfilling conclusion. Therefore, he had initially considered this winning streak battle to be inconsequential. Now, with the notion of being a top-notch salesperson, a sudden realization struck. This battle cannot be lost. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye turned to the figure in the black robe and said, "But what if my survival token currently holds no survival points?" Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure was not taken aback and explained, "You need not worry about this. I can apply for a pay-later arrangement for you. This means you can secure consecutive victories first and then repay the accrued survival points within a stipulated time frame. However, due to the high mortality rate of players in the survival apartment, the risk of pay later is borne by the seller. Consequently, the buyer must pay a higher price to compensate for the risk assumed by the seller." Jiang Ye grasped the situation immediately and inquired, "How much more is the price?" "It is approximately double the amount," came the response. "Goodness. So it's merely double?" Originally, 3 consecutive victories would require just 3 survival points. But with pay later, I would owe 6 points. This is essentially usury. The black-robed figure continued to elucidate. Given the high death rate in the survival apartment, the repayment period for pay later is generally required within 24 hours. Our automatic deduction occurs at midnight in-game. If, at the time of deduction, the survival points in the customer's token are insufficient to cover the repayment, there will be an additional 24 hours granted for overdue repayment. However, late repayment incurs a penalty fee if, during the overdue period, the survival points remain inadequate to offset the debt. Then, according to our contract provisions, the debtor will be directly obliterated by the contractual rules. The obliteration of a player costs us 1 survival point as a baseline compensation for our organization. You should know that even a normal kill of a player grants 1 survival point. Correct? The black-robed figure spoke with a casual tone, yet Jiang Ye suddenly realized the true horror of this survival apartment game. Each life was akin to a walking survival point. if one were to consider the previous Bizarre Shadows price, where one survival point could be exchanged for 100,000, Jiang Ye would not indiscriminately take lives for a mere 100,000. However, once he fell into debt over survival points, as the pressure of repayment loomed over him, he might very well resort to killing anyone in sight to secure survival points for his own preservation. He would act thus, and so would others. Some might even be more ruthless than he. This is human nature, seeking profit while avoiding harm, where the fate of friends is secondary to self-preservation. According to the black-robed figure, over 80 of the consecutive victors in the battle chamber had purchased their victories. This implies that those victorious players either had already taken lives to clear their debts or were in debt and would inevitably resort to killing to repay. In the apocalyptic survival apartment, the real danger does not stem from unknown monsters or unpaid rent. It is humanity itself. It is the propensity of humans to kill. Jiang Ye's expression seemed to betray his thoughts, and the black-robed figure chuckled lightly. Continuing in that nonchalant tone, "Yes, your assumptions are indeed correct. The initial announcement for the novice apartment mentioned something about events occurring after 8 days or 10 days, but in reality, many apartments do not even last until the 10th day before self-destruction. You might think that the arrival of seasoned players is meant to mercilessly slaughter new players. However, the truth is, there is no need to wait for the seasoned players to arrive. Those unable to adapt to the apocalyptic survival will inevitably become survival points for the strong." This revelation deeply shocked Jiang Ye. He had indeed envisioned a confrontation between new and seasoned players. Yet, according to the black-robed figure, it was highly probable that by the time the seasoned players arrived, there would be hardly anyone left in the novice apartment. In such a scenario, should new and seasoned players clash? A chill ran down Jiang Ye's spine. He could not help but ask the black-robed figure, "So, do you know what the survival rate of new players is after the novice assessment?" However, the black-robed figure smiled without answering. He swiftly changed the subject to continue his pitch. "In fact, the survival points we sell as consecutive victories are hardly significant. Among the newcomers I know, several have already amassed over 10 to 20 survival points. Moreover, there is one renowned player on the leaderboard who has accumulated over 100 survival points." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye was taken aback. Over 100 survival points equated to killing more than 100 individuals? But wait, he hastily inquired, isn't the initial count of players in a novice apartment only 80? How can survival points exceed 100? It's quite simple, just harvest from other novice apartments. Each novice apartment has a teleportation passage on its top floor leading to other apartments. Generally, if you find the opportunity to reach the top floor and pay 1 survival point, you can teleport to another novice apartment. Therefore, some novice apartments may already be entirely wiped out before the seasoned players even arrive. Jiang Ye's heart raced as he comprehended the implications, realizing how those 2 new players in his apartment had arrived. Furthermore, it appeared that those newcomers might not come with good intentions. Jiang Ye's heart pounded vigorously. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure maintained his relaxed demeanor. "Having shared valuable information for free, would you like to purchase a 10 consecutive victory package? To be frank, players of average skill would not be eligible for the pay later 10 consecutive victory package. However, I have high hopes for you. So I am willing to extend this precious opportunity as a gold-tier salesperson to you. Therefore, you certainly won't disappoint me with those 10 consecutive victories, will you?" His words were delivered as if he genuinely believed Jiang Ye to be some chosen one destined for 10 consecutive victories. Yet Jiang Ye was acutely aware that this was merely sales rhetoric. It was likely that he said the same to other customers. Even at the outset, praising Jiang Ye's mindset and strength was probably another sales tactic. At this juncture, Jiang Ye did not respond immediately but feigned deep contemplation. Meanwhile, as the second avatar and the gold-tier salesperson engaged in their tug-of-war, the first avatar, having returned to apartment 2025 with a skill scroll obtained from a bronze treasure chest, seized the last few minutes of the Lucky Lantern effect. The original Jiang Ye tore open the bronze-level skill scroll. His 2 avatars possessed innate skills related to their attributes, yet the primary body endowed with the X-level talent of infinite duplication lacked any skills. It was uncertain whether this talent could unlock skills. If it triggered a rare event and yielded nothing, it would be a significant loss. Jiang Ye held his breath, feeling inexplicably tense, as the white paper was torn. It transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly merging into his body in an instant. Jiang Ye felt as if he had just enjoyed several restorative sleeps, his fatigue dissipating entirely, and his spirit rejuvenated. His mind cleared, and in an abstract sense, it felt as if mental tendrils had extended outward, grasping something elusive. Once this strange sensation subsided, he quickly glanced at his data panel. Jiang Ye. Level 0. Physical ability 0. 8. Energetic level 1.2. Combat power 1.8. Survival points 0. Talent infinite duplication X. Skill Avatar fusion D. Can designate up to 3 avatars for directed fusion. The attributes, talents, skills, etc. of up to 2 avatars can be comprehensively merged into the designated main avatar for a duration of 3 minutes. Gasp! What is this? Avatar fusion. Wait, according to the description of the avatar fusion skill, this fusion is not permanent but lasts only for 3 minutes. Jiang Ye immediately thought, if he chose to designate the second avatar in battle as the main avatar for avatar fusion, would he stand a chance of defeating the black-robed figure within those 3 minutes? Chapter 34. Youngsters lack martial virtue regardless of the likelihood. He had to give it a try. Jiang Ye's primary body hesitated not for a moment. Meanwhile, the second avatar seemed to have finally made up its mind. With an expression of determination to purchase the consecutive victories, yet feeling somewhat guilty, it suddenly addressed the black-robed figure. Before I enter the battle chamber, I noticed that the external screen of the battle machine automatically displays the player's battle process. Wouldn't our transaction regarding the purchase of consecutive victories be potentially exposed to other players in the apartment? The black-robed figure chuckled. You need not worry about this. I disabled the spectator function as soon as this battle commenced. Thus, not only will there be no spectators inadvertently entering this room, but the external screen of your battle machine will also not display this match. So that's how it is. This implies that those who witnessed Yang Wancha's battles, such as Xiao Yudi and Wong Chung, probably did not see Yang Wancha's 3 consecutive victories. Thus, when Jiang Ye saw Yang Wancha lose to a girl, was it his failure after 4 victories? Or perhaps it was a loss after 5 consecutive victories? He wondered if Yang Wancha had purchased his victories. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the original Jiang Ye received the latest news from the chat group. What the heck? Why is it that within such a brief span of time, 2 members of the list have gone offline? Who could it possibly be this time? Surely it must be the student who teamed up with Yang Wancha. I have always maintained that Yang Wancha has taken lives. We should never have collaborated with him. Despite his formidable strength, no, it is not the student who partnered with Yang Wancha for upgrades. It is Lu Shun, ranked 9th on the leaderboard, and He Weiwei from Class 2. What? He Weiwei is dead? And now Lu Shun, even at level 1, has perished as well? Could it be that he was slain by a monster while leveling up solo? Thus, it seems prudent to level up in teams. However, just as the classmates believed that Lu Shun had met an unfortunate demise during his monster hunting endeavors, a sudden message from the prominent player Ku Zhengfei appeared in the chat. He had been silent until now, and his first utterance was marked by an urgent tone. Lu Shun was not slain by a monster, but rather by an unknown powerful adversary. It is highly likely that it was one of the 2 new players. Even I am currently being pursued by this formidable foe. Yet, as soon as this message was sent, it swiftly vanished into thin air, just as it had occurred when another player lost their life. Their message was automatically erased. The classmates in the group quickly realized Ku Zhengfei's name had disappeared from the leaderboard. In the member list, his name also dimmed. This meant that the mysterious figure revered by his peers had, at the very moment of sending that message, been instantaneously eliminated. In an instant, the entire chat group was engulfed in a peculiar silence, and a chilling atmosphere seemed to spread silently. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's second avatar suddenly inquired of the figure in a black cloak. You mentioned earlier that there are contractual items that could guarantee our transaction? Upon hearing this, the black cloak understood. Another deal was about to be completed. He was indeed worthy of being the star salesperson of the organization. Simultaneously, he scoffed inwardly, regarding Jiang Ye with disdain. As a top salesman, his usual tactic was to deliberately adopt a posture of superiority while simultaneously showering praise upon the target customer with commendations about their strength and mindset. Players who could achieve 3 consecutive victories were generally akin to self-important frogs at the bottom of a well, completely oblivious to the vastness of the sky above, yet convinced of their own superiority. This vanity fueled an ever-growing desire to attain 3 consecutive wins, often resulting in them resorting to loans to secure that victory. At this moment, the Black Cloak perceived Jiang Ye as such a self-important frog. Just as the Black Cloak was mentally ridiculing Jiang Ye, and preparing to explain the contract process. Jiang Ye checked the data panel after the avatar fusion. Upon seeing the results, his confidence surged. Jiang Ye, level 1, physical strength, 7.4, energy, 8.6, combat power, 72, survival points, 0, talent, diligence rewarded, S, gold element affinity, C, skills, absolute focus, A, combat stance, A, golden light technique, D, indeed. While there are currently 3 Jiang Yes, the main body does not belong to the avatars and thus cannot undergo avatar fusion. Therefore, the fusion only involved Avatar 1 and Avatar 2. The attributes of the 2 avatars were directly summed, talents and skills also stacked. However, the combat power did not simply result from direct addition. Avatar 1's combat power was 5.5, while Avatar 2's was 54. If summed, it should be less than 60. Yet, the fused avatar's combat power reached an impressive 72 points. It perfectly exemplified the principle that 1 could indeed be greater than 2. Jiang Ye acknowledged that the black cloak was quite powerful. However, according to the matching mechanism, his combat power should be roughly comparable to that of Jiang Ye's Avatar 2, around 54 points. Even accounting for fluctuations, it should not exceed this range. Jiang Ye's combat power after Avatar fusion was nearly 20 points higher than the black cloak's. Of course, an experienced player's combat expertise and powerful items might compensate for this 20-point gap. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye was prepared to disregard any notions of fair play. While the black cloak was busy explaining the contract process, Jiang Ye feigned attentiveness, appearing resolute in his intent to purchase consecutive victories. Yet, just as the black cloak was engrossed in his explanation, a flash of golden light suddenly streaked past Jiang Ye's eyes. Almost simultaneously, a cold metallic sensation grazed his throat. Blood gushed forth from the wound in an instant. The black cloak, possessing extensive combat experience, swiftly retreated. Clutching his throat, he glanced incredulously at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, too, was taken aback. It was known that he had previously used Avatar 1's lackluster power to swiftly eliminate Ding Ding with a golden light technique. With Avatar 2's strength, he had also been able to sever Li Rant's throat. Yet now, although the mask had mitigated some impact, he had clearly witnessed the golden light penetrate the black cloak's brow. Moreover, the venomous dagger had indeed cut through the black cloak's throat. Blood was flowing freely. How could this individual possibly react so swiftly? Jiang Ye had merely 3 minutes of fusion time. He dared not slacken his pace and, bolstered by absolute focus and combat stance, charged once more at the black cloak. However, under normal circumstances, at equal combat power, the black cloak's panel attributes should be lower than his own. Yet, his speed was evidently superior. It must be the equipment. Suddenly, Jiang Ye realized this black cloak was likely donning a complete set of gear. With pointed black shoes that had slightly upturned toes, a finely crafted black robe, black gloves adorning his hands, and a pure black mask covering his face. This standardized attire was likely part of a set. Anyone with gaming experience knows that a complete set's power far surpasses that of individual pieces. No wonder, even with Jiang Ye's higher combat power, the black cloak had not succumbed after being ambushed twice. He appeared to be unscathed. The black cloak retreated rapidly, while simultaneously wiping his neck with his gloved hand. As the black gloved hand withdrew from his throat, the previously gushing wound healed almost instantaneously. However, while the external injury healed quickly, the venomous dagger carried poison. Coupled with the golden light embedded in his brow, the black cloak's condition was far from optimal. His mind felt hazy, and his body was slightly stiff. Lacking the agility of his prime, while retreating hastily, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Jiang Ye. Due to the injury to his throat, his voice was raspy and broken, reminiscent of a damaged tape. Kid? Do you know what this entire set of gear signifies? It represents not just me, but an entire colossal organization behind me. Even if you manage to win against me through ambush, from this moment on, every crucial consecutive victory you achieve will be targeted. Henceforth, you shall never attain consecutive victories again. Truly, I misjudged you. I never expected you to possess some skill, yet be more foolish than any other newcomer I have encountered. Chapter 35. Consecutive Victory Reward. Privilege card. The black cloak's tone was one of condescension, openly expressing disdain, as if Jiang Ye had committed an egregious error. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a surge of delight. Initially, he had thought the Black Cloak's agility, despite being repeatedly ambushed, indicated that he was immensely powerful, leaving him with no hope for consecutive victories. Yet, hearing the Black Cloak's words, he immediately confirmed, despite the Black Cloak's outward appearance of being unaffected by the ambush. He was actually on the brink of collapse, in that case. Jiang Ye would not be intimidated by his words. He would seize the opportunity to strike. With a swift movement, he lunged toward the retreating Black Cloak. A golden flash surged forth, mercilessly aimed at the Black Cloak. Simultaneously, the dark, venomous dagger. Wait. What? Why did his venomous dagger fly out on its own? No. Jiang Ye realized, observing the layer of golden light enveloping the dagger, that it hadn't flown away of its own accord. Even without his grip, it could be manipulated as if it were an extension of himself. This was a new skill attained through the enhancement of absolute focus. In the heat of battle, Jiang Ye had no time to check the data panel. Yet, this did not hinder him from deftly controlling the venomous dagger. The Black Cloak was unaware that this was a new skill Jiang Ye had acquired during combat. Yet, he felt an overwhelming shock. For Jiang Ye's situation was crystal clear to him. This kid had only 2 pieces of equipment: a disguise mask that transformed him into a bald figure, and the venomous dagger, of which he was fully aware of its effects. However, aside from these 2 items, this kid's pure panel combat power, according to the matching mechanism, should be around 55 to 18 most. It could not exceed 60. Yet, the combat power he was displaying at this moment was not only above 60 but appeared to soar past 70. This was utterly nonsensical. Was there a flaw in the matching mechanism? Or had this kid concealed some hidden item from his view? Or perhaps, he was one of those rare prodigies that defied the odds. Generally speaking, combat power and strength are 2 distinct concepts. For instance, if a person's panel combat power is 100, their actual strength is typically 100. If their strength reaches 80, one could say they can exert 80 of their combat power. If their strength achieves 100, it would indicate they can fully utilize their combat power. The number of players capable of fully unleashing their combat potential is, in truth, quite limited. They are commonly referred to as the masters of the extreme flow. Yet, beyond this extreme flow, there exists a peculiar phenomenon. A player whose combat power is merely 100 on their panel, yet in a state of being unequipped, can exhibit strength surpassing 100. This utterly counterintuitive entity is termed the limit-breaking anomaly. Naturally, the masters of the extreme flow are already rare, while the limit-breaking anomalies are said to exist only in legend. Even a seasoned player like Hypo has only heard whispers of such beings. Never having encountered one in reality, however, at this moment, he could not help but wonder, could this audacious young man before him be a once-in-a-billion limit-breaking anomaly? Otherwise, how could one explain his combat power hovering around 55? Coupled with such abysmal equipment, yet still demonstrating the capability to counterattack with lethal force. Hypo's heart raced with trepidation, and just as he wished to engage in further conversation with Jiang Ye, the latter, constrained by the 3-minute limit of clone fusion, sought to end the bout swiftly. The venomous blade, blood dagger, danced deftly from his grasp, targeting Hypo's vital points with astonishing speed. Yet, Hypo's evasive maneuvers grew increasingly rigid. Jiang Ye recognized that the earlier ambush had taken its toll, and he pressed his advantage. However, in the next heartbeat, Hypo's evasive form suddenly vanished, leaving only an empty cloak, pierced by the short dagger. The figure of the man in the black robe had completely disappeared. Jiang Ye's pupils dilated, his nerves taut with tension. Fortunately, bolstered by the effects of absolute focus, his concentration was razor-sharp, in the blink of an eye. The blood dagger, originally situated over 2 meters to his diagonal front, executed a sudden spin. A glimmer of cold light zipped past him. A shadow materialized, blood splattering in its wake. Jiang Ye reacted with lightning speed, pivoting to seize the spinning dagger and thrusting it towards the throat of the now-revealed figure in the black robe. The blade gleamed with lethal intent, swift as the wind. Hypo's pupils trembled. And in the next instant, they dulled. Within 3 breaths, his form dissolved entirely. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding! Congratulations on winning this match, earning a wager of 100. Ding! Congratulations on achieving a 3-match winning streak. Please select your reward for consecutive victories. As the second notification appeared, 3 cards materialized before Jiang Ye. He remained momentarily dazed, his breath heavy, before he regained his composure. He had won. He had truly triumphed over a seasoned player. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. His combat power exceeded that of his opponent by approximately 20 points. Coupled with the underhanded ambush, he had decisively suppressed Hypo's state. Suppressing his elation, Jiang Ye quickly turned his attention to the 3 cards before him. All 3 cards were the size of playing cards, entirely black, with no discernible distinctions. He was compelled to randomly select one as his reward for the 3 consecutive victories. Given the randomness, Jiang Ye pointedly selected the 3rd card. Upon confirming his choice, the 3 cards flipped in succession. The first card revealed itself as Announcement card. You may issue 1 announcement in your current battle zone. The announcement previously made by Xiao Yudi must have utilized the Announcement card. The second card flipped over to show Level Up card. If your level is below 10, you will automatically advance by 1 level. If your level exceeds 10, this card is ineffective. Goodness! A direct level up. It seems that Yang Wancha, who was the first to reach level 2, likely drew the Level Up card as a reward for his consecutive victories. Subsequently, the 3rd card Jiang Ye had chosen also flipped over, displaying Privilege card, Privilege 1. During random matchmaking, you may designate an opponent from those of equal combat power for your match. Privilege 2. In this designated match, the wagers of both parties will no longer be compatible with one another. Initially, Jiang Ye did not fully comprehend the utility of this privilege and assumed the card was of little value. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that if utilized wisely, it could yield substantial monetary gains. Privilege 1 is quite straightforward. Normal random matchmaking is entirely random. However, with the privilege card, he can proactively select an opponent from the eligible matches. If it were solely this privilege, the card would be of limited use. As matchmaking still adheres to the mechanism of equal combat power, he would still be selecting an opponent within that matchmaking framework. However, with the addition of Privilege 2, the card's utility becomes apparent. The notion of wagers not being compatible means that if one player bets 100 and the other bets 900, the final wager will default to the lesser amount, which is 100, but when the wagers are no longer compatible. Jiang Ye could wager 100 and choose an opponent who bets 10, 000. If he wins, he gains 10, 000. If he loses, he only loses 100. This, indeed, is the true purpose of the privilege card. Typically, when he wagers 100 and wins, he only wins 100. However, with the privilege card, he could leverage a small bet to win a large sum, potentially 10,000 or even 100, 000. Of course, this is contingent upon his ability to select the right opponent and secure victory in battle. As Jiang Ye contemplated this, the privilege card he had chosen automatically fell into his hand. Immediately thereafter, he returned from the arena space to his original seat. At this moment, the effects of clone fusion were also nearing their conclusion. Jiang Ye could not help but feel a sense of awe. The skills corresponding to X-level talents are undeniably formidable. The clone fusion skill is merely D-grade, yet the effects it produces far surpass those of other D-grade skills, such as the golden light technique. The combat power augmentation brought about by clone fusion is already formidable. What is even more crucial is that this skill feels akin to cheating when applied in the battle arena. According to the random matchmaking mechanism, the combat powers of both parties should be relatively equal, relying on equipment and combat awareness. Yet he had directly completed the matchmaking and then activated clone fusion. In that instant, his combat power soared, utterly overwhelming his opponent. In many novels Jiang Ye had previously read, the protagonists often relished the thrill of challenging those of higher levels, triumphing against the odds. While he once found such scenarios exhilarating, he now believes, what is the joy of overcoming the weak with the strong? To dominate and strike down opponents from a position of superiority is the true exhilaration. The key is, not only is it exhilarating, but it also brings a sense of security. This way, even when he encounters formidable opponents in the future, he possesses a potent trump card. Furthermore, even when weaker clones act independently, they will still have this safeguard. Overall, Jiang Ye is immensely satisfied with the D-grade talent of clone fusion. He even dares to assert that this skill surpasses the A-grade skills of absolute focus and combat posture. Just as he was reveling in his joy, another notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Chapter 36 VIP Player. Player Xing Xiao has issued an announcement in the battle arena. Clearly, This was an announcement made by a player using an announcement card. Initially, Jiang Ye paid little heed to the notification. However, he soon realized that the announcement was delivered in the voice of the black-robed figure he had just encountered. To the bald young man in seat A06-5525, are you currently basking in the rewards and joy of your 3 consecutive victories? I specifically issued this announcement to remind you. What I said in the battle arena was not mere intimidation. Rather, you will truly pay the price for your foolish actions. Soon, you will come to realize, my power exceeds your imagination. Prepare to feel it. The tone of the black-robed figure in this announcement was laced with condescension and ridicule, brimming with arrogance. Simultaneously, the players in the battle arena began to murmur and speculate about this inexplicable announcement. Is this player named Xing Xiu genuinely so affluent as to waste an announcement card merely to issue a taunt to another player? And what does he mean by my power exceeds your imagination? Has he succumbed to a bout of delusions? Who does he think he is? Humph. He seems like a sore loser, trying to save face after a defeat. Indeed, listening to that announcement, I found it utterly amusing. Many players held a mocking attitude towards this cryptic announcement. However, their laughter did not persist for long. A new urgent announcement resonated in the minds of the players in the battle arena. Emergency announcement. VIP player Do is linking 1 million battle machines to this battle zone. 1 million battle machines will be connected within 10 minutes. At that time, 1 million seasoned players will gain access to this battle zone. This announcement left the players in the battle arena utterly stunned. Some were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the implications, while others exclaimed in shock. What does this mean? Of course, those with sharper wits immediately grasped the significance. Are you serious? This means that our battle zone will be inundated with 1 million seasoned players. Therefore, the probability of encountering seasoned players during random matchmaking or challenges will drastically increase. Encountering seasoned players. Are you kidding? I can't even defeat players of equal combat power during random matchmaking. How could I possibly win against seasoned players? Exactly. The influx of 1 million seasoned players will significantly diminish our chances of victory in the battle arena. Who is this Do? Why is he doing this? What level of player is a VIP player? This is outrageous. To directly drop 1 million seasoned players into the arena. I feel like this VIP player holds immense power. Wait, do you all remember the announcement made by that player named Xing Xiu before this? What should one say to ensure that a bald fellow pays the price? Goodness. So the sudden influx of 1 million veteran players is somehow connected to that Xing Xiu. Thus, it turns out he is neither a delusional youth nor a pretentious show-off. He is genuinely that formidable? Damn. This is not merely about making some bald guy pay the price. It is about the entire battle zone suffering the consequences. Who on earth is that bald fool who provoked such an influential character? In an instant, the once mocking voices directed at Xing Xiu transformed into expressions of resentment and indignation towards the bald fellow. They believed that the dire predicament faced by their battle zone was entirely the result of the trouble caused by that bald individual who had angered a significant figure. Meanwhile, the very bald man being vehemently condemned by the players in the battle room, Jiang Ye, had already swiftly changed his seat following Xing Xiu's announcement. During the seat change, he suddenly realized a critical issue. Spectators could simply search for a seat number to observe the battles of the player occupying that seat. The randomly matched opponents would only be aware of their opponent's seat number and nothing beyond that. Previously, Xiao Yudi had issued an announcement to attract viewers to observe her battle by asking her fans to search for seat number 151. In this manner, viewers could spectate her match. At that time, Jiang Ye was still unfamiliar with the battle room's dynamics, so he did not perceive any issues. However, now he noticed that the seat numbers he saw in the second-floor hall were predominantly in the format of XXX. Why, then, was Xiao Yudi's seat number 151? Could it be that Xiao Yudi was a stubborn bronze, hence situated on the third floor, and the seat numbers on the third floor just happened to consist of 3 digits? This was indeed a possibility. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Ye began to suspect, were there perhaps some private seats hidden beyond the visible ones in the second-floor hall? He even wondered if the battle machines in the first-floor battle room were akin to computers in an internet CAF. Could there be individuals who owned their own personal battle machines, just like having a private computer? In reality, he was indeed correct. In the 985 novice apartment, room 2008, Xiao Yudi was currently situated at a battle machine in her apartment. Of course, This battle machine was not a fixture of her apartment, but one she had acquired by stealthily dismantling a delivery. By utilizing this personal battle machine, she could possess her own private seat number within the virtual battle zone. The seats scattered across the second-floor hall were available for any player to occupy freely. Once vacated, those seats could be taken by others. However, by employing a personal battle machine, one could enjoy an exclusive seat. Even in one's absence, there was no need to worry about the personal seat being occupied by someone else. Thus, this exclusive seat resembled a live stream room number, valid for an extended duration. This was the true reason Xiao Yudi had issued an announcement inviting spectators. Although her announcement merely expressed her hope that viewers would watch one of her matches, in reality, she wished for her exclusive seat number to be known by all viewers. Akin to a live stream room number. This way, every match she participated in would attract spectators like a popular live stream. Once her seat number gained notoriety, the audience revenue from each victory would be substantial. Under this model, her earnings could rival those of established celebrities, making daily income of $1 million a feasible dream. However, while the plan was splendid, the sudden declaration of 1 million veteran players arriving shattered her aspirations for stardom. Her prerequisite for ensuring audience revenue was her ability to win matches. The influx of veteran players would undoubtedly diminish her chances of victory. Furthermore, the live streams of those veteran players might very well impact her own. Realizing this, Xiao Yudi felt an intense hatred towards that wretched bald fellow who had provoked a major figure. Yet, regaining her composure swiftly, she resolved to capitalize on the situation and earn a substantial profit before the veteran players fully descended. At this moment, Jiang Ye, after changing seats, distinctly sensed that his bald appearance was inexplicably drawing hostile glances from those around him. Nevertheless, due to the disguising mask generating a bald persona, the surrounding players could not ascertain that he was the troublemaking bald man. Jiang Ye remained unperturbed, yet a tinge of confusion lingered in his heart. Logically, that Xing Xiu should only possess around 55 combat power. What gave him the audacity to summon that so-called Do-E to directly deploy 1 million players into this battle zone? Wasn't it merely an unprincipled ambush? Was it really necessary to escalate matters to such an extent? He pondered whether there might be some underlying reasons behind it. He recalled that when he had slain the man in the black cloak, that individual had seemed poised to utter something. He had not afforded him the opportunity. Now that he reflected, what was it that the black-cloaked figure had intended to say? Unable to decipher it, Jiang Ye chose not to dwell on it. What troubled him now was whether to utilize the privilege card after the veteran players arrived or to use it within the 10 minutes prior to their descent. Chapter 37. The tattooed youth at this juncture, having changed seats, he noted a shift in the discussions around him. If you ask me, there's no need for us to panic. The integration of 1 million battle machines merely signifies that 1 million veteran players can log into our battle zone, but it does not imply that all 1 million will log in simultaneously. For example, in my apartment, the battle room contains 20 battle machines, yet currently, only I am utilizing one. Therefore, this situation may not necessarily impact our battle zone significantly. That VIP player Do-E and the one who made the announcement, Xing Xiu, are evidently in cahoots. Their primary target is that bald fellow who provoked them. Consequently, the veteran players logging into our battle zone should also be focused on the bald man. These statements were evidently more self-soothing than anything else. However, Jiang Ye took them to heart. Indeed, in this battle zone, achieving a critical winning streak could yield random rewards. The only rewards he was currently aware of were the announcement card, upgrade card, and privilege card. There might be other cards with special purposes that he was unaware of. The organization selling the winning streaks must be incredibly affluent. It was akin to a super conglomerate in the real world, an enormous entity. Such a presence could easily devise means to deal with an ordinary person like him who lacked any backing. It was likely they had numerous methods at their disposal. Thus, initially, Jiang Ye had contemplated waiting for the veteran players to arrive in the battle zone before using the privilege card. Thinking he might earn more, however, now he felt, for the sake of caution, it would be wise to log out of the battle room after the veterans arrived, to avoid drawing attention. Yet, if he refrained from using the battle room for a while, his earning speed would undoubtedly plummet. Hence, it would be best to utilize that privilege card, effectively, allowing him to rake in a substantial sum before the veteran players made their entrance. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye accessed the spectator function on the operation panel. Upon entering the spectator function, The entire interface resembled that of a food delivery app.at. The very top was a search function for locating the desired seat number to spectate. Most of the page displayed various battle arenas, and in the lower right corner, a small number indicated the current spectator count for each arena. The displays of these arenas initially appeared in default order. Essentially a random showcase, of course. Some fixed arenas might attract more traffic and thus be positioned at the forefront of the default display. He wondered if the arenas occupying the top spots in this default order had perhaps purchased traffic using traffic cards. Besides default order, players could also opt for sorting by spectator count, combat power, or title, among other options. Since Jiang Ye aimed to utilize the privilege card for a significant profit, and he was unable to ascertain the betting amounts of his target opponents, his best bet to make a substantial profit lay in the spectator fees. Should the match in which he used the privilege card attract a large audience, winning would yield him considerable earnings. Consequently, he chose sort by spectator count and prepared to devote some time to research. Simultaneously, Jiang Ye, in his first clone, after concluding clone fusion, hurriedly departed from room 2025 and made his way towards 2064. After all, the woman in white had only granted him 10 minutes. He needed to return and continue his cleaning duties. The distance from 2025 to 2064 was not particularly far. He had traversed it twice already. Yet, he remained vigilant, gripping a kitchen knife tightly. The new skill he had acquired during the battle with the black screen manifested solely on the data panel of Clone 1. Golden Cicada Shedding Shell, D. By firmly grasping a metallic weapon for 1 minute, one can manipulate it for 3 minutes within a 5-meter radius. A rather ordinary D-level skill. The effectiveness of this skill would likely hinge on the attributes of the metallic weapon. This further reinforced Jiang Ye's understanding that the strength of a skill was indeed closely tied to one's talent. If he were to obtain skill scrolls in the future, it would be more advantageous to assign them to clones with higher-level talents. As he contemplated, his gaze remained alert. As Clone 1 approached room 2060, he suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent. Instantly, his body tensed, and his palms began to sweat on the knife's handle. Instinctively, he pressed his back against the corridor wall. Scanning left and right. At that moment, a brazen male voice echoed from the shadows on the right. "You must be Jiang Ye from the 20th floor, correct?" As the sound echoed, Jiang Ye beheld a slender youth approaching him from the dimly lit corridor. The young man sported a buzz cut, and a tattoo adorned his forehead, seemingly intended to conceal some scar. This portrayal of a societal youth was unmistakably not a classmate from their apartment. Clearly, he was one of the 2 level 3 players who had come from another residence. Huang Qi, or Yu Xiangming, Lu Shun, and Ku Zhengfei, who were on the leaderboard, had perished at the hands of these 2. Moreover, they had been eliminated in an instant. However, what made Jiang Ye's heart race with tension was that as the tattooed youth ambled closer, his indifferent gaze swept over Jiang Ye before suddenly furrowing his brows in confusion. How peculiar. Does your novice apartment truly house 2 individuals named Jiang Ye? Is there another Jiang Ye who ranks level 1 on the leaderboard? This statement sent a jolt through Jiang Ye's heart. He feigned a facade of anxiety and did not respond. The tattooed youth continued to approach, slowly articulating, "Or perhaps, do you possess the ability to prevent others from probing your data panel? No, that shouldn't be the case. Could it be that you have the capability to disguise your data panel? Does such a unique ability exist?" The youth appeared perplexed, then abruptly adopted a stern demeanor and asserted, "Come on, my friend. Confess, why does your data panel display a level of 0, while the Jiang Ye on the leaderboard is level 1? In that moment, Jiang Ye realized, this fellow possessed the ability to investigate others' data panels. Goodness. Fortunately, what he had probed was merely the data panel of his first avatar. If it had been the data panel of Jiang Ye's true self, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophe. An X-level talent would undoubtedly incite a commotion. Contemplating this, Jiang Ye understood that it was best for his true self to remain in the shadows. Avoiding unnecessary exposure, he could delegate everything to his avatars. However, even if it wasn't the worst-case scenario, he was still at risk of having his secrets unveiled. He genuinely had no idea how to explain the discrepancy between being level 1 on the leaderboard and level 0 on his data panel. But why should he have to explain? This person was not his classmate and had even killed his classmates. Jiang Ye remained tense, his back pressed against the corridor wall, outwardly projecting the image of a terrified level 0 player. Internally, he contemplated, merging with his second avatar and swiftly eliminating this tattooed youth. Yes, it would be best to achieve a one-strike kill. After all, this youth could see his data panel. During the avatar merging process, his panel would change. If the youth detected something amiss and leaked it in the chat group, it would be disastrous. Chapter 38. In this apartment yet, did he possess the strength to eliminate this tattooed youth in one strike? After all, this fellow had the audacity to traverse between apartments, indicating formidable strength. Moreover, he likely had a companion. It remained unclear whether the two were acting separately or if that companion was lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Jiang Ye did not possess absolute certainty of being able to kill him in one blow. As he wrestled with the decision to wait for the right moment or to act preemptively. He heard the tattooed youth casually remark, "Relax, my friend. With my strength, I could have killed you long ago, and you wouldn't have had a chance to react." Such bravado, Jiang Ye thought indifferently, maintaining an appearance of anxiety. The tattooed youth toyed with a small knife in his hand and continued nonchalantly, "I am Wang Chi, and I am not from the same apartment as you Xiangming, so why are we acting together? Quite simply, we share a common goal, to grow stronger, to achieve unimaginable power as swiftly as possible. Now, let me ask you, what do you believe is the fastest way to grow stronger?" Jiang Ye found it difficult to decipher the youth's intentions but cooperatively uttered two words, "Killing." "Bingo," the tattooed youth exclaimed with delight, snapping his fingers, but quickly corrected himself. "What I meant to say is the super-powered version of killing. In other words, city slaughter. Of course, we should refer to it as apartment slaughter." "Now, you should have guessed it." At this point, the tattooed youth flashed a sinister smile, his forehead tattoo contorting, making him appear akin to a devil emerging from the depths of hell. His next words were equally devoid of humanity. "In my apartment, I am the sole survivor. Next, Yu Xiaoming's apartment was the second. Now, your apartment is the third, Jiang Ye, is it? You are fortunate. Though your strength is mediocre, you were initially assigned to the 20th floor. This has become your reason for survival. You can choose to be my dog, like Yu Xiaoming. I will lead you, apartment by apartment, to harvest survival points. This rate of growth will undoubtedly surpass that of mundane labor or battles. I will establish a powerful organization, and those who follow me will become its founding members. Of course, I do not support idlers. If you wish to follow me, you must pay a price. For instance, my current rule is, after each apartment journey, my followers must surrender 10 survival points to me. However, as long as you kill enough people, any excess beyond 10 can be used for your own growth. Once the number of my organization exceeds 8, I will make slight adjustments and establish more detailed organizational rules. Oh, by the way, you should possess a survival token, correct?" The tattooed youth raised an eyebrow, his tone still relaxed. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was left in a state of shock. He had initially thought that the two new players who had come to their apartment were merely ordinary level 3 strong individuals who had accidentally grasped the method of apartment transportation. To his astonishment, they had actually exterminated all the players from 2 apartments. This realization made Jiang Ye extremely relieved. Thank goodness he hadn't acted rashly. Otherwise, given the survival points this fellow had amassed from killing over 100 people, his strength was likely far beyond what Jiang Ye could easily overcome, not to mention achieving a one-hit kill. He probably wouldn't even be able to defeat this tattooed youth. Realizing this, Jiang Ye felt a genuine wave of anxiety wash over him. He stiffly replied, "Yes, I have the survival token." The tattooed youth smiled. "That makes things easier. Next, we will end this apartment within 2 hours. And then we shall proceed to the next. Go in this apartment." The way this guy spoke was utterly cold-blooded and arrogant. He seemed to regard human life with utter disdain. At that moment, Jiang Ye dared not entertain thoughts of a one-hit kill. He continued to feign anxiety, stating, I was planning to go to room 2064 to do cleaning work." However, he had barely finished his delaying tactic when the tattooed youth scoffed. "What? Are you pulling my leg? Killing someone can earn you 100,000. And you dare speak to me about cleaning work? Humph." The tattooed youth toyed with the knife in his hand, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he said, "Now I ask you, do you wish to continue with your cleaning work, or will you join me in killing?" Jiang Ye's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely blurted out 2 words, "Killing." He uttered those words with such volume that it seemed he had resolved to become a ruthless, cold-blooded demon, much like the tattooed youth. The tattooed youth appeared quite pleased with his response, promptly commending him. "Good to see you're sensible. Now, answer me a few more questions. First, do you know the strength of Yang Wancha, who is also on the 20th floor? Second, regarding the mysterious bald man mentioned in the chat group. Do you know his background and strength? Third, the same question as before, why does your panel display a level of 0 while the leaderboard shows a level of 1? Upon hearing the first two questions, Jiang Ye realized that this fellow was likely preparing to recruit Yang Wancha and the mysterious bald man into his organization. Alternatively, if their strength exceeded his control, they might be prioritized for elimination. Jiang Ye refrained from asking but responded in turn. Yang Wancha is quite strong. He paused for a moment and continued. He seemed to have used air revival ability during a battle with a monster. Afterwards, he mentioned in the group that survival points had enabled his revival. I am highly skeptical of his claim. Do you know if survival points can be used for revival? Upon hearing this, the tattooed youth's expression grew serious. Revival? Survival points do not inherently possess the ability to revive. Thus, Yang Wancha's revival ability must stem from his talent. He then inquired, can you roughly guess his talent level? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment and cautiously speculated. We have a player with an S-level talent, Wang Lingling, and Yang Wancha seems to possess strength surpassing Wang Lingling, however. Whether his talent exceeds S-level remains uncertain. After all, Wang Lingling did not reside on the 20th floor, while Yang Wancha did, which undoubtedly gave Yang Wancha a distinct advantage. As he spoke, he appeared to recall something and continued, big shot. You can see my data panel. So you should be able to view Yang Wancha's as well, right? Huang Qi shot him a glance filled with annoyance and replied impatiently, I can only access the data panels of players 3 levels below me. Yang Wancha is currently at level 3, so I cannot probe his information. I see it was indeed Jiang Ye's low level that allowed this guy to access the data panel. However, Jiang Ye sensed that aside from being unable to investigate Yang Wancha's data panel, this tattooed youth likely did not wish to confront Yang Wancha directly. He probably feared that Yang Wancha's strength would lead to his downfall. Thus, this fellow seemed rather cautious. Just as Jiang Ye was about to respond to his second question, he suddenly noticed the tattooed youth's expression shift dramatically. Chapter 39. Is this a bug? Jiang Ye's face also changed abruptly. He had just seen the chat group erupt with messages. Good heavens. New player Yu Xiaoming has vanished from the level rankings. His name has also dimmed in the member list. What the hell? Who killed Yu Xiaoming? Lu Shun. It was Yang Wancha. What the hell? Yang Wancha killed Yu Xiaoming at a higher level? Are you blind? Your bro has already leveled up to 3. What the hell? He's already at level 3? But even if he's level 3 killing another level 3, being able to take down such a cross-apartment boss is still incredibly impressive. Moreover, these two cross-apartment players clearly had malicious intent. Yang Wancha's actions were entirely justified. I wholeheartedly support him. I agree. These two cross-apartment players are the worst. If it weren't for Yang Wancha, who knows how many classmates we would have lost. Wong Chung. I've always said that our apartment desperately needs a powerhouse like Yang Wancha. I can't believe there were people who wanted to kill him. I really don't know what those people are thinking. Xiao Likuan. When is Bro Chow going to take down that Huang Qi? I feel like these two cross-apartment players came specifically to kill us. I agree. Bro Chow, hurry up and deal with Huang Qi. Otherwise, I won't even dare to continue delivering packages. Bro Chow is mighty. Bro Chow is incredible. Bro Chow, you are my god. At that moment, the chat group was filled with voices praising Yang Wancha. It seemed that by eliminating Yu Xiaoming, he had instantly become the hero of the apartment. Meanwhile, those who had previously criticized Yang Wancha for his violent actions were now silent. It was unclear whether they had changed their views or were simply intimidated by his strength and dared not speak against him. At the same time, those fervently applauding Yang Wancha naturally hoped he would eliminate Huang Qi as well. Meanwhile, Huang Qi's face turned ashen as he observed the chat group. His eyes narrowed, and a fierce murderous intent flickered in his gaze. These cheering ants. How bothersome that I much prefer to see these worthless beings begging for mercy in their final moments. He then coldly raised his gaze to Jiang Ye and asked, What about you? Jiang Ye pressed his lips together, his eyes filled with determination as he replied, I also wish to become strong. To grow stronger, one must be ruthless. Huang Qi remarked with a meaningful tone, What is your relationship with that Yang Wancha? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, almost without hesitation, before coming to this doomsday apartment. My relationship with my classmates was rather average. However, I once spoke up for Yang Wancha, and when he had the opportunity to kill me after arriving at this apartment, he let me go, stating that we were even. Is that so? Huang Qi seemed somewhat surprised, his eyes glinting as he asked, So, strictly speaking, you are not familiar with Yang Wancha? Nor with other classmates? Jiang Ye nodded, sensing that Huang Qi was laying the groundwork for something. Indeed, upon receiving his affirmation, Huang Qi narrowed his eyes, a shadowy glimmer flashing across them. He then resumed a relaxed demeanor and continued, "All right then. Now, please answer the 3 questions I asked earlier." Jiang Ye nodded and promptly responded, "Regarding the mysterious bald man, I am also unclear. However, since he can use the battle room, his initial apartment should also be on the 20th floor. Moreover, the classmates believe he is likely Zhang Jintian from the level rankings. As for why my panel level differs from the level rankings." Jiang Ye paused, daring to meet Huang Qi's gaze for the first time. At that moment, his expression no longer reflected the anxious timidity from before. Instead, he appeared rather composed. "It was simple, because I have concealed a portion of my strength." His tone was straightforward yet laden with meaning. Huang Qi squinted, chuckling, "Hiding your strength? Not bad. Now, let me see your true capabilities." Jiang Ye remained silent for a moment before voluntarily displaying his data panel. Jiang Ye, level 1, physical ability, 7.4, energy, 8. 6, combat power, 75, survival points, 0, talent, diligence rewards, S, gold element affinity, C, skills, absolute focus, A, combat posture, A, golden light technique, D, golden cicada shedding, D. Indeed, at this moment, Jiang Ye utilized his doppelganger fusion once more. Yet he did not intend to attack Huang Qi. Upon seeing his panel, Huang Qi was evidently taken aback. His gaze shifted, revealing a peculiar expression. "Dual talents. No wonder you chose to hide, you little rascal. Are you playing the fool?" Jiang Ye chose not to respond but instead took on a dominant stance, saying, "I wholeheartedly agree with your earlier proposal to eliminate players from each apartment. However, if you expect me to pay 10 survival points for each apartment, you will need to present something in return." At this moment, he had completely shed the anxious demeanor from before, exuding the aura of a true powerhouse. This transformation amused Huang Qi, who chuckled, "Oh, now that your strength is revealed. Your words carry more weight, don't they? However, your true strength is still insufficient in my eyes." Saying this, Huang Qi proceeded to reveal his data panel. However, for reasons unknown, he only displayed 3 items. Huang Qi, level 3, combat power, 88. While showcasing this, Huang Qi waved his hand, causing a 2-meter-tall bronze dressing mirror to suddenly appear before him. He continued, addressing Jiang Ye, "Having such combat power at level 1 is indeed quite impressive. However, your bare combat power does not surpass mine. Do you think your equipment and items can compete with someone who has taken down 2 cross-apartment players?" Jiang Ye readily replied, "That's no problem. I will pay 10 survival points for each apartment." Huang Qi was quite pleased with his attitude and beckoned him, "Come over and display your data panel in front of this mirror." Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, appearing hesitant. Huang Qi shot him an exasperated glance. "I already told you, killing you is an easy task. There's no need for any schemes." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ye complied and stood before the mirror, displaying his panel. Huang Qi added. For 30 seconds, Jiang Ye remained silent. After 30 seconds, he was astonished to find that the reflection of himself in the mirror had suddenly begun to move. After a while, the mirror image of him actually stepped out of the mirror. Furthermore, the data panel displayed by this mirror image was identical to his own. What the hell? What kind of item is this? It's incredible. It's a direct replication of him? Huang Qi continued leisurely. Next, you can carry on with your cleaning work. As for testing Yang Wancha, leave that to this mirror image. Huang Qi's tone was unusually relaxed, seemingly delighted and proud of Jiang Ye's astonishment. However, he was unaware that Jiang Ye's shock extended beyond the mere fact that this mirror could create an identical doppelganger. More importantly, at that moment, the entity located in room 2025 actually sensed that his D-grade doppelganger fusion skill could also be used on this mirror image doppelganger created by Huang Qi? What the hell? So, does this count as a bug in the game? What would happen if he were to fuse this mirror image doppelganger with his first doppelganger right now? Chapter 40. The Mirror of Duplication. The doppelganger fusion skill, of course, has a cooldown period. However, the cooldown mechanism is calculated as follows. If A and B doppelgangers are fused into C, only A and B will enter cooldown. This means that when Jiang Ye possesses only the first and second doppelgangers, he can briefly achieve the fusion of the first doppelganger into the second and vice versa. Allowing for a total of 2 fusions, he had already used both opportunities, and the skill had completely entered cooldown. Yet when this mirror image doppelganger emerged, the skill that had already entered cooldown suddenly became available again. It indicated that he could fuse with this mirror image doppelganger. What the hell? This truly leaves Jiang Ye at a loss. He gazed at the mirror image doppelganger, his expression one of utter astonishment. Huang Qi, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Is it really that shocking just because it's a mirror image doppelganger? As he spoke, he stroked the ancient, textured dressing mirror with a sense of pride. Explaining, the high-end mall of the novice apartment does indeed allow players to exchange game currency for certain items. To speak candidly, those props are rather mediocre. They are essentially commonplace items that any novice player can acquire as long as they possess sufficient in-game currency. In stark contrast, my replica mirror is a unique treasure. It was not purchased with game currency from the premium shop. Instead, during my exchange of survival points with the shadow, he noticed that my survival points exceeded 100 and granted me a special privilege. I was allowed to exchange survival points directly for items from his inventory. This replica mirror, in particular, was obtained from the shadow as a survival point item. It even possesses a certain uniqueness. As Huang Qi recounted this, he exuded a palpable sense of pride. After all, not everyone is fortunate enough to receive such preferential treatment from the shadow. At this stage, the number of novice players possessing survival point items is likely incredibly limited. Listening to this, Jiang Ye could hardly suppress a swallow in his eyes. The replica mirror already felt like a possession within his grasp. No. I must not appear too obvious. Jiang Ye quickly subdued his emotions, transforming his gaze into one of reasonable envy. Suddenly, as if struck by a moment of foolishness, he asked Huang Qi, "So, is this doppelganger created in my likeness obedient to me?" Huang Qi paused, then looked at him with an expression of incredulity. "Are you thinking of Peach? The item I exchanged for over 100 survival points? How could the doppelganger it creates possibly obey you? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, the doppelganger would still heed my command. However, this item has a somewhat lackluster aspect. It requires the replicated person to stand before the mirror and display their data panel for 30 seconds. Therefore, it cannot contravene another's will to simply replicate a formidable opponent. Yet, it remains usable until level 100. As long as I am strong enough, the replicated doppelganger will also grow stronger in the future. When my organization expands, I could consider prioritizing the replication of those with impressive base stats, thus bolstering my own power." As he spoke, he cast another meaningful glance at Jiang Ye and remarked, "Your base stats are quite commendable. Moreover, you were among the earliest to follow me, so rest assured, I will provide you with focus training." Jiang Ye nodded repeatedly, then looked at the mirrored doppelganger and inquired, "This doppelganger, it must have a time limit, right? Will it suddenly disappear while in use? That is not for you to worry about. Survival point items are far more potent than you can imagine." Huang Qi responded, clearly growing impatient. He waved his hand, signaling that he did not wish to waste any more time with Jiang Ye. He then issued commands to the mirrored doppelganger, instructing it to join Yang Wancha's team under the pretense of leveling up together, with the intention of finding an opportunity to ambush and test Yang Wancha's strength. Jiang Ye understood that this action was not only meant to probe Yang Wancha, but also to sever his own escape route. It was akin to a scene from a crime film, where the first step to pulling someone into the underworld is to force them into committing murder, thereby obliterating their social standing and leaving them with no way back. Once the mirrored doppelganger of Jiang Ye engages in wrongdoing among his peers, becoming a pariah in the eyes of all, he would have no choice but to follow Huang Qi. Embarking on a path of indiscriminate slaughter, in essence, Huang Qi harbored little trust in Jiang Ye. He placed his faith instead in the doppelganger he created, however. Just as Huang Qi was detailing various task specifics to the mirrored doppelganger, it suddenly vanished into thin air. What? What on earth is happening? Huang Qi stared in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, having successfully triggered the doppelganger fusion bug, swiftly checked his new data panel. After all, he was uncertain whether this identical doppelganger fusion would yield a stacking of attributes, talents, skills, and the like. If it merely fused without altering the data panel, he would be cautious in his actions. Fortunately, upon reviewing the data panel, he was met with an astonishing surprise. Jiang Ye, level 1, Physical strength, 14. 8. Stamina, 17.2. Combat power, 208. Survival points, 0. Talent, diligence pays off, S. Gold element affinity, B. Skills, absolute focus, S. Combat posture, S. Golden light technique, B. Golden cicada shedding shell, C. By the heavens. Combat power exceeding 200. He also directly acquired 2 S-level skills. The originally D-level golden light technique has ascended to B-level. This is unbelievable. Jiang Ye felt a surge of excitement. He immediately resolved to assert one thought. No matter if the King of Heaven himself arrived today, this doppelganger mirror would be under the name Jiang, not Huang. Thus, driven by overwhelming combat power and an intense desire for the doppelganger mirror, Jiang Ye hesitated not a moment and began to stack buffs. Absolute focus, combat posture, golden light technique, golden cicada shedding shell, a streak of lightning-fast golden light, shimmering with a fierce dark glow, shot straight toward Huang Qi's brow. Simultaneously, an ordinary kitchen knife also cleaved through the air toward Huang Qi. Jiang Ye himself did not remain idle, tightening his fists and dashing forward. After all, even the protagonists in novels dare to challenge foes stronger than themselves when their combat power is weaker. With 208 combat power against Huang Qi's 88, it was an absolute landslide. If he cannot win, however, in the face of Huang Qi's incredulous shock, the jade pendant around his neck glimmered, and a faint green energy shield suddenly manifested before him. With a resounding clang, the kitchen knife was halted by the shield. In fact, it even became dulled and fell to the ground. Yet, Huang Qi did not revel in his success, for in his shattered gaze, he witnessed that piercing golden light had actually pierced through his shield. Solidly, it plunged into his vulnerable brow. A sharp pain radiated through his brain. But that was not the end. Jiang Ye's bare fists also shattered his shield with a single blow. It was as if a colossal force behind his fist mercilessly struck at his chest. Speed, power. Everything was utterly overwhelming. Blood seeped from the corners of Huang Qi's mouth and brow, his shattered pupils filled with disbelief and shock. How could this possibly be the manifestation of 75 combat power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, why? Why is this Jiang Ye so powerful? Why did the doppelganger he created suddenly vanish? Huang Qi never comprehended until the end. He could only fall, burdened with unfulfilled grand ambitions and profound resentment. Chapter 41. The third doppelganger. Almost immediately after Huang Qi's demise, the apartment chat group erupted in fervent discussion. What the hell? Huang Qi has also vanished from the leaderboard. In no way. We just suggested that Super Brother take care of Huang Qi, and he actually did it. Of course, have you forgotten who Super Brother is? He only needs to make a slight move. No matter the cross-apartment overlord, they will fall in an instant. Damn. Super Brother is formidable. Super Brother is amazing. From now on, I declare you my god, and I shall be your dog. Xiao Likuan. I must say, Super Brother is truly strong. Even those cross-apartment overlords are no match for him. Wong Chung. Exactly. To think that previously, Lu Shun and Kuzheng Fei were utterly powerless against the cross-apartment overlord. Being killed in an instant, and Super Brother's speed in taking down the cross-apartment is likely equally swift. So, Yang Wancha is undoubtedly the top tier in our apartment, right? I suspect he is not only the top tier in our apartment, but ranks among the elite in all novice apartments. Indeed, having a powerhouse like Super Brother at our side is an immense honor for our novice apartment. The entire group continued to praise Yang Wancha. Meanwhile, those who resented him for potentially committing indiscriminate killings dared not voice their opinions in the face of Yang Wancha's overwhelming strength. However, deep within the corridor on the third floor, Wang Lingling's support team could not help but whisper amongst themselves. Yang Wancha had only just left the team, and Huang Qi was dead. The speed of this turn of events is astonishingly rapid, isn't it? Did Yang Wancha truly kill Huang Qi? Who else could it be? Huang Qi was capable of effortlessly eliminating Kuzheng Fei, a cross-apartment overlord. Surely he could not have been slain by some random nobody? That is true. Lu Shen nodded slightly, quickly speculating. Given Yang Wancha's speed in dispatching Huang Qi, I suspect he was intentionally concealing his strength while we were teamed up against monsters. Wang Lingling also nodded. His talent and comprehension are likely greater than mine, moreover. He started on the 20th floor, enjoying privileges that allowed him to progress faster than me. Gao Chang furrowed his brow and swiftly suggested, "Why don't we earn money quickly and rent an apartment on the 20th floor?" As he spoke, he deliberately lowered his voice to add, "Given Yang Wancha's character, I truly worry about him monopolizing our apartment. After all, he has already killed 4 of our classmates. If he continues his rampage, none among us would be able to stop him." Lu Shen glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice, saying, "Chang Guo is not wrong. While Yang Wen's strength is indeed formidable, he is akin to a ticking time bomb." Upon hearing their expressions of fear towards Yang Wan, Wang Lingling seized the moment to add, "The only entity capable of restraining Yang Wan at this point is likely our mutual aid group. However, to be frank, with Yang Wen's ability to easily defeat Huang Qi, I fear that even the combined strength of our entire group may not suffice to match him. Thus, I propose an idea. We could consolidate the resources of our mutual aid group to support the emergence of a new resident on the 20th floor." Her words sparked a flicker of surprise in the eyes of Lu Shen, Gao Chang, and the other strong members of the group, for they instantly grasped Wang Lingling's implication. She was suggesting that they nurture a powerful individual to counter Yang Wan. Yet, the underlying message was unmistakable. She intended for the entire mutual aid group's efforts to be directed towards her own support. This was preposterous. Even though Gao Chang and Lu Shen were also members of the group, they harbored their own self-interests, especially as males. Deep down, they were somewhat reluctant to see a girl like Wang Lingling at the helm of their mutual aid group. Indeed, Wang Lingling's insinuation was sufficiently conspicuous. Yet none of the boys in the team responded. Only Ruowan, being another female, followed up on Wang Lingling's statement, saying, "I believe we could have the mutual aid group pool together loans. And after ensuring that each member can pay their rent, perhaps the surplus could allow Lingjie to move into an apartment on the 20th floor." She hesitated, seemingly reluctant to voice anything too ruthless regarding Jiang Ye. "Who?" As Ruowan trailed off, Lu Shen picked up on her thought, saying, "Speaking of residents on the 20th floor, that mysterious bald man also resides there. I wonder how strong he is, and if we could enlist him into our mutual aid group?" Witnessing the attitudes of Lu Shen and Gao Chang, Wang Lingling realized that these boys were not inclined to accept her leadership. She felt a sense of helplessness but ceased to pursue the notion of nurturing a powerful figure. She could only lament her lack of strength. If only she possessed the absolute prowess that Yang Wan wielded, then the entire mutual aid group would be under her command. At that point, neither Gao Chang nor Lu Shen would dare to confront her with such attitudes. In essence, it all boiled down to her insufficient power. Meanwhile, as the mutual aid group's team members harbored their own agendas, Yang Wan had just exited the red light elevator, staring at the chat group in utter bewilderment. What? He hadn't even located Huang Qi yet, and the man was already dead? Who did this? Surely it couldn't have been some passing nobody who casually dealt with him like that. Were the cross-apartment players really this incompetent? He had been contemplating how killing Huang Qi would lead to a windfall, only to have someone else snatch the kill. No, given his status as a newcomer to the apartment, no one else should have been capable of killing Huang Qi. So, could it be that the man had foolishly ventured deep into the hallway and gotten himself killed by a monster? Were cross-apartment players truly this oblivious? Yang Wan couldn't comprehend it, and an inexplicable sense of unease began to swell within him. As for the misunderstandings in the chat group, he had always maintained a rather aloof persona and didn't feel compelled to clarify. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, who had indeed delivered the fatal blow to Huang Qi, was currently busy collecting the various items that had dropped: a spatial watch, a jade pendant, a bracelet, and a small knife, among others. He swiftly stashed these items, along with the replica mirror of his doppelganger, into Huang Qi's spatial watch. Then, like a thief, he hurriedly made his way towards room 2025, with an impressive battle power exceeding 200. His speed was remarkable. Once he arrived at room 2025, he slammed the door shut, and his eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. He had struck it rich. This counterkill against Huang Qi was nothing short of a financial windfall. No wonder there was a saying, "Killing and arson lead to gold belts." Killing a wealthy individual truly reaped tremendous rewards. The survival points and the doppelganger replica mirror were invaluable, and anything that could enhance his doppelganger was precisely the top-tier resource he desperately sought. In addition, he had acquired an array of equipment and items. Jiang Ye promptly summoned Xiaobing and began using the identification technique on each item. Heart-protecting jade, endurance 4, automatically generates a shield when attacked, physical defense 50, magic defense 50, Ghost Ring Knife, Endurance 4, can be thrown within a 10-meter range and returns to the thrower's hand. Upon striking the target, has a certain probability of causing a stun effect. Lucky Bracelet, Energy 1, slightly enhances luck attribute. Duration, 38 minutes, can be recharged. Good heavens, another item that boosts luck, and unlike the Lucky Lantern, this bracelet could be reused. Jiang Ye couldn't care less about how the bracelet was to be recharged. He immediately put it on. Following that, he transferred the 1 survival point gained from killing Wang Chung to his main body. Then, he quickly utilized that 1 survival point to generate a new doppelganger. Ding! Congratulations on generating a doppelganger. However, this time, the creation of the new doppelganger left Jiang Ye's main body utterly fatigued. His mind throbbed with pain, and he felt completely drained. In that instant, he realized his main body's attributes were simply too weak. 3 doppelgangers were already his limit. If he wished to create another doppelganger, he must urgently enhance his main body's attributes. He hastily directed his doppelganger to carry his incapacitated main body to the bed before barely managing to examine the data panel of the 3rd doppelganger. Upon seeing it, he was met with yet another wave of astonishment. Jiang Ye, level 0 endurance, 5.8 energy, 7.2 battle power, 58 survival points, 0 talent, ice element affinity, S, skills, ice domain, S, ice mist invasion, A, extreme cold ice blade, B, an S-level talent doppelganger with an initial mastery of 3 skills. Moreover, one of those initial skills was even an S-level domain skill. Besides that, both Ice Mist Invasion and Extreme Cold Ice Blade were formidable offensive skills. Notably, the A-level Ice Mist Invasion could bypass defenses and infiltrate the lungs through inhalation, though it was an ice-type skill. It rivaled biochemical weapons, rendering it nearly impossible to guard against. It could be said that among Jiang Ye's 3 doppelgangers, this newly generated 3rd doppelganger was the strongest. Of course, the 2nd doppelganger also bore significant potential, though it required some time to develop. However, there was no time to relish in joy at that moment. Both the 1st and 2nd doppelgangers had pressing tasks to attend to. The 1st doppelganger had to return to its cleaning duties within 10 minutes. And the 2nd doppelganger needed to use the privilege card before the veteran players descended upon the combat zone. Jiang Ye couldn't afford to examine the other items within Huang Chi's spatial watch. Instead, he shifted his focus back to the doppelganger replica mirror. He was eager to test whether this mirror could still exploit the bug. Since one of his doppelgangers could only undergo fusion once within a short time frame, a doppelganger emerging from the replica mirror should still qualify as a new doppelganger, right? Therefore, could he use the mirrored doppelganger to bypass the cooldown of doppelganger fusion? Even more so, could he use a doppelganger that had fused with a mirrored doppelganger to continue replicating new mirrored doppelgangers? Jiang Ye attempted this and, predictably, it ended in failure. A brief examination revealed that the limitation of the doppelganger replica mirror was that only one mirrored doppelganger could exist at any given time. Even if he fused that mirrored doppelganger with another, it would still count as an existing mirrored doppelganger, thus preventing further replication. To restore the replica mirror to a usable state, he would need to eliminate the existing mirrored doppelganger. Following this principle, even using the doppelganger fusion skill, a mirrored doppelganger could only ever undergo fusion once. There was no possibility of exploiting the bug to achieve multiple fusions. However, the cooldown of the doppelganger fusion skill could indeed be bypassed using a mirrored doppelganger. Each newly created mirrored doppelganger counted as a completely new doppelganger. They could seamlessly fuse with other doppelgangers without any cooldown. This meant that Jiang Ye now effectively possessed a mirrored doppelganger that could ignore cooldowns and repeatedly fuse with other doppelgangers. This dramatically elevated the value of his doppelganger fusion skill. At that moment, the 1st doppelganger, having exited the fusion state, promptly set off again towards room 2064 to continue its cleaning duties. With newfound confidence, Jiang Ye felt increasingly compelled to explore the top floor of the apartment. Meanwhile, the mirrored doppelganger, having also exited the fusion state, was promptly dismissed by Jiang Ye. He then utilized the 3rd doppelganger and the replica mirror to create another mirrored doppelganger capable of further fusion. Concurrently, the 2nd doppelganger in the combat room hurriedly activated the privilege card just before the veteran players descended into the combat zone. Ding! You have a privilege card. Would you like to use it? Yes, no? Yes. Please select your combat opponent from the list of matched opponents. As this prompt appeared, a lengthy list materialized before him, displaying the seeding numbers of opponents that met the matching criteria. Only the seeding numbers were visible, devoid of any additional information. However, Jiang Ye had already gleaned insights into those affluent seeding numbers through the observation feature. He simply needed to filter from the seeding numbers. To his surprise, he discovered that Xiao Yudi's seeding number, 151, was also included in his matching list. After comparing it with the other affluent seeding numbers, Jiang Ye swiftly made his decision. Designate seeding number 151 as the matching target. Ding! Privilege card used successfully. Matching completed. With this notification, Jiang Ye found himself in the familiar arena space. However, unlike before, this time in the arena, a considerable number of spectators were already seated in the surrounding stands. Even more astonishingly, the very person who had once deceived him, Su Jingyao, was now among the audience. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she hurriedly messaged Li Ran. Ranjia, that bald man who tricked us before has actually matched up with Xiao Yudi. According to the spectator speculation about Xiao Yudi's combat power, in other words, this despicable bald man, his combat power is actually over 50 points. Damn! Over 50 combat power, and he still dares to deceive us two weak women. How shameless! Chapter 42. Instant kill Xiao Yudi? Oh my! Just as Su Jingyao was sending her messages of disdain, she suddenly noticed that Li Ran had also descended into the audience, sitting right next to her. She exclaimed in surprise and turned to Li Ran with astonishment. Wait a minute, Ranjia. Didn't you say you didn't want to waste money and time on spectating? Why have you suddenly come to watch Xiao Yudi's match? Instinctively puzzled, she quickly realized, oh, I know. You want to see Xiao Yudi teach that shameless bald man a lesson and avenge us, right? You can rest assured, with Xiao Yudi's strength, she will undoubtedly crush that bald man with ease. I heard from the surrounding audience that Xiao Yudi had already achieved a 5-win streak when she announced her match. Later, she continued to achieve 6, 7, and 8 consecutive victories under the spectators' gaze. This match will be her 9th win. Against this bald man, it will be a piece of cake. Moreover, I heard many spectators speculate that Xiao Yudi, adorned in luxurious equipment, possesses an astonishing combat awareness. And she is probably invincible among players with similar combat power. Su Jingyao's tone was filled with admiration and envy for Xiao Yudi. She seemed already convinced that this battle would undoubtedly end with Xiao Yudi's 9th consecutive victory. Li Ran remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the bald man in the arena. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly pursed her lips and uttered a startling remark. Do you think he could possibly be the mysterious bald man who drew in 1,000,000 battle machines for VIP players? Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao's eyes widened in shock, staring at Li Ran as if she had seen a ghost. Simultaneously, spectators nearby who had also heard this comment cast astonished glances in her direction. Soon, the entire audience began to discuss this topic. Could this bald man be the mysterious bald man who had attracted numerous veteran players to our battle zone? Surely not. He doesn't seem to have any impressive equipment. Besides, this bald man can only match with Xiao Yudi, which suggests he has only over 50 combat power. The mysterious bald man who provoked the big shots, I suspect, has at least a combat power exceeding 100. He might very well be a formidable presence on the Battle God rankings. Let us hope this bald man is the same one. Otherwise, it would be such a pity for Xiao Yudi to lose her 9-win streak. Definitely not. Xiao Yudi is just lucky. There's no way she would lose her 9-win streak. As the audience fervently debated. On the arena, Xiao Yudi felt a jolt in her heart upon seeing the bald figure of Jiang Ye. However, she quickly reassured herself. Her luck couldn't possibly be that poor. Furthermore, anyone capable of provoking a big shot should have a combat power exceeding 100, making it impossible for him to match with her. Thus, this match should pose no problem. Jiang Ye, unaware of the thoughts of others, looked around at the audience, feeling quite pleased. These spectators were all a source of revenue. He also noticed, previously, when there were no spectators, the battles would simply count down from 3, and the fight would commence. However, this time, perhaps due to the large audience or the unique seating number of Xiao Yudi, there were actually 2 minutes of preparation time before the battle officially began. This was perfect, as during these 2 minutes, more and more spectators continued to enter this arena space. Simultaneously, in the combat room of the No. 1008 novice apartment, Xiao Likuan and Wong Chung stared at the screen of the number 2 battle machine, utterly dumbfounded. Wong Chung stared blankly, stammering. This, this woman looks so much like Xiao Yudi. Xiao Likuan swallowed hard and scolded. What do you mean she looks like her? This is Xiao Yudi herself. Wong Chung's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy. What the hell? Who is this bald man? His luck is outrageous. He encounters the star Xiao Yudi, and this is the first time I've seen Xiao Yudi dressed like this. In a black vest and tight black pants, her figure is so, wow, pure desire at its peak. Xiao Likuan nodded in agreement. Stars are indeed stars. Their looks and figures are beyond reproach, moreover, her valiant demeanor. So appealing, damn. Even if this bald man loses the battle, he is still a definite winner in life. I wonder which novice apartment Xiao Yudi is in. The players sharing an apartment with her are truly fortunate. I feel like Xiao Yudi looks quite strong. This bald man is probably going to lose. Amidst the discussions filled with envy and jealousy, and under the watchful eyes of the audience, the 2 minutes of preparation time came to an end. The battle for Xiao Yudi's 9th consecutive victory quickly commenced. As the countdown to the official start of the battle concluded, Xiao Yudi, clad in tight black attire, shot forth like an arrow, leaving behind fleeting shadows on the arena. In fact, those shadows did not dissipate, appearing as if they were her real form, scattered throughout the entire arena space. Thus, from the audience's perspective, it seemed as though the entire arena was filled with Xiao Yudi's figures. It was utterly impossible to discern which one was the genuine Xiao Yudi. This was Li Ran's first time witnessing Xiao Yudi's battle, and she was utterly astonished by this scene. Beside her, Su Jingyao swiftly explained, "This should be a capability of Xiao Yudi's equipment. These numerous clones do not possess any offensive power, but distinguishing the real Xiao Yudi from among them is incredibly challenging. Moreover, it appears that Xiao Yudi can fluidly switch between these clones, making her movements highly agile." Just as Su Jingyao was about to elaborate on Xiao Yudi's other abilities, the entire arena was suddenly engulfed by a chilling aura. In an instant, all the Xiao Yudi clones scattered across the arena were rendered slow to act by the freezing effect. Subsequently, every single clone fell, with not a single one escaping. This sudden turn of events left the audience dumbfounded. Most of them had yet to react when they heard a familiar announcement echoing above the arena. Ding! Congratulations to the contestant in seat number G79-1049 for winning this match. Immediately thereafter, both combatants vanished from the arena, leaving the audience area in a profound silence. The atmosphere was eerie, with no one daring to speak for a long time, until a series of exclamations erupted. The audience began to discuss fervently. What the hell? Xiao Yudi was taken down instantly, and not just by finding her true self, but rather, all her clones were eliminated in one fell swoop. What? Why? How could such a large-scale area attack be so absurdly powerful? Exactly. If their combat powers were supposed to be similar, how could an area attack possess such lethal force? This defies logic. The instant kill effect that froze Xiao Yudi was definitely not a skill. It had to be a powerful item. A skill with a combat power similar to Xiao Yudi's couldn't possibly be this potent. Yes, it must be a powerful item. Moreover, one that could be exchanged for survival points. Oh my! Xiao Yudi is so unlucky. After finally reaching a 9-win streak, it was cut off just like that. So this bald man, could he be the one who provoked the VIP big shot? Damn! I strongly support the veteran players who have descended into our battle zone to take down this bald man and avenge Xiao Yudi. Exactly. Having her 9-win streak interrupted. This bald man is truly despicable. While Xiao Yudi's fans were filled with righteous indignation, wishing to devour Jiang Ye alive, Su Jingyao and Li Ran stared blankly at the now empty arena. Particularly Li Ran, whose gaze remained fixed on the spot where the bald man had just stood, struggling to regain her composure. Until Su Jingyao, swallowing hard, poked her arm. "Sister, I suddenly feel we may not have been deceived, but rather, we were toyed with." Chapter 43. Finding the survival stone isn't that just being toyed with? Such a formidable powerhouse. How could he possibly have only a lone limit of 500? Moreover, with his strength, he could easily seize victory directly in the combat room, yet he deliberately played along with their act, only winning by 400. This is clearly blatant teasing. The worst part is, he even pretended to be so honest and simple. Utterly despicable. Su Jingyao's cheeks flushed with anger, while simultaneously lamenting. But this guy is truly ruthless. Xiao Yudi's 9-win streak was abruptly cut off like this. Afterward, If she wants a 10-win streak, she has to start all over again. And once those veteran players arrive, her chances of achieving a 10-win streak will only become more challenging. This bald man has truly made countless enemies. Li Ran was jolted back to reality by Su Jingyao poking her arm. Yet she chose not to respond to her teasing. After a brief silence, she unexpectedly uttered, "I truly am far too weak with that." She strode away from the audience area. Meanwhile, in the 985 beginner apartment, room 2008, Xiao Yudi returned to her designated seat after her defeat, her exquisite features marred by a pallor of frustration. Her 9-game winning streak had been abruptly interrupted. It was simply too regrettable. The bald opponent had possessed the strength to eliminate her in an instant. If only it hadn't been a complete annihilation, she realized that had she been aware of her inferiority, they could have negotiated terms, for instance, how many game coins or survival points the other party desired. She would have been willing to consider any agreement, as long as it meant preserving her 9 victories. Alas, she had lost so swiftly that there hadn't even been an opportunity for negotiation. The situation was increasingly vexing. After all, Xiao Yudi had purchased a 10-game winning package. This defeat not only meant starting her winning streak anew, but also forfeiting the benefits of the 10-game package. She had initially planned to secure 9 consecutive victories before the seasoned players arrived. Yet, the strength of her opponents in these 9 matches was simply outrageous, even surpassing that of seasoned players. She suspected that even an equally matched veteran player might not be able to dispatch her so decisively. Had she known it would be like this, she might have preferred to wait for the seasoned players to arrive before engaging in matches. Xiao Yudi gritted her teeth, her frustration mounting with each passing thought. Suddenly, her figure vanished from her exclusive box seat. Meanwhile, in the second-floor hall, a tall figure clad in tight black attire emerged beside seat G79-1049. However, at this moment, the G79-1049 seat was now occupied solely by an empty chair, with no sign of the bald opponent in sight. Damn that bald head. He sure can run fast. Xiao Yudi's inability to locate him only intensified her ire. Having left the virtual combat space, Jiang Ye was oblivious to the aftermath of the battle. Upon exiting the battle machine in his apartment, he was met with the astonished gazes of Xiao Likuan and Wong Chung. The two had only regained their composure from the shock of the recent battle once he stepped out of the machine, recoiling a few steps in fright. Wong Chung, evidently still dazed from the shock, stared at him blankly and muttered, "Dude, you're incredible." After saying this, he stiffened in fear and retreated a few more steps. Jiang Ye cast a cursory glance at the two before dismissing them entirely and leaving the battle room. Although taking lives would yield survival points, the very notion of killing was far from simple. It was not akin to games or novels where only data or paper figures perished. It genuinely entailed the loss of a human life. Growing up in a peaceful era, Jiang Ye found it impossible to engage in senseless slaughter against familiar classmates without any justification. Perhaps, in a different apartment, facing complete strangers, he might be able to act as decisively as he did when battling monsters in a game. Jiang Ye was uncertain. For now, his main body could not endure more clones, so he was not in a rush to kill for survival points. As Xiao Likuan and Wong Chung watched the bald figure leave the battle room, they both let out a profound sigh of relief. Xiao Likuan couldn't help but express his lingering fear. Thank goodness that bald guy is likely one of our classmates. Otherwise, had he chosen to target us, we'd have had no means of resistance. Wong Chung, still somewhat shaken, patted his chest to calm himself while fantasizing. If only that bald guy were Luo Rue, since I'm tight with him, I could ride his coattails. Xiao Likuan rolled his eyes at him. You really have a vivid imagination. Always dreaming of your parents taking off or your buddies soaring high. If he were genuinely the kind of friend who would elevate you, would he need to hide his identity from you? I suspect this bald guy had a casual relationship with us. He bears no grudge, hence he didn't kill us. Yet, he isn't a particularly close friend either. So he ignored us. We should exercise caution when speaking in the group from now on. If we inadvertently offend some formidable existence, our camaraderie as classmates would hardly be of any help. Wong Chung nodded hastily. I've noticed that the number of classmates speaking in the group is dwindling, and those who do are increasingly cautious. It seems everyone is a bit on edge. Regarding the bald guy annihilating Xiao Yudi, let us refrain from discussing it in the group. If we provoke this big shot, he might come back and take us out. Xiao Likuan had initially intended to mention it in the group to prevent any classmate from crossing paths with the bald guy. Ultimately, he concurred with Wong Chung's reasoning. If any classmate did provoke the bald guy, it would only be their own fault for lacking awareness. It was best to mind his own business and ensure he didn't offend any powerful individuals. Consequently, Jiang Ye's exploits in the battle room did not circulate in the chat group. When he approached the apartment administrator regarding his loan, he discovered that the chat group was abuzz with discussions about meals. They had arrived at the beginner apartment when game time struck midnight, yet dawn had already broken. Many classmates, exhausted from running errands, were fatigued and hungry, leading some to explore the low-end mall in the apartment to address their dining needs. However, they soon realized that while entertainment expenditures in the low-end mall were affordable, food prices were conspicuously high. At that moment, the group was filled with classmates discussing their dining dilemmas. My goodness. A bowl of porridge costs 10 coins. A small bowl of vegetables, 20 for vegetarian and 40 for meat. This is outright robbery. A bottle of mineral water charges 10 coins. I've been to tourist spots that don't dare to be this exploitative. According to my usual spending habits, a single meal would cost over 1,000 coins, and that's if I'm being frugal. Why the hell? After working so hard to earn that little money, after paying rent, I can't even afford to eat. Are we here to be beasts of burden? What? You've already paid rent? I've been hustling all morning, and I can't even afford rent, let alone a meal. Is there any other way to resolve the food situation? I used to ask my parents for money without a second thought for a 1,000-coin meal. But now? After toiling to earn just a few coins, it's hard to spend that. Diddling Jie, Changgu, and the others go to floor 3 to hunt monsters. I wonder if the monster meat from those corpses is edible? If so, it could save us some money. Wang Lingling Gao Chang Lu Shan, however, Lu Shan quickly replied, it's impossible. Those monsters disappear once defeated. There's no monster meat to consume. Then, can't you think of another way, Lu Shan? I'm truly starving. If my parents find out I'm this hungry, they'd be heartbroken. Lu Shan, stop with the mom and dad already. There are no parents to dote on us here. And to put it bluntly, our parents in other apartments aren't necessarily in a better situation than us. After Lu Shan's comment, the group fell silent for a while, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension, until a girl broke the silence with her message. Wang Rue, by the way, do you guys know how those two cross-apartment players managed to do so? I really want to cross apartments and reunite with my family right now QAQ. Once this news was shared, the group fell silent for quite some time. Unable to get a response, Wang Rue had no choice but to be more direct. Yang Wancha, do you know how to cross apartments? Yang Wancha, quickly, another girl chimed in to warn her. Wang Rue, are you looking for trouble? Yang Wancha warned us not to mention him again. Wang Rue, I'm sorry, I forgot. I didn't mean to. I just really want to be reunited with my parents. Sob, sob, sob. One can imagine that Wang Rue, sending the message, was already in tears. The group's atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Unexpectedly, the usually quiet Yang Wancha responded to Wang Rue. Where are you? I'll take you to reunite with your parents, Wang Rue. This statement shocked many classmates. Yang Wancha really knew how to cross apartments, and he could accurately take Wang Rue to her parents' apartment. However, it seemed that Yang Wancha indeed exhibited an all-powerful demeanor. Many classmates did not ponder further. The girl named Wang Rue, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, sob, 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 thank you, Yang Wancha. You're such a good person. We all misunderstood you before. I'm currently at the red light elevator on the 6th floor. Yang Wancha, okay, I'll be there soon. Yang Wancha's accommodating demeanor left the other classmates feeling somewhat unsettled. Soon, other girls expressed their desire to reunite with their families, cautiously inquiring if Yang Wancha could assist them as well. To their surprise, Yang Wancha maintained a gentlemanly and friendly attitude, asking where they were and promising to take them one by one to reunite with their families. Many female classmates were overwhelmed with joy, eagerly sharing their locations with Yang Wancha. Numerous male classmates envied him, believing that Yang Wancha's friendly demeanor toward the girls must have ulterior motives. Perhaps he was rather fortunate. However, not long after, the joy of the girls and the envy of the boys turned into terror, because shortly after, Wang Rue died. Following that, the second girl who had informed Yang Wancha of her location also perished. The consecutive deaths of two girls left the remaining female classmates, who had sought Yang Wancha's help to reunite with their families, hastily retracting their requests in the group, No, I have decided against reuniting with my family. Please do not take my life. Ling Jie, Ling Jie, save me, Wang Lingling. Wu Wu, I am so frightened I wish to return home. Why must I endure such terrifying experiences? Who will come to my rescue? Help me, Lu Shun. Please save me. I have harbored a secret crush on you for 3 years. Wu Lu Shun, by Ruowan. What should we do? Ling Jie, Changgu, please think of a way to manage Yang Wancha. In an instant, a heavy and ominous atmosphere once again permeated the group chat. Jiang Ye observed quietly, choosing not to engage. He felt a bit hungry as well. Having repaid his loan, he ordered 4 dishes and a soup from the low-end marketplace and began to enjoy his meal. Meanwhile, his first avatar accompanied the woman in white from room 2064 to the top floor. Avatar 3 remained in room 2025, continuing to organize the items acquired from defeating Huang Qi. He had no intention of involving himself in the disputes among his classmates. Soon after, it was Wang Lingling who stepped up to take charge. Students who just revealed Yang Wancha's location, please hurry and take the elevator to the first floor for a gathering. And other members of the mutual aid group, please also head to the first floor promptly. Everyone has been busy all morning. On one hand, we have all gathered some understanding of the apartment situation, and on the other, we need to address our dining needs. Therefore, I would like to utilize this mealtime to outline our mutual aid group's future development. Let us strive to improve our challenging circumstances through unity and cooperation. Wang Lingling's remarks instantly reassured those girls who had been terrified by Yang Wancha, as if they had found a pillar of support. Naturally, they dared not voice any dissent and promptly made their way to the first floor. Others, who found personal advancement difficult and also faced dining challenges, hesitated briefly before also proceeding to the first floor. At this moment, Wang Lingling suddenly tagged Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, how much have you earned? Did you find any survival stones while operating on the 20th floor? Jiang Ye did not feign ignorance and casually replied, I am currently on the 20th floor. My cleaning duties are not yet complete, and I have yet to discover any survival stones. Wang Lingling did not expect much from him, but still reminded. No other classmates have found any traces of survival stones, so I suspect they may likely be located in the apartments above the 20th floor. If you wish to survive, your best bet is to trade the survival stones for money. Thus, while you work on the 20th floor, you should keep an eye out for survival stones, as it is also for your own rent. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before replying again. All right, I will pay attention. The other classmates observed the exchange between Wang Lingling and Jiang Ye and quickly analyzed. Previously, we believed survival stones should be used for survival, and trading them for money was not worthwhile. However, nearly 10 classmates have already perished. Thus, the 80 survival stones provided in our apartment must be in excess. Consequently, trading survival stones for money appears to be a commendable decision after all. Just as many students shifted their focus to survival stones, a classmate suddenly stated in the group, Actually, I found a survival stone. Upon hearing this, the entire group chat fell silent. Even Jiang Ye could not help but glance over. After all, survival stones are not merely currency. They are crucial for surviving and clearing the beginner's apartment. Chapter 44. Drying hair on the top floor. It was evident that the mindset of Jiang Ye and the other classmates had shifted. When they first arrived at the apartment and learned the rent was over 120,000, Jiang Ye contemplated trading survival stones for money, while the others regarded survival stones as essential items for clearing the beginner's apartment, believing that each loss represented one less chance to succeed. Thus, such pivotal items should not be exchanged for money unless absolutely necessary. However, now, after laboriously working, Jiang Ye had earned money through the battle room and no longer thought of trading survival stones for cash. Instead, he desired to obtain a survival stone quickly to ensure his success in the beginner's apartment. Conversely, other classmates began to think, given that many had already perished, survival stones must be in surplus. Why toil endlessly for a meager sum, struggling to pay rent and eat, when they could use survival stones to improve their circumstances? Upon seeing someone claim to have found a survival stone, the once quiet group chat erupted with activity. Is it true? You found a survival stone? Yang Xiaoman, where did you find the survival stone? Please elaborate on your discovery process. Yang Xiaoman, what does a survival stone look like? Please show it to everyone when we gather on the first floor of the mutual aid group. Yang Xiaoman, indeed, the student claiming to have found a survival stone was named Yang Xiaoman. However, Jiang Ye had no recollection of this classmate. Others in the group soon questioned, "Is this young Xiao Man from our school? I have no impression of her whatsoever. Could she be like those 2 new players who came from another apartment?" However, this statement was quickly countered by students from Class 2. "Class 1 students, please stop joking. Young Xiao Man is from our Class 2. She just transferred less than a month ago, so she is unfamiliar with many classmates." Some from Class 2 who did not remember young Xiao Man then recalled, "Oh, now that you mention it, I do remember we have such a classmate. She is a slowpoke like a sloth. Not very tall, and sits in the last row. I remember her as well, but I can't shake the feeling. Did young Xiao Man really find a survival stone? Yuziyu. It seems that young Xiao Man has not joined the mutual aid group. Her information is not in my member's registration book. Is that so? Given this, I increasingly doubt that young Xiao Man truly found a survival stone. Could she be aware of her lack of presence and is deliberately seeking attention in this manner?" A few boys, known for their sharp tongues, openly expressed their skepticism towards young Xiao Man in the group that, of course, they might also be attempting to provoke her into revealing more information about the survival stone. Yet, after young Xiao Man's initial claim, she remained silent amidst the ensuing debate. The classmates, witnessing this, grew even more suspicious of her intentions. However, the controversy did not last long. To everyone's surprise, Wang Lingling took the initiative to speak up. "I have interacted with young Xiao Man, and she is not the type to lie for the sake of attention. Therefore, I believe she truly found a survival stone." With Wang Lingling's statement, those who had doubted naturally fell silent. Wang Lingling then tagged young Xiao Man. "Xiao Man, do you have any concerns? Rest assured, we will not force you to surrender the survival stone you found on your own. I understand that you have only transferred recently and are not familiar with your classmates, so you may be hesitant to trust everyone. But will you trust me, young Xiao Man? If you are willing to trust me, please join the mutual aid group. I will protect you, young Xiao Man. If you absolutely do not wish to join the mutual aid group, would you be willing to share some information about how you found the survival stone? Or perhaps you could leave me a signal, and I will come find you, young Xiao Man." It must be said that Wang Lingling, as a girl, is far more reliable in comforting another girl than a group of boys. Just by reading the chat messages, one could sense her gentleness and patience towards young Xiao Man. At this moment, the other classmates also refrained from interjecting, trusting Wang Lingling to handle the situation. Jiang Ye, too, watched with anticipation, hoping young Xiao Man would share the details of her survival stone discovery. However, under Wang Lingling's gentle persuasion, young Xiao Man did not directly disclose the information but instead responded rationally. "To be honest, I originally did not plan to mention finding the survival stone. However, in the apartment, with nearly 10 of our 80 new players already deceased, I feel it is necessary to warn everyone. If we truly hope to uncover as many survival stones as possible within our apartment, we must refrain from indiscriminate killings. Because if I am not mistaken, each living person corresponds to the opportunity to find one survival stone. The difficulty of locating the survival stones corresponding to those who have died is exceedingly high. In other words, with each player who perishes, the likelihood of finding their corresponding survival stone diminishes significantly." Yang Xiaoman's statement concluded here. The group chat fell silent once again for a while. It was clear to those with discerning eyes that Yang Xiaoman's words were directed at Yang Wancha. After all, he was the most notorious for his indiscriminate killings within the apartment. Currently, nearly 80 of the death toll bore his mark. Not long ago, he had even slain several girls who wished to reunite with their families. However, viewed from this perspective, the classmates grew increasingly skeptical of young Xiaoman's claims. Perhaps she had not found a survival stone at all and was merely using the topic to admonish young Wancha against further unnecessary bloodshed. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye, observing the chat, leaned towards believing that young Xiao Man was not lying. Her choice of words indicated that she referred to her fellow classmates more as players than as classmates, suggesting she truly lacked emotional ties due to her recent transfer. Moreover, her statements were logically sound. A logical girl, if she were indeed lying, must consider the following. What if Yang Wancha is aware of the true nature of the survival stones? Yang Wancha has demonstrated abilities and insights that surpass those of his peers. If young Xiao Man were truly to deceive, would she be so confident that her fabricated story could outwit young Wancha? Thus, it is highly probable that she is not lying. According to her assertion, it implies that each player is associated with a specific survival stone, and the likelihood of a player locating their corresponding stone is significantly heightened. Furthermore, Once a player meets their demise, the difficulty of finding their associated survival stone escalates. From this perspective, where might the survival stones be concealed? Jiang Ye's immediate thought was the apartment. More precisely, the initial apartment rooms allocated to each individual. However, the issue lies in the fact that all 80 students should have thoroughly searched their initial apartments from the very beginning. Including Jiang Ye himself, none, including him, discovered the survival stones. So, could it be that the stones are not hidden in the apartments, but rather tied to each student's identity information? Or perhaps there are concealed mechanisms within the apartment rooms? As Jiang Ye pondered, other classmates in the group chat were sporadically discussing. There were doubts, speculations, and calls for Yang Man to disclose more information. Yet, even with Wang Lingling's patient guidance, Yang Man refrained from further commentary in the group. Gradually, the classmates began to gather on the first floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's first avatar, carrying a large tank filled with 10,086 strands of hair, accompanied the woman in white to the top floor of the apartment. His return to apartment 2064, of course, exceeded 10 minutes. According to the woman in white, this would result in a negative review for him. However, receiving a negative review was preferable to a direct cancellation that would incur a penalty fee. Moreover, the so-called negative review was evidently a mere threat. Upon returning to 2064, Jiang Ye noticed that the woman in white had removed her facial mask and donned a lazy white bathrobe. She appeared to have taken a quick shower in the 10 minutes he was away. Despite her robe being dry, she seemed enveloped in a layer of damp mist. Her long, straight black hair, reminiscent of Sadako, was now wrapped snugly in a towel. Upon seeing Jiang Ye's delayed return, she shot him a cold glance with eyes as sharp as a blade. Ultimately, however, the woman in white said little more and instructed Jiang Ye to bring along the hair care toolkit and the tank filled with hair as they ascended to the top floor. This was not via the red light elevator, but rather through the enormous television that the woman in white had used to appear in this apartment room, akin to Sadako's emergence. When Jiang Ye returned, the previously shattered screen of the television was now intact. As the woman in white prepared to take him to the top floor, she simply placed her hand on the television screen, then instructed him to press his janitor's badge against it as well. To be honest, Jiang Ye felt quite nervous at that moment. After all, he had witnessed Sadako crawl out of a television with his own eyes. Fortunately, it was merely an avatar with a sea-level talent. Summoning his courage, he pressed his badge against the screen. Immediately, he felt as though he were being drawn into the television. In the blink of an eye, he found himself surrounded by barren, leafless trees adorned with pure white sheets. Some of the pristine sheets bore strange red stains. The trees appeared lifeless, exuding an eerie, ghostly aura. This bizarre scene resembled something straight out of a horror film. Yet, the woman in white maintained a calm demeanor, guiding him through the grove of desolate trees until she selected a sheet that was purely white and unstained. With a firm touch, she once again instructed Jiang Ye to place his janitor's badge upon it. Jiang Ye felt quite audacious, remembering the specific tree and sheet she had chosen amidst such a frightful and ominous atmosphere. He complied and affixed the badge, only to be swept away by another force. In the next moment, the chilling atmosphere vanished, replaced by brilliant, blinding sunlight that compelled one to instinctively squint. Inside the apartment, whether in the brightly lit lobby on the first floor, the dimly lit corridors, or the pitch-black red light elevator, sunlight was virtually absent. Although Jiang Ye had not spent much time in this apartment, the sudden warmth of the sun brought forth a sensation of being truly alive. Even his original self, currently sprawled on the bed in 2025 due to the strain of controlling 3 avatars, felt an inexplicable wave of comfort. Had he not been clutching the tank filled with hair, he might have succumbed to the urge to stretch lazily in the sunlight. The woman in white, whose presence felt ghostly and foreboding, appeared to be in remarkably high spirits under the sun. She adjusted the towel wrapping her hair and exclaimed, "Such splendid sunlight is truly rare. My little strands of hair are in for a treat today." The term little strands of hair was quite peculiar, nearly giving Jiang Ye goosebumps. The woman in white then pointed at him and commanded, "In this outer circle, apply hair oil to my 10,086 strands of hair, then lay them out one by one in the sunlight. Your task will be complete." Jiang Ye squinted, gradually acclimating to the brightness as he surveyed the so-called top floor. The space was remarkably vast, and he found himself in what seemed to be the outer circle described by the woman in white. The entire outer circle resembled a colossal square corridor, featuring an elegant marble floor that basked in abundant sunlight. Enclosed within this square corridor was what could be termed the inner circle. The floor of the inner circle was black, composed of an unknown material, and dotted with half-human-height black operation consoles. Some consoles appeared to have owners, cluttered with various scattered props or strewn with unknown items left to dry. Others looked pristine, showing no signs of use. Jiang Ye suspected that the method Huang Qi had mentioned for transferring from the top floor to other apartments might involve those consoles. He felt a desire to explore one of the unused consoles. However, the woman in white seemed to imply that he should only operate within the outer circle of the marble floor. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye decided to complete the janitorial task first. While the first avatar applied hair oil to each strand in the sunlight, the third avatar remained in apartment 2025, studying the television within. Given the third avatar's precious nature, he transformed it into an unremarkable mirror avatar, prompting it to poke and prod at the enormous television in the living room. Jiang Ye was eager to discover whether his apartment's television concealed any secrets, potentially serving as a key tool for locating the survival stones. Nonetheless, after prodding and pressing, the television exhibited no response whatsoever. He recalled the janitorial badge. However, the badge left in the apartment belonged to his original self. The newly created third avatar had yet to claim a badge. Engaging in risky endeavors was not something he dared to assign to his original self, particularly in its current state of weakness. That moment, the second avatar, having finished its meal, prepared to head to the high-end mall. It pondered whether it could purchase fruit that would enhance its attributes, thereby elevating its original self's capabilities. However, just as the bald second avatar approached the high-end mall, it was intercepted by a figure clad in a black windbreaker. "Wait, classmate!" The voice was familiar. It was Yang Wancha. Jiang Ye turned and, sure enough, saw Yang Wancha swiftly approaching from the direction of the mall entrance. Rather than walking, he seemed to glide, moving with such speed that his legs were invisible. As though he were a ray of light shooting from point A to point B, and then from B to C. In just a few strides, he was before Jiang Ye. This peculiar mode of movement left Jiang Ye somewhat astonished as he glanced at Yang Wanchao's legs. Noting the black shoes he wore, an antiquated style that seemed entirely mismatched with his black windbreaker. Thus, they must be some sort of footwear equipment, possibly even bronze level. Jiang Ye's mind raced with thoughts, and he remained on guard, prepared to merge his avatars to confront Yang Wancha should the need arise. However, this time, Yang Wancha appeared to harbor no hostility, merely uttering, "Are you heading to the high-end mall? Shall we go together?" The proposition of accompanying Yang Wancha to the mall was not particularly appealing to Jiang Ye, although merging with his avatars would likely grant him greater strength than Yang Wancha. The merging was time-limited, and it was best saved for the moment just before a confrontation. Moreover, strength alone did not dictate outcomes. Narratives often depicted protagonists triumphing over stronger adversaries through cunning. What if Yang Wancha employed some trickery, and he was caught off guard, leading to an unexpected downfall? Even if Yang Wancha had no intention of deceit, the absence of trust between them made the prospect of traversing the mall together nerve-wracking. Thus, Jiang Ye felt a deep-seated reluctance to accompany Yang Wancha. Previously, he had no choice due to his weaker abilities, but now that he possessed strength, he intended to refuse outright. However, he was taken aback when Yang Wancha suddenly regarded him with a meaningful glance. Stepping closer and lowering his voice, "You surely aren't a player in the Doomsday Apartment game, are you?" "What? Not a player in the Doomsday Apartment?" Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned, mistakenly believing Yang Wancha had misjudged his identity, assuming he was not one of the 80 novice players in the new player apartment. Yet, inexplicably, as he met Yang Wanchao's penetrating gaze, he sensed that Yang Wanchao's words implied something entirely different. What other meanings could this sentence convey? The Doomsday Apartment, the players. Although they have arrived at this novice apartment, much of what they experience truly resembles a game. This includes the initial prompts, which refer to them as novice players. When someone dies, classmates often use the term going offline, akin to gaming terminology. However, in their actual conversations, the term game is seldom mentioned. When referring to players, they speak of novice players or veteran players, with the term game player rarely, if ever, utilized. Coupled with Yang Wanchao's profound gaze, an astonishing thought suddenly sprang to Jiang Ye's mind. A game. Could it be that prior to their collective traversal, someone had played a game based on this Doomsday Apartment? Is that why Yang Wancha appears so precognitive, maturing at a rate surpassing ordinary individuals? Wait, what about the first to discover the survival stone, Yang Man? Is she also a game player? In her previous group chat messages, did she refer to her classmates as players instead of classmates because she had played a game called Doomsday Apartment? Jiang Ye was unsure if his thoughts were correct and glanced toward Yang Wancha, who offered a calm smile in return. He then reiterated his earlier question. Shall we head to the high-end mall together? Good heavens. He had been waiting for this. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye nodded. All right. Thus, the two set off towards the high-end mall. The low-end mall of the apartment resembled a large shopping center, accessible to all players, whereas the high-end mall had a designated entrance, restricted only to residents of the 20th floor and above. Upon entry, a security gate for identity verification was present. As they passed through the detection gate, it emitted a normal beep, directly deducting an entrance fee of 1,000. From a distance, some classmates spotted the duo entering the high-end mall and immediately expressed their envy in the group chat. Yang Wancha and that mysterious bald man have entered the high-end mall together. High-end mall? Didn't they say an entrance fee of 1,000 is required? How could they afford that? Damn it. 1,000 bucks could buy me 10 meals in the low-end mall. You must eat quite well then? I could manage 20 meals with that amount. Truly, the disparity between the wealthy and the poor is infuriating. The affluent feast extravagantly, treating money as mere trifles, while the less fortunate toil endlessly, meticulously budgeting, unable to afford rent or food. Damn, if it weren't for being in this cursed place, I would have been wealthy too. Spending 3,000 to 5,000 on a meal would have been considered modest. And what about now? How much do you spend on a meal? I just bought a bowl of plain congee and found it too expensive. You truly make me weep. This is the most severe case of consumer downgrade I've witnessed this year. QAQ. But speaking of which, that battle room must be quite lucrative, right? Yang Wancha and that bald man don't seem to work, yet they appear to be quite wealthy. Their money must come from the battle room. But wait, I heard from Xiao Likuan and Wong Chung that Yang Wancha lost all the money he earned in his last battle. How does he have money now? Could it be that he earned it by leveling up through monster hunting in the depths of the third-floor corridor? That shouldn't be it. Lingjie and Changgu mentioned that monster hunting only grants levels, no monetary gain. I got it. He must have earned it by defeating those two cross-apartment big shots. Those two must have been quite wealthy. By killing them, Yang Wancha must have acquired their money. But where did those cross-apartment big shots get so much money? They must have obtained it through killing. Isn't that how it works in reality? The wealth of the rich often comes from the hard work of the laborers, right? The topic of wealth disparity was nearing its conclusion when Wong Chung suddenly interjected. I seriously suspect that those players living on the 20th floor and above have other means of earning money. Xiao Likuan and I have been observing the battle room for quite some time, and we noticed that those in the battle room seem quite affluent. This is clearly abnormal. They must have other means of making money. Other classmates became intrigued and hurriedly inquired, what could those means be? I'm truly going crazy thinking about money. Damn. I used to think living on the 20th floor and paying exorbitant rent was tragic. But now, it seems the 20th floor is filled with big shots. So, finding a way to live on the 20th floor is the key to unlocking the true gameplay of the novice apartment. Right. I also strongly suspect that only by living on the 20th floor can we be considered true apartment players, unlocking the gateway to a new world. Damn. What about Jiang Ye? Doesn't he also live on the 20th floor? Why isn't he as strong or wealthy as Yang Wancha and the bald man? Damn it. Jiang Ye went to work as a cleaner. Damn. What a waste of the excellent resource of initially living on the 20th floor. If I had started on the 20th floor, I would have definitely become a strong player like Yang Wancha and the bald man. Indeed, despite living on the 20th floor, Jiang Ye has clearly fallen behind. By the way, do you remember that the initial announcement mentioned that the apartment has services for lease cancellation and subletting? I wonder if Jiang Ye's apartment on the 20th floor can be sublet to someone else. Oh right, Jiang Ye originally intended to cancel his lease, so subletting should save him a significant amount of money compared to outright cancellation. Right. Many classmates, who previously thought Jiang Ye would inevitably perish due to his inability to pay rent on the 20th floor, now witnessed the glory of two big shots who also started on the 20th floor. They began to view living on the 20th floor not as a burden but as an honor, a crucial step toward becoming stronger. Consequently, several classmates started suggesting that Jiang Ye sublet his apartment to a true big shot. After all, Jiang Ye had already planned to cancel his lease. The penalty for lease cancellation is higher than that of subletting. Now, with someone willing to take over Jiang Ye's exorbitantly priced apartment, it would indeed assist him in saving the difference between the cancellation and subletting fees. Wang Lingling also entertained this thought, planning to discuss it with Jiang Ye when he returned to the help group after finishing his tasks. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, who had entered the high-end mall with Yang Wancha, naturally noticed the classmates' messages in the group chat. He paid little mind to them, remaining vigilant toward Yang Wancha while surveying the high-end mall. The high-end mall appeared significantly smaller than the low-end mall, yet its decor was evidently more luxurious. A series of dazzling glass display cases showcased various items. Additionally, there was a row of display cases dedicated to treasure chests. This meant that players could purchase items directly or buy treasure chests to open for items. Buying treasure chests to obtain items potentially allowed for acquiring more valuable items at a lower cost. But it also carried the risk of receiving undesired items. Clearly, there was an element of chance involved. As Jiang Ye continued to survey the surroundings, he observed Yang Wancha striding directly toward a display table located at the northernmost point of the high-end mall. After some contemplation, he decided to follow Yang Wancha. However, he soon realized that there were no items displayed in the northern display case. Instead, there was an operational station on the right side. Yang Wancha approached the operational station and began to manipulate it. After observing for a moment, Jiang Ye quickly discerned that this display table was where players conducted cross-apartment transactions. Yang Wancha nodded, casually explaining while he operated. The items displayed for sale in the mall are generally overpriced, with low cost-performance ratios. When players seek to sell their items, they typically sell them at a price lower than that of the mall. However, even though they are cheaper, player-to-player transactions are akin to second-hand markets like Xinyu or Zhuangzhuan, primarily consisting of used goods. Jiang Ye did not mind second-hand items. Saving money was certainly beneficial. Moreover, some of the items he had discarded could also be sold through player transactions to recoup some money. This trading feature was likely to be very appealing to players at this moment. Yang Wancha was listing his unwanted items in the player trading area. Watching his adept maneuvering, Jiang Ye thought about inquiring about game players. Just as he was formulating his question, he heard Yang Wancha suddenly remark, "You must be young Xiao Man, right?" "What?" Jiang Ye was taken aback. Yang Wancha continued speaking to himself, "It seems not. You are Jiang Ye?" "Oh?" Jiang Ye frowned. Yang Wancha mused aloud. "Seems not either to so. Who exactly are you? The disguise mask must be more practical for stealth than for disguise, right? Yet you chose to disguise rather than go invisible. Why is that? Do you have a compelling reason to conceal your identity?" Initially, Jiang Ye thought this guy was attempting to gauge his reactions to glean some information. However, it turned out he was merely putting on an act. Given Jiang Ye's own strength as a foundation, he was unfazed by Yang Wanchao's probing. Just as he was about to turn the tables and inquire about game players, Yang Wancha preempted him. Continuing his inquiry, "I heard from Xiao Likuan and the others that you used an ice-type area attack skill to eliminate Xiao Yudi. With such strength, there shouldn't be a need for a hidden identity, right? Furthermore," he paused, suddenly adopting a serious expression, his gaze toward Jiang Ye becoming quite complex. "Your 3 consecutive victories couldn't possibly be solely due to your own efforts, could they?" Jiang Ye was about to explain that he had purchased his winning streak. However, he hadn't even formulated his lie yet. Yang Wancha incisively remarked, "The winning streak rewards given to players by the battle room may appear to be random, as players draw rewards from 3 cards. However, this is not the case. Generally speaking, if you purchased your winning streak, you are likely to draw low-tier cards, such as the announcement card, which are of little use. But if I am not mistaken, the match you had against Xiao Yudi must have involved the use of a privilege card. Typically, those who receive privilege card rewards are those who achieve winning streaks through their own efforts." Wow, what a hidden mechanism. Jiang Ye was completely unaware of this. Yet, he suddenly pondered, the upgrade card must also be a high-tier card, right? Did you also achieve your winning streak through your own skills? The inclusion of the word "also" in his statement was tantamount to admitting that he indeed won his streak through merit. A trace of seriousness appeared on Yang Wanchao's face, and his gaze towards Jiang Ye became increasingly cautious. Simultaneously, he shook his head and said, "The upgrade card is indeed considered a high-tier card, but I still purchased my winning streak." Huh? Isn't that contradictory? Wasn't it said that purchased winning streaks only yield low-tier cards? Before Jiang Ye could even inquire further, Yang Wancha proactively explained, Just like match fixing, some people are blatantly obvious about it. One can easily tell they are engaging in such tactics. However, others can disguise their actions convincingly. I bought my winning streak, but with additional requirements, demanding that my opponents cooperate with me to make the act appear sufficiently realistic, giving the impression that I am quite formidable. Thus, through performance, I deceived the winning streak reward mechanism into believing I won through skill. Goodness, it can be done this way? According to Yang Wancha, such practices should be known by those who sell winning streaks. However, unscrupulous merchants would not voluntarily disclose such hidden information to their customers. Only those like Yang Wancha, who are well-versed in the industry, can genuinely secure advantageous deals. This increasingly At this moment, Jiang Ye seamlessly continued along Yang Wancha's line of thought. Before you entered the battle room, you eliminated 4 competitors, earning yourself 4 survival points. This exactly matches the price of the 5-win package. Therefore, you were already aware of the situation before entering the battle room and knew you could purchase a winning streak, even being cognizant of the package price. Because you are, what shall I say, a gamer. Chapter 46. The Hidden Mastermind of the Apartment. Jiang Ye's interrogative phrasing, however, was delivered in a declarative tone. After all, Yang Wancha's behavior was indeed extraordinary. Compared to the bizarre situations of reincarnation or possession, having played a similar game seemed somewhat more rational. If that were the case, it follows that this game was likely not played solely by Yang Wancha. Many of those stubborn bronzes on the War God rankings in the battle room might very well be players of the game. Possessing more information, their development would naturally outpace that of ordinary individuals. In contrast, Yang Wancha seemed not to be particularly remarkable among players who had played the game. After all, Jiang Ye had personally witnessed Yang Wancha lose a match in the battle room, losing a staggering 100,000 in a single go. With this in mind, could the girl he lost to for that 100,000 also be a gamer? As he contemplated this, Yang Wancha showed no signs of concealment. In fact, he cast a casual glance at Jiang Ye and declared candidly, I indeed spent 4 survival points to purchase the 5-win package, and I have already completed the 5 wins. So, the match he lost was during the process of attempting to achieve a 10-win streak after the 5 victories. Jiang Ye was pondering this when Yang Wancha seemed to read his thoughts and suddenly added, however, my winning streak did not get interrupted due to losing that 100,000. What? Losing a match yet the winning streak remains unbroken. What is the logic behind that? Because the random reward I received from my 5-win streak was a waiver card. The effect of the waiver card is to nullify a record of 1 defeat. For instance, if one fails after a 9-win streak, they can use a waiver card to erase that failure record. The next match still counts as a 9-win streak. Wow, there exists such a card? Jiang Ye mused, immediately deducing. This waiver card must also be considered a high-tier card, right? Yang Wancha nodded, explaining that the winning streak rewards from the battle room increase with the number of consecutive wins. For players who have already accumulated a certain number of wins, losing even once and interrupting their streak would undoubtedly be quite painful. Therefore, waiver card, which can prevent a winning streak from being interrupted, is naturally quite precious. In fact, in some respects, it may even be more valuable than a privilege card. Jiang Ye nodded. He currently felt indifferent about his 3-win streak. However, if he were to suddenly interrupt a 99-win streak, that would be incredibly disheartening. Therefore, the waiver card becomes increasingly invaluable to those strong and winning streaks as time progresses. If given the opportunity, Jiang Ye would indeed wish to acquire a waiver card for insurance. However, speaking of which, can the winning streak rewards generated by the battle room be traded among players? Yang Wancha raised an eyebrow. Of course, as he spoke, he raised his hand and made a few gestures on the console, pointing to the display stand. Look, through the player trading function in the high-end mall, various cards obtained from the battle room can also be traded. At that moment, Jiang Ye looked towards the display stand and indeed found a trading list featuring various cards for sale. Among them, the announcement card was the most prevalent and the cheapest. Yet, even so, its price still exceeded 100,000. The price of the upgrade card generally started at 300,000. Meanwhile, the privilege card appeared rarely, with only 3 listed. One was selling for 600,000, another for 800,000, and the last one for 1 million. This is simply outrageous. It's an exorbitant demand, however, upon reflection. Among ordinary players, relying solely on work, they undoubtedly find life challenging, unable to afford rent or even meals. Yet for players above the 20th floor, they earn 100,000 for each kill. Such a setup leads to inflation in their economy. If one were to tell players like Wang Lingling, who are below the 20th floor, you pay me 300,000, and I will let you level up directly, Wang Lingling would absolutely refuse. She would rather grind her own way up than spend 300,000 to buy an upgrade card. However, for players above the 20th floor, a mere 300,000 is simply equivalent to 3 lives taken. Casually finding 3 individuals without any acquired skills to eliminate would undoubtedly be far less risky than grinding for levels. Thus, for these players, selling an upgrade card for 300,000 is not considered expensive. This arrangement further emphasizes to Jiang Ye the stark disparities within the world. It seems that before arriving at the Apocalypse apartment, the reality was similarly structured. Some individuals toil endlessly, earning a mere couple of hundred, while others luxuriate in lavish cars and mansions, with amounts from tax evasion exceeding what others could earn in a lifetime. Indeed, such absurd wealth inequality exists everywhere. Jiang Ye reflected on this, while Yang Wancha suddenly glanced at the price of the privilege card and curiously inquired, "How much did you earn from your match against Xiao Yudi?" If we calculate based on the price of the privilege card, anything below 600,000 would mean you took a loss. Jiang Ye did not respond, but his feelings were somewhat complex. Losing anything below 600,000 is considered a loss. Initially, after battling Xiao Yudi and seeing the money in hand, he felt quite pleased. However, upon hearing Yang Wancha's statement, he instantly felt as if he might indeed have suffered a loss. After all, he had not earned 60,000 from that match. He had originally thought that the bulk of the earnings from the match against Xiao Yudi would come from the audience fee, considering she had quite a number of spectators. Yet, in the end, during the final tally of that match, the audience fee turned out to be just over 60,000. This means that there were only around 6,000 spectators for that match. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye was pleasantly surprised to find that Xiao Yudi's wager was as high as 500,000. Hence, ultimately, he earned 56,000 from that match. This windfall not only allowed him to offset his immense debts, but also left him with surplus funds to spend in the High-End Malda. However, now, looking at the price of the privilege card, he felt that he might indeed have lost out. Yet, at that time, he had also aimed to avoid the sudden influx of veteran players, otherwise delaying the use of the privilege card until more players were present in the battle room to match against stronger opponents would likely have yielded greater profits. With this in mind, Jiang Ye felt a tinge of regret. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from using the privilege card to challenge Xiao Yudi, opting instead to sell it in the trading area. Alas, hindsight is 20/20. If at this moment Xiao Yudi were to learn of Jiang Ye's thoughts, she would likely be infuriated, especially if she found out that this sly player had specifically used the privilege card to match against her for profit, leading to her 9-win streak being interrupted. Xiao Yudi might very well feel the urge to end her own life. After all, such a precious privilege card. Why on earth would you waste it on me? And you naively thought you could profit handsomely at my expense? Furthermore, you even caused me to break my 9-win streak? This is not only wasteful but also a misuse of valuable resources against an innocent bystander. How utterly infuriating. Fortunately, Xiao Yudi remained unaware. Yang Wancha, however, seemed to have an inkling of her predicament and felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Yudi. However, there is little that can be done. After all, as a novice player, one knows nothing, and it is quite natural to engage in some rather audacious maneuvers. After some contemplation, he decided to specifically explain to Jiang Ye. To be frank, the privilege card is not meant to be used in the manner you envision. Its exorbitant value in the player market, fetching millions, primarily lies in its purpose: streak victories. Key victories such as 3, 5, or 10 consecutive wins can be thwarted by formidable veteran players. Among novice players, there may also be individuals who consciously engage in similar tactics, utilizing the privilege card to interrupt another player's 8 or 9 consecutive wins, subsequently demanding payment for the continuation of their streak. Players who manage to achieve 8 or 9 consecutive victories are generally not financially constrained. Even if they are often willing to pay a hefty price to maintain their winning streak. For instance, in your match against Xiao Yudi, if you had showcased your prowess in defeating her and then discussed the matter with her, I believe she would have been inclined to offer a greater sum to secure her streak. In fact, she might have been able to part with a few million with some reluctance. Good heavens, a few million? Not long ago, Jiang Ye was troubled by a debt of 350,000, yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself capable of earning a few million. Indeed, as long as one possesses sufficient strength. Making money is hardly a challenge, however, Jiang Ye then pondered. But if I deliberately lose to her, wouldn't my own winning streak be broken? Yang Wancha nodded. Precisely, thus the ideal destination for the privilege card is to be listed in the trading zone, sold to organizations that specialize in disrupting winning streaks. Within those organizations, there are dedicated individuals trained to disregard win rates. Well, it seems that indeed, wherever there are people, there exists a community. Among veteran players, certain organizations have formed, and new entrants into the game are also contemplating the establishment of their own factions. Jiang Ye seized the opportunity to inquire. In the game you play, are there also individuals who have formed such organizations? Yang Wancha nodded. Yes. He spoke. He hesitated for a moment before suddenly smiling with a sense of relief. To be honest, the reason I play that game is to profit from those organizations. Although you have not played Doomsday Apartment, you should have sensed it through your experiences in the Novice Apartment, right? That game is inherently quite unfair. Players who spend money and those who do not seem to be playing two entirely different games. Finally broaching the topic of the game, Jiang Ye's interest was piqued. He was eager to uncover what kind of game it truly was and what hidden information he was unaware of. However, Yang Wancha deliberately kept him in suspense. Instead of revealing game-related information, he directly stated his intent. You should be able to discern that I am not a benevolent philanthropist. Therefore, if you wish to learn about the game, you must be prepared to offer something in return, right? Jiang Ye understood his implication. After pondering for a brief moment, he astutely replied, You approached me, which means you wish to trade the information you possess for something from me. Correct. Yang Wancha raised an eyebrow. Rather than a trade, it would be more accurate to call it a collaboration. As I mentioned earlier, the ordinary mode and the pay-to-win mode in this game represent two distinct styles of play. I wish to collaborate with you to clear the Novice Apartment using the pay-to-win mode. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating. Yang Wancha must have recognized his strength. However, he mirrored Yang Wancha's demeanor, raising an eyebrow as he retorted. Are you suggesting that without the game information you provide, I would be unable to clear it in the pay-to-win mode on my own? His tone conveyed a sense of pride, showcasing Jiang Ye's confidence in his own abilities. Yet, Yang Wancha smiled enigmatically. You may indeed be quite strong, but, he paused and suddenly asked, Do you know how to traverse between apartments? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and answered directly. There is a teleportation device on the top floor of the apartment. This information was relayed to him by the dark-robed figure he encountered during his 3 consecutive victories. Yang Wancha appeared unperturbed and continued to smile as he inquired, But do you know the conditions for activating the teleportation device? Jiang Ye answered promptly. It requires the payment of 1 survival point. However, this time, Yang Wancha shook his head. No, the survival points paid are merely the teleportation FE.to traverse between apartments. Players must also gain the favor of the apartment's unseen owner. The unseen owner of the apartment? It sounded as though they were the one in charge of the entire establishment. Yet Jiang Ye had yet to even become familiar with the apartment administrator. The notion of an unseen owner was entirely new to him. However, could the shadow he encountered on the 20th floor when obtaining the survival token be the apartment owner? That seemed unlikely. Surely, the esteemed owner of the apartment would not be so secretive. Thus, having never met the apartment owner, how could he possibly win their favor? As Jiang Ye pondered, he suddenly thought of Huang Qi. Since Huang Qi had successfully traversed between apartments, did that mean he had gained the favor of the apartment owner? And what about Yu Xiangming? What qualities did they possess that would attract the attention of the apartment owner? Suddenly, Jiang Ye looked at Yang Wancha and boldly speculated. If one were to eliminate all the players in the apartment, would that earn the favor of the apartment owner? Upon uttering this, Yang Wancha was immediately taken aback. You figured it out? Or did you receive this information from somewhere? It was a guess. Jiang Ye maintained a composed demeanor, stating this with a straight face. Yet it was not entirely unfounded. He had drawn inspiration from Huang Qi's remarks to arrive at this conclusion, relying on intuition. Yang Wancha regarded him with a complex expression, contemplating for a moment before exhaling. Very well. Since you have deduced it, I shall share some additional information. There are actually 3 significant special entities within the Novice Apartment, which can also be referred to as the 3 major bosses. The first is the apartment administrator, who exists in plain sight. The second is the shadow in the corridor that can be encountered by tenants above the 20th floor, who distributes survival tokens. The third is the apartment owner, who only reveals themselves after all players in the apartment have been eliminated. And as you surmised, traversing between apartments requires the elimination of all players in the apartment, meeting the apartment owner and obtaining their permission to cross. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's mood instantly grew heavy. He had initially thought that reaching the top floor would enable him to traverse between apartments, only to now be informed that it necessitated eliminating all other players. No, Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before suddenly looking at Yang Wancha. Since you are willing to divulge this information, you must know that there are alternative methods to traverse between apartments besides eliminating all players, right? Otherwise, wouldn't you fear that I might take your words to heart and eliminate all my classmates? Chapter 47. Once again witnessing VIP player maneuvers. Naturally, all my classmates include Yang Wancha. This fellow cannot possibly be so confident as to think that, as a mere player, Jiang Ye would shy away from killing him. Therefore, his willingness to disclose this information must imply that he has some contingency plan. Yang Wancha had never intended to conceal anything, so he nodded and said, "Indeed. Generally speaking, the only way to traverse between apartments is to eliminate all players. However, our apartment has a somewhat unique situation. At this point," he paused, seemingly gauging whether Jiang Ye could continue to deduce what was special about their apartment. Jiang Ye recalled a unique item he had seen in Huang Qi's space watch and smiled. Making a guess, the uniqueness lies in the fact that 2 cross-apartment players have already arrived in our apartment. They possess items that allow them to bypass the apartment owner and achieve cross-apartment traversal. Remarkably astute, Yang Wancha's gaze towards Jiang Ye grew increasingly astonished and complex, tinged with a hint of apprehension. He pursed his lips and nodded. Precisely. Why Yu Xiangming and Huang Qi possess items for cross-apartment traversal that they obtained from their respective apartment owners. Moreover, other players can also utilize these cross-apartment items. Yang Wancha's words concluded there, yet the implication was clear. Within the chat group, it was widely accepted that Yang Wancha had eliminated the 2 cross-apartment players. Thus, his subtext was that he possessed 2 cross-apartment items. However, Jiang Ye was aware that this fellow only had the cross-apartment item obtained from defeating Yu Xiangming. The item belonging to Huang Qi was in Jiang Ye's possession. Nevertheless, Yang Wancha clearly had no knowledge that Huang Qi had been killed by Jiang Ye. After all, Huang Qi had been killed while the bald man was in the battle room. Therefore, Yang Wancha aimed to create the illusion that he held 2 cross-apartment items and leveraged this as a bargaining chip in negotiations with Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye contemplated briefly but chose not to expose him. Instead, he followed his lead and raised an eyebrow. Since you are using cross-apartment items as leverage, does that mean your so-called pay-to-win mode must be achieved through cross-apartment traversal? Yang Wancha nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Let me be more straightforward. Clearing the novice apartment in pay-to-win mode essentially means eliminating the apartment administrator before the apartment self-destructs. However, it is evident that the strength of the apartment administrator is beyond what an ordinary player can contend with. They even possess the authority to annihilate players. Thus, to eliminate an administrator, one must meet exceedingly stringent conditions. The aspect of sheer strength necessitates the utilization of survival point items. These survival point items are those that can be exchanged using survival points. Such items are significantly more potent than those available for purchase in the high-end mall. However, to trigger the exchange of survival point items, the survival points within the survival jade tablet must exceed 100. In a novice apartment, even if you eliminate all new and veteran players, it is impossible to accumulate 100 survival points. After all, among 100 individuals, you cannot eliminate yourself. Therefore, to exchange for survival point items, one must engage in cross-apartment actions and eliminate a sufficient number of 100 individuals. The information revealed by Yang Wancha coincides perfectly with that of Huang Qi. However, more than the survival point items, Jiang Ye is more concerned about the fact that the apartment administrator possesses the authority to annihilate players. Such authority surely requires specific items to counter, does it not? Indeed. Yang Wancha raised an eyebrow. His tone slightly elevated, and I can unequivocally inform you that the specific item needed to counter the annihilation privilege cannot be obtained, no matter how many survival points you exchange with the shadow. This pivotal piece of information is also an essential bargaining chip for our collaboration. Very well, this information is indeed critical. Moreover, Yang Wancha has disclosed so much, which demonstrates considerable sincerity. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ye directly stated, "Go ahead, tell me how you intend to cooperate." Yang Wanchao's eyes shifted, and he suddenly blurted out, "You must be a girl, right?" "What?" Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Yang Wancha, however, appeared as if he had struck gold. analyzing with a serious demeanor. You reside on the 20th floor, fully aware that one survival point can be exchanged for 100,000, yet you have never taken a life. Furthermore, you displayed no mercy against a goddess like Xiao Yudi. Therefore, I surmise that, akin to Wang Lingling, you are a formidable female. Additionally, you value the bonds of friendship and are reluctant to harm acquaintances without cause. Good heavens, this is simply outrageous. Jiang Ye felt a strange discomfort at Yang Wancha's assertive judgment of him as a female. Nonetheless, recalling Yang Wancha's earlier denial of being Jiang Ye, he felt somewhat relieved. Yang Wancha exuded an air of confidence. However, his ability to read people seemed rather ordinary. The confidence he displayed appeared quite imposing. Jiang Ye, wishing to conceal his identity, opted not to explain further and simply watched as Yang Wancha continued to speak confidently. Given your acquaintances, I can understand your reluctance to strike against them without reason. However, when it comes to eliminating strangers across apartments, you should find it easier to do so, right? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, adopting a posture of tacit agreement. Seeing that he had no objections, Yang Wancha continued, "Thus, our first step in collaboration will be, I will provide you with a cross-apartment item and instruct you on how to traverse between apartments. In return, you must accumulate over 500 survival points within 3 days. Afterwards, we will reconvene in this apartment, at which point I will inform you of the next steps in our collaboration." This initial step of cooperation proposed by Yang Wancha seems to require Jiang Ye to amass 500 survival points within 3 days. However, in reality, it imposes nearly no substantial restrictions on Jiang Ye. If no contract is signed between the two parties, he is effectively handing Jiang Ye a cross-apartment item for free. Furthermore, Jiang Ye is aware that Yang Wancha possesses only one such item. If he gives this sole item to Jiang Ye, how does he intend to traverse between apartments? Will he eliminate all his classmates to win favor with the apartment owner? Viewed from this perspective, Yang Wancha's so-called cooperation could merely be a fade. His true aim might be to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. By diverting Jiang Ye, a potential threat, from this apartment, he ensures his continued dominance here. Moreover, after Jiang Ye's departure, Yang Wancha may have other plans. His presence here is purely a nuisance. Of course, it is also possible that the diversion is genuine and the collaboration is real. After drawing Jiang Ye away from this apartment, Yang Wancha could seize the opportunity to develop independently for 3 days. Upon their planned reunion, the situation may not necessarily favor Jiang Ye any longer. After all, Yang Wancha possesses more information and a more ruthless approach. Thus, he should be confident in surpassing Jiang Ye's strength within that time frame. When they discuss the next steps of cooperation, he would then wield greater influence. In an instant, Jiang Ye contemplated Yang Wancha's various motives. He intended to extract more game information from him but was unexpectedly interrupted by an announcement sound echoing in his mind. Emergency announcement for newbie apartment. VIP player Yume is merging this apartment with newbie apartment 1010. The two newbie apartments will complete their merger within 10 minutes. The rules for apartment merging are as follows. Chapter 48. Apartment merging 1. The apartment chat group and apartment level rankings will undergo conventional merging. 2. The apartment administrators will conduct an optimized screening for merging. Within 10 minutes, an administrator PK battle will ensue. If an administrator emerges victorious within the time limit, that administrator will be promoted to the merged apartment administrator. If no administrator emerges victorious within the time limit, the filtering for the merged apartment administrator will be based primarily on the number of players in the apartment level rankings, with the total number of apartment players serving as a secondary criterion. 3. After optimization, the merged apartment will be named after the original apartment number of the administrator. 4. During the merging of apartment rooms, if 2 players share the same room number, an optimized screening will occur. The 2 co-renting players will engage in a PK battle within 10 minutes. If no winner is determined in that time frame, the player with higher combat power will be declared the victor. The victor retains the right to use the room, while the loser forfeits that right. The rent already paid by the loser will not be refunded. If the rent has not been paid, they must compensate for the breach of contract penalty. 5. For more details, please consult the optimized apartment administrator after the merger. Upon the announcement's release, the students were left utterly astounded. The chat group erupted in chaos. What is this? What does VIP player even mean? Why are they suddenly merging our apartment? The rules for room merging are outrageous. Why shouldn't the loser receive a refund for their rent, And why should they bear the penalty for breaking the rental agreement? Exactly. When I played games before, if there was a server malfunction, the game would usually compensate the players. Here, they're merging apartments without any compensation for the players, and those who share room numbers with others will have to pay out of pocket? This is incredibly unfair. If this were a regular game, I would definitely give a bad review and report the issue in one go. However, with so many floors and rooms in one apartment, the chances of overlapping room numbers should be low, right? Even if the chances are low, I feel that this apartment merger cannot be a good thing. Think about it. Previously, Yang Wancha was our classmate. Yet he would kill at the drop of a hat. And now, merging with our apartment, there's a high probability that we'll encounter strangers we don't know. And they could very well be individuals with a rough background. In such circumstances, I feel that conflicts could easily erupt, leading to casualties. I also believe that the apartment merger is not a good thing. What exactly is the VIP player's intention behind such an operation? And how do they possess the ability to merge apartments? Is it simply because they are a VIP player that they have higher authority? Will we have a chance to become VIP players as well? Don't dream too far. Just making it through this newbie apartment is already quite an achievement. I estimate that among us, only top-tier individuals like Yang Wancha have a hope of becoming VIP players. Even Wang Lingling seems to fall a bit short. By the way, could this apartment merger have anything to do with Yang Wancha? After all, the chat group is public. Now that the students are aware of Yang Wancha's prowess, their tone has become somewhat cautious whenever he is mentioned. Following this wave of comments, the group fell silent for a moment. After a considerable pause, someone finally replied, "Didn't the announcement state it clearly? This apartment merger is the action of a VIP player. Why are you all trying to pin every blame on Brother Chow? Isn't it because Yang Wancha stands out too much? And the students know too little about him, leading them to rely on speculation. Many students now suspect Yang Wancha to be a reincarnator, or that he possesses an SSS-level talent. Some even believe he is the destined protagonist. With boundless potential ahead, a number of students dream of latching onto him for support. Jiang Ye has personally interacted with the enigmatic Yang Wancha, which has allowed him to see through the mystique. He quickly scanned the chat messages, realizing that there was indeed little valuable information, and thus prepared to seize the opportunity to inquire about the VIP player and apartment merger from Yang Wancha. However, he remained steadily within the confines of the high-end mall. Perched atop the building, basking in the sun's embrace, was the first avatar, leisurely drying her hair. However, following the announcement of the apartment merger, a peculiar situation arose. To be precise, it was the woman in white who seemed particularly fond of the sunlight. While Jiang Ye was tending to the strands of hair on the rooftop, this woman had set herself up with a lounge chair and sunglasses. Basking in the sun's warmth as if in a state of bliss, to an observer, she might have appeared as if she were on a sun-kissed beach, rather than atop an apartment building. Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety, fearing she might suddenly beckon him with a playful request. "Come here, young man. I'll pay you extra for a special service." Fortunately, such inappropriate scenarios did not unfold under the sun. However, following the announcement of the apartment merger, the woman's demeanor shifted drastically. Her previously serene sunbathing was abruptly replaced with fury and terror. After a moment of hesitation, she seemed to suppress her emotions and sprang to her feet. Jiang Ye, positioned nearby and tending to hair, naturally tensed up, his hands trembling slightly as he applied hair oil. This minor tremor incited her wrath. "Why are you shaking? You've wasted a precious drop of my hair oil." Her inexplicable outburst was clearly a case of misplaced anger. Jiang Ye remained silent, pondering the implications of the apartment merger on these NPC-like residents. What might occur if the players' rooms collided with those of the apartment NPCs post-merger? Yet, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the furious woman in white suddenly erupted with a swift motion. She raised her arms, causing the unfinished strands of hair to seemingly come to life. Rushing toward her outstretched limbs, at that moment, each strand appeared notably thicker, writhing toward her arms like two ebony serpents. Ultimately, these serpents slithered from her arms, coiling around her head, displacing the towel that had covered her hair. Beneath the towel, her long, straight black hair resembled a mass of living black serpents, hissing and writhing ominously above her head. Despite the radiant sunshine, the bizarre scene and sounds sent chills down Jiang Ye's spine. He felt as though he had become paralyzed, In that instant, he prepared himself for the choice between merging with the Avatar and relinquishing this C-class talent. Chapter 49. I save myself hiss, hiss, whoosh. When one of the black serpents shot from the woman's head and coiled tightly around Jiang Ye's neck, he braced himself to abandon the first Avatar. However, the slender, slippery serpent merely wrapped around his neck without applying any further pressure. Meanwhile, the previously enraged woman had transformed into a woman in black. Her white robe fell away, revealing her hair, now transformed into a flowing black cloak that billowed around her on the rooftop, creating an eerie rustling sound. The stark contrast between the black and white evoked memories of the characters from Xianjian San, one gentle and serene, the other frenzied and violent. Clearly, the woman in black embodied the more aggressive persona. Her gaze had turned sharper and more volatile, and as it swept over Jiang Ye, she uttered, "Pray for my survival. Otherwise, you shall accompany me to the grave." With that, she vanished in an instant. Left behind? Jiang Ye felt the serpent still coiling around his neck. He remained frozen, reluctant to touch the serpent, cursing internally while swiftly realizing the apartment merger seemed to pose a catastrophic risk to these NPC residents. The woman in white, or rather, the woman in black, could very well perish in this apartment merger. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he noticed classmates in the chat group mentioning similar situations. Wang Lingling exclaimed, "Holy cow! I've noticed that the apartment NPC residents have become incredibly irritable since the merger. I spent a whole day delivering packages, and the NPC residents were generally amiable, often giving 5-star ratings, which boosted my errand runner badge to level 3. Yet just now, after the apartment merger, when I asked a resident for a 5-star review, he erupted in anger and even gave me a 1-star rating on the spot. This is my first ever bad review. I have no idea how many good reviews I'll need to recover from this." Wang Lingling was the type of relentless scholar, often referred to as a prodigy by teachers, and had not spoken up since entering the apartment. His first comment immediately drew gasps from his classmates. "What? Ling's errand runner badge has reached level 3? How on earth did he manage that? Damn, the academic genius is still leading the pack, even in a new environment." If the ability to grasp initial skills is indeed linked to intelligence, Lingling must have strong initial skills, much like Lucian. Not necessarily. Lucian hardly studies but still scores perfectly in math. While Lingling is diligent, his IQ might not surpass Lucian's. What good is high intelligence? Lucian's talent is only C-class. Lingling might have a higher talent. If he truly had superior talent, why isn't he on the leaderboard yet? Honestly, reaching level 3 with the badge isn't that impressive. It's just a step up in menial labor. In this apartment survival scenario, only leveling up and growing stronger is a way out. Working is a dead end? Pfft, I can't even. Working has no future? Is it Linger or Chang who pays your rent? Yang Wancha has never worked a day and still shines, easily overshadowing former scholars. The conversation devolved into a nonsensical argument. Some classmates maintained that despite the change in environment, scholars would still outperform regular students. Others argued that in apartment survival, talent and strength were what mattered, and no matter how illustrious a scholar's past, if their current abilities faltered, they would fall from grace and become ordinary. Ironically, Wang Lingling's observation regarding the NPC residents' newfound aggression went largely unaddressed. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before deciding to contribute to the group discussion. The apartment NPC residents have genuinely become irritable. I'm currently trapped on the rooftop by the resident I'm serving. This revelation swiftly shifted the group's focus. Even Wang Lingling replied, "The rooftop? How did you get to the rooftop?" Jiang Ye, intending to maintain a facade as an ordinary person with his first avatar, did not conceal the truth and replied directly. The resident's cleaning request was for me to dry her hair, so she brought me to the rooftop. Wang Lingling then inquired about more details regarding the rooftop, and Jiang Ye shared what he had observed without reservation. He also expressed his predicament of being trapped on the rooftop, hoping his classmates could brainstorm solutions. However, the other students offered no constructive suggestions, merely wishing him good luck, hoping that the woman in white would survive and subsequently release him. Wang Lingling, piecing together information from Jiang Ye and Wang Lingling, speculated about the changes the apartment merger might entail for the NPC residents. Unable to resist, she tagged Yang Wancha. "Yang Wancha, do you know what challenges those apartment NPC residents faced during the merger?" Yang Wancha completely ignored her at that moment. Jiang Ye, who was physically present with Yang Wancha, posed a similar question. Yet, Yang Wancha shook his head. To be honest, I am aware of the apartment merger, but I haven't personally experienced it, so I'm unsure how the NPC residents will be affected. However, once the apartment fully merges, we can inquire with the administrator. Jiang Ye was uncertain whether Yang Wancha was genuinely uninformed or deliberately withholding information. He opted not to press further but speculated. According to Jiang Ye, the woman in white had not killed him directly but had merely confined him. Moreover, he had not heard of any classmates being killed by NPC residents in the chat. Did this imply that NPC residents were unable to kill players? Yang Wancha nodded, further positing that should be the case. Under normal circumstances, NPC residents cannot initiate harm against players. However, during the apartment merger, their own lives are at risk, so they would no longer regard the players' fates. The woman in white's implication was clear. If she were to die, Jiang Ye would accompany her in death. At this point, Yang Wancha couldn't help but frown. Jiang Ye is quite bold. He must not be a gamer to dare venture to the rooftop. This was Jiang Ye's first experience discussing himself under a disguise, and the sensation felt quite peculiar. Yet he was determined not to abandon the first avatar and thus cautiously inquired of Yang Wancha, "Is my fate solely reliant on the survival of that woman in white? You mentioned that the first step in our collaboration is to help me cross to the other apartment and that you would also inform me of how to access the rooftop. If I manage to reach the rooftop, could I potentially save Jiang Ye?" Yang Wancha initially appeared taken aback, exclaiming, "You wish to save Jiang Ye?" However, after speaking, he recalled that this bald-headed individual had never taken a life and seemed genuinely invested in the bonds of camaraderie. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he speculated. The black water snake that ensnared Jiang Ye must be a type of special artifact. It is an inanimate object, yet possesses a form of sentience, likely having received directives. Once the woman in white perishes, it would strangle Jiang Ye to death. At this juncture, Yang Wancha paused thoughtfully, and suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he raised his voice several notches. "I cannot guarantee that I can save Jiang Ye, but if fortune smiles upon us, we might just manage to tame that black water snake." Tame the black water snake? Jiang Ye was taken aback, eager to inquire further. Yet, Yang Wancha spoke rapidly, urging, "If you are truly resolute, there is no time for further explanation. We must act immediately. This is a race against time. For every moment counts." Jiang Ye was not merely saving an ordinary classmate. He was rescuing his own avatar. Hence, without hesitation, he made his decision. "All right, just tell me what to do." This swift and decisive resolution led Yang Wancha to seriously ponder whether the girl behind the bald head might harbor a secret infatuation for Jiang Ye. After all, one could not deny that Jiang Ye had a certain charm. It seemed plausible that a girl might have a crush on him. Yang Wancha dismissed the thought and quickly swiped several times at the control panel on the right, finally shaking his head. "No. Then we must purchase it from the marketplace." With that, he swiftly navigated through the various display cases of the high-end mall. Simultaneously, he called out to Jiang Ye, "The items we need will cost approximately 300,000, and the endeavor to save Jiang Ye and tame the black water snake may not necessarily succeed. Are you willing to bear this risk?" 300,000. Jiang Ye had merely over 560,000 on hand, and this expenditure would consume more than half. Moreover, according to the exchange rate of survival points, 300,000 equated to 3 survival points, enough to regenerate 3 avatars. Should he simply abandon it? If the first avatar perished, so be it. Perhaps the new avatar created with survival points would possess even greater talents than the first. However, Jiang Ye quickly realized that such reasoning was flawed. Indeed, 1 survival point could be exchanged for 100,000, but 100,000 could not be traded for survival points. As veteran players like Ka often accumulated survival points, new players utilized privilege cards to secure winning streaks, earning game currency instead. According to Yang Wancha, during Jiang Ye's battle against Xiao Yudi, he could have amassed several million game coins, and purchasing survival points for a 10-game winning streak only cost 10 points. Thus, it seemed that the charges for a 9-game winning streak were more expensive than for a 10-game streak. Yet, that was not quite the case. No amount of game currency could compare to survival points. In fact, to seasoned players, game coins might hold little value, while survival points remained the true treasure. Therefore, from this perspective, Jiang Ye no longer felt so pained about the 300,000. The avatars were far more crucial. Resolutely, he declared, "I can bear the risk of 300,000. 000. All right. Yang Wancha continued searching through the display cases for the items he sought, while Jiang Ye took the opportunity to explore the player trading feature on the control panel. His primary aim in entering the high-end mall was to acquire attribute fruits. These fruits could directly enhance his attributes, allowing his main body to sustain more avatars. However, after a thorough search, he discovered that the player trading area surprisingly had no attribute fruits for sale. He then inquired of Yang Wancha, "Do you know where attribute fruits can be purchased in this high-end mall?" Attribute fruits? Yang Wancha was somewhat taken aback. After all, attribute fruits of the same bronze level could not enhance attributes to the same extent as bronze artifacts. Moreover, the combat power boosted by attribute fruits would be directly reflected on the data panel. Once the combat power on the panel increased, the players matched against him would likely be stronger. Additionally, the price of attribute fruits at the same bronze level was significantly higher than that of equipment items. Thus, many players preferred to purchase bronze-level equipment rather than consider attribute fruits. Of course, this was true only for ordinary players. Players like Yang Wancha understood the value of attribute fruits, as they were the only items that could be exchanged for survival points using game currency. Naturally, the attribute fruits available for purchase with game currency were limited to lower levels. This bald-headed individual, clearly not a player, must not have encountered the survival point exchange list. It was increasingly clear to Yang Wancha that this mysterious bald head was someone to be wary of. He quickly pointed out, attribute fruits can be found in the northeastern display case. Jiang Ye hurriedly made his way to the northeastern display case. Indeed, he soon spotted stamina fruits and energy fruits in a delicately crafted display case. The quantities were limited, and the levels were only black iron, bronze, and silver. To Jiang Ye's astonishment, these items were exorbitantly priced. A single black iron attribute fruit cost over 10,000. The price for a bronze-level fruit sword to over 100,000. The silver-level fruit was an astounding 5 million per piece. This was utterly outrageous. However, at that moment, Yang Wancha had already located the items he needed and began to hurry him along. Thus, Jiang Ye gritted his teeth and purchased 1 stamina fruit and 1 energy fruit of the bronze level, as well as 2 of each at the black iron level. In one fell swoop, he spent 240,000. Following that, Yang Wancha's selected items swiftly consumed another 300,000. In an instant, Jiang Ye's substantial sum of 560,000 dwindled to a mere 20,000. As he followed Yang Wancha out of the high-end mall, in a frenzy, he could not help but ask, "What exactly is this grass and this tube of water worth 300,000 for?" Yang Wancha replied casually as they rushed down the stairwell. "You will understand when we confront that black water snake. There is no time for explanations now, if the woman in white survives. We still have ample time. However, if she dies, she would likely perish during the apartment fusion. Therefore, time is of the essence. This is incredibly urgent." For at this moment, over 8 minutes had already elapsed since the fusion announcement. In other words, they had merely a minute or so left. Would they make it in time? Initially, they believed they had over a minute. Yet, as soon as they entered the stairwell, the notification, "Apartment fusion complete," resounded in their minds. Indeed, the prior announcement indicated that the fusion must be completed within 10 minutes, not precisely within 10 minutes. Thus, this early conclusion by a minute still fell within the 10-minute time frame. Yang Wancha instantly recognized his misunderstanding of the wording and his expression darkened. However, he quickly sent a message to the group. "Jiang Ye, are you still alive?" Jiang Ye, Chapter 50. The arrogant classmates of Class 9. Am I still alive? I'm standing right in front of you. Furthermore, even if Jiang Ye's first avatar had indeed perished, he could not admit to his death. After all, if any player died, it would be evident from the members' list in the chat group. If it was merely an avatar that died, the members' list should not reflect him as offline. Hence, even if the avatar perished, he had to find a way to conceal it, to avoid exposing himself in the group. Fortunately, the first avatar located on the top floor had not met its demise. He promptly responded to Yang Wancha. "I'm still alive, Yang Wancha." Yang Wancha replied, "Good. Stay put on the top floor. I'll come to rescue you." Upon hearing this, many classmates felt that Jiang Ye was doomed. He was finished. After all, earlier Yang Wancha had volunteered to help Wang Rui reunite with her parents, only to end up killing her. Now, he claimed he was going to rescue Jiang Ye. Could that truly be a rescue? However, due to Yang Wancha's strength, no one dared to voice any objections. After all, If he were displeased, he might eliminate those classmates who had criticized him in the group chat. Yet, at this moment, with the completion of the apartment fusion, their chat group had undergone a transformation. The members list now displayed 108-162. Soon after, another player from the 1008 apartment chimed in. Jiang Ye, Yang Wancha. Are you referring to Jiang Ye and Yang Wancha from class 1 of the 3rd year at Mingli High School? Ranzi. What the heck? Lu Shun, Xiao Likuan, Gao Chang, aren't these all familiar classmates? Xin Hang. Oh my. Really? It seems that the 1008 apartment is filled with our high school peers. My goddess Ruowan is here too. Shing Man. What the hell? Why is Wang Rue's name grayed out? Who is it? Who killed Wang Rue? Soon, the students from the 1008 apartment reacted. What the heck? It appears that the 1010 apartment we merged with is also filled with familiar classmates. Wonderful. It's Teacher Zhou. We are saved. Could it be that the close numbering of 1008 and 1010 means that when we cross apartments, we have a greater chance of encountering nearby acquaintances? Shing Man. Ranzi. These seem to be classmates from class 9, right? I initially thought we would face strangers from society after the apartment fusion. But unexpectedly, it's all familiar classmates, and even a teacher. What a load of crap. Didn't you notice the members list? Our apartment originally had 70 people, but after merging, the total is 108. This means only 38 people survived in the opposing 1010 apartment during the fusion, 80 individuals, of whom more than half have perished. Gasp. How could so many die? Aren't they all classmates? It shouldn't have escalated to mutual slaughter. Right? Could it have happened during a monster hunting upgrade? Just as the residents of apartment 1008 were reeling from the shocking death toll of apartment 1010, a reply swiftly emerged from the latter. Zhou Qiong remarked, "This is not a case of monster hunting. It is indeed a brutal mutual massacre among classmates. I never anticipated that 70 of you in apartment 1008 would still be alive." Yet, beneath this reply, another statement burst forth. Shing Man retorted, "Zhou Laoshi, your penchant for gossip remains unbridled. It seems you harbor no gratitude for my leniency towards you." As this statement echoed, the students in apartment 1008 were left utterly dumbfounded. Zhou Qiong served as the Chinese teacher for both Class 1 and Class 9. Instantly, several students from Class 1 expressed their shock in the group chat. What? Zhou Laoshi is merely speaking normally. Are you threatening her? Shing Man. Exactly. Your words are incredibly harsh. Is this how a student should address a teacher? Shing Man. What on earth transpired in apartment 1010 that the atmosphere feels so eerie? Shing Man. I feel I've heard that name before. Isn't he that notorious troublemaker from Class 9? I sense that the students in Class 9 are predominantly delinquents and underachievers, right? Have any of them ever ranked in the top 10? With so many exams in their senior year, they seem to always come in last. I also heard that Shing Man's father has a criminal record. His mother abandoned him, leaving him utterly unrestrained. As the residents of apartment 1008 deliberated on the situation in Class 9, the previously silent apartment 1010 suddenly erupted with comments. Xin Hang. Ha ha ha. How amusing. These exemplary students from classes 1 and 2 must have read themselves into foolishness. Ranzi. Indeed. Their naivety is downright laughable. They dare to openly discuss the underperformers of Class 9 in this chat? Do Hemming. Ha ha ha. Good students. Why not check the ranking list to see the levels of us so-called underachievers? Xin Hang. It's truly hilarious. These good students are utterly oblivious to the reality. Just moments ago, someone even remarked about how great it is to have a teacher. Ha ha ha. I nearly died laughing. Ranzi. It's hard to fathom that they are actually seniors. One might mistake them for elementary students. Ha 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 ha. Tang Xian. It's inevitable. Obedient students behave this way, always listening to their teachers. Ha ha ha. Shing Man declared. I've taken note of the names of those from Class 1 who just spoke in the chat. And you must remember this. When it comes to monster hunting or working, be cautious. You may not even realize how you met your demise. This proclamation from Shing Man was brimming with arrogance and veiled threats. Simultaneously, it appeared that only a handful of students from apartment 1010, all followers of Shing Man, were speaking up. Xin Hang. Dear students from classes 1 and 2, have you not yet realized? In apartment 1010, only we few possess the right to speak. Any other students who defy our brother Xing will either hide in their apartment waiting for death or have already perished. And now, do you understand the situation, little chicks from classes 1 and 2? Ranzi, if you still don't get it, let me clarify further. This group appears to be a public chat channel. But from this moment forward, only Brother Xing and those of us who follow him can speak. Anyone else who dares to chatter aimlessly should prepare for death at any moment. Shing Man. All right, now that everything is clear, the chat has indeed quieted down significantly. Now, we ask you from apartment 1008, who killed Wang Ruwei? Do not dare claim she was slain while monster hunting. Given her timid nature, it would be surprising enough for her to step outside her apartment room, let alone venture down the corridor to hunt monsters. It is simply impossible. So, who was it that killed her? A profound silence enveloped the group as the students of apartment 1008 felt the weight of pressure from the ranking list. Apartment 1010 newbie apartment level list, rank 1. Shing Man, level 5, rank 2. Ranzi, level 4, rank 3. Xian Hang, level 3, rank 4. Tang Xian, level 3, rank 5. Do Hemming, level 3, rank 6. Yang Wancha, level 3, rank 7. Yin Zhua, level 3. Following the merger of the two newbie apartments, they were renamed Apartment 1010. Moreover, the level list revealed that nearly all the top ranks were occupied by students from Class 9 of Apartment 1010. The strongest individual from Apartment 1008, Yang Wancha, was relegated to only the 6th position. Their second strongest, Wang Lingling, had fallen even further beyond the top 10. The disparity was staggering. If in school, Class 1 was the elite class while Class 9 was the average class. The tables had now turned in this survival apartment. Once considered underachievers had now risen to become the ranking list's champions, while many of the once exemplary students were now performing mediocrely, some even failing to reach level 1. This vast gap delivered a jarring shock to the good students of apartment 1008, coupled with the bombastic statements from Shing Man and his cohorts. They naturally refrained from further chatter in the group, fearing repercussions. Thus, when Shing Man posed his question, no one dared to respond. Consequently, Shing Man pointedly called out, Yang Wancha Jiang Ye, you too? Answer my question immediately. How did Wang Ruwei meet her end? He must have noticed their conversation in the group chat just after the apartments merged, and seeing Yang Wancha as apartment 1008's sole level 3 stronghold, he specifically summoned them to respond, aiming to further solidify his absolute authority. However, at that moment, Yang Wancha and Jiang Ye were wholly oblivious to the situation in the chat. After all, as per Yang Wancha's assessment, rescuing Jiang Ye was time-sensitive and demanded immediate action. Upon confirming Jiang Ye's survival, he swiftly retrieved a poster-like sticker. After affixing it to the wall of the stairwell, he pressed his hand against it. Jiang Ye observed that the poster seemed akin to the television in the home of the woman in white. Serving as a form of teleportation device, in fact, it was, through the poster, they were instantly transported to the top floor. They did not traverse through a foreboding thicket-like space. Upon reaching the top floor, they indeed spotted Jiang Ye, ensnared by a black water serpent around his neck. As Yang Wancha rushed toward him, he spoke rapidly to the bald version of Jiang Ye. Given the current circumstances, it appears that the woman in white survived the apartment merger. Thus, as she indicated, she should come to release Jiang Ye. However, if we attempt to forcibly subdue her black serpent now, it may provoke her ire. Nevertheless, we possess inter-apartment items, allowing us to escape with the captured black serpent to another apartment. In just a few sentences, he arrived before Jiang Ye's first avatar, his gaze fixed on the black water serpent coiled around Jiang Ye's neck. The bald Jiang Ye soon followed closely behind, frowning. If we escape to another apartment, what of Jiang Ye? Yang Wancha remained composed, stating, was it not mentioned earlier? These NPC residents will generally not kill players unless their lives are threatened. Moreover, since we are the ones taking her serpent, rather than Jiang Ye, he should only receive a poor evaluation or miss out on cleaning fees. Overall, it should not pose a significant issue. As Yang Wancha spoke, he grasped a small grass-shaped item purchased from the high-end mall and offered it to the black water serpent. He appeared calm, yet his hands trembled slightly. Only when he observed the serpent flicking its tongue and moving toward the grass did he slowly release a breath of relief. Nonetheless, he still seemed somewhat anxious. Maintaining his focus on the black serpent, he handed a dark diamond-shaped chip to the bald version of Jiang Ye. This was the inter-apartment item. The console over there could be activated using this chip. Subsequently, by paying 1 survival point, they could teleport to the same regional apartment. Transmissions to more distant apartments would consume more survival points, which were unnecessary. Of course, accepting this chip implied tacit agreement to the cooperation they had previously discussed. It was evident that Yang Wancha was resolute in wanting to divert the mysterious bald figure. This operation seemed to assist the bald figure in acquiring a special item while simultaneously provoking the woman in white, thus providing him with a new reason to traverse apartments. Furthermore, the urgency of the situation compelled the bald figure to act without overthinking. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had already made up his mind. He had initially planned to send an avatar to explore another apartment. Faced with Yang Wancha's scheme, he was more than willing to play along. Grasping the diamond chip extended by Yang Wancha, he frowned and said, "But what if I don't have any survival points?" Yang Wancha appeared speechless, yet he did not doubt him. After all, the identities of those who had perished in their apartment, apart from Huang Qi, had been thoroughly analyzed in the chat. This bald figure had indeed never taken a life. However, from the group chat messages, Yang Wancha quickly recalled, previously, Jiang Ye had indeed killed Ding Ding. Thus, while guiding the black water snake, which had consumed the small grass, into a test tube, he assertively addressed Jiang Ye. "You should have at least 1 survival point in your survival jade token, right? We came all this way to save your life. It would not be too much to ask for that survival point in return, would it?" This was simply infuriating. Did it not circle back to the same issue? Jiang Ye thought to himself, "Are you really here to save me? You are clearly here to collect the black water snake and conveniently drive the bald man away." However, given his current persona as an ordinary tenant on the 20th floor, it was not appropriate to directly criticize Yang Wancha. At that moment, the black water snake, having been led to consume the small grass, appeared dazed, just as it was guided into a small glass vial. Inside that vial was a transparent liquid, strikingly similar to the liquid in the tank that the woman in white had instructed Jiang Ye to use for her hair. Once the black water snake entered, it swiftly transformed back into strands of hair. Having freed himself from the black water snake that had coiled around his neck, Jiang Ye felt considerably more relaxed. He promptly explained to Yang Wancha, "But when I killed Ding Ding, I had not yet obtained the survival jade token. Therefore, there are no survival points in my token. If you don't believe me, take a look." Saying this, he produced his survival jade token, showcasing the prominent 0 upon it. Yang Wancha felt somewhat helpless. After all, only the survival points stored within the survival jade token could be traded, and those displayed on the data panel could not be taken by anyone. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. Yang Wancha's gaze hardened. "Fine. If there are no survival points, then you shall serve as a substitute." Chapter 51. Across apartments, the woman in white pursues. "What the hell? You dare to kill me right before my eyes? You really do not regard my achievement of swiftly eliminating Xiao Yudi as anything, do you?" Without uttering a word, Jiang Ye merged with a clone, and the bald man's strength surged instantaneously. Another ice domain was unleashed, causing Yang Wancha's speed to plummet drastically. Alongside Yang Wancha, 2 unfamiliar classmates who had suddenly appeared on the rooftop also found their movement slowed. "Huh? Unfamiliar classmates? Wait a minute." Yang Wancha's fierce gaze seemed directed at those unfamiliar classmates who had just parachuted in. Jiang Ye, quick on his feet, immediately shifted the range of the ice domain towards the direction where the 2 unfamiliar classmates had emerged. He instantaneously adopted a demeanor that appeared to cooperate with Yang Wancha. At the same time, he seized a moment to glance at the chat group. To his surprise, this newly merged apartment's chat group, which had a larger number of participants, was even quieter than before. The chat interface displayed messages solely from students of the other merged apartment. "Shing Man, Yang Wancha, Jiang Ye, you two, answer my question immediately. How did Wang Rue die?" Shing Man, "Very well. I see you are ignoring me. Do you still think you're impressive for being able to reach the rooftop? I heard you plan to go to the rooftop to save Jiang Ye." Yang Wancha, "No problem. I'll ensure both you and that Jiang Ye die on the rooftop." Following this, the chat fell silent. Even the classmates who had previously called him Brother Chow did not speak. Jiang Ye scrolled up the chat interface and quickly realized, surprisingly, the classmates who had merged from the 9th class were actually their high school peers. However, it seemed that the camaraderie among the 9th class was not as strong as that of their 1st and 2nd classes. Out of 80 students, only 38 remained after the apartment merger. Yet, from the chat messages, it was evident that not all students from the 9th class were ruthless killers. Rather, a few individuals, represented by Shing Man, displayed considerable dominance. The 42 deaths in the other apartment were likely at their hands. This group of merciless classmates behaved very arrogantly in the chat, issuing various threats and taunts towards the classmates from the first and second classes. Ultimately, they had set their sights on Jiang Ye and Yang Wancha. It appeared that Shing Man, having observed Yang Wancha's strength in their apartment, intended to make an example of them. It was also during the merger that Yang Wancha and Jiang Ye's conversation had revealed their information about being on the rooftop. Thus, among the two unfamiliar classmates who had suddenly descended upon the rooftop, one was likely Shing Man. Jiang Ye quickly checked the ranking board. Good heavens! No wonder the students from the 9th class were so arrogant. They had practically dominated the top 10 on the rankings. The most outrageous was Shing Man, who had already reached level 5. Without a doubt, he was the strongest in apartment 1010. Realizing this, Jiang Ye's vigilance intensified. He moved swiftly, darting towards an immobilized classmate, slapping his palm against the frozen classmate's face. In the next second, an icy mist surged forth, rapidly invading his lungs. Simultaneously, he remained on guard, ready to merge with his third clone should this attack prove insufficient. At that point, merging the mirror image of the third clone with the third clone itself would boost his strength once more. He would surpass the 200 battle power he had when defeating Huang Qi. Killing the level 5 Shing Man should pose no problem. Of course, this was only Jiang Ye's assumption in his mind. In reality, he didn't even need to use his third clone. That icy mist attack instantly obliterated the immobilized classmate he had pinned. The other classmate, trapped in the high-intensity ice domain, also found himself frozen in place. His face, contorted in terror, formed slowly, reminiscent of a slow-motion scene from a horror film. Yet, in that extreme cold state, with his body stiff and mind sluggish, he still managed to send out a plea for help in the chat group. Tang Xian, Brother Xing, save me. Just that single message made Jiang Ye realize there seemed to be no Shing Man among these two unfamiliar classmates. That guy was cunningly avoiding the rooftop himself, sending his underlings instead. But then again, his underlings were all level 3. Meanwhile, Yang Wancha and Jiang Ye were at level 3 and level 1, respectively. Logically, 2 level 3 underlings should suffice to deal with them. Yet, the result, at that moment, Yang Wancha found himself within the ice domain, his body frozen, his thoughts and actions rendered sluggish, gaining first-hand experience of this mysterious bald man's strength. If it weren't for his resurrection ability and the safety net of being a game player, he would have surmised that the bald man would not hesitate to kill him. Otherwise, at this moment, he would have been engulfed by the fear of death. What the hell? This was the 50-plus battle power that matched Xiao Yudi? Yang Wancha seriously suspected that this was actually power exceeding 100. Moreover, this skill was exceedingly advanced in the realm of abilities. Domain skills are, at the very least, classified as a grade, and A-grade domain skills are quite rare. Common domain techniques are usually S-grade. S-grade skills, it is worth noting that, in their apartment, both Wang Lingling and Gao Chang possessed S-grade talents. Yet, they had not been able to comprehend S-grade skills. Yang Wancha knew all too well that S-grade skills were not easily understood. Let alone domain techniques, they typically required skill scrolls for comprehension. Moreover, the probability of grasping domain skills was higher only after reaching level 10. However, this bald man. What level was he? And yet he already possessed a domain skill. Damn! What luck! What comprehension! What power! He needed to quickly roll away to another apartment. Don't linger here as an eyesore. Yang Wancha cursed the bald man in his heart while also feeling grateful that he had chosen to draw the tiger away from the mountain rather than confront him directly. He also wondered, in 3 days, would his strength surpass that of the bald man? At the same time, he was puzzled. How could this love-struck girl have taken a liking to Jiang Ye? Yang Wancha believed he was not lacking in any regard. With well-defined features and, importantly, ample strength. Generally, don't girls tend to have a preference for strong and exceptional men? Just then, an even more baffling scene unfolded. This bald man, upon realizing that the other classmate was not Shing Man and that his strength was subpar, beckoned Jiang Ye over. This person's head and survival points are yours. In reality, it was the same person performing a duet. Jiang Ye was not a professional actor and was unsure of his acting prowess. He deliberately feigned confusion, glancing at the bald man, then cautiously approached, refraining from saying much, and killed the unfamiliar classmate. Only then did the bald man withdraw the ice domain. Subsequently, he grasped a diamond-shaped crystal in one hand and snatched the test tube containing the black water snake from Yang Wancha with the other. At the same time, he shifted his gaze and plucked the space ring from Jiang Ye's hand. After placing several attribute fruits purchased from the high-end mall into the space ring, he returned it to Jiang Ye. Yang Wancha, watching from the side, was utterly dumbfounded. This was beyond mere infatuation. It could only be described as love cancer. As Jiang Ye took back the space ring, he continued to maintain a facade of trepidation and confusion. The bald man solemnly addressed Yang Wancha. Jiang Ye is my close buddy. He has saved my life. If I return to the apartment in 3 days and do not see him, then our collaboration may very well come to an end. Yang Wancha listened, increasingly bewildered. What the hell? Just for the sake of collaborating with you. I also have to protect your little lover, do I? However, it mattered little, as he had no intention of collaborating. In 3 days, the stronger would prevail. The outcome was still uncertain. At that moment, Yang Wancha mused, if, in 3 days, his strength overshadowed the bald man's, would it not be quite exhilarating to brutally eliminate Jiang Ye before the bald man's eyes? While he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a wave of coldness. However, this coldness was distinctly different from the bald man's ice domain. This chill was not the cold of ice abilities but rather the ominousness of dark abilities. A chilling wind swept through. Yang Wanchao's expression shifted. The next moment, he indeed witnessed what had once been a sunny rooftop now appeared to be shrouded in shadow. In fact, it truly seemed as if ominous winds were rising in a matter of moments. The bald man reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly darting towards the control panel situated in the inner circle of the rooftop. As he approached, he noticed a diamond-shaped indentation on the console. He promptly inserted the diamond chip, and to his satisfaction, the control panel powered on successfully. The screen displayed a plethora of functionalities. However, Jiang Ye had no time to delve into the details and immediately sought out the most prominent cross-apartment feature. Notably, an apartment accessible for the payment of 1 survival point was numbered from 0000 to 9999. In this context, their apartments, 1008 and 1010, were relatively low in number. Eager to avoid any acquaintances, Jiang Ye opted for the apartment with the furthest number, 9999. Almost instantaneously, as he distanced himself from the control panel, a black water serpent lashed out violently towards the spot where he had just vanished. Regrettably, the larger and thicker black water serpent struck only the control panel. It was unclear what material the console was made of, as it bore no marks from such a fierce impact. Observing this, Jiang Ye felt an immediate tension coursing through his body. He beheld the enraged woman in white. Her bare toes perched upon the outer railing of the rooftop. She had donned a white bathrobe that seemed to flutter without wind. Above her, the black water serpents writhed ominously, their menacing forms appearing exceedingly bizarre. Sending chills down the spine, with a swift whoosh, the black water serpent that had aimed at the bald man recoiled. The serpents above the woman transformed back into strands of black hair. Yet, her demeanor remained one of fury, her gaze piercing towards Jiang Ye and Yang Wancha with palpable intensity. She then issued a chilling threat. You two, await your reckoning. As she spoke, a luminous screen materialized in front of her, resembling her television screen. The woman pressed her hand against the screen, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Jiang Ye, astonished, turned to Yang Wancha and inquired, could it be that this woman in white possesses the ability to cross apartments as well? Yang Wancha shot him an incredulous glance. Look at this rooftop, basking in sunlight. How many residents would dare to come up here? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ye quickly realized that the woman in white, capable of reaching the rooftop, was not an ordinary resident among the multitude of apartments. This is absurd. She intends to pursue the bald man across apartments. Jiang Ye suddenly turned to Yang Wancha. You deliberately set that bald man up. Yang Wancha, however, maintained a calm demeanor. Nonsense. Don't speak recklessly. I had no idea that the woman in white could also cross apartments. Besides, NPC residents in the apartment rarely pose a threat to players. She might just seek out that bald man to reclaim her hair, and perhaps create a bit of mischief for him. I had no knowledge of this. It cannot be blamed on me. His words were delivered with an air of innocence. Yet, Jiang Ye couldn't help but curse inwardly. You sly dog. How could you not know? I suspect you did this on purpose. At that moment, a thought flashed through Jiang Ye's mind. What if he merged the third and mirrored avatars with the first avatar? Then he could teach Yang Wancha a lesson. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. After all, Yang Wancha seemed to possess a resurrection ability, and he might have other hidden cards up his sleeve. If he acted under Jiang Ye's identity and failed to achieve a decisive strike, he would expose his secrets. While he was lost in thought, Yang Wancha took the initiative to speak again. By the way, I never expected you to be quite popular. I previously let you off the hook. And that bald man was utterly devoted to protecting you, a life-saving grace? Are you some sort of living lei feng, tirelessly seeking to do good? Jiang Ye thought to himself, wasn't I just trying to make things sound plausible? Otherwise, why would such a formidable bald man care so much about me? Yang Wancha casually mused, then continued, since you owe him a debt of gratitude, you should be able to deduce the bald man's true identity, right? As he spoke, Yang Wancha checked the apartment's chat group, curious to see who had gone offline during this time. After all, the effect of crossing apartments was akin to death. It would also reflect in the members list as being offline. However, in such a short span, numerous individuals had perished. Moreover, the students from Class 9 were once again clamoring. It was accurate to say that this time, it was the students from Classes 1 and 2 who were the first to rise. After Tang Xian's plea for help to Shing Man, Wong Chung's voice suddenly emerged in the group. Indeed, given the situation, Tang Xian and Yin Zhua from Class 9 were directly eliminated by Super Brother. I mentioned this earlier. Super Brother can even eliminate those who cross apartments. Although Shing Man may have a higher level, she may not necessarily be a match for Super Brother. Now it's proven that my thoughts were correct. With Wong Chung's declaration, the students from Classes 1 and 2 seemed to regain their confidence almost instantaneously. Gradually, more individuals began to speak up, countering the ridicule from the students of Class 9. After all, fear of death was one thing, but they were still spirited young individuals. None wanted to be mocked by those they once looked down upon without even daring to retort. Soon, more students expressed support for Wang Chung's viewpoint, believing that although Yang Wancha's level might not match Shing Man's, his strength surpassed hers. Following these statements, students from Classes 1 and 2 began to drop like flies. The members list saw several names vanish in a short span. This left Yang Wancha unable to discern which specific name belonged to the bald man who had crossed apartments during this period. Thus, he could only continue to look towards Jiang Ye. Awaiting his response. Chapter 52. Is our apartment safe? Jiang Ye's expression appeared contemplative. Yang Wancha couldn't resist repeating, you aren't truly a living lei feng, are you? Have you done so many good deeds that you can't remember them all? Jiang Ye immediately shook his head. Of course not. In reality, I seldom meddle in others' affairs, nor have I done many good deeds. As he spoke, he wore a look that indicated he was completely unsure of who the bald man was. Yang Wancha listened to his description, his eyes momentarily lost in thought. He felt that this fellow had quite the peculiar luck, rarely intervening in others' matters, yet somehow involved in his, having done little good, yet somehow saving the bald man's life. It seemed that the world was indeed wondrous. Some people spend their lives doing good deeds, yet fall ill and meet a tragic end, while others perform but a single good deed and are rewarded with prosperity for a lifetime. The saying, good deeds are rewarded, seems to be quite selective. Yang Wancha even began to suspect, could it be that those who are rewarded are simply not good people? Doing good deeds is merely a poor excuse for fate to favor certain individuals. While he was deeply moved, Jiang Ye suddenly appeared to remember something and exclaimed in delight, I've recalled. When I was very young, I saved a little girl who was almost abducted. However, that was a long time ago. And I can't even remember what she looked like. I only recall that during winter, she was bundled up so much that she resembled a plump penguin. So, could that little girl have become my classmate after growing up? But if that's the case, he clearly only remembered saving someone yet still had no idea who the person was. However, saying such a thing felt too much like a glitch. Childhood fate leading to a reunion in adulthood? Yang Wancha felt a strange sensation and looked at Jiang Ye with an odd expression. Why don't you check the chat group for the names of the girls who have gone offline during this time? Perhaps one of them might be the bald man. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye immediately realized, players who crossed apartments would appear offline in their original apartments as if they had died. However, after the apartments merged, the several arrogant students from Class 9 had entered a killing spree in such a short time. Numerous classmates had gone offline. When the merge first occurred, the members list displayed 108 individuals. Yet now, only 96 remained. In other words, 12 individuals had perished in a brief span. The atmosphere in the chat group was once again permeated with panic. However, at this moment, the members of the mutual aid group who had previously teamed up with Yang Wancha attempted to stabilize their classmates' emotions in the group, especially Wang Lingling, who finally stepped forward to take charge. Given the current situation, members of the mutual aid group should refrain from gathering on the first floor. The safest place for players in the entire novice apartment is within their own apartment rooms. If anyone is truly frightened, quickly retreat to your own apartments. We in the mutual aid group will find a way to resolve these arrogant killers. As soon as these words were uttered, a classmate joyfully exclaimed, "Does Lingjie have confidence in dealing with Shing Man? If the members of the mutual aid group team up, along with Yang Wancha and the mysterious bald man, there's hope to take down Shing Man, right? Wong Chung. I still feel that Yang Wancha alone can take down Shing Man. After all, he is the one who can eliminate even those formidable figures who cross apartments." This Wong Chung had evidently become a devoted admirer of Yang Wancha. In his eyes, Yang Wancha was practically omnipotent. Simultaneously, he shamelessly called out to Shing Man in the chat, "Shing Man, weren't you asking who killed Wang Ruowan? Shing Man, I can tell you, it was Yang Wancha who killed Wang Ruowan. Previously, two formidable figures crossed apartments into our apartment, and then Wang Ruowan mentioned that she wanted to cross apartments to reunite with her parents. Yang Wancha said he could take her to reunite with her parents, and then Wang Ruowan perished. If you truly seek revenge for Wang Ruowan, then go after Yang Wancha. However, I suspect you lack the courage to do so. For my brother Chao possesses the capability to obliterate formidable foes across apartments with ease. While his level may not surpass yours, eliminating you despite the disparity would be as effortless as slicing through a melon. Now I pose a question to you, Shing Man. Do you dare utter threats against my brother Chao? Ah, what a brazen display from Wong Chung. Is he truly inciting animosity towards Yang Wancha? Does he not fear that both Yang Wancha and Shing Man might join forces to dispose of him? In truth, Wong Chung does not perceive his actions as incitement. He genuinely believes Yang Wancha can swiftly defeat Shing Man. He is merely expressing his loyalty. As for whether Shing Man will prioritize eliminating him, there is no cause for concern, for he has already retreated to the sanctuary of his apartment room, where he should be entirely secure. At this moment, Jiang Ye appears to be deducing the bald man's identity through the member list. However, he merely observes the group chat. It is then that he suddenly uncovers a crucial detail. According to Yang Wancha, the diamond chip that spans across apartments was bestowed by the apartment owner. The condition for garnering the owner's favor is the annihilation of all players within the apartment. Yet, if players remain hidden within their apartments, are they not utterly safe? How, then, can players ensconced in their apartments be eliminated? Yet Huang Qi also claimed to have eradicated all players from a certain apartment. Thus, it stands to reason that Yang Wancha must not be lying. This implies that even the player's initial apartments are not entirely secure. This realization sends a jolt of anxiety through Jiang Ye. After all, he remains unafraid as long as his avatar can engage freely outside. As long as his main self remains unharmed within the apartment, all is well. But now he learns that the apartment, too, is not safe. Moreover, his main self had once heard a knock on the door of room 2025. To this day, he remains oblivious to the reason behind it. Jiang Ye's emotions spiral into concern for his main self, especially since he is currently in a paralyzed state, regardless of how powerful or integrated his avatar may become. If his main self is found and dispatched, he would cease to exist. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Ye longs to return to apartment 2025, administer the attribute fruit to his main self, and safeguard his main self with his avatar. Yet before he can act, he anxiously inquires of Yang Wancha, "Is it truly safe if we simply hide in our respective apartment rooms?" Almost simultaneously with his question to Yang Wancha, a message emerges in the group chat, "Shing Man, do you truly believe that hiding in your own apartment room guarantees safety?" This statement causes Jiang Ye's pupils to constrict, for it seems that Shing Man genuinely possesses the ability to invade others' apartments to commit murder. "No, it is not merely a suggestion," Shing Man then arrogantly proclaims. "I have come to realize that you so-called diligent students are naively foolish. Establishing some ludicrous mutual aid group is one thing, but to actually register members' information on a ledger is utterly absurd. Moreover, the crucial detail is that this registration contains not only your mutual aid group members' initial talents, but also their room numbers. Ha ha ha, how utterly foolish. Zhou Qiong, Teacher Zhou, come and witness this. These are the students from Class 1 that you so often praise in our Class 9. Now, teacher, upon seeing these academic achievers, do you not suspect that their minds have gone awry? Shing Man's words remain brazenly audacious. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye instantly realizes that the players' room numbers may hold even greater significance than their initial talents. Yang Wancha clearly also pays attention to the information in the group chat. He does not await Jiang Ye's deduction regarding the bald man's identity, nor does he concern himself too much with it. After all, the bald man has already departed. Whether he will return alive remains uncertain. In contrast to the bald man, it is Shing Man's excessive arrogance that is truly irksome. Furrowing his brow, Yang Wancha observes Jiang Ye's rigid expression and raises an eyebrow. Have you also exposed your room number? Jiang Ye nods vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Yang Wancha scornfully mutters, truly foolish. With that, Yang Wancha does not answer Jiang Ye's recent inquiry, but instead speaks directly in the group chat. Shing Man? Shouldn't you be released soon? Did you not just say something about letting me die alongside Jiang Ye on the top floor? Yet, the ones who died were your two lackeys, weren't they? Shing Man, with your lackeys dead, and I still on the top floor, why have you not come to settle the score with me? Shing Man, moreover. Wong Chung spoke the truth. It was I who killed Wang Ruowan, if you seek revenge. Make haste, I await you on the top floor for only 3 minutes. If you do not arrive within 3 minutes, I shall consider you a coward. From now on, when you encounter my brother, you shall keep your distance and cease your incessant prattle in the group chat. His tone is just as arrogant as Shing Man's. Instantly, the students from classes 1 and 2 feel as though they have found a pillar of support and erupt with joy. Particularly Wong Chung, whose name has now been mentioned by Yang Wancha in the message. This is simply exhilarating. In a moment of excitement, Wong Chung begins to shout fervently, I told you so. My brother Chao is not afraid of Shing Man at all. Instead, Shing Man, knowing that my brother Chao is on the top floor, only dares to send lackeys to probe. What does this signify? It signifies that he is indeed a coward. Ha ha ha, my brother Chao is the greatest. What is Shing Man from Class 9 worth? The other students are similarly inspired, particularly those who have retreated to their apartments. Feeling safe, they urge Shing Man provocatively. Ha ha ha, my brother Chao is the greatest. Go and eliminate that son of a dog. Shing Man. Indeed. Shing Man, did you not claim you would kill Yang Wancha and Jiang Ye? They are waiting for you on the top floor. Go and kill them. I see you dare not. Have you not realized? This Shing Man only dares to bully us lowly 0-level players who do not even make it onto the leaderboard. Yang Wancha, he cannot provoke. A level 5 player, fearing a level 3 Yang Wancha. I truly wonder from where Shing Man draws the audacity to be so arrogant. The students deliberately provoke Shing Man, hoping to stimulate him into genuinely confronting Yang Wancha on the top floor. They believe Yang Wancha possesses the capability to defeat Shing Man, although Yang Wancha is also somewhat arrogant and capable of killing. His approach does not appear as reckless as Shing Man's. In their eyes, Yang Wancha is a fellow student from the same apartment, while Shing Man, who hails from the merged apartment, seems an invader whose motives are inherently suspect. Resolving the invader issue with Yang Wancha is of utmost priority. Ideally, they wish for these two arrogant individuals to mutually perish on the top floor. In doing so, Wang Lingling's mutual aid group could regain control of the apartment. In comparison, Wang Lingling's group is far more numerous. In this moment, the students even dare to fantasize. Yang Wancha and Shing Man engage in a fierce battle on the top floor, both suffering severe injuries, ultimately allowing Jiang Ye, who is also on the top floor, to seize the opportunity and eliminate both of them. Although such an outcome would undoubtedly be overly advantageous for Jiang Ye, it seems he does not indiscriminately kill. It is far better for him to benefit than for either Shing Man or Yang Wancha to survive. Just as the students, having retreated into their apartments, believe themselves secure and begin to fantasize while daringly provoking Shing Man to force him into a showdown with Yang Wancha. Shing Man suddenly sends another message in the group. All right. Since this is the case, let this Wong Chung classmate enlighten everyone as to why I am so audacious. His words come across as somewhat perplexing. The group chat falls silent for a moment. Shing Man continues, Speak up, Wong Chung. Weren't you quite vocal just now? Wong Chung, after a considerable pause, a series of disjointed messages finally appear from Wong Chung. I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. Xinggu, Xing Yi. I don't want to die. Upon reading this, the students from classes 1 and 2 erupt in astonishment. What has transpired? How did the previously arrogant Wong Chung suddenly beg for mercy? Furthermore, despite the message being merely text, his disjointed tone is evidently unusual. The situation soon becomes apparent. Wang Chung, seemingly under some form of duress, begins to hurl insults at Yang Wancha in the group. Yang Wancha. You worthless fool. Yang Wancha, you big idiot. Woe is me, please spare me. Woe is me, save me. Who will rescue me? Brother Chow, save me. Following his desperate pleas, Wang Chung's name in the list dims. Simultaneously, his previous messages vanish. The students are left with no misunderstanding. Just moments ago, Wang Chung perished. He was slain by Shing Man. Even in his final moments, he was coerced by Shing Man into insulting Yang Wancha in the group chat. However, was Wang Chung not ensconced in his own apartment? How could he be killed despite this? In an instant, the students who believe themselves secure within their apartments are once again consumed by a frenzied terror. The lower floor apartments are far less luxurious than Jiang Ye's apartment on the 20th floor. Some of these meager apartments contain nothing but a bed and a wardrobe. Terrified, the students hastily hide in closets. Trembling in fear, terrified of suffering the same fate as Wang Chung. Yet, ironically, Shing Man continues to message in the group. Let me continue to examine the registry of your mutual aid group, Guzining. Apartment 0602. Yang Wei. Apartment 0836. By Ruowan. Apartment 1208. Lu Shen. Apartment 1444. Jiang Ye. Apartment 2025. The list displayed the apartment numbers of various students, resembling the grim announcement of a death toll. Upon reading the familiar name Jiang Ye, Shing Man could not help but exclaim, "Oh, Jiang Ye, a resident of the 20th floor, is he?" However, if he is on the top floor, there should be no one in the apartment, right? As for Yang Wancha, if you want me to go to the top floor, I would feel quite embarrassed if I did so without any resistance. How about this? You come to room 2025 where Jiang Ye resides. Let me see if you are merely boasting or if you truly possess some skills. Yang Wancha Chapter 53, it's your turn, knock? Aren't we buddies? Yang Wancha is provoking you in the group. What does it have to do with Jiang Ye? Yang Wancha has taken out your little brother. I, Jiang Ye, am merely a bystander. Why should innocent passers-by be dragged into the confrontation between you big shots? This is too excessive. Do you really think that a bystander has no temper? At that moment, Jiang Ye, along with several of his avatars, was engulfed in fury. Fortunately, his room 2025 still had an avatar designated as the No. 3 clone, and even the mirror clones could be summoned at will. However, within the room, there was indeed a paralyzed main body, a burden dragging him down. Jiang Ye pondered that this situation, involving his main body, was unprecedentedly perilous. Above all, he must ensure that the main body suffers no mishap. The number 3 clone urgently gathered all the items scavenged from Huang Chi, packing everything that could be fitted. The brand new mirror clone was on high alert. Meanwhile, the number 1 clone on the top floor wore a panicked expression, exclaiming, "Oh no! What should we do about Super Brother? Are you really confident you can take down Shing Man? If not, why don't you guard my room door?" The moment Shing Man arrives, you can eliminate him directly? As Jiang Ye articulated this, he felt it would not suffice. What if Yang Wancha acted irrationally, eliminating Shing Man and then attempting to enter his room? Thus, perhaps, it would be better for Yang Wancha and Shing Man to engage in a mutual destruction scenario. But that didn't seem right. Jiang Ye quickly reconsidered and realized that the crux of the matter was to clarify the issue concerning this room. How had individuals like Shing Man, Huang Chi, and those murderous fiends intent on exterminating all apartment players intruded into others' rooms? Were there any means available to players within the room to thwart such intrusions? On one hand, he needed to prevent and obstruct others from entering his room. On the other hand, if the number 2 clone across the apartment truly wished to slaughter the entire residence, it would be best to also grasp the ability to intrude into others' apartments. He feigned panic on his face while deep in thought. Suddenly, he felt a force on his shoulder. It was Yang Wancha, calm and collected, resting his hand on Jiang Ye's shoulder, speaking with ease. "Buddy, stay calm. Do you really think that Shing Man refrains from coming to the top floor due to some notion of face? It's simply that he does not comprehend my strength. Conversely, I am also unaware of his capabilities. Therefore, if he asks me to go to your room, I will surely dismiss it on the grounds of face." Indeed, as he spoke this line, Yang Wancha responded to Shing Man in the group, "Ha! If you want me to come over, wouldn't he that make me lose face as well? In an instant, Jiang Ye grasped the situation. So that was it. These two were hurling provocations at each other in the group, as if they could casually annihilate one another. Yet in reality, they were merely testing each other, posturing without any intention to engage. They were both using face as an excuse to demand that the other come to them, while refusing to approach one another themselves. Thus, the resulting scenario was one where neither would trouble the other. So, while it appeared that the two were at each other's throats in the group, poised for a deadly duel, in truth, they had no intention of clashing in the immediate future. However, continuing to prolong this situation was not a solution. Eventually, they would have to confront one another, wouldn't they? Jiang Ye looked at Yang Wancha with some confusion. Yang Wancha squinted, then smiled. If it comes down to facing Shing Man, I have a certain degree of confidence, but I wouldn't dare claim it to be absolute. For now, it's best to take this time to enhance our strength. I believe the other party is likely thinking the same. With that, Yang Wancha waved his hand, producing his poster. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke earnestly. Your room has already been exposed to Shing Man, making it very unsafe. In truth, the entire novice apartment is fraught with danger. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now, if you wish to survive, you essentially have two options. The first is to sublet. That is, relinquish your room at 2025 and rent another one. Subsequently, do not disclose your new room number to anyone. If you happen to have sufficient funds, you could even opt for a higher floor, such as the 30th, 40th, or even 50th. At such altitudes, no players can reach you at this stage, and coupled with the undisclosed room number, your safety would be effectively ensured. However, there is a rather pragmatic issue. You are broke, utterly impoverished. Moreover, the first-floor apartment administrator has likely been surveilled by Shing Man's subordinates. Attempting to execute a sublet operation there would inevitably involve risk. Therefore, the second option is essentially your only path forward. Jiang Ye listened intently, anticipating that Yang Wancha's second option would involve forming a team with him. He even began to contemplate whether he should ally with Yang Wancha, as it seemed he was preparing to enhance his strength in a short time. Partnering with him might allow Jiang Ye to acquire methods for rapid strength enhancement, an opportunity for growth. However, being in Yang Wancha's proximity would undoubtedly entail danger, not to mention the significant risk of exposing his clones. He had yet to solidify his thoughts. To his surprise, Yang Wancha's second option was not to join him. Rather, it was, the current situation is quite peculiar. That woman in white has gone after the bald guy. She may not return for a while. This means you can hide in the room of the woman in white. You know her room, right? This suggestion startled Jiang Ye. You want me to go to the woman in white's room? Is that feasible? Yang Wancha raised an eyebrow. How is it not feasible? Weren't you working as a cleaner there? The cleaning order on your badge should still indicate unfinished, right? With that, coupled with the hurried departure of the woman in white, her somewhat dim-witted domestic assistant robot will likely not reject your request to enter. If the woman in white were to return suddenly, you could explain that you were waiting for her to confirm the order due to its incompletion. Although this behavior of waiting in someone else's home for order confirmation may seem rather foolish and suspicious, you naturally possess a rather silly demeanor, so the woman in white will hardly suspect anything. Furthermore, the room of the woman in white was, after all, an NPC dwelling. Shing Man and his henchmen should not intrude. Thus, your safety would be assured until the woman in white returns. This sounds somewhat reasonable. Yet Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel skeptical. Was Yang Wancha attempting to trap him again? While he hesitated, Yang Wancha bluntly stated, "The analysis I provided is for you to decide how to choose. Regardless, your fate is of no concern to me. If you don't want to go to the woman in white's room, aimlessly wandering the apartment is also your choice. However, the option of dragging me down, you can forget it. That's not happening. Knock. How cold and heartless. QAQ, once my bald friend returns, I will surely wield his authority in a show of might." Jiang Ye mused dramatically within. At the same time, he realized that Yang Wancha's suggestion was devoid of any intention to assist him. How he chose to proceed was entirely his own affair. Yang Wancha merely offered a recommendation. He didn't even wait for Jiang Ye to make a decision before yanking him along, pressing his hand against the poster. Then, it felt as if Jiang Ye had been thrown into the poster itself. With a stumble, the environment around him shifted. He seemed to have arrived in the stairwell of the 20th floor. Yang Wancha left behind the remark that his fate was left to chance before vanishing in a flash. Jiang Ye, as the number one clone, found his strength lacking and hurriedly exited the stairwell, racing towards his room 2025. At this moment, Shing Man had yet to reach the 20th floor. After Yang Wancha's retort about losing face, both parties exchanged a few more arrogant taunts. Shing Man then proceeded to act upon the previously read death list. Currently, Gao Chang from room 0602 and Yang Wei from room 0836 had already gone offline. It appeared that before their demise, they had been coerced by Shing Man to issue desperate pleas for mercy in the group. From their messages, it was evident that both had faced despair and torment before their deaths. Meanwhile, Shing Man seemed to have developed a fascination with the live-streamed format of their written exchanges. Just as Jiang Ye was nearing room 2025, he caught sight of Shing Man's boastful remarks in the group. Who will be next? Oh, the little friend in room 1208 by Ruowan. The name sounds like it belongs to a girl, doesn't it? TSK. I must be gentle with girls then. These simple four lines seem to be laden with the essence of perversion. An atmosphere of dread permeates the chat group, spreading throughout the entire novice apartment. At this moment, most students tremble in utter despair. They dare not voice their thoughts in the group, yet their hearts seethe with resentment. Why is Yang Wancha's reputation so paramount? The gratitude he garnered from killing Shing Man surely outweighs the fleeting satisfaction of maintaining his facade, does it not? Or could it be that Yang Wancha is merely posturing, lacking any genuine confidence in confronting Shing Man, hence using his reputation as a pretext? But what are they to do in such a scenario? Surely, they will all meet their demise. If only the heavens would send someone to eliminate Shing Man. What of the VIP player who orchestrated the apartment merger? Does she not possess certain privileges? Could she not leverage her advantages to devise a plan to rescue the players of their apartment? The sensation of being engulfed by the fear of death is overwhelmingly unbearable. Many students feel despondent, utterly at a loss as to where to place their hopes. Previously, they had complained about the overpriced meals in the low-tier marketplace. And even while starving, they felt utterly wronged. Now they are painfully aware of the despair that surpasses hunger. They once believed that nothing could be more arduous than their senior year, yet now, faced with the threat of death, they find themselves yearning to return to the tribulations of their examinations. Knock, knock, knock. Classmate by Ruowan. It's your turn to open the door now. The live broadcast by Shing Man continues unabated. Jiang Ye's first avatar has successfully returned to room 2025. The first order of business is to feed the paralyzed main body with the attribute fruits from his spatial ring, one by one. The first black iron level stamina fruit increased his stamina by 0.5. However, upon consuming the second, the increase was only 0.4. When he took the bronze level stamina fruit, Jiang Ye had anticipated a substantial boost of 5 points. Considering the bronze level fruit costs 10 times that of the black iron level, yet to his dismay, the bronze level stamina fruit only yielded an increase of 1 point. In other words, after consuming 3 stamina fruits and spending 120,000 game coins, his stamina had only risen by 1.9. The same was true for the 3 energy fruits he consumed, collectively enhancing his energy attribute by a mere 1.9. Jiang Ye speculated. There must be a limit to the number of attribute fruits one can consume. After all, the effects of the 2 black iron level fruits differed when he consumed the first and second. Moreover, the effects and prices were not proportional if each fruit had the same effect, with black iron increasing by 0.5 and bronze by 1, then their prices should only differ by a factor of 2. The tenfold difference must be due to consumption limits. Perhaps the third black iron fruit would only yield an increase of 0.3, and by the 6th, it may prove completely ineffective. Thus, the silver level attribute fruit, priced at 5 million each, might not be as potent as he had presumed. Nevertheless, it made sense. If attribute fruits had no restrictions, one could traverse the world, slay countless foes, and exchange survival points for money, devouring attribute fruits to achieve invincibility. As he pondered this, a sudden thrill surged through Jiang Ye, for he realized, while ordinary players face limitations in enhancing their attributes through fruits, he does not, thanks to his infinite avatars. One avatar can consume enough attribute fruits, allowing another to continue the feast. Coupled with avatar fusion, this equates to having no restrictions whatsoever, does it not? Of course. It is a bit premature to dwell on such thoughts. He currently has only 20,000 left, yet even so, he remains resolute in not exchanging survival points for money. Instead, he transfers the survival points obtained from slaying Tang Xian with his first avatar to his main body. Subsequently, the main body, having gained approximately 2 points in attributes, generates a fourth avatar. This quartet of avatars should represent his limit for the day to be midnight. He will likely need to select an avatar for fusion to significantly enhance the main body's attributes, ensuring the creation of more avatars the following day. With this in mind, it would be prudent to ensure that the avatar designated for fusion consumes as many attribute fruits as possible beforehand. However, to fully consume the black iron to silver level attribute fruits will entail an exorbitant expenditure, particularly the silver level attribute fruits, which cost a staggering 5 million each. Yet, the second avatar, now in apartment 9999, has already caused quite a stir. Much like Huang Qi and Yu Xiangming's sudden appearance in their apartment, Jiang Ye's arrival in apartment 9999 has certainly drawn the attention of its players. However, their focus is on, what on earth? How does a mere level 1 player dare to act across apartments? Chapter 54, The Gathering of Titans. Apartment 9999. Upon reading this, Jiang Ye sensed something amiss. Back when Huang Qi first appeared in their apartment 1008, the students' initial reaction was one of confusion. It took a round of discussions before they arrived at the conclusion of an inter-apartment crossing. Yet within apartment 9999, the first comment directly articulated the notion of crossing apartments. Furthermore, the tone of this statement entirely disregarded him as an inter-apartment player, instead expressing a sense of condescending surprise at his level 1 status. Jiang Ye's thoughts raced, prompting him to glance at the leaderboard for apartment 9999. The sight left him utterly dumbfounded. Apartment 9999 newbie apartment leaderboard, first place. Gu Jing, level 10, second place. Wang Qingjin, level 10, third place. Ku Peng, level 10, fourth place. Zhang Wenhan, level 10, fifth place. Li Junqi, level 10, sixth place. Sha Bo, level 10, 42nd place. Yu Ya, level 10, 43rd place. Cheng Kun, level 9, 118th place. Wan Xian, level 8, 119th place. Jiang Ye, level 1. What is this? Jiang Ye is the one who is truly astonished. The leaderboard of apartment 9999 boasts over 80 players. Have they also experienced the apartment merger? Or is it simply that too many players have crossed apartments? Regardless of whether it is due to a merger or inter-apartment crossings, the leaderboard of apartment 9999 is utterly ludicrous. Before Jiang Ye's arrival, the lowest ranked player in this apartment was already at level 8, and now, after Jiang Ye's entrance, his rank at 119 stands in stark contrast to the preceding 118 players. While everyone else is uniformly at levels 10, 9, and 8, here he is, a mere level 1. This is akin to a novice accidentally stumbling into a high-tier match, completely out of place. Moreover, the names of the top 6 players on this leaderboard seem vaguely familiar. If Jiang Ye's memory serves him correctly, these 6 names are all featured in the God of War rankings of the battle room as stubborn bronzes. So, what exactly is the situation in apartment 9999? Why is it so densely populated with formidable players, a veritable congregation of elites? As Jiang Ye grapples with his astonishment, the high-level players also express their surprise at his arrival, engaging in animated discussions. A level 1 player crossing apartments is one thing. But to come to our 9999 apartment with a 9 in the title, could this kid be a pure novice who accidentally wandered into our apartment? Otherwise, I truly cannot fathom how a normal player would dare to cross into our 9999 apartment at level 1. Could he be hiding his true strength? Perhaps possessing an SSS level talent, fully consumed attribute fruits, and an entire survival point set. After all, under normal circumstances, even a novice would be frightened into fleeing upon glancing at our leaderboard. Right? This kid, having listened to our chatter for so long without bolting, could he be a big shot playing the pig to eat the tiger? Or perhaps the novice is simply too foolish. With only 1 survival point to spare, so he crossed apartments and, upon arriving at our 9999, found himself without enough survival points to escape. Jiang Ye. Oh no, they've hit the nail on the head. He is indeed contemplating fleeing. However, he currently possesses no extra survival points. This is utterly ridiculous. Had he realized that he could have dealt with those 2 underlings of Shing Man, he might have had enough survival points for a return trip. He curses himself for not thinking clearly at that moment, greedily opting for a 4th avatar. He had assumed that crossing apartments would be akin to Huang Qi's experience, arriving in a foreign apartment, confronted by unfamiliar players. Moreover, with no survival points for a return, he would have no choice but to steel himself and eliminate those strangers. Yet the reality is, he can muster the resolve, but does he possess the capability to slay this group of strangers? Therefore, this second avatar can only seek refuge within apartment 9999, waiting until midnight to merge back into his main body. Speaking of which, can he directly merge in this inter-apartment scenario? Jiang Ye finds this situation utterly absurd. He also contemplates, what of the last player on the apartment leaderboard, Wang Lingling, at level 8? How formidable might their combat power be? Is there any hope of defeating them should a merger occur? However, such hope seems exceedingly dim. He senses that the level 8 player in this 9999 apartment is likely not on par with an ordinary level 8 player from a regular apartment. To think he could take on a level 8 here at level 1 appears exceedingly challenging. Lost in these thoughts, Jiang Ye suddenly feels the sensation of someone observing him. Yet as he scans his surroundings, he sees no one. He could not help but tense up, raising his hand to rest on the control panel of the top floor. He feigned an air of calm observation, appearing as though he was ready to leave the apartment at any moment. Just then, a message suddenly popped up in the group chat of apartment 9999. Wanxin, goodness. Truly a master pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Can you guess who this level 1 daredevil is that would cross apartments? Yuya. Who? The spendthrift on the game leaderboard. Chengchuan. Even if they were once a spendthrift, it seems there are no special privileges in the real apartments, right? Wanxin. No. You all guessed wrong. It's not someone from the game. It's the mysterious bald man who recently caused a sensation in the battle room. Li Junqi. What? The one who defeated Xiao Yudi and seemingly provoked the Dewey organization? Catching the attention of VIP players? Wang Qingjin. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? The bald figure with a disguised mask does bear some resemblance. Wanxin. I am certain. I personally witnessed the match where Xiao Yudi was taken out in an instant. There's no way I could be mistaken. Wang Qingjin. Bro, why don't you come out and respond? Are you the one who eliminated Xiao Yudi? Jiang Ye. Wanxin. Is this guy coming to our apartment to challenge us to a life and death battle? Jiang Ye. Zhouqi. Wait a minute. That bald guy does indeed have a strong battle instinct, but if he matched up against Xiao Yudi, that means he has a battle power of over 50, which aligns with his level 1. But, level 1 with over 50 battle power, and he dares to come to our apartment. Is he not afraid that we could turn him into a survival point with a snap of our fingers? Wanxin. This guy must be well prepared. He's currently resting his hand on the control panel, looking as if he's ready to teleport away at any moment. He's probably gauging our attitude. If it's negotiable, he'll talk. If not, he'll flee. Wang Qingjin. Flee? Does he have that much confidence that he can escape? If our Jiang Ye makes a move, even if he has his hand on the control panel, no matter how fast his reflexes are, he should not be able to escape, right? The term Jiang Ye here likely refers to the esteemed leader of the level 9999 rankings, Su Jing, who also holds the top position on the Battle Room's War God list. As Jiang Ye contemplated this, he saw the next message in the group chat, with the name Su Jing prominently displayed. Su Jing, what do you wish to discuss with us? Speak plainly, Jiang Ye. With this message, the group chat of apartment 9999 erupted into a frenzy, where only a few had spoken moments ago. Now a multitude clamored to respond, causing Su Jing's message to be quickly drowned out. What the heck? Lin Shun has appeared. Su Jing actually came out for this level 1 guy. How many matches does Lin Shen need for 100 consecutive victories? I wonder if he can achieve it today? If he can take down the administrator on the very first day of the apartment, damn, just thinking about it excites me. Various fanfare messages filled the chat, resembling the cheers for an idol, leaving Jiang Ye dazzled. However, he quickly discerned some key information amidst the rapid messages. This Su Jing seemed to be challenging the battle room's 100 consecutive victories, and the players in this apartment also appeared to be gearing up to overthrow the administrator. Moreover, the previously mentioned spendthrift. This suggested that the players here, much like Yang Wancha, were gamers, and even among gamers, they seemed to be elite. They likely intended to utilize the spendthrift model mentioned by Yang Wancha to conquer the apartment, perhaps even aiming to topple the apartment administrator on the very first day. As he pondered this analysis, Jiang Ye considered how to respond to Su Jing. Su Jing, along with the other prominent figures in this apartment, seemed to believe he had come specifically to negotiate with them. However, in truth, Jiang Ye had merely chosen a distant apartment by chance, stumbling into this situation. He had no intention of negotiating and was entirely unaware of the circumstances here. Yet, if he spoke the truth, the outcome might be quite grim. After a moment of thought, Jiang Ye decided to harden his resolve and replied, I wish to engage in a life-and-death battle, Su Jing, to be honest. Jiang Ye had no idea what a life-and-death battle entailed. However, as he had seen the big shots in the chat speculate that he was there for a life-and-death battle, he decided to play along with that assumption. As for what a life-and-death battle was, it sounded like it could potentially involve fatal consequences. Either way, he would first seek to understand it. If he could fight, he would. If not, he would drag it out until midnight. Hoping to escape by merging with his doppelganger.as, he contemplated this. Su Jing replied to him once more, Su Jing, share your battle record, Jiang Ye. It was over. Jiang Ye felt his identity as a novice was about to be exposed. What on earth did battle record refer to? If he asked directly, would that make him seem foolish? Yet, if he answered randomly and got it wrong, it would be quite embarrassing, right? 100 consecutive victories, a life and death battle. It seemed this battle record was inquiring about consecutive victories, perhaps? Jiang Ye hesitated and attempted to respond. 4 consecutive victories in the battle room. Does that count as a record? As soon as he sent this message, the entire group chat fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, messages began to trickle in. Wong Chung. No way, bro. You haven't even reached 10 consecutive victories. What business do you have with a life and death battle? Wan Xin. Exactly. Are you here to be a joke? You've even stirred Lin Shen, and the result is only a measly 4 consecutive victories. Yuya. Though haha, I really want to laugh. I can't wait to see Lin Shen's expression right now. Ha ha ha. Chengchuan. Just look at me. I feel my expression should be about the same as Lin Shen's. Yuya. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ye. So this answer should be considered a lucky guess? But his record is too pathetic. What can he do about it? He had only achieved 4 consecutive victories. Moreover, why was 4 consecutive victories such a disgrace? He had only played 4 matches. Perhaps when he reached 100 matches, he would have 100 consecutive victories? Who knows? He might even surpass Lin Shen and achieve 100 consecutive victories before him. Their essay saying, don't underestimate the youth. Jiang Ye silently watched the ha-ha-ha-has, thinking, since this is just a doppelganger, he might as well be a bit thick-skinned. So, he boldly typed in the group, what if I achieve 100 consecutive victories before you, Lin Shen? As soon as this was said, the group chat fell into an uncanny silence once more. After a long pause, messages began to appear. No way, bro, that's not how you boast. Exactly. Do you have any idea what 100 consecutive victories means? Do you even know how many victories Lin Shen already has? Jiang Ye thought, I don't know, nor do I wish to know. Indifferent.jp. I'm just casually showing off. Let everyone see me as a joke. Just don't take it seriously. Jiang Ye had no idea how to wrap up this situation. Suddenly, the highly esteemed Su Jing provided him with a response. More accurately, it wasn't a response to him, but a direct arrangement. Su Jing. You have 10 minutes, win 10 consecutive victories, and we'll take you for a ride. If you fail, we'll send you on your way. The implication of send you on your way was evidently akin to Yang Wancha reuniting with Wang Ruowan and her parents. Observing from the top floor, Wan Xin thought to himself, this arrogant bald guy seems poised to flee in disgrace. After all, winning 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes was utterly impossible. Even though this kid had accomplished 4 consecutive victories, he only had 6 matches left to play. However, the 5th and 10th matches would be against seasoned players who often blocked consecutive victories. If it were someone else, they might purchase a consecutive victory service to speed through the 5th and 10th matches. But this bald guy had already crossed the Dewey organization, meaning both his 5 and 10 consecutive victories would have to be earned through his own efforts. In fact, he might even face targeted harassment from the Dewey organization. Moreover, because he had provoked the Dewey organization, they had connected 1,000,000 battle machines of seasoned players to the battle zone. While this did not mean that 1,000,000 seasoned players would log in simultaneously, the probability of matching with seasoned players in ordinary battles had significantly increased. In such a scenario, achieving 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes was utterly impossible. Thus, if this kid had any sense, he would be looking to make a hasty exit. However, what these prominent figures did not know was that Jiang Ye had long wanted to flee, but he had no funds to do so. He could only brace himself and act tough. Soon, he sent a seemingly impressive and audacious message in the group. Okay, No problem. However, since all of you are big shots, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Surely you don't speak as if you're just blowing hot air? This statement came across as brazen. It was as if he truly believed he could achieve 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes while worrying that Su Jing might not honor his promise. This immediately plunged the chat into silence for another lengthy period, before various comments aimed at him began to surface. You really think too highly of yourself, don't you? Exactly. One life only equals one survival point. With Lin Shun's strength, he wouldn't even bat an eye. If you really could achieve 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes, do you know what that would mean? It would mean your value equals infinite survival points. In such a case, no fool would go back on their word and kill you. Su Jing, Wan Xin, take him to the 99th floor. 10 minutes, timing begins once you enter the battle machine. Chapter 55, The Ambush Plan of the Mutual Aid Group on the 99th floor. Jiang Ye's main body was still lying on the 20th floor, while his doppelganger had already made its way to the 99th floor. This was truly exhilarating. Observing this group of formidable individuals, he could not shake off the feeling that they did not seem like the type to conspire against him, only to turn on him later. Moreover, with no escape funds at his disposal, he had no choice but to press on with determination. Thus, when the figure concealed in the shadows of the top floor suddenly emerged and beckoned him, stating, "Enough," regardless of whether you are merely posturing or genuinely confident, anyone aiming for 10 consecutive victories should follow me. Jiang Ye, displaying a calm demeanor, walked over from the control panel to the outer circle without much hesitation. He even casually inquired, "Are you on Xian?" The name resonated with him, ranked second to last on the leaderboard. Just above him, he was also the first to reveal in the group that he had defeated Xiao Yudi. The bald-headed player .it was indeed Wan Xian. The man nodded in acknowledgement, clad in a black tactical jacket similar to Yang Wancha's. His complexion was dark, his features rugged, and he appeared quite youthful, reminiscent of a young conscript. Wan Xian scrutinized Jiang Ye, his gaze betraying a hint of surprise. Initially, Jiang Ye was oblivious to the source of his astonishment. A glance at the group chat revealed. This fellow had directly shared his data panel with the group. What the hell? Was there no sense of privacy? Meanwhile, the chat group buzzed with shock at his panel. Good heavens, he really is level 1, with a combat power exceeding 50, and only possesses an S-level talent. This panel, it looks utterly subpar. Moreover, it seems he hasn't even consumed all the attribute fruits, and with this, he aims to finish 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes. Let alone 10 minutes, can he even manage 10 consecutive wins at all? No. Did you not notice the key detail? This guy used ice abilities against Xiao Yudi. It even appears to be an ice domain skill. If he has utilized an ice domain skill, how is it that there are no ice talents or ice skills on his panel? I suspect this individual is concealing his strength. This Heaven Rewards Diligence talent is merely what he wants us to see. He likely possesses another ice talent. Dual talents? To be frank, the Heaven Rewards Diligence talent, in conjunction with any other talent, yields effects far exceeding mere addition. If it truly is Heaven Rewards Diligence paired with an ice talent, then this guy is indeed formidable. He has the audacity to be arrogant. But that doesn't add up. Even if he has a hidden dual talent, how does he account for his combat power? When matched against Xiao Yudi, his combat power was over 50. It is crucial to understand that no hidden strength can evade the matchmaking mechanism of the battle room. Exactly. So, is this guy's panel truly as underwhelming as we see? Thus, could his ice domain skill be a one-time forbidden spell scroll? Surely not. How much could he earn from defeating Xiao Yudi? Even if Xiao Yudi is extravagantly wealthy, could he possibly gain 5 million? But the value of a one-time forbidden spell scroll, 5 million, even at 10 times that, he would still incur significant losses. Could he have been hired by someone to deliberately interrupt Xiao Yudi's 9 consecutive victories, thus not motivated by money? Hired by whom? Who the hell harbors such animosity toward Xiao Yudi? Who is so wealthy? In summary, Jiang Ye's data panel and his performance against Xiao Yudi were clearly incongruent. Moreover, none of the explanations made sense. These individuals acted as if Jiang Ye were non-existent, brazenly discussing him in the group. Wan Xian, while observing the chat, utilized a poster-like teleportation device to bring Jiang Ye to the 99th floor. The entire 99th floor appeared nearly identical to the top floor. Vast in scale, furthermore, There were no corridors or individual apartments, just an expansive space akin to the top floor. However, this space had a ceiling, and it was filled with rows of battle machines, resembling a lavish internet CAF, or rather, an ultra-luxurious professional esports arena. The rows of battle machines looked even more opulent than the 20 machines on the first floor of the apartment. They seemed taller, with a more refined aesthetic. Aside from the number 1 battle machine, which was surrounded by 7 or 8 onlookers, there were also scattered instances of spectators around other battle machines. All these individuals were clad in black, tactical jackets. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Ye found the black, tactical jackets resembled a unified esports uniform. The powerful players outside the battle machines turned to regard Jiang Ye upon his return with Wang Lingling. He felt as though he had been subjected to countless probing spells. Shortly thereafter, a burly individual approached him from outside the number 1 battle machine, directly stating, "Why don't you explain how your data panel managed to annihilate Xiao Yudi?" Jiang Ye, on high alert internally yet maintaining an exterior of formidable coolness, calmly replied, "I am here to achieve 10 consecutive victories," implying he was not there to clarify matters for them. The burly man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Huh? Fine. Then go ahead and pursue your 10 consecutive victories. In 10 minutes, I shall see how you intend to continue boasting with such meager strength." Jiang Ye appeared composed, but internally, he was in a state of panic. He was confident in achieving 10 consecutive victories, yet he had little assurance of accomplishing it within 10 minutes. This meant he would need to defeat each opponent in seconds. Furthermore, each time he created a new mirror clone, it took 30 seconds. If he encountered matches with spectators, the preparation time before the battle would extend from 3 seconds to 2 minutes, allowing ample time for more spectators to join, should fortune not favor him. If all 6 matches had spectators, the waiting time alone would reach 12 minutes. However, that could not be right. When facing veteran players on a winning streak, it seemed to be assumed that there would be no spectators. Thus, both 5 consecutive and 10 consecutive victories could start immediately without reliance on luck, with no spectators present. However, he had already offended veteran players on a winning streak. Would he still be able to swiftly defeat his opponents in the subsequent 5 victories? Truth be told, Jiang Ye felt quite uncertain at that moment. The 4th clone was generated from his main body. Yet, this time, despite having the luck effect activated, the 4th clone's panel appeared utterly unremarkable. Jiang Ye, level 0, physical ability 2. 4, energy 8.8, combat power 18.2, survival points 0, talent, energy enhancement B, just a talent focused on attribute enhancement, lacking any initial skills, utterly useless. By this time, a considerable amount of time had passed since Shing Man's last communication. Logically, he should have already breached by Ruowan's apartment. However, there was no live text broadcast of him slaughtering by Ruowan in the group chat, and even her name remained. Despairing classmates could not help but harbor a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Yang Wancha, unable to bear the sight, had finally gone to rescue by Ruowan? Nevertheless, Jiang Ye believed that Shing Man had already demonstrated the strength to force his way into others' apartments. Those classmates who had exposed their room numbers in the registry were better off fleeing to other places than remaining in their rooms to await death. Thus, he speculated that Bai Ruowan had likely left her apartment before Shing Man arrived. The same should hold true for the subsequent Lu Zhan, who was likely no longer in his own room. Therefore, Shing Man would soon be on his way to Jiang Ye, and in order to ensure the safety of his main body while concealing the existence of his clones, he would undoubtedly need to employ clone fusion. To be prudent, he would likely merge the 4th clone and the mirror clone into the 3rd clone simultaneously, ensuring the utmost safety for his main body. However, this would leave the 2nd clone without a counterpart to merge with for a period of time. Thus, in apartment 9999 on the 99th floor, Jiang Ye decided to delay the time required for achieving 10 consecutive victories. Conveniently, he possessed an item that could buy him some time. The burly youth and Wang Lingling were about to guide him to find a battle machine to use. Jiang Ye deliberately produced a small test tube containing strands of hair from the white-clad woman. Contemplating how to fabricate a story around this item, he was caught off guard when Wang Lingling exclaimed, "Good gracious, is that an NPC item? You've undertaken an NPC quest?" The burly youth, Wong Chung, also regarded Jiang Ye with astonishment. However, he soon adopted a dismissive tone, saying, "You don't actually think that having taken an NPC quest will earn you our respect, do you? If you fail to complete 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes, you'll still meet the same grim fate. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, then held the small test tube up to his eyes, scrutinizing it while questioning, why did you all recognize at a glance that this is an NPC item? Meanwhile, the trembling by Ruowan, anxiously monitoring the group chat, weakly made her way deeper into the dim corridor. The further she ventured, the darker it became, and at any moment, a monster could spring forth. The darkness and the unknown filled her with dread, but the very presence of Shing Man instilled a deeper terror and despair. Her face turned pale, yet upon finally spotting a familiar figure deep within the corridor, a tear that had pooled in her eyes fell like a raindrop from an ancient eve, crystalline and continuous. Struggling to suppress the voice of fear, trembling with a sob, Lingjie, Wan, and Gao Chang, Lu Shun. Sniffle you are indeed here, Wuwa. By Ruowan found her comrades in the mutual aid group, instantly feeling as if she had found family. There was no escape from the oppressive dread that Shing Man brought. It was utterly terrifying. Lacking strength and being targeted, it was only natural for her to be frightened. Wang Lingling and the others had gathered here, quietly discussing something. Upon suddenly spotting by Ruowan, Su Yuebai's eyes lit up with surprise. Wan, you really didn't just sit in your room foolishly. But how did you know we were here? Bai Ruowan let out another sob, sniffed, and then, striving to regain her composure, replied, I didn't dare go to the first floor. I felt certain I would be discovered there for where else to go. I wasn't sure. Later, I recalled that you all were battling monsters in the depths of the third-floor corridor with Yang Wancha. So, this place is the only one, aside from the first floor, where our mutual aid group has previously gathered. With nowhere else to turn, I came here hoping to find you, and I can't believe I actually did. QAQ? Yes, communication in the chat group had become impossible. Yet Bai Ruowan believed that the mutual aid group would never idly watch as Shing Man acted so brazenly. Thus, she sought them out here. To her astonishment, she found them indeed, discussing how to deal with Shing Man. Wasn't she? As Bai Ruowan spoke, she suddenly felt thrilled to see young Xiaoman as well. Young Xiaoman nodded slightly, her lips pressed together as she replied, Shing Man is indeed too arrogant. If we don't stop him, he might just eliminate us all. Bai Ruowan shrank back, hastily asking, do you all have a plan? Zu exhaled. We were just discussing it when you suddenly appeared and startled me with that. They prepared to continue their deliberations. Lu Shun seized the opportunity to cast a significant glance at Wang Lingling. He then added, given our current situation, even with multiple people collaborating to ambush Shing Man, the success rate remains quite low. Unless, Lingjie, you have concealed your true strength, he continued. All members of our mutual aid group have voluntarily displayed their data panels, yet yours, Lingjie, was only presented through the chat group as text. I had my suspicions at that time. The data panel you showed through the chat group might not be genuine. Later, when you claimed to have used Shadow Clone, without a clone's perspective, and then the clone perished, rendering you unable to use that ability again for 24 hours. I found that rather dubious. After all, Shadow Clone is an A-level skill. No clone perspective. Even if it did die in the depths of the corridor, the cooldown shouldn't be as long as 24 hours. Therefore, Lingjie, you must possess hidden strength. Moreover, during your subsequent team-up with Yang Wancha to level up, you must have had some confidence in self-preservation to agree to level together. Right? Lu Shan spoke with a fair degree of confidence, indicating he had long suspected Wang Lingling of concealing her abilities. However, Wang Lingling merely glanced at him without responding. They then resumed their discussion about ambushing Shing Man. We cannot choose the 20th floor as our ambush site since we can't access it. Furthermore, the other potential kill locations should ideally have dim lighting for stealth and be accessible to all members of our group who are coordinating to eliminate Shing Man. Indeed, they had just been strategizing about the location for their assault on Shing Man and how to lure him there. As for their chances of success, they were numerous, including experts like Wang Lingling, Gao Chang, and Yang Xiaoman. Coupled with the element of surprise, they might stand a fighting chance. Just as Lu Shun was preparing to delve deeper into the analysis, unexpectedly, Wang Lingling paused mid-sentence. Then, adjusting her glasses, she solemnly declared, however, before we proceed, there is something of greater importance. Something of greater importance? What could it be? The members of the mutual aid group exchanged puzzled glances. Yet the next moment, a cold glint flashed from the shadows. A figure staggered and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 56. Intrigue and deceit within the mutual aid group. Thud. Click, along with the body hitting the floor. There was a heavy sound of footsteps. In an instant, all members of the mutual aid group in the depths of the corridor felt their bodies tense with rigidity, particularly by Ruowan, who had just arrived. Found her legs weakened to the point of nearly collapsing. She almost let out a scream. Yet, the overwhelming terror rendered her voiceless. In a daze of fear, she stiffly turned her neck. Then she saw, lying on the ground was Yu Ziyu, and behind him stood a figure with a body of iron. A skeletal warrior. Wait, a skeletal warrior? Bai Ruowan abruptly turned back to Wang Lingling. To be precise, the instant she laid eyes on the skeletal warrior. Everyone in the vicinity turned their gaze towards Wang Lingling, fear evident in their expressions. After all, this skeletal warrior must have emerged from Wang Lingling's dark abilities, yet she had never showcased it during their team leveling. At that time, she had already been one of the strongest in the mutual aid group, solely relying on a black whirlwind, combined with high attributes, and now, the strength she had revealed indeed confirmed Lu Shun's suspicions. She had concealed her true capabilities, but why had she suddenly resorted to violence? Was it merely because Lu Shun had pointed out her hidden strength? In an instant, many recoiled in horror, as if fearing that Wang Lingling might turn her deadly intent upon them next. However, Lu Shun, though his body was equally tense, still had the audacity to address Wang Lingling. Is this what you referred to as something of greater importance? Wang Lingling's gaze remained calm as she nodded slowly. Lu Shun's eyes flickered as he suddenly feigned ease, addressing the other members of the mutual aid group. In fact, I had also harbored suspicions about Yu Ziyu, but out of respect for our camaraderie, I refrained from voicing them. Don't you find it strange? The registration roster of our mutual aid group was maintained by Yu Ziyu. Yet now, the roster has fallen into Shing Man's hands. While Yu Ziyu remains completely unharmed, did none of you consider this? As this explanation unfolded, the other students instantly came to a realization. Indeed, the roster had ended up in Shing Man's possession. How could Yu Ziyu have emerged unscathed? With his strength, how could he possibly escape from Shing Man's clutches? Moreover, how did Shing Man even know about the existence of the roster in their apartment? Thus, was it that Yu Ziyu had betrayed them? Yet, perhaps not. Wang Lingling hadn't he even posed a question before she had delivered the fatal blow. What if she had wrongfully slain an innocent? And now, Bai Ruowan, who had just joined, was utterly terrified. She feared that Wang Lingling might strike again and kill her too. What if, afterward, she became a suspect and was accused of being a traitor on Shing Man's side? In that moment, Bai Ruowan stepped back 2 paces. Just moments ago, when she had seen Wang Lingling here, she had cried joyfully, as though finding a family. But now, looking at Wang Lingling, she felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement. It was as if she was no longer her former classmate, but rather, a ruthless conqueror. Indeed, in that instant, Bai Ruowan thought of this term. Not that Wang Lingling possessed any overt tyrannical aura. It was merely a historical association that sprang to mind regarding the reasons for Cao Cao's falling out with Chen Gong. To this day, there remains debate. Was El Bosch truly wrongfully killed by the suspicious Cao Cao, or was he deserving of his fate, yet romanticized by history? Including now, with Yu Ziyu deceased, she could hardly ascertain. Had Yu Ziyu truly betrayed them? Or had he been wrongfully executed by Wang Lingling? However, his death, alongside Wang Lingling's concealed strength, seemed to imply that the foundation of the mutual aid group was not born out of an altruistic heart seeking to protect classmates. Much like how Cao Gong's affection for talent was not genuine, behind it all lay ulterior motives. Bai Ruowan retreated 2 steps but dared not step back any further. She swallowed hard, her gaze stiff. Lu Shun cast her a fleeting glance before turning back to the members of the mutual aid group, stating, I find Ling Jia's actions to be entirely justifiable. The manner in which the roster landed in Shing Man's hands is indeed rather suspicious. If Yu Ziyu is worthy of suspicion, then his demise is not unwarranted. In contrast, consider Gu Zining, Yang Wei, and the others. Those students did nothing wrong yet were slaughtered by Shing Man. If a powerful individual like Ling Jia must face scrutiny for eliminating a traitor, then do you wish for the strong in this apocalypse to act as Shing Man does, rampantly killing without reason? This argument, though somewhat specious, was understood by the members of the mutual aid group present. The logic was simple. Shing Man killed without reason, while Wang Lingling had a reason to kill. Hence, she was superior to Shing Man. In fact, Based on her strength, she could have similarly indulged in indiscriminate slaughter. Yet she refrained, which was already commendable. The moral standards of the past, when applied to this apocalyptic apartment, could only constrain the weak and could no longer bind the strong now, whether or not Yu Ziyu had betrayed them. He was deemed a traitor, because Wang Lingling believed him to be one. This may well represent a sophisticated form of mislabeling. The difference was that they could not discern whether Yu Ziyu was truly a deer or a horse. Ruowan glanced at the pallid face by Ruowan, then cast a sidelong glance at Lu Shan, intentionally exclaiming, "Lu Shan is indeed the epitome of brilliance. I cannot believe I overlooked the suspicious nature of Yu Ziyu." Gao Chang, stealing a glance at the steel-gray, coldly austere skeleton warrior, pursed her lips slightly and nodded, adding, at that moment, "My focus was entirely captivated by the brazen Shing Man, leaving no room for contemplation on Yu Ziyu's predicament." The other members of the mutual aid group echoed in agreement. Indeed, we were all petrified by Shing Man's audacity. Who had the presence of mind to consider Yu Ziyu then? Reflecting on it now, it seems more plausible that if the registry had fallen into Shing Man's hands, Yu Ziyu would have perished. The fact that Yu Ziyu survived at that time raises suspicions. Observing the unfolding scenario, by Ruowan was surprisingly unfazed. She struggled to steady her trembling legs, mustering courage to step forward, her timid voice chiming in, "Yes, Lu Shan's deductions are invariably accurate. It appears Yu Ziyu indeed harbors issues." However, upon finishing her agreement, she noticed Wang Lingling's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. By Ruowan's heart sank. Tears threatened to spill once again. After all, if one could be slain merely on the basis of suspicion, then what pretext could not be fabricated for a crime? She should have been the one to meet her demise at the hands of Shing Man in that room. Yet, here she stood, this too warranted suspicion, did it not? By Ruowan, who had initially believed that finding the organization signified hope, was suddenly engulfed by despair. She turned sharply towards Lu Shan. They had joined the mutual assistance group together. She yearned for Lu Shan to utter a few words on her behalf. However, to her astonishment, Lu Shan seemed to be acting in accordance with Wang Lingling's cues, having no intention of assisting her. Instead, Wang Lingling abruptly shifted her gaze from her and addressed the group solemnly. "We had previously encountered monsters on the 3rd floor. This information was shared in the group. Therefore, our classmates in the apartment should be aware. I do not believe our classmates are the kind of martyrs who could keep secrets under severe torture. Indeed, their classmates were likely the sort to confess after a mere slice with a knife. Thus, if Bai Ruowan could locate this place, Shing Man certainly could as well. Hence, we must expedite our relocation." With Wang Lingling advocating for a change of venue, the others naturally dared not contradict her. However, Lu Shan seemed to be in a contemplative mood, his eyes darting as he lowered his voice. "If we could mislead Shing Man while relocating, that would be splendid, guiding him to the place where we plan to ambush him." This was indeed a commendable strategy. Yet, how could they entice him? They could leave a message here, feigning it to be for other potential classmates from the mutual aid group. In reality, it would be intended for Shing Man. Once he arrives and discovers the coded message meant for the classmates, he would follow the clues to find us. Lu Shan articulated his thoughts fluidly. Yet, the other classmates were not as confident. Will this really work? Such plots of deceit and treachery were only seen in the tales of the 3 kingdoms. In reality, could they truly anticipate the actions of others and lure an enemy into a trap? Ruowan, also a top student, stepped forward in support of Lu Shan, stating, "To my knowledge, Shing Man possesses an average intellect. In the context of the 3 kingdoms, he would likely be on par with a lesser figure than Elbu. His current arrogance stems merely from fortunate circumstances that have granted him formidable power. Much like a newly wealthy individual, such petty tyrants are most prone to overreach. His ostentatious demeanor in the group suggests he intends to hunt us down one by one for slaughter. However, after several failed attempts, he will surely be humiliated. He will undoubtedly wish to uncover the whereabouts of those classmates who evaded him. Subsequently, a casual interrogation of any classmate should lead him to the 3rd floor. When he finds nothing there, his rage will only intensify. At that point, upon discovering the information we left for the mutual aid group, he will likely shift from fury to delight, eager to come and slay us. With his inflated ego, he would never suspect we would dare to ambush him. Thus, this plan seems feasible. The only uncertainty lies in whether his limited intellect will enable him to decipher the message we left for the classmates. If only we could place a traitor among his ranks as a spy, Ruowan pondered while analyzing the situation, her expression hinting at a tinge of excitement. She was evidently thrilled by the prospect of engaging in a scheming plot reminiscent of a television drama. Wang Lingling was open to the notions proposed by Shen and Ruowan. However, after a moment of contemplation, she slowly remarked, "This method is indeed viable, but the issue is, it's too passive. We would merely be waiting for Shing Man to act. We would have to wait until he tortures a classmate to locate the third floor, and until he uncovers the information we intentionally left behind. Our only course of action would be to passively await his moves. While the initiative remains firmly in Shing Man's hands, we cannot predict when he will commence his interrogations on the classmates to reach the third floor." Indeed, the other classmates fell into a contemplative silence. Wang Lingling then unexpectedly interjected, "In truth, I wish to protect Jiang Ye." The moment those words left her lips, the other classmates were taken aback, casting astonished glances in her direction. Wang Lingling offered no further explanation but turned her attention back to Ruowan. Ruowan, who had just been frightened, felt her complexion drain of color once more under Wang Lingling's gaze. She had previously viewed Wang Lingling merely as a classmate, but now regarded her as a figure of authority. She could scarcely bring herself to call her Ling Jie anymore. She merely wished to exclaim, "Big shot." Fortunately, the big shot had no intention of slaying her. Instead, she posed a question. "I recall you have an affinity for the Three Kingdoms. You must have heard of the bitter meat plan, yes?" Ruowan instantly comprehended. I am to play the role of Huang Gai." However, Wang Lingling shook her head. "There is no need to suffer to the extent of Huang Gai. In fact, you need not place yourself in peril by approaching Shing Man to enact a performance. Your psychological resilience is too frail, and your acting skills are lacking. You could easily be seen through." Ruowan. "So, what can I do?" Wang Lingling remained composed, methodically outlining the plan. With Yuziyu's demise, the other classmates, as per the member list in the group chat, must have noticed. However, the current circumstances are peculiar, which is why no one dares to speak up in the group, nor has it sparked discussion. Nevertheless, you can voice your concerns in the group, condemning me. You can claim that I suspected Yuziyu of betrayal and had him killed. Now, I also suspect you of betrayal and intend to eliminate you. You should portray a sense of despair in your messages, perhaps even sounding a bit incoherent. Through your despair and disjointed speech, you can subtly convey some information to Shing Man. This certainly seemed far more expedient than waiting for Shing Man to find them on his own. Moreover, if Shing Man were genuinely drawn to the ruse, he might temporarily abandon his pursuit of Jiang Ye on the 20th floor. There was a chance he could indeed be kept safe. Additionally, if Ruowan disclosed the information that suspicion and infighting had already arisen within their mutual aid group, it would further lower Shing Man's guard. Lu Shun and Ruowan exchanged glances, finding merit in this tactic. However, they still needed to prepare further. They needed to be ready, but Ruowan's act of betrayal had to be executed immediately. Otherwise, if she waited until Yuziyu had been dead for a considerable time before turning against Wang Lingling, it would appear too contrived. Thus, Wang Lingling and the others quickly commenced preparations. Simultaneously, Ruowan began her performance in the group. After being criticized by Wang Lingling for her lackluster acting skills, she felt a surge of determination to make this performance truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye remained blissfully unaware of the mutual aid group's activities. He was still in room 2025, quietly awaiting Shing Man's arrival, thinking that once Shing Man was eliminated, the crisis would be averted. Of course, during this time, he had noticed Yuziyu's name fading away but thought little of it. After all, in his view, Yuziyu should have met with misfortune when the registry fell into Shing Man's hands. The reason for his delayed demise was likely due to being subjected to severe interrogation by Shing Man's minions. However, to his surprise, while he was on edge, waiting for Shing Man to knock on his door, he suddenly received a distress call from Ruowan in the group. Ruowan. "Help! Can anyone save me?" QAQ. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Ruowan. Had she ultimately fallen victim? Had Shing Man found her? This meant Shing Man had not gone to the 20th floor but had instead sought out Ruowan. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly heard a knock at the door of his apartment. Chapter 57. Stealing from the white-clad woman's home. Here it comes. Finally, he has arrived. Jiang Ye instantly shifted into a state of readiness. First, he concealed himself in the furthest room of the apartment, donning a protective heart jade on his chest and a lucky bracelet on his wrist. He also clutched a completely black syringe. a tool obtained from Huang Qi's spatial watch, capable of releasing poison darts 2 more times. Additionally, he possessed a scroll that could randomly teleport him. However, he was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary, for the teleportation was random, and he could end up in a perilous location. Huang Qi had not used it before his demise, which likely held the same reasoning. Although he had prepared various defensive measures, Jiang Ye did not intend to engage in battle. In his mind, he should prevent anyone from entering the room where he had concealed himself. Yet, if Shing Man summoned all his minions, if there were too many of them, the odds would be against him, but that seemed improbable. After all, even though Shing Man is wealthy, it is unlikely that everyone resides on the 20th floor. Therefore, the number of intruders should be minimal. Once the clones merge, they should be able to resolve everything within 3 minutes. With that thought, Jiang Ye focused all his attention on the third clone preparing for battle, even becoming somewhat distracted from the second clone in apartment 9999. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Ye's heart raced in sync with the pounding sounds. He arranged for a mirror clone to peek through the peephole at the door in the dim light. A vague silhouette appeared to be fiddling with the doorknob, seemingly wielding some kind of object. The figure indeed bore a resemblance to Shing Man, and the tool being used to tamper with the doorknob looked like a black card. Meanwhile, Ruowan was still crying out for help in the group chat. Jiang Ye found himself puzzled. Why was Ruowan crying for help with Shing Man at his door? Could she have been captured by one of Shing Man's lackeys? However, what surprised everyone was the message that Ruowan revealed next. Help! Help! Wang Lingling is trying to kill me. Is there anyone who can save me? Sob sob. What? Wang Lingling? The one pursuing her is Wang Lingling, not Shing Man or his lackeys? How could this be possible? Jiang Ye observed the bewildered expressions of his classmates in the group chat. Ruowan continued to plead for assistance. It's true. Yuziyu was also killed by Wang Lingling. She said that the registration book went from Yuziyu to Shing Man. But Yuziyu didn't die, which means he betrayed us and sided with Shing Man. Now she's claiming that I was targeted by Shing Man and survived, suspecting that I too have sided with him. What should I do? No matter how I explain, she won't believe me. She is dead set on killing me. Sob sob sob. Wang Lingling. She's merely looking for an excuse to kill. She wants to survive. She wants to become like Shing Man and Yang Wancha. But I don't want to die yet. Sob sob. What should I do? Jiang Ye remained vigilant, closely monitoring the door that could be breached at any moment, while simultaneously reading the messages in the group chat, utterly shocked. Wang Lingling wanted to kill indiscriminately like Shing Man and Yang Wancha. She killed Yuziyu and now aimed to kill Ruowan. Jiang Ye felt a sense of confusion. If Yuziyu was indeed killed by Wang Lingling, then there was a probability that he had sided with Shing Man. However, Ruowan's claims warranted further scrutiny. Perhaps, as she suggested, Wang Lingling could no longer contain herself and sought the thrill of killing, using excuses to eliminate Yuziyu and now aiming for her. Nonetheless, it was also plausible that both Yuziyu and Ruowan had indeed allied with Shing Man. And upon Wang Lingling discovering this, she killed Yuziyu and attempted to kill Ruowan, only for her to escape and turn the tables. Of course, it was also possible that Wang Lingling had indeed misjudged the situation, preferring to kill wrongly rather than let anyone escape. Regardless, whether out of suspicion or selfish intent, she had valid reasons to eliminate both Yuziyu and Ruowan. Yet, Jiang Ye felt that this situation was rather peculiar. Previously, Wang Lingling was the first to suggest that when attacked, they could immediately expose the perpetrator in the group. But now, as she sought to kill, she granted the opportunity for the other party to expose her. Jiang Ye had a nagging feeling. If Wang Lingling truly intended to kill Ruowan, the latter might not even have the chance to reveal her. But if she didn't, he truly wished to kill. Jiang Ye's mind quickly conjured another possibility, and upon consideration, he felt slightly astonished. What was the true strength of Wang Lingling and her group? Did they genuinely have the confidence to counterattack Shing Man? Just as the group chat erupted in chaos, Jiang Ye heard a more intense knocking at the door. After waiting for quite some time, Shing Man had yet to break through, intermittently knocking, which was quite vexing. He began to hesitate. Should he take the initiative and open the door himself? However, just then, the mirror clone saw through the peephole that the indistinct figure appeared to be growing increasingly impatient. Clutching the card-like object, it repeatedly swiped near the doorknob, seemingly frustrated at its inability to open the door. Unable to open the door? Why was that? Jiang Ye's heart raced with suspicion. and outside, Shing Man finally ceased his attempts to forcibly breach the door. Retreating a step back, at this moment, his vague silhouette became more discernible. It was undoubtedly Shing Man yet. While Jiang Ye pondered, he suddenly received a mention in the group chat from Shing Man. 2025, you filled in a fake apartment number on your registration, didn't you? Jiang Ye. It seems your mutual aid group isn't as united as you thought. First, a member filled in a false apartment number. And now the leader is killing his own subordinates. What a splendid display of human nature. I know what some of you are thinking. Do you still believe that Yuziyu and Bai Ruowan genuinely sided with me, making Wang Lingling's actions seem reasonable? Have you ever stopped to think, with my strength, would I need to rely on your pathetic level 0 Kalami? Furthermore, I can tell you, those like Wong Chung, Gu Zining, and Yang Wei, when they died, they willingly served me, just to survive. But I do not require such worthless servants. So, have you come to a conclusion? Wang Lingling is not doubting traitors. She has finally seen through the essence of the doomsday apartment and is beginning to awaken. She is learning from me. She wishes to become a powerful individual like me. However, it is a pity that it is ultimately a bit too late. Wang Lingling, you have already missed the opportunity to grow into a strong person. Unexpectedly, this wave of Bai Ruowan's accusations against Wang Lingling prompted Shing Man to boast about himself. In an instant, the entire chat group seemed to transform into a platform for his monologues, with his domineering and arrogant remarks flooding in one after another. Oh no. There was also Bai Ruowan's desperate pleas for help, sporadically surfacing at inopportune moments. Shing Man appeared to grow impatient with the situation, directly tagging her. Where were you when Wang Lingling was chasing you? I will come to your rescue. Bai Ruowan, normally. Bai Ruowan would not have trusted such words. Yet, at this moment, she was clearly in a state of panic, having lost her rationality. Her pleas for help in the group chat were frantic, and even her response to Shing Man was delayed. Grasping at the straw of salvation, she seemed oblivious to the fact that the one offering to help was Shing Man, and replied, "It's at the place where we teamed up to level up before. On the third-floor corridor. Hurry, come save me." Only after that did she appear to realize it was Shing Man, panic setting in again. Why is it Shing Man? No, don't. Is there anyone else who can save me? Sob QAQ, Bai Ruowan seemed to be on the brink of madness. Shing Man did not reply again, but instead headed straight towards the red light elevator. This left Jiang Ye in the apartment bewildered. Wait. Buddy, wasn't the plan to break down the door? You haven't even breached it yet? No, this guy clearly came looking for trouble. So why is he now claiming that the apartment number on the registration was fake? Is it because he failed to break through the door? But why? Could it be a trap? Or did he sense danger? Or was there some other condition required to break the door? Did Jiang Ye's apartment not meet the requirements for a breach? Jiang Ye had prepared thoroughly for battle, and yet the opponent suddenly retreated. This left him feeling somewhat awkward. However, would it be wise to chase after Shing Man to attack? What if it was a ruse? And by stepping out, he fell into their trap. Or perhaps Shing Man possessed some powerful life-saving item or lethal tool. Jiang Ye hesitated and decided not to pursue. Instead, he switched to the fourth clone to guard the door, keeping an eye on the peephole. Meanwhile, in apartment 9999, the second clone was engaging with Wang Chung and Wan Xian regarding how they recognized the NPC items. The two exchanged peculiar glances, making Jiang Ye feel uneasy, as if he had exposed his novice status again. Fortunately, Wan Xian, perhaps lost in his own thoughts, clarified, "Of course, with our detection technique, any items appearing as question marks in the novice apartment can only be NPC items." Jiang Ye considered that since he had 10 minutes to achieve 10 consecutive victories, he was not afraid of revealing his novice status, so he asked, "Even items exchanged for survival points wouldn't appear as all question marks?" He merely asked out of curiosity, hoping to gain more insight. Yet unexpectedly, their expressions shifted dramatically. Their gazes towards him were filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, Wang Chung had looked down on him, but now his expression grew complex. After a brief silence, he slowly said, "Items exchanged for survival points can indeed sometimes exceed the category of novice apartment. However," he paused, before delivering the latter half of his statement, "do you, of all people, possess items worth over 10,000 survival points?" This remark seemed to be a provocation, but his tone carried a serious weight. Clearly, Jiang Ye's two novice inquiries sparked their imaginations. They did not realize Jiang Ye was a novice, and thus instinctively felt that a mysterious figure like him had no need to ask trivial questions. Therefore, the combination of his two queries implied that his items might not be NPC items. But if they were non-NPC items, how could they appear as all question marks in their detection technique? How extraordinary must such a survival point item be? Over 10,000 survival points. That was merely an estimation. Could it be that the item in that test tube was the reason why this mysterious bald man stirred the Duyo organization and swiftly eliminated Xiao Yudi? Perhaps, with such an item, he could indeed achieve 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes? In a fleeting moment, both Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian found themselves unable to suppress a flurry of thoughts. Yet, uncertainty lingered in their hearts. After all, how could one possibly accumulate over 10,000 survival points in such a brief span of time? Jiang Ye, on the other hand, remained blissfully unaware of the elaborate speculations concocted by the two prominent figures. His inquiry was merely a simple quest for knowledge. Upon hearing Wang Qingjin's assertion, his immediate reaction was one of bewilderment. Items exceeding 10,000 survival points. And your detection skills reveal nothing but question marks. Furthermore, NPC items also yield only question marks. Does this imply that the value of NPC items is akin to that of 10,000 survival points? The moment these words escaped his lips, both Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian were left utterly dumbfounded, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. How could this individual pose such an absurd question? Was he genuinely clueless? Or was he attempting to mislead them by feigning ignorance? Could it be that he had discerned their covetous glances at the item in his possession and was now attempting to quell their suspicions regarding its non-NPC nature? However, their doubts had arisen precisely because this bald-headed fellow had pried into matters that were none of his concern. The two esteemed figures found themselves increasingly perplexed by this bald-headed enigma. Wang Qingjin, unable to contain his frustration, furrowed his brow and retorted, "Are you engaging in some sort of pretentious charade? Or are you merely stalling for time?" Jiang Ye, feeling a sense of helplessness, wished to exclaim, "I genuinely do not know. Was it too late to claim that I am just a naive newcomer who stumbled into this situation?" Clearly, it was too late. His previous bombastic declarations in the group chat had left these two notable individuals harboring significant grievances against him. They appeared ready to exact retribution, determined to ensure he faced dire consequences if he failed to secure 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes. Not only did they cease to answer his questions, but they also hastened their pace, leading him toward an idle combat machine. Wan Xian promptly produced a timer and proclaimed, "Let it not be said that we are bullying you. I shall commence timing only after you have been here for 30 seconds. Now, begin your challenge." This method of timing was indeed quite considerate. However, Jiang Ye, in a moment of mischief, turned to Wan Xian and said, "By the way, could I borrow some game coins from you? Or perhaps I could secure a loan from the apartment manager?" After all, he hoped to earn a tidy sum through this series of victories. Wan Xian, rendered speechless, was quickly joined by Wang Qingjin, who barked, "Stop your prattling. Finish your match and meet your demise swiftly." The intensity of his reprimand was such that one could easily imagine him wishing to kick Jiang Ye into the combat machine. With no other recourse, Jiang Ye reluctantly approached the machine. Meanwhile, his first doppelganger was also on the move. Departing from the apartment, it did not pursue Shing Man, but instead cautiously made its way toward the apartment 2064 of the woman in white. Indeed, he had resolved to heed Yang Wancha's advice, to take advantage of the woman's absence while she pursued the bald-headed man and conduct a thorough cleaning of her abode. Just as the second doppelganger was about to enter the combat machine, and the first was nearing room 2064, Wang Qingjin, who had been urging Jiang Ye to enter the combat machine, suddenly erupted with a terrified exclamation. "What the hell?" Chapter 58. Multiple choice. So easy, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The chorus of exclamations echoed throughout the space. Simultaneously, an eerie chill unique to the dark realm enveloped the entire 99th floor. The formidable individuals within the high-end combat machines remained unaffected. Yet those outside felt an overwhelming sense of dread. In an instant, all players seemed to be on high alert, though they could not perceive any tangible threat. Only a select few with acute senses quickly deduced that this ominous chill emanated from the ceiling of the 99th floor. They instinctively lifted their gazes toward the towering ceiling, which now appeared to be riddled with fine black lines, resembling cracks in the darkness from a distance. However, it soon became evident that these were not mere fissures. As no crack would exhibit such movement, the lines appeared to writhe upon the ceiling's surface, even emitting a faint hissing sound. Thus, they seemed to be not lines at all, but rather some form of living entity. Just as other strong players were busy grappling with the shock of this uncanny occurrence, Wang Ching and Wan Xian suddenly turned their attention to Jiang Ye. No, more accurately, they directed their gaze toward the test tube in his hand, the one containing hair. Wasn't that hair also a black thread? Could it be that this bizarre phenomenon was instigated by this bald-headed individual? What was he attempting to achieve? Was he truly challenging the entire 9999 apartment complex single-handedly? As they pondered whether Jiang Ye was the architect of this disturbance, a chilling voice, emanating from above, echoed down. "Before my true wrath is unleashed, return my hair." Each word was pronounced with deliberate emphasis, amplifying the sense of menace. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian suddenly realized that this turmoil was not the handiwork of the bald-headed man. The true scenario seemed to be that this individual had stolen an NPC item, and now the owner had come to reclaim it. Due to the oppressive atmosphere and chilling winds overhead, Wan Xian dared not speak aloud, instead opting to voice his thoughts in the group chat. "No way? This guy has some audacity, doesn't he? Not only has he offended the crossing over organization, but he has also managed to provoke an NPC?" Wang Qingjin could only express his disbelief. So he did not come to our 9999 for a life-and-death match, but rather to seek refuge. Meanwhile, the other apartment residents were left in the dark, bombarding them with inquiries. "What? Is this ceiling-dwelling powerhouse targeting the newcomer Jiang Ye?" Wan Xian confirmed. "Indeed. It appears he has stolen an NPC item." "What the hell? He stole an NPC item? That's quite the scandal. So he really is here to take refuge in our 9999. Does he honestly believe that our 9999 strongmen would dare to confront these NPCs head-on? Even if we had the guts, we certainly wouldn't risk ourselves for him. What on earth is this guy thinking? The key point is, don't you find this absurd? He has crossed apartments, which means the NPCs he offended have also crossed over. NPCs that can cross apartments? What more can I say about their value? They must be among the most powerful beings in the new player apartment, second only to the apartment owner. Such entities are likely even more formidable than the apartment manager. We might dare to confront the manager, but this fellow has the audacity to offend a boss-level NP. Wan Xian remarked. "I suspect he might have a few screws loose truly." Amidst the suspicions surrounding Jiang Ye's mental faculties, he could only sigh in exasperation. "Damn you, Yang Wancha. You'll see whether I come back to take care of you." At that moment, in apartment 1008, Yang Wancha sneezed. He found himself in a quandary. Should he seize the opportunity to raid the woman in White's apartment 2064 while she was away chasing the bald-headed man? Ultimately, he decided against it. After all, that was an NPC capable of crossing apartments. Such an entity was best left undisturbed. To be honest, when he aided the bald-headed man in acquiring the NPC item, he had no intention of putting him in a precarious situation. After all, NPCs with the ability to traverse apartments were exceedingly rare. Generally speaking, he had assumed that if the bald-headed man fled with the NPC item, the NPC would be unable to pursue him until he voluntarily returned to the apartment. After all, typical NPCs could not cross apartments. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter an NPC with such capabilities? This was hardly Yang Wanchao's fault. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon Jiang Ye. The unfortunate fellow had simply drawn the short straw, inadvertently stumbling upon an NPC of that caliber while undertaking a cleaning job. However, the thin line between extreme misfortune and remarkable fortune is often perilously narrow. It ultimately depended on whether that bald-headed man possessed the ability to turn the tide. Yet, it seemed unlikely, after all. He was not even a player. Jiang Ye himself did not harbor much hope. Nevertheless, he recalled Yang Wanchao's earlier assertion that the NPC residents of the apartments typically did not initiate attacks against players. Thus, he reasoned that if he were to return the hair in the test tube to the woman in white, he should be in the clear, right? The only loss would be the two items he had purchased for 30,000 in the pursuit of the hair. While 30,000 was still a significant sum for him, it paled in comparison to the potential loss of his doppelganger's life. However, just as Jiang Ye contemplated the prospect of returning the hair without consequence, An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Both he and Yang Wancha had previously been ambushed by monsters. Yang Wancha had been attacked by a giant cockroach in the combat room, while he himself had been assailed by a venomous snake in the corridor on the 20th floor. According to Yang Wancha, the reason for their ambushes was that they had taken someone else's package. Yet, they had pilfered an NPC's package. During their ambushes, they had faced monsters. From this perspective, perhaps NPCs truly could not directly harm players. But could they not use the monsters they cultivated to launch surprise attacks against players? What if, as soon as he returned the hair, a formidable monster emerged to eliminate him in an instant? Nevertheless, on the other hand, given the prowess of the woman in white, she should be capable of forcibly reclaiming her hair, yet she had not done so. Instead, she had afforded Jiang Ye the opportunity to surrender it voluntarily. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Jiang Ye as he recalled something from his previous cleaning session. That time, the woman's domestic assistant robot had stated, "Every strand of hair is exceptionally precious. Should it be damaged in the slightest, the consequences shall be yours to bear." That phrase resurfaced in Jiang Ye's mind with alarming clarity. He suddenly realized that the reason the woman in white had refrained from directly snatching the item from him might be her concern about damaging her hair. Therefore, the object in Jiang Ye's hand could be likened to a hostage. If he were to relinquish it outright, it would indeed ruin everything. Holding on to it, however, provided him with leverage. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye tightened his grip on the test tube, his force so great that it seemed capable of shattering the glass at any moment. Meanwhile, his expression regained its composure as he lifted his gaze to the ceiling and said, "Sister Bai, please calm down. I assure you, I have no interest in your hair. However, if you frighten me too much and I inadvertently harm it, it would be detrimental for both of us, wouldn't it?" His tone, though seemingly congenial, carried an unmistakable hint of menace. Instantly, the atmosphere on the 99th floor grew even more chilling. Many players couldn't help but shudder, as if a venomous serpent had slithered up their spines. Bringing with it a sense of dread at the same time, they observed this bald man, so audacious in the face of a cross-apartment NPC, calmly sending messages in the group. "Jiang Ye, by the way, do you all know what happens to these NPCs when the novice apartment is destroyed?" A sudden silence fell over the group. After a moment, Wan Xin was the first to respond. "It seems that NPCs in the game are merely data. When the novice apartment is destroyed, the NPC data should also be obliterated. But we are uncertain about the specifics concerning this real-life novice apartment," Yu remarked. Jiang Ye inquired further, "What about the apartment owner?" Wan Xin provided a clear answer. "The apartment owner will certainly be unharmed, as after we clear the novice apartment and arrive at the Doomsday Apartment City, we will still have the opportunity to interact with the owner. Thus, the apartment owner is likely considered a high-level NPC that transcends the limitations of the novice apartment," Wang Chung added. "Indeed, for the apartment owner, the novice apartment must be a trivial asset. Even if we players cause an uproar in the novice apartment, the owner typically pays little attention, entrusting everything to the apartment administrator. During this time, the owner should be in the larger Doomsday Apartment City, outside the novice apartment." As they engaged in this brief discussion, the voice of the woman echoed once more from the ceiling, this time directly addressing Jiang Ye, icy and chilling. "Are you threatening me?" From her tone, it seemed the woman in white was thoroughly enraged and ready to act at any moment. However, Jiang Ye maintained his calm demeanor, his voice steady and composed. "Of course not. I merely wish to discuss another matter with you before returning your hair." The woman in white fell silent, offering no response but refraining from immediate aggression. Jiang Ye, not one to keep secrets, continued to hold the test tube and asked directly, "Are you aware that the apartment will be destroyed in 10 days? Upon hearing this, the prominent figures of apartment 9999 were taken aback. What was this young man doing, speaking such things to an NPC? Was he tired of living? Typically, as the novice apartment neared destruction, generally between the 8th and 10th days, when veteran players arrive, the NPCs would become agitated, sensing the impending doom. This agitation could lead to dangerous consequences, wherein the NPCs, disregarding the rules, would attack players. By stating that the apartment would be destroyed, was Jiang Ye attempting to incite an NPC uprising? Yet, to their surprise, the cross-apartment NPC above did not seem to react emotionally to Jiang Ye's words, as if she were already aware of the forthcoming destruction. Nonetheless, she still did not respond to him. Jiang Ye, remaining unflappable, continued, Whether through the fusion of apartments or their destruction, it must cause you some distress. No? What if I were to say that I am willing to alleviate your troubles? This declaration left the figures of apartment 9999 dumbfounded. Wait, does he truly understand what he is suggesting? Alleviating the NPC's troubles? Is he under the impression that he can spare the NPC from the devastation of the apartment? Could he naively believe that providing these NPCs with survival stones would ensure their continued existence? This fellow is utterly absurd. He appears to be actively seeking a quest from the NPC. Moreover, he's asking for a task that seems entirely impossible to accomplish. Not only the players, but even the woman in white herself was momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, her voice once again resonated from the ceiling, dripping with disdain. To alleviate my troubles. Ha! Do you even know who you must address to resolve them? Jiang Ye's eyes brightened with hope. If the woman in white had directly asked him if he knew how to resolve her troubles, he might have been at a loss for words. But her inquiry about who to address made the question more pointed. The who here likely referred to a person, allowing for options to be inferred. A. Apartment players B. Apartment administrators C. Shadows in the corridor D. Apartment owner E. Others. This multiple-choice question was straightforward. He could easily guess the answer. Moreover, based on the discussions among apartment 9999's elites and the contemptuous tone of the woman in white towards his earlier statements, he would surely choose the most challenging option, confidently responding, "Isn't it simply to resolve the apartment owner?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Jiang Ye sensed a sudden tension in the air on the 99th floor. Even the chilling aura descending from the ceiling could not permeate the thick atmosphere of awkwardness. What had been a chilling and eerie ambience was abruptly replaced by an uncomfortable stillness. Wait, what was this awkwardness about? Had he guessed correctly or incorrectly? Or was it that the apartment owner was indeed a difficult target? Upon reflection, it seemed that resolving the apartment owner might indeed pose a considerable challenge. After all, based on the information he had gathered, the apartment owner was far more formidable than the apartment administrator. Even the elite players dared only to confront the administrators while staying clear of the apartment owner. Furthermore, Yang Wancha had mentioned that the apartment administrator possessed the capability to eliminate players. To counteract such an ability, a specific item was needed. This implied that defeating the apartment administrator was already a Herculean task for players. Resolving the apartment owner, however, was a scenario that even these gaming elites had never entertained. Thus, had he inadvertently boasted too grandly? Just as Jiang Ye pondered whether to concoct an excuse to mitigate the awkwardness, the once chilly ceiling suddenly conveyed the woman's voice, now devoid of coldness yet tinged with peculiarity. Are you certain you truly wish to resolve the apartment owner? Chapter 59. NPC Quest. The maniac mask? I did not mean it. I was merely speaking out of turn. Is it too late to regret now? Clearly, it was far too late for regrets. The woman in white did not even wait for his response before promptly stating, "Since you are so eager to resolve the apartment owner, I will assign you a task. Please accept it." What? The other elites from apartment 9999 stood in bewilderment. Wait, did he actually manage to request an NPC quest? However, this task was likely not as straightforward as it seemed. Jiang Ye, equally perplexed, was met with a prompt in his mind. Ding! The apartment resident Insu has initiated an SSS-level confidential quest for you. Quest requirements. Resolve the apartment owner in your area. Quest deadline. Before the destruction of the novice apartment. Quest Phase 1. Eliminate the apartment administrator, S-level. Quest Phase 2. Eliminate the apartment merchant, SS level. Quest Phase 3. Eliminate the apartment owner, SSS level. Rewards for Phase 1. 1. 50 million game currency. 2. Skill scroll, bronze level. 1. 3. Bronze treasure chest 3. 4. Exemption card 10. 5. A golden level battle machine. Insu has specifically said, rewards for Phase 1 will be issued upon accepting the quest. Quest failure penalty, none. Do you accept the quest? Yes, no. What the heck? 50 million game currency. Skill scrolls, bronze treasure chests, exemption cards, and a golden level battle machine. Wasn't this tantamount to sudden wealth? Although Jiang Ye was unclear about the specific utility of a golden level battle machine, it must hold significant value, being placed at the end of the list. The crucial point was accepting this quest would prompt the rewards to be dispensed immediately, and there was no penalty for failing the task? Wasn't that a bit unreasonable? If he accepted the quest but failed to complete it, wouldn't the woman in white be at a loss? Or was she planning to personally mete out punishment? Viewed in this light, the SSS-level confidential quest seemed a cakewalk. If he accepted the task, surely the woman in white wouldn't trouble him further during his quest? Moreover, the first phase of the task appeared to align perfectly with the objectives of the gaming players. He followed the gamers, slaying the apartment manager should pose no problem. So, shall I accept this task? As Jiang Ye contemplated this, the options, yes, no, in his mind automatically selected, yes. Immediately afterward, another notification echoed in his brain. Ding. Congratulations on accepting the SSS-level confidential mission. Ding. You have attracted the attention of the apartment owner. Jiang Ye felt an unsettling sense that he might have jumped into a pitfall. Was there truly no failure penalty for this task? There was no time for further thought. A slender black thread descended slowly from the ceiling, bearing a silver-white ring that dangled before Jiang Ye. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was a level 1 space ring. Just as he began to inspect the items within the ring, the black thread entwined around the test tube in his hand, seemingly intent on retrieving his hair as well. Noticing that the items in the space ring aligned closely with the task rewards, he hesitated for a moment before loosening his grip on the test tube, allowing it to ascend along with the black thread into the ceiling. Moments later, a voice belonging to a woman in white echoed from above. You should be aware that to kill the apartment manager, the required madman mask necessitates achieving a 100 win streak in the battle room to even have a chance of obtaining it. Therefore, I have provided you with 10 exemption cards and a golden level battle machine. Quickly achieve 100 consecutive wins to acquire the madman mask and eliminate the apartment manager. After completing the first phase of the mission, I shall grant you a tremendous surprise. Jiang Ye couldn't shake the feeling that the word surprise uttered by the woman in white carried a peculiar undertone. Hopefully, it wouldn't turn out to be a shock instead. He wanted to say something more, but noticed the black thread in the ceiling moving swiftly, vanishing in an instant. The atmosphere on the 99th floor seemed to revert to normal. Clearly, the others on the 99th floor had not heard the mission prompt that had echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. However, they had caught the last words spoken by the woman in white. Wang Lingling couldn't help but exclaim again. 10 exemption cards and a golden level battle machine? You didn't foresee that you could obtain an NPC mission from the NPCs pursuit, and that the rewards would conveniently assist you in swiftly achieving a 10-win streak? That's why you were so brazen just now, promising 10 consecutive wins in 10 minutes? And just now, you deliberately delayed entering our battle machine, waiting for the NPC mission to grant you the golden level battle machine, right? Wang Lingling was filled with righteous indignation, his gaze burning with a desire to peel Jiang Ye alive. Even Wong Chung couldn't help but look at him oddly, remarking, "No wonder you dared to claim you would achieve 100 consecutive wins before Lin Shen. It turns out you were relying on the golden level battle machine." Jiang Ye was actually unaware of the specific benefits of the golden level battle machine. However, he was intrigued from the implications of the woman in white's words and the current sentiments of these two. It seemed the golden level battle machine could indeed enable players to achieve 100 consecutive wins with remarkable speed. Just as he was about to inquire about the specific advantages of the golden level battle machine, he suddenly heard a commotion emanating from the location of the number 1 battle machine on the 99th floor. The murmurs were interspersed with the voices of powerful players discussing, Lin Shen. Lin Shen has appeared. Hearing this, Jiang Ye quickly turned his head towards the direction of the number 1 battle machine. He saw a slender young man in a black, tactical jacket stepping out from the battle machine, making his way through the crowd surrounding him, and walking directly toward Jiang Ye. As he approached, he spoke in a slow and rhythmic manner. You accepted the task to kill the apartment manager? Even if someone has succeeded in the game, the manager in the novice apartment isn't so easily slain. Firstly, when a player attacks him, he gains the authority to annihilate the player outright. This terrifying privilege must be countered with the madman mask, acquired from achieving a 100 win streak in the battle room. However, the reward for the 100 consecutive wins allows selection from 3 items. This means the probability of selecting the madman mask is merely 1 in 3. Therefore, there's no need to elaborate on how precious this item is. The critical aspect is that its counteracting effect against the annihilation privilege is limited to a mere 3 minutes. In other words, even while wearing the madman mask, you must resolve the apartment manager within 3 minutes. I recall that in the game, a group of pay-to-win players formed a 10-person team and barely managed to kill the manager. Moreover, they experienced countless failures prior to that. This means that, as a solo player in the novice phase, it is impossible for you to kill the apartment manager alone. Is that true? Does it really require at least 10 people to cooperate to kill the apartment manager? And those 10 must be among the top players in a novice zone, right? Thus, Jiang Ye glanced around the 99th floor of the 9999 apartment, filled with battle machines, and directly asked Jing, "Are you all gathered here for the madman mask? To eliminate the apartment manager?" Jiang Ye posed the question casually while Jing approached him. This authoritative figure appeared stern and unsmiling, but suddenly flashed a smile, saying meaningfully, "You are certainly not a gamer." Jiang Ye had no intention of hiding this fact, so he nodded. After all, it is easier to pretend to be a scholar than to play the role of a scholar. He had indeed never played the game Doomsday Apartment, so he could be easily exposed at any moment. Moreover, these prominent figures from 9999 had presumptively regarded him as a gamer. If they thought a little more deeply, they should easily realize he was not a gamer. I accidentally killed a cross-apartment player and ended up at the distant 9999 apartment through his cross-apartment chip. This statement was made candidly. The prominent players present were astonished, especially Wong Chung, who suddenly realized, "Wait, so you genuinely didn't know about the NPC items just now?" Wan Xian was equally shocked. "So you're not a gamer? Yet you killed Xiao Yudi? What about that 3-win streak? Are you the bald guy targeted by the Dune organization?" Jiang Ye maintained a serious facade. "There are many bald men using disguises. It might not necessarily be me, I'm not sure." Wan Xian shot him a skeptical glare. "Stop pretending. The announcement clearly reported the seat number. It aligns with your seat number. How can you not be aware?" "Oh, it seems to be the case." However, Jiang Ye remained unabashedly stubborn. "I truly don't know if it was me." Wan Xian rolled his eyes again, utterly unconvinced. Meanwhile, the onlookers among the prominent players couldn't help but murmur, "What a clever kid. He picked up a cross-apartment player's items and came to our 9999 apartment. Can such a coincidence truly exist? Damn. How come we didn't consider the possibility of a newbie stumbling in? After all, it's only the first day. Which newbie could possibly cross apartments on their first day? And what a coincidence that they ended up in our apartment. However, this newbie is anything but ordinary. He is truly bold. He actually attracted the NPCs cross-apartment pursuit, and in the end, secured an NPC mission. The key is that this NPC mission directly awarded him a golden-level battle machine out of thin air." Jiang Ye paid no heed to these discussions. What he was more concerned about was the combat power of the apartment manager, and whether there were more detailed strategies for killing the manager beyond just the madman mask. He was about to inquire further from the authoritative figure Jing when this stern-looking young man pondered for a moment, squinting his eyes, before speaking solemnly. "Given your situation, it's probably not suitable for you to use the golden-level battle machine. Do you remember our previous agreement? Achieve 10 consecutive wins in 10 minutes, and we'll take you along. Otherwise, we'll send you on your way. Now, you need not rush to prove yourself with 10 consecutive wins. Just hand over the golden-level battle machine to me, and I'll take you along. How about it?" "How about it?" "Not at all." Jiang Ye immediately furrowed his brow, casting a strange glance at Jing, and replied solemnly, "Why should I give you the golden-level battle machine when I can achieve 10 consecutive wins in 10 minutes? As soon as these words left his mouth, the air around them suddenly froze. The previously whispering murmurs fell silent in an instant. Jing's previously stoic face appeared even more rigid. He remained silent for a moment before speaking again. "My intention in taking you along also includes aiding you in battling the apartment manager." Pausing for effect, he continued, "Essentially, among the players in this novice zone from 0000 to 9999, those who have a significant chance of achieving 100 consecutive wins to obtain the madman mask, and who might contribute in the battle against the manager, are all gathered in the 9999 apartment. In other words, if you don't join us, the task of killing the apartment manager will be nearly impossible for you to complete." Jiang Ye thought to himself, if killing the apartment manager requires teamwork and cannot be done solo, then how would he complete the second phase of the task of killing the apartment merchant and the third phase of killing the apartment owner? Thus, to complete the task he accepted from the woman in white, it was highly likely he would need to defeat the apartment manager solo. Whether these individuals chose to take him along was of little consequence. Moreover, Jiang Ye reiterated his previous assertion. "In other words, you truly intend to go back on your word, previously stating that if I achieve 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes, you would play with me. Do you truly treat that as mere idle talk?" His words were laced with an unmistakable undertone of hostility. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, and many gazes directed at him resembled those of individuals confronted by a specter. Although no one spoke or contributed to the group chat, their expressions clearly conveyed a singular sentiment. Was this lad excessively audacious or simply lacking in common sense? How dare he, a mere level 1 player with a meager combat prowess, speak so arrogantly to the illustrious Gao Chang? Could he genuinely believe that having accepted an NPC quest rendered him exceptional? Utilizing a golden tier combat machine on such a novice was nothing short of wasteful. Gao Chang, who could have easily taken him down by force, was instead negotiating with him, and this fool had the audacity to express dissatisfaction. Curse it! Lin Shun, do take action swiftly. Show this overconfident rookie a glimpse of reality. However, despite the onlooker's desire to intervene, Gao Chang remained composed, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Ye's abrasive tone. On the contrary, he followed Jiang Ye's lead and clarified. The previous offer to play referred to engaging in life-and-death battles, not to imply assistance in tackling the apartment manager. I see. Jiang Ye arched an eyebrow and replied, "That's perfectly fine. I have no need for your assistance against the apartment manager." The subtext was unmistakable. I would much rather pursue 10 consecutive victories than relinquish my golden tier combat machine. Gao Chang's expression remained unchanged, though his gaze held a hint of complexity. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Are you certain?" Jiang Ye nodded resolutely. "Certain. To conclude," he added. "I am indeed prepared to single-handedly confront the apartment manager."